Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Shift 37. It's the Deadlock Night Shift. I'm Puckett. We got Jake, and Jake brings great news as always. Jake, to start the show, tell our friends at home about our sponsors.
Yeah, so we got great news this week, guys. It's an incredible week. We're bringing on a familiar face to longtime fans of the Night Shift in Intel, but they're also partnering with Newegg. And by the way, guys, we are cracking that golden egg. We're doubling the prize pool this week.
What?
Not 2,500. We're going straight to 5Gs. That's our biggest weekly prize pool by a long shot. So golden egg enjoyers rejoice. This is your time to shine.
Cap, we got to be pretty excited about that one. The sponsorships have been amazing. The support has been incredible here on the channel, and the game isn't even out yet. Thoughts going into tonight's Night Shift?
Well, I think the players didn't know the prize pool was being doubled to this. So I think for them, when they find out probably in the 90 seconds it takes from this to go live, they're going to be a little bit worried because it is insane to see that you could take home $2,500 for you and your team. I mean, that is ridiculous. And I think that's where the pressure really starts to mount for these teams who haven't really been playing for those big bucks in the past. And I mean, it's only going to go up from here in the future.
Jake, the comms get a little bit spicy when more is on the line. What kicks in as a player? I know you've been there about half of your life.
Yeah, I think there's always going to be a little more pressure when, there's higher stakes. But honestly, that's kind of how it's been in Deadlock, right? These last few months have been incredibly good to the game with all the new patches, the new content we've been getting, and the community has been there and responded. So honestly, I think the community is the one who should really be getting the round of applause here because it's been all this interest, the engagement with Deadlock Esports, with us here on the Night Shift, week in, week out, of just like being able to deliver these bigger moments, bigger prize pools. Absolutely, that puts more pressure on the teams, but ultimately, I think everyone kind of knows that's where this game is going, win. Right? It's going to be big time esports.
Everyone is going to be trying so much harder tonight. I know I've been going hard. I've been playing terribly for about 9-10 hours a day. I even decided to start streaming my bad gameplay. And shout out to Holy. Holy was giving me some tips on how to take over on anything other than 7. 7 is kind of self-explanatory. Can we give a shout out, though, to the Patreons, the people that supported us from the very beginning? Kaplan, you guys have been thinking about Deadlock for years now. What has it been like making shows for now a year and 2 months?
I'd say kind of surreal. I'd say the time passes by really quickly. If you told me we've been doing this for practically like 2 years, I wouldn't really believe you. But it's been a ride, man. It's had its ups, it's had some downs, which we eventually bounced back up from, and it's been great.
Got better graphics,
yeah,
less cheaters.
Graphics. But it's been great just to see, like, not only just the players and the quality of content that they bring to these shows and the competition, but man, the fans love this game. The viewers love this game, and we've been enjoying all the support that you're showing, not only us, but your favorite players too, man. I'm so happy to see a lot of like people who watch our shows in some of these players' streams as well.
If you were a Moa, who would be your Krill?
You, Puckett.
Thank you. I always wanted to be the guy on your shoulder. Not the.
I mean, we're both pretty tall. Maybe I put Jake on my back then because he's a little bit shorter than us.
Hey, what the heck, man? You call me a krill?
So, Jake, I don't know if you've seen it, but Kaplan and I have been working on our hair. We've been kind of growing it out in honor of our
Twist it up. Actually,
Jason show with Shopify. We're going hard here. Everyone's trying to dress like Apollo these days. Let's take a look here at some of the work you and Jason have been working on.
Who's Jason? Who's
Jason
Kaplan.
I'm Jason.
I love that.
Kaplan. Okay, can't you see the hair?
Kaplan.
Can't you see the hair up here? The little curls, the waves.
Sorry, Jason. I feel like a devil like this. Okay. How do you do this
I'm not
all
digging
day?
this. This is getting my eyes. I mean, Jake's hair's a little bit shorter.
We are. It's growing on us, just like the lash dash. Wow, this is incredible. Shopify, they're amazing. Take a look at what they've empowered these two knuckleheads to put together in just one day.
Well, thank you so much, Dan and ZP. And yeah, we've been obviously talking a lot about Shopify these past weeks. And Jake and I had an idea. Why don't we put our money where our mouth is and create a Deadlocked theme shop? And Jake, I think we had the idea in agreement of something involving REM, right?
Yeah. I think we had talked about REM Sleep Time Emporium. I mean, we could get wild, man. We could be selling all sorts of sleep products to the people. And, Rem's just a cozy little guy. So I kind of think that theming is going to be really on point here for our Deadlock fans. And, when you come to the Shopify site, this is the first step, right? Like putting that shop together rather. And it's pretty dang quick. And immediately, right, we've got Sidekick here. So it's all integrated with the Shopify product. And to get things started, I think we should just think of our first product. So let's let Sidekick know sort of like what our vision is. We want to make a Deadlock themed store after the character Rem. To start, we want to sell a pillow.
A pillow. I could see like a nighttime mask as well of like a little
like a sleep
helper
mask?
across it. Something like that. Yeah.
Maybe like, yeah, we could be looking. I mean, we have a lot of options, right? Like the sleep category. People spend good money on their sleep, right? We could really grow this business, but I think to start with, a pillow is kind of just too perfect, right? Like to open things up.
Perfect, yeah.
So once we just tell Sidekick,
sleep like a champion.
Oh, wait,
I love it.
Wait, this is nice. Fight hard and sleep harder. I will say, you know, I think one little detail we could add in here. We could add in perfect for pillow fights. I think that would just be a little bit perfect. Rest up. The next round starts soon. I dig that.
Bro,
I dig that.
I'm. You know what? I'm feeling like I need to buy 2 because I can echo shard my pillows. You know.
Oh, that's true. Wait, now you're really cooking. So I just
now I'm cooking.
I'm gonna throw an image on there. I'm gonna save the product. And guys, I mean, this really is just like incredibly easy. We cranked this out in a couple minutes. We got our first product here, and we've got more to do as far as setting up the store goes. But we'll be back later in the show to take you through more of that.
Yep.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed me and Jason, of course, having a little bit of fun with Sidekick. I think people would be pretty surprised. I mean, that's like kind of the biggest thing about this partnership that we really want to get across is this is way more accessible than people think, right? I think having Sidekick integrated into the Shopify platform, it was way easier than even I expected to be able to hop on and just like tool around with a crazy idea. And actually, like we're a couple steps away from like sending the shop live. You know, we go more on the show. We'll be able to show you like more of that process, but it's just way easier than you would think. That's really what Shopify is all about, is empowering you to take your, you know, wild idea and actually maybe bring it to reality, right? And maybe make this a side hustle, make a business. It's more accessible than it's ever been before. So check it out, guys. The link here at the bottom of your screen, you can check it out, whether it's in the panel or the chat, right? There's lots of ways to look at it, but check this out. Even just checking out the page and learning more about Shopify helps us in the partnership.
One thing though I will say that I don't like about it is how damn easy it is, because you got me dreaming about Moe's Toes Nail Polish Emporium coming out or something like that. You just have different kinds of nail polish that work really well on his toes, and like a whole beauty line you could do for him. I'm thinking like
Mo and Krill's
like
a beauty influencer.
mask.
Will make so much money off our fan base. Like you guys could kind of go crazy with that. We already have seen in the chat that the demand is there for the Mo and Krill stands. That would go shop. I liked what you're cooking here. You shouldn't drop that on air because now the chat is going to steal your copyright, get your trademark down. But they could do that in just a few minutes. Oh, you already got a trademark. Okay. Of course. You're gonna have to come up with your own ideas, chat. But Sidekick can really help with the execution. So thanks as well to Shopify. I mean, it has been huge to be able to level up the prize pool, level up the show, and just grow Deadlock Esports in a huge way thanks to the partnership. So, you know, genuine, a lot of love for Shopify here on Night Shift. They have done us a huge solid and been a great partner to work with. So a lot of love for that. Huge prize pool this week. But of course, we got a show. We got games to play. That's what the chat wants to see. Before we get too much into the details and the teams, we did have some pretty significant patch notes coming out between our last 2 shows. So we're going to take a second to jump in and review that. And by the way, Steewood, 10 gifted? Okay.
Not bad, not shabby. I mean, you're talking about Shopify. We got to talk about him, you know, supporting the show, sponsoring the show. But yeah, there was quite a lot of changes that came through on, was it the 30th? So like kind of right after he finished the last night shift with some pretty big changes. You can see here, like for instance, Walker bullet resistance increased from 15 to 25%. But to be fair, I think a lot of the Walkers did fall mostly from like spirit damage. Thinking of you and Furnace, which we won't really be seeing too much more as well. But also like the vitality changes. There's like a million different changes in here. But I think like the balancing of items that we had, like opening rounds, for instance, talking to ZP on the show, we expect to see a ton of opening rounds because it now upgrades from high velocity rounds. So it's kind of like a wasted buy for some of those heroes that you take it early on for some harass, or if you're paid trying to confirm some souls, it actually upgrades into something that you can use relatively well.
Yeah, a lot of characters, I think, that value that velocity. Opening rounds was already a really popular item to grab for efficiency, even on like Spirit Nuker characters. So I think this is going to be a super popular item. I do think those across the board nerfs to gun scaling should actually improve the position of Spirit heroes in general in the meta, because, you know, like, hey, gun scaling is just a little bit weaker from those, you know, all-in major investment bonuses. So maybe there's a little bit of impact on the drafting, but honestly, I think this is the beauty of a Deadlock patch, right? There's so many little changes to like all these items, and we can kind of like scroll through them. We're not going to go like piece by piece. This is not going to be our trademark 6-hour patch review. We've got esports to watch. Shadow Weave, I think, is pretty interesting.
Shadow Weave was interesting.
That's what we're talking about. Going to T3. I think this item is now, like, this item was untouched, right? Basically, no one ever bought this item. And now I'm like, hey, you could, pretty plausibly work this in on a lot of builds. Having a T3 active invisibility item could be pretty sick on some ganking heroes. Trophy Collector has been a big change too.
Mo and Krill, like for Shadow Weave. I feel like you could go for Shadow Weave instead of going for like maybe a Warp Stone.
And people were buying Veil Walker on Mo Krill, but now you have like,
yeah,
you can just pop it, right? It's like so much more flexible than it was, than Veil Walker is. A lot of lifesteal nerfs across the board. That's like a general change. Frenzy got changed pretty significantly, but I think it's actually quite good now. It's like when you get below half, you basically get this big burst of bonuses that's pretty powerful. So I think we might see that a little bit more on gun carries. Like the enemy tries to burst you and like you really have a powerful kind of like turnaround moment, which is kind of exactly what you want. We can keep rolling.
I think
Resto Locket,
that one's pretty big
nerf.
because is it the stamina change to it that you can't get max, or you can't get stamina until the restore happens at max stacks, which I think is quite big in those crucial moments in trying to escape, which we've seen it used quite a bit for.
I mean, now it's just like you need more skills popped. I still think this item is probably still good and buyable. I actually don't know if, I think one of the most powerful facts about it before was that at 1 stack, it gave 1 stamina, which is like really, really powerful as a ratio, obviously. So I think it might still work that way. I kind of suspect it does from these patch notes. I haven't bought it myself, I think, in a game, but still think it'll be bought, but probably not at that like 8-9 per game kind of a situation.
You're not a meta slave. You're like the original OG Green and Furnace, bro. Like you're not a meta slave. You do your own thing and you make it work.
I gotta credit Rita. Rita was the original Green and Furnace. I stole the build from him, so I gotta give credit. Trophy Collector on tier 2. I'm sure anybody who's been playing Deadlock this week is very familiar with this change. So Trophy Collector is a 1600 item. Yes, it's been nerfed pretty meaningfully, but at half the cost, it is insanely valuable as an economy item. I still think basically all the heroes that like want to fight in the mid game are likely going to buy this. I think pros maybe value that neutral damage really highly because it affects your ability to push towers. Having that, it has doesn't show in this patch note, but it has like negative neutral damage, right? It actually reduces your damage against enemy towers and walkers and creeps and everything. So, I think probably will be less bought in the pro scene than in casual play, but I do think this item is probably still going to be pretty viable, especially on like fighting supports.
Can we maybe, because obviously like we want to get into the games here. I kind of wanted to take a look maybe really fast at just a couple of heroes in particular that we saw drastically come out in the last few weeks. Infernus, for one, is going to stand out to me. The fact that he doesn't do as much damage to walkers anymore, I think is kind of interesting because he does half damage to objectives. That was one of the most frustrating things, that you really couldn't do much to an Infernus who could just flame dash on top of your walker and kill it. But with that change, Jake, we might see another hero come into the same role, though not as slippery, with Victor, because Victor got some pretty decent buffs in this last patch, and we've been seeing him a lot in scrims, and he actually does do a lot of damage and have that potential, of course, with the tier 3 reduced cooldown on your shock reanimation for your ultimate. Like, he can push and take walkers. Even if it costs him his life, he's still going to be doing his job.
Yeah, there's like a sort of a crazy new Victor build where you basically just like full send it on walkers with your ult, and like it's pretty hard to deal with for the enemy team. Like a maxed ulti just slamming their towers. Even if Victor dies again after the ulti, it's like just creates so much space and opportunity. So cool to see. I hope Victor kind of gets back a little bit. This was a pretty much untouched hero in the meta, so I think he kind of did need some of these changes. Fixed armor piercing rounds doing damage through petrify. Thank God. This was an insane like reality in the game that you could just get APR and full kill people while they're stunned by your ulti. So that's gone. I feel like Viper might still be playable, like for the way competitive teams were using him. I don't think this is a bad change, but she is actually going to be hit by all those like across the board bullet investment growth nerfs. So curious to see, how they shake out in the meta. But overall, I think it's a big enough patch to do some pretty interesting shakeups. I don't think it's going to like completely 180 your top prio heroes. Like there's some notable choices like Infernus that maybe won't get picked as highly, but I think this is just gonna be, it's always interesting to see after a patch. Like I love watching the pro teams, like getting your take on, okay, how should I think about this meta? What kind of heroes should I be considering to bring out and play?
I love our last minute censoring by our production team to just keep it me and Billy on the screen from the community artwork. Thank you guys for keeping this sponsor friendly. Solomon is the GOAT, just like Billy. And I want to know which of these changes is going to affect Billy. If I'm a Billy player out there, if I'm looking to climb, am I buying anything new?
Trophy collector. Trust me, Puckett. If you guys, if you were anything except like E6, like you should just buy trophy collector every game. Like I'm kind of convinced.
E6, so
I'm getting convinced
not for me.
trophy collector is just broken for like the chaos that's in. I mean, even at the top level, I still am seeing like at least 7 or 8 a game, and I don't think it's that crazy. So I highly recommend trophy collector. You're gonna get big stacks on it. You're gonna get rich into the late game, and yeah, that item is just pretty great in more chaotic games. I think it'll be the least bought at the highest level, and I still expect the pros to be buying quite a few of these items. I mean, it's a lot of soul economy for heroes that want to fight a ton in the mid game.
If you are a noob, get Graves, buy that heroic aura, and level up your skulls to level 2. It slows them. They move super fast. The bad kids can't shoot the skulls. It's actually pretty dope.
Puckett's been grinding, man.
This morning. I've been grinding. I'm learning this game, Jake. I've got time off. I'm gaming these days. Happy birthday to me. We're taking a look at our bracket here, Solomon says, and this is a good one, Jake, because we have Bird with Glock back in business against the Chubby Bunnies. That's your NA qualifier match that led to the NA Challenger match with melee creeps. But tonight, we focus our attention on EU to start the evening. Lowkey W versus Leviathan, and this is a grand finals worthy, best of 7 worthy competition that'll be decided in just 35 minutes or so. So let's introduce our rosters. Who will get through to play the Abrahams this week on Shift 37? Might be Lowkey W, especially if they've been playing the way they have the last 5 weeks. Hoot, Zergy, fun to watch, but haven't been able to find their full form. They've shown their dangerous moments, but the team as a whole has struggled. Kaplan, what do you want to see in terms of improvement? What do you want to see if they're going to return to the throne?
Bro, I want to see Zergy off Wraith, first of all. I'm just...
Off
I
Wraith,
think for me, Wraith is like your Geist to you, you know? Where you just don't really see good things out of her, and we don't see
it's a good in concept,
like
bad in execution, right?
Yeah, and I think we've seen Lowkey W go for some of these changes that they needed to do. I mean, looking at the R1 event that happened today, the group stage, the R1 tourney Deadlock is what it's called. Lowkey W went 3-0. So like they clearly found some sort of success. And if you look at like what they played, I mean, they went with like some Doorman, they went with some Apollo, which is still insanely strong. Hayes, who's also seen some buffs as well in recent times, and they even played a Viper, a Victor, and a Pocket. So they clearly noticed that like what Zergy was playing before with Wraith isn't working out for them anymore, and they need to make some changes.
Yeah,
Jake,
I wrote.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I think this is a team where you look at the individual players on this team, and I feel like there's so much potential on this roster. Yes, after they brought Zergy in, it slowed things down for a bit, but I do think this is just one of those teams, like you got to give them a little bit of time to cook. When these individuals hit their stride, they're all players who have had very high level success, right? They're all players who have won championships and been in those high pressure moments and succeeded. You got players like Vrake that are a little bit more newcomers on the scene, but have really impressed me personally. And then obviously stars like Hoot and Zergy, Cosmetical, that, are kind of like known quantities, faces, players, and fans have come to know and love. So this is a team where I agree their results have been a little lackluster in the last few night shifts, but I never count this team out. I really think it's a matter of time for Lowkey W to hit their stride.
Time for Lowkey W to shine. On the other side of this fight, we've got an always entertaining roster. You know them and love them as the Viper people. It's Leviathan, overseas and OCs. When they win, that's number 1 and 2 in the placements, normally in Souls. Irezumi, one of the great supports that we've seen. Fremont has had some insane Shiv performances, but what gets you excited here? Let's go Kaplan first.
Yeah, well, okay, so Sai's not played in the game today. It's going to be Bobby subbing in for sure. And I think that is going to be interesting to see just what Bobby's learned from playing with Abrahams, because he's got dropped. Abrahams then took the throne 2 weeks later. What has he learned, and what is he going to be kind of flexing to within this team, I think is going to be a real interesting point for me, because they did have a win today against Floormen, but it's EU versus NA, so it's kind of unfair when you're playing on EU servers. But I don't know. I feel like they've kind of lost their stride this last like month. Like they've lost that ability to dominate. OCs has been dealt with really well by other teams. They realize if you keep OCs behind, Leviathan don't really have that clear way to win. I know Fremont can carry a bit of the team, especially when you see him on Shiv, and I think even was it like ZP said he thinks Freemock might be the best Shiv in EU, and he can come in here and quote me if I'm wrong on that one. But this team, it lacks, I don't know, it lacks something else. And OCs needs to find maybe something new, because when Mina's banned against them, they just can't seem to win.
But when he gets Mina, they win like all the time, right, Jake?
Yeah, I do think he's one of the best, but that's the challenge. In a draft format, you have some success, you get some wins on Leviathan, everybody starts to dissect you, right? Everybody starts to figure out where your strengths are, how to attack them in the draft phase, and the game gets harder. It's hard to stay on top. I'm also interested to see how they do without Sai. For me, Sai has been one of the most exciting players on this team. He plays like these active roaming style characters. We saw him in the Mo and the Haze, a lot of these pick initiators, and really curious to see without him. I think that's a big handicap this week. Like, I don't think Bobby is a bad player by any means, but I do think the meta change that we're likely to see this week would make a player like Sai a really huge asset. So I think it's going to be a little tough to see him out this week. I kind of favor Lowkey W in today's match, but we still have a draft. We still have a Mo 1v1 to play. So this game is far from decided. The rest of the players in Leviathan have a lot to prove, as you guys have mentioned, from these last few weeks, not quite going their way.
Can we see this Lowkey W roster one more time if you have time, Solomon? Because chat brought up something very interesting. Isn't this Buff Enjoyers? How close are they to some of the OG Buff Enjoyer lineups, Kaplan?
I would say like 4.5, 6. 4.5 out of 6. Because like Cosmetical,
you're missing a team of.
Cosmetical was there, but he was there for like 1 week, and then Buff Enjoyers disbanded. Not because of him, but like he only got to play with them one time on the night shift. So I would say like 4.5 out of 6. I don't know. Maybe Jake, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to say. I don't know. It's just one of those teams.
Give it 5.
Yeah. I trust you. I trust your guy judgment. My memory is not the greatest.
No worries. In the meantime, we got to give a shout out, Vanatar, the Avatar. I totally butchered your name, but I saw it in the chat. Thank you for the subscription. We appreciate all of you. We're ahead in the future. We're already watching the Mo and Krill. You're about to witness it next, and it's pretty awesome. Here we go. Lowkey W, Leviathan. We got Matt going up against G Freak, Zerbsy, Goober, Braden, Calcord.
Might have a bug on the player names there. Slight bug. But the Mo's are slugging it out here. Lowkey W versus Leviathan.
Shout out Borchi. Oh,
the parry. But honestly, the health is pretty close. Like one parry brings this back.
Yeah,
they're both going for the base, but I think that heavy might just seal the deal.
Leviathan.
Good game.
Give it to him. All right, what do you take here? Do you want to pick first, or do you want to pick second and third back to back?
Honestly, I think when there's a big patch change like this, I don't have the faintest clue. Like, to be honest, it really depends on the meta whether first pick or second pick is preferred. So I honestly, I don't think at this moment that's going to be too decisive in the draft, because I expect a lot of chaos in the drafts in terms of like different teams going to have different perspectives on the meta, which heroes they want, how much to factor in your comfort and preference. So for me, the draft is actually, it's harder to get an edge in the draft earlier on. Like you have to, whoever has the right read of the meta is going to have a huge advantage. And I think that's going to matter way more than whether you're first or second pick. So when things stabilize, I value that Mo 1v1, I think, a little more highly.
That's a respect ban on the greatest Shiv in EU. Shout out to Double Digit in the chat who called that out.
I actually don't mind the Shiv ban. I think I think that's his best hero. He looks super comfortable on all the movement tech and stuff. Leviathan respond by taking out Apollo. So already 2 first bans on some of your like mid-game high spirit damage nuker heroes. Makes sense to me, right? Like if gun damage has been nerfed, the spirit damage nukers are going to be some of the highest carry rolls. And 2 heroes I think kind of want to take all those fights in the mid-game and potentially go trophy collector.
Doorman, first pick. Welcome back from 0 picks, like 12 episodes in a row, to first rounder. We love to see it, Jake. That's the bounce back in a career everyone has, or could have. Maybe.
I mean, we did see, was it Xeno and NA last week have some ridiculous
NA brought the Doorman back. Yeah.
Did they? Okay, sorry. I was traveling
and he had
last
like the
week,
second highest damage on the team. But seeing Lowkey W play him, I think, is like definitely a change in the way they think about the game. They did play him earlier on today when they played against the Floormen. But Doorman in general, like he's kind of like a natural builder of opening rounds anyways, so it kind of really favors him as the game goes on. But obviously, if we do see them go towards that spirit build, I mean, you could be looking at some insane damage numbers coming through.
Is this the Bebop bomb build that has been destroying me at low levels, or does that not work on pros?
You know, I actually don't know. I think a little bit of a slight resurgence in Bebop's Spirit build, but I do think the gun, it's hard to say, it did get nerfed, right? Direct Bebop gun nerfs, which could potentially hurt him. I do just like the Bebop pick into Doorman, though, because Doorman, when he can just stand inside of his door and just like throw bells at you and just step inside the moment you try and look his way, there's very little most heroes can do about that. Bebop's one of the best counters. You hook Doorman away from his door, and he is kind of an easy kill, right, for players at this level. So I like the counter pick there. Gives you some strong options. Lowkey W, though, following up with the silver in the pocket. These are two heroes that, you know, Bebop comes out and looks for a hook, and he gets absolutely ganked by silver in pocket. So I kind of like these picks. It looks like Jason, he's dealing with some internet connectivity issues.
Yeah, he saw Lash and he got too excited. He's like, guys, I gotta go. I'll be right back. Pocket on the other side looks like you, Jake, a little bit, but also is a hard hitter. I feel like only in the hands of a pro. What does Pocket bring at the top level other than Affliction at mid boss?
Yeah, I think Affliction is still going to be the most important part of the kit from a team play perspective. But I do think when you reduce some of the gun damage, that spirit damage, just the ability to like get in, pop those nukes with the suitcase, to be really evasive. I think Pocket is also like one of the better heroes at escaping after he gets hooked by somebody like Bebop, who is like very, very hard for somebody like Celeste to stay on top of. So it's, I think, just a really solid team fighter with a great ult, and then very good versatility in the mid game. Like another hero where wouldn't be shocked if people consider something like Trophy on him. Warden and Sinclair are the mid-stage bans.
Yeah, I was going to say, OC's just got himself his Mina, so no offense, Lowkey W, I'm going game 2 Leviathan. They're going to set OC's up with Overseas playing whatever he wants, and without shiving the game, you're in trouble.
Wow, Hayes, that is a controversial pick.
She ain't back that early.
I mean, this hero is like, I think, one of the least pick in the pro meta, where honestly, probably a lot of people who play Deadlock, they think, I mean, Hayes is like super broken for a lot of people at the lower levels. She got a pretty big nerf, not this patch, but the one previously, instead of the ult being a huge circle, now it's just like one little slice of the pie. So like the late game crazy ulti, you know, kill everybody build doesn't really work anymore. The character does offer you a lot of like mid-game kill potential. The invisibility setting up initiations is really great. Sleep is actually at the highest level a really strong counter to Lash ult. You just sleep Lash while he's ulting, assuming you've never missed the dagger, and he can't actually cast the ulti and finish it off and actually pull people. So Lowkey W, it's a huge investment overall in the draft in like fighting in the mid game. And so I expect to see Trophy be promising. Leviathan, though, grab the Victor, and this is a hero that's like for Silver Pocket Hayes that want to like jump on top of targets. This is a guy you don't want to jump on top of.
That's what I was gonna say. I'm like, dude, Viscous just got countered, Hayes just got countered, Silver just got countered. Victor seemed like a guy you maybe wanted to target. That's gonna be an interesting mix, especially with Mina's burst damage. And then on the other side, Mirage has been a consistent top tier character. How strong is he in your eyes right now? He's got 100% win rate in Europe, but that was only one pick.
Yeah, I do think Mirage is still very good. You got to remember, think about all the gun scaling nerfs. Mirage is a, you know, quote unquote gun carry, but realistically does mostly spirit damage, right? It's like he has some relevant gun stats and he is going to do some gun damage, but in the end, you're really playing for those Jin's Mark stacks. You're playing for the Scarab tick over time. And so I kind of think Mirage could actually be a big winner of this patch because he doesn't rely on that gun scaling nearly as much as a lot of the other characters in the hard carry role. So you could say the same about Mina, to be fair. So I think maybe both teams, you know, really being aware of changes in the recent meta. Yeah. I do like the Mirage, though, because the other 5 heroes on Lowkey W, there's like a lot of like run at you and fight. And it's really just Mirage who should have full freedom to like catch all the safe waves, farm up like crazy. And I do think Mirage is one of the scariest heroes in the game when he hits like a crazy Souls peak early in the game. Being able to pick and choose your fights with Traveler, get in and out, and being very hard to catch with Tornado, or Dust Devil, I should say, these are really valuable attributes. So I personally like the Mirage pick to finish it off. To your point, I think Leviathan has really good tools. The question in my mind is, can they actually get towards the later stages of the game with multiple carries coming online? Or can Lowkey W really push the pace with Hayes, Doorman, Viscous, and try to, you know, put the pressure on to maybe end the game sooner than Leviathan would prefer? I think if this goes late, I really like Leviathan scaling, but Lowkey W, I like the tempo they're bringing to bear here. So it's kind of on Lowkey W to play a really strong early and mid game, but based on some of their recent performances, like I mentioned in other tournaments, and also Leviathan having a sub, having Bobby in instead of Sai, I think that'll hurt them this meta. So I think it's anybody's game, but I always like these tempo drafts.
I was going to say early change, and now you're bringing in a heavy hitter like Bobby, who as long as he gets going, you got something good there. I think they kind of were aiming maybe at him with the Shiv counter as well if Fremont wasn't the target. Something to look at here moving forward, though, is, of course, who is going to take the early game. Jake, do you think a team has an advantage after looking at the draft?
Yeah, I'd favor Lowkey W in the early game. I think they have like better roamers, better early game team fighting and ganking, especially like pre-ultimates, right? Like in those first 5 minutes of the game. Really favor Lowkey W. I think they have really some of the best tools in the game for those kind of fights. However, Leviathan have amazing comeback tools. They have the Lash ulti, which for me is like one of the best comeback defend your walker team fight tools. Bebop hook is insane. Like you could have a big lead and your carry just gets hooked, you know, into a really bad position and it's just over for them, right? So even Victor, it's like you might be having a lead, but are you really going to go on the Victor? Like you really want that? Yeah. You know, when he's got the ult online. So I think Leviathan have set themselves up with good tools to kind of counter and come back from. But I think this is kind of anybody's game. I think both teams, they have like their vision of how they're going to win. And I think this is going to come down to skill and execution of whose vision ends up being, you know, more effective. Can Lowkey W get a lead and avoid comebacks, or do Leviathan find that team fight to turn the game around?
I'm going to jump in. I'm going to jump in as we're missing Jason right now. I'm coming in off the bench, and I'll say, here's the idea behind Lowkey W. And I was talking with Lightbringer a bit about this, okay, so what are you prioritizing? How's it going around? And right now, the general idea is that it is a laning meta. I've heard that from Lightbringer. I've heard it from Average. In general, people are going, we just need to win in lane and go ahead from it. That's why things like Trophy Collector aren't being bought the pro level, even though they're still really good in pubs at the moment. And you kind of look at Lowkey W, you have a bunch of heroes that are really good in the lane phase. So, you know, when Jake brings up, hey, okay, you know, for Leviathan, they have a really good late game. How do they get there? I think that's the exact thing to focus on. And realistically, for me, I look at it and go, you need Bebop. You need Bebop to have a good game. And what is Puckett doing right now?
I think yeah, it's like Bebop Lash. I think Victor could be cool in that same vein as like, hey, gank me, guys. You're in a lead. You're, you know, get another kill. I'm Victor. Come fight me. And then you end up caught by the Lash ult, the Bebop hook. I think Celeste and Mina can be like that. You end up chasing them for kills and you go a little bit too deep. So I think this is going to be a very good bellwether test because they're almost like really divergent thoughts from the teams. Like one team feels to me very early, very aggressive, very tempo. The other team is like, well, you know, survive and we will just like make the big team fights and have a better late game. Shut up.
Can we pause for a second? Yeah, we just got a 10 gifted subs. I also now have 10 subs on my Twitch channel, and 6 of them are different variations of Viper pregnancy enjoyers. To whatever clan you guys are building, shout out to your Discord. You guys are amazing. This game is ready, but also, Obikim, make me a believer. I'm willing to pay it forward. If you can win with a Haze, and she looks good, I'm gifting 10 to your channel. Let's get it going.
Okay,
on the mic for this gifted. One, we got Jake and ZP. Thanks again for the 10, Chris.
Thank you, Puckett. And as we get into this one, we'll see. We're trying to get Jason back in. We're figuring out some internet, but thank you, ZP. I don't want to cut my
hair as short as ZP's is, man. Don't make me do his hair as well.
Are you back? You sound good to me, brother.
Well, I mean, I think I sound fine, but this Italian internet is just driving me crazy, man. And I cannot think of a good way to put ZP and Jason's name together.
Yeah, you guys don't have the celebrity couple obvious combo name, which is a clear issue, I think, for the casting. It's always significant when it comes to planning on the night shift. Our first thought is, how is this going to look on page 6 TMZ?
Yeah, I mean, Puckett's son works. Jakeson, I guess Dan doesn't work. And Uber's, I don't know. I guess he kind of works. I don't know. I haven't seen him in like years. Anyways, I think hopefully my internet's better and I can actually see what's happening in the game here. Then I missed the entire draft, but I am seeing a Viscous, a Haze, a Pocket. Silver I kind of expected to come through. Mirage I'm not too surprised to see, but seeing a Viscous come in for Lowkey W, it just doesn't feel right if it's not Hoot or if it's not Demo.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think this is like 2 different visions of the game. That's what we were saying in the draft is like, you know, for Lowkey W, tons of tempo, tons of early fighting, and then like kind of just Mirage to solo carry the late game. You know, maybe obviously others can scale too, but I think Mirage is really going to get a ton of farm potentially with this draft. But Leviathan, a lot of late game and some good comeback tools from the Lash ult and from the Bebop hook. I will say this puts a lot of pressure on Lowkey W. Like, if you lose the laning phase, I think this game starts to feel really scary really quick. However, you've got great tools to gank early and maybe win those lanes. As look, Silver's ganking right now. Silver is ganking at pre-2 minutes.
I think we saw this a little bit in North America last week, especially when it came to the Bebop. He's going for the counter gank here off to the side, and Irizumi have to hit a nutty hook if they want to be able to pick off the kill here, because I don't really expect they're going to go in for this exchange. Considering I feel like Lash isn't really going to do a whole lot. Neither is Pocket, to be fair, as she takes the ground strike damage down to 8 HP. And it looks like he will just barely get around the corner in time. No chase to come. Oh my god, what Fremont did go for the chase, and he gets the kill. Doesn't matter if he's on Shiver Lash, he's still going to put the paint on.
Yeah, it's a tough timing for Cosmetic, right? He has to hit that suitcase to dodge the ground strike, but I mean, that is such a fast skill. It's not easy to do. So Fremont keeping to put that pressure on. I think this is potentially a tough lane for Pocket. I mean, in theory, you should be able to dodge these Lash skills, but if you don't, that negative spirit resist is going to be really brutal, right? Like the nukes from Lash are going to hurt quite bad at this phase of the game. OCs did take a ton of damage in that trade, though.
I think we even saw like a gun Lash come through last week, if I'm not mistaken, over in the NA games too. So it's, I mean, we're kind of seeing like adaptations, but as you pointed out before, with like the changes to gun damage in the game, maybe not necessarily as likely. But you know, talking to AVG before we started the day, and he said Celeste was probably the biggest winner when it came to the patch, just getting buffs out the wazoo and high mobility. But when it came to the Leviathan draft, did you expect OCs to not be on the Mina? I guess maybe until Venator got picked up, because we saw. Was it Mina, Celeste, and Lash, the first 3 picks that came through? Not 3 picks I expected in a row.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, I'm still a little surprised. I really like OCs on the Mina. But then again, I mean, I think Venator is definitely going to be the hard carry of this particular draft, right? Like, that's the guy who's going to get the lion's share of the farm. To get pressured pretty hard in the early game, had to do a base trip, so he's not doing amazing so far, but coming back into lane healthy, it's not so bad. Pocket took a death here too, so Venator being able to like bully here is a really nice asset in the mid game. Is the ganks just continuing from Lowkey W. They are looking to fully snowball this, but the lanes aren't going amazing for them.
Yeah, I don't really expect, honestly, if I'm looking at this lane on the left-hand side, like a Pocket and a Haze to really do too well. Maybe I'm just like wrong, maybe I'm too far out of the meta, but those two combined, it doesn't really seem to make a whole lot of sense. I understand, you know, the sleep dagger into some maybe a barrage hits out of cosmetical or something of the like, but like there's no extra form of CC to follow up with to almost guarantee pressure and to confirm a kill. And with their low health pool, like Lash can just bully them.
Yeah, definitely. I don't expect this to be the best lane, but also maybe not one that they have to win, right? I think a lot's going to be determined by like when this next buff spawns. I like that Venator is OC's like prowling, controlling that jump pad way early on this one. He knows controlling the wave right now, getting control of that buff is going to be huge. For a draft with this much tempo, getting like a double rune at minute 5 would be a really nice start.
Yeah, I mean, also maybe for Lowkey W here on the side, it's their strong lane too. Like, they have the tier 1 camp that spawns right next to the lane, so they need to fight for it every time to lock it down. So I guess putting maybe some of your weaker heroes in your strongest lane to kind of balance it out with and give them an easier start could be the way things play out. As we do have buffs being picked up here. Looks like Hoot did secure a gun, which I think is to be very happy with considering. But in this left-hand side, up against a Venator with survival, not as easy.
Such a good buff for Venator right now because, yeah, it's like not going to increase your damage, but really Venator is a hero you would typically want to gank a lot in the early game and slow him down. And with the survival buff on it and with Lash kind of dominating this lane, it's super scary. Suitcase buff, oh, the sleep, there it goes, kind of counters this Lash ult, denies you following up that combo. I think I talked about in the draft, right? If you hit those sleeps, it's very hard for Lash to actually get a successful ult off and effectively waste the ult here for nothing.
And the thing is, it's already hard enough as it is in the game, I think, to get a Lash ultimate off when so many people buy counterspell, especially when they see you, but to have to worry about the sleep daggers too.
Yeah.
And you do have like Bebop on your side, which is one of the counters we would see typically because it's really easy to hook a Lash out of his death slam. But this mid lane, we've been heavily focused on the left lane. I'm kind of curious what's been going on in the middle because we saw Listic go for the early rotate for a gank in towards the left-hand side. And again, like having Hoot and Listic together, I feel like very explosive players that do have a lot of kill potential.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting here. Silver looking to get in and take some trades, but the spirit damage is pretty significant here from Bobby and Irizumi, right? Like, this is a lot of threat. You get hooked, and that should be not only, you know, pull you into a bad position, but be set up for essentially free spell connections from Celeste. You know, I think this makes a lot of sense that some of these very high-scaling spirit heroes have really been big winners from this patch. The attempted kill on the side lane, Obukim goes down, OC stays alive, and may end up getting run down in the end, but man, the vitality buff is making this such an awkward kill. Big that Cosmetical finds it in the end, though.
Yeah, kind of needed to trade it around. This Hoot comes on in as well with the Caldwell coming on through. And they do confirm the 2 kills on the left-hand side. So there's definitely some potential to get some pressure onto this tower. And I could rotate out of Hoot in general.
An attempted dive here onto Zergy. Plays his way out of it a little bit, but still has very low HP. Victor with ult on is kind of fearless with the dives here, but Zergy playing his way around the tower really nicely, making his dive feel awkward. Mina's too low to stick around, so failed gank onto Mirage could end up being costly. And it looks like Victor is going for a bit of a carry build here. Brig, by the way, just picks up a kill on Rake, who stuck around way too long trying to get some heals off the minions and gets punished.
Oh my god, and Moby's gonna go down as well here. Some big kills coming for Lowkey W when they need it. Up 2K so far in the game. Even Irizumi being sent into the Baroness Hotel, maybe confirm into a killer after this, but the parry comes on through, takes out Listic, and actually falls to the bomb. Listic getting parried, and it's costing him his life.
Listic, disrespect there, going for this the full heavy melee. Irizumi, great reaction to that one. Shuts down the silver, but a zip knock onto Lash. Looks like it's not going to be followed up for a kill. A little bit too much pressure. Victor losing his ulti form here, and seems like we have relatively low stakes kill pickup. By the way, this Viscus has a knockdown. What is this build? This is insane. This early in the game, no one's going to have Dispel Magic, so this knockdown should pretty much always connect. I actually kind of like this for the purposes of ganking early.
Yeah, especially if you can rotate on around. There's like a lot of like juicy targets for them to follow up with, especially if you get like a knockdown to a sleep dagger, if you go on the left-hand side. In some of these other lanes, like you have a Dust Devil to potentially open things up with, maybe a Puddle Punch too. I think decent to deal with Bobby in general. Also, I mean, you have the potential to use it on quite a few different players. If Fremont ganks your lane, you don't have a way to interrupt him, well, guess what? Knockdown's there. He's got your back.
Listic, I like that he's going very tanky with a silver build. We've seen how good silver can be, even on super low econ. As long as you're survivable, like the damage will come. Potential chase down Flog in 1. Might be enough to finish that kill, but just doesn't want to come close to the Walker. It's a little too risky. Here comes a response from Doorman. It's going to send Lash packing.
Who tried to get my catch here? Oh my god, he tried to predict the movement. Gets him very low on health, but he's going to escape to live to fight another day. But the first urn going to be spawned about a minute time, so we're going to start to see teams maybe apply some pressure here, and I guess ideally set up the way they want to play this urn out. Are they going to go for the pickup, are they going to go for the contest, or are they going to go for the contest on the turn-in and push a objective in the meantime?
Hayes with a slowing hex on the Bebop, and the sleep as well to ensure the catch. Nice find. Hoot and Obikim combining for that one onto Irizumi. Still the soul count. Basically even a small lead for Leviathan. But I mean, the way I set this up in the draft was that, hey, I think Leviathan should be, in theory, pretty fine with being at basically even souls. That, in theory, should be a win. But I do think now that we're getting that first urn fight, that's going to be really the key moment for Lowkey W with this early game comp. It's a moment where they don't necessarily need to win the fight, but they need to get an advantage trade in these first few minutes, right? They kind of don't want to fall behind. They don't want to let some of these key defensive items get built.
It's already hard enough to play a best of one to get into the finals, but to play a best of one knowing there's $2,500 on the line in the finals of EU, pressure's definitely going to be there as we do see the buffs come on in. Okay, we're going to be secure the left-hand side. What is that, Jake? That doesn't look like an urn.
What is that, Jason? It's coming down. Something that people might want. It is, of course, the Golden Egg, brought to you by our wonderful partners at Newegg and Intel. A little bit of love for the Golden Egg enjoyers. Finally, some Golden Egg in the pro games. We had to do it.
Not getting the golden goose eggs, but at least we get a golden egg in some form. As you see it on the back of Bebop here. I love the way he carries it. It just attaches to you and sometimes inevitably like merges with your body.
Bebop bringing it on home. I mean, it's nice for Leviathan that they get first egg control here because, you know, I think it's going to put them in the pole position for the dunk. Look at Zergy, though. He's kind of up threatening in enemy territory. This is one of the strengths of Mirage. You do not want to trade with this guy. And so it's kind of hard to walk forward and threaten an urn. Fremont coming in with the Lash ulti, though. Looks like a big team fight is brewing, and Pocket's pushing across the map. So it looks like a player advantage kind of building here for Leviathan.
Crazy to see that they're being this aggressive considering they have Cosmetical in the left lane, they have Listic in the mid lane. They're trying to apply pressure in two different lanes at once while also applying pressure to the urn. The knockdown going to come on through, and actually Lash might get bursted down here. Fremont on 1 HP and he will be finished off by Zergy. The hyper beam from the high ground coming on in to help disengage this fight for the team and force out Lowkey W away. But in the meantime, Cosmetical's pushing that left lane Walker by himself. Overseas can be forced to actually contest this one as Obikim has gone a little bit deep here on this right hand side.
Yeah, some damage put down by Zergy, but it's not enough for the finish kills. Defense from Victor looks like he's going to hold on to this Walker and maybe get a counter kill as Cosmetical. No, Cosmetical stands tall, takes that 1v1 down to the absolute wire on HP. Earn still in contest. Hayes trying to stick around and threaten this, but that holy grenade ticking, it might be enough to take down Obikim. It's pretty close. Silver, though, getting on top of this Venator is really ideal for Lowkey W. This is the most valuable kill they could find, and in the Chaos, Frake is going to get that dunk. So this is ultimately, it's close, but kind of all across the map, it all comes up Lowkey W. They end up getting a really strong trade in the team fight, and even a last-second kill onto OCs from the respawning Doorman.
Big investment, but it pays dividends here. I mean, look at the lead. They have 10K. Applying pressure constantly around the map. I mean, look at Cosmetical at 12,000 souls, considering the laning phase they had as well was not so kind to them. Big jump up in economy for him in particular. And I think more importantly, you're also kind of staying ahead of the Victor, because we know how much of a formidable force Victor can get once he gets farm. Though I don't know if we're going to see Overseas in particular being fed farm in the way we would see Victor in the past, considering you do have a Venator and of course you have a Mina on the team at the same time. With the way the game's playing out right now, if they take this 10k lead Lowkey W has, you might not even get to the point for Victor to be that late game carry.
Yeah, we talked about that issue of a lot of mouths to feed. I think you know 10k lead is getting pretty significant. The next turn, it's kind of on the verge of comeback. Some attempts be going on to pocket. They do find the hook, but people have reactive barriers. It's actually Bebop who is in huge trouble here. Lash ult connects onto one. Cosmetical silence as well, and Mina does manage to finish off that kill. So 2 kills to Leviathan, finding some of those comeback souls that they need to stay alive in this game, and they're going to get away without dropping any counter kills. Even a push on the Sidewalker at the same time. So across the map, really strong pressure from Leviathan, doing super well.
We're seeing what Victor's supposed to be doing in the game, trying to push down this walker with 2 players there.
I think he's getting the walker
against him. Yeah, he's gonna get him. There's no way they're gonna stop him. Knockdown comes on in, but it's too late. And I think the thing is, I think we're gonna see that quite often in this game. I think maybe the next urn or the next egg we see spawn in, Overseas might do the exact same thing on the right hand side.
Yeah, this is the power of the wall breaker, right? He just basically runs it down to the walker. You know he's gonna die. The other team knows it too, but with that, I mean, the reanimation actually does like a pretty huge amount of damage. It's pretty sick for being able to pressure down walkers and just put that last bit of burst damage in. And trying to get through 2 full health bars from a Victor means it's a lot of time for the creeps to hit. So that's really mitigated what was a 10k lead is now just 4,000 souls. Lowkey W, though, still in the driver's seat. And with some good ultimate tempo right now, they could try to look for more with Sinner starting to respawn.
Let's take out beat headed to blue.
I almost want to say Leviathan kind of almost actually came out ahead with that walker being down. I know we don't quite have the amount of souls you need to start to use that extra flex that you got, but it is quite big indeed here. And the game plan for Leviathan, I'm still trying to figure out what it is, because their comp isn't really necessarily oriented around team fighting, because you do have like Lash in there with the ground slam, which is definitely big. The Shining Wonder as well to come in from Celeste can be quite helpful, even like a Hyper Beam. But they're kind of like a subtle pit comp at the same time with Bebop. I don't know, like I can't really read into the identity of what Leviathan is trying to pull off here, unless maybe it's just about playing some comfortable heroes that's kind of good in the meta right now.
I mean, I kind of see it. I think the way I see this draft for Leviathan is that you've got like Victor, Mina, and Celeste. 3 heroes that, generally speaking, when you see them on the map, are not the most attractive heroes to run at, right? It's like you can run at them, but it seems pretty unlikely that whether because Victor has reanimation or Celeste and Mina just have crazy movement, it just feels like you can't catch them. It's hard to go on them first. And so from that perspective, it's like, hey, like if you just show, you have 3 heroes who can show on waves and make space. As I say that though, the catch does come in onto Bobby. Doorman ult locks him up. Lash trying to play over the top, but doesn't quite have Death Slam. Looks like just Lash's presence going to be enough to scare players away. They do find a kill on Irazumi, but Mina responds with a counter kill onto Obikim. Double buff though in favor of Lowkey W and Urn Control. So I don't think they're going to be too mad about how this exchange went.
There's no one there to stop them to turn this Urn either. It's going to be Rayek trying to get across the map as quick as possible. Even Overseas coming on through. Maybe it's Rayek trying to stop them with that goo ball. And Freemark actually has gotten aggressive into the enemy territory. He's got Death Slam available too. There could be the potential for a huge catch here, but he's not going to get there in time. And Listed gets the dunk right in front of the man himself of Freemark.
Huge movement showcase, and Lash on slivers of HP. He's just too scared. Can't pop the ultimate. Doesn't have the HP for it. Massive play from Listic with a near perfect Urn run from him. Dunks the golden egg. Brought to you, of course, by our wonderful partner at Newegg. And gets a kill for his trouble too. So that is huge from Listic, right? Like that's very much a showcase of how top tier movement really gives you an advantage in competitive Deadlock. Like, you know, his really, really clean Urn run. I think if we watched the whole thing, we would be pretty impressed. We saw some very nice movement from him so far. And then beating the Lash to the punch and even getting that lockdown counter kill. Very, very nice.
It's like quarter of a second, if even that. That's how much that's how well the movement actually worked out for him to get ahead of Fremont there. Maybe a little bit of a delay from Fremont, but I mean, either way, you're still looking at a pretty hefty lead of about 7K here. Mid boss, I mean, if we talk about mid boss in general, I think we have to kind of acknowledge the fact that you have Doorman, doesn't have Vortex Web, but obviously has the ability to cart you away. You have Cosmetical with the Affliction, which I don't know if he's gone towards Glock it or if he's going towards Spirit Pocket with Ult Max.
They did nerf pocket gun damage over and above the straight up nerfs to gun overall, so I'd be surprised if it's not Spirit, but I like that he has, you know, this is the old pocket Spirit build, right? You still go Cult Sack for the scaling. And you know, it's a little bit of extra investment just to get the gun spike. So you're not completely all in with the Spirit.
Well, Fremont, he's kind of all in here. Cosmetical comes on in to take down Bobby though.
He's also working.
It's keeping Lash away, and Fremont just can't really afford to engage this one.
Let's push yellow.
Yeah, I like from Hayes as she backs off instead of chasing that kill. They're getting a walker elsewhere on the map, split resources, and they end up just getting, hey, it's a 1-for-0 pickoff onto Bobby, onto Celeste, who's a hero that you kind of want to have scale in this. Even Mirage getting this other side walker down to half. Mina's chasing this. Venator's coming in, but Mirage sitting on Dust Devil. He's just baiting you, right? Like, Zergy is happy as a clam right now, farming up 19k souls. And, I mean, look at the build, too. Like, the damage from this Mirage is actually pretty insane right now. Escalating exposure early means with those max beetles, like, you really can't fight in Mirage when he beetles you. Because he's not only damaging you, he's also healing off of the back of that damage and getting a bunch of escalating procs. So when the Jin's Mark does proc, it hits like a truck.
Not to mention he's got opening rounds, so if you're fighting him like head-to-head on full HP, he's going to easily drop you into like a Jin's Mark burst potential.
Oh my.
Speaking of burst
Goodbye,
potential, I resume, he gets completely bursted, turning into scrap metal.
This is a brutal bebop game. Like, honestly, there's so many heroes. Like, you go out and look for a hook, and the enemy team has like legit 5 heroes who can like counter initiate on you and punish you. Like, I feel like this is a game for Izumi where you just said like AFK and wait for people to overextend. But I mean, like, you go for any kind of opportunity. If you fail it, your team is going to run away. Like, they are not going to be able to stick around to help you.
I mean, who does he hook in to try to confirm into a kill? And what do they have to back it up with? I see like a slowing hex, maybe like a gut shot of OCs could put him into a wall, so you lock them down long enough to confirm it into a kill. But like beyond that, there's really not much other than just brute force the damage.
Yeah, you just need overwhelming player numbers, and it really feels like Fremont, Bobby, or Fremont and Irezumi getting left out to dry. It's just like back and forth every time these heroes that kind of want to fight early step up on the map. Lowkey W meets them with essentially the full force of the team. Doorman, hold on, catches OCs, and they're going for a deep play near the enemy walker. This could end up being risky, but he's going to take a full hit from the Doorman, very, very low, and the pop comes in. Who finishes his play with that tank buster online? The Doorman starting to hit very hard with these call bells. Look at that, it's 20% of Mina's HP gone with the wind. And even Zergy on the Mirage is continuing to threaten this while they still control the rest of the map.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm so happy to see Zergy play Mirage. I was kind of getting tired of the Wraith arc. I feel like Mirage fits so much better. I mean, you have a solid escape, you have solid damage, and he has ridiculous aim as it is. Not to mention like the macro play that we know Zergy can do, which he was doing earlier on, pushing that right lane. I think around that like second urn that we saw Listic able to dunk on in. A little bit of a fade over towards the mid boss, a little bit of a feint trying to maybe pull them on in. And now Overseas, they can get his shocker animation down here before this urn gets picked up. This would be huge. You can see how much damage he's taken. He's most certainly going to fall from this. His ultimate's now offline. They didn't have to commit anything big to take him down, and they still have 5 ultimates left.
And it's totally non-committal. They just kind of like poke that out of him. Still playing around these doors, making it awkward. Affliction comes out, but it looks like it missed there. Cosmetical not getting a connection on that, so there could be more to fight for. Double buffs available for Leviathan. This one could be their best chance. They do find the Lash ulti onto Obikin, but the Cube blocks all the follow-up damage. Now it's kind of up to Bobby to find a carry in this team fight, but everybody's just trying to run away from the silver. Looks like it's every man for himself. Leviathan beating a hasty retreat. Iridomini thrown in, but it really doesn't feel like Lowkey W are respecting it whatsoever. This team fight is coming up all Lowkey W.
That could have been so much worse too with that Affliction hit onto Overseas. That was certainly would have been another kill. But man, Vrek, you pointed out, the cube coming in onto Obikin was massive, allowing him to survive this. That almost certainly would have been his death, as you saw him using that bullet dance, trying to take down Overseas with the slow and hex on top of that. And with the urn in hand out of Vrek, realistically, do they try to go for this turn in here? I'm a little bit hesitant to say so, considering they don't really have much online when it comes to ultimates.
Yeah,
Jake, the egg has been spotted by the chat. What does it mean for us this week?
So, of course, you know, our egg partnership is, of course, brought to us by our wonderful people at Newegg. we thought this was a fun way to like get them into the game and you know, of course, have a little bit of fun with the perfectly fitting branding. I mean, the golden egg was just too perfect, of course, of an item to bring in. As we see this, the fight over the golden egg is coming to a fever pitch here. Everybody wants to get their hands on it. Bullet dance from Hayes is zoning players away. Bobby getting very low, and the cube is even going to save Obakim. Rescue Beam now out of trouble. He's going to be able to get that reset. They get the rejuvenation out of Overseas, and Silver's still potentially looking for more.
They forced him into a fight before the urn actually got dunked on in, and it seems to be going all the way here for Lowkey W. Fremok's going to have to go back to base here. Cosmo comes and actually cleans him on up, trying to use that door. Actually give him information of what's going down on this turn-in, but the thing is, Rake is still alive. He's got survival buff. It's a couple of low players against the melee on Zergis. There's no chance to turn this one in, but he has to commit to this one. He has to stick around, and that buys time for these respawns to come back on through. Bobby on 6 seconds. Cosmetic will join the party now, and they seem to not give up on this one. And Hyrazumi comes in with the hook as the Dispel Magic comes on through to cleanse that one away. The Affliction, it hit onto one, it hit onto Rake, and that is a prime target as Listic takes him down.
Yeah, I mean, Zergi just keeps forcing the urns. Like, you're going to have to come stop me. You're going to have to step up to the plate. And ultimately, they can touch him, but they cannot actually win the fight. Zergi still about half HP. And with only 2 players alive, it's going to be a tall order to bring him down. Shining Wonder, though, could be part of that as he starts to get low, starts to tick down. But it looks like that Beetle ticking on some of these players. Osis does not want to take another tough death here. And with the help of Doorman, the dunk comes in, the lion's share of the souls. Although, hold on, Zergi going down at the end of this fight. Respawners coming in would be huge. And the Traveler out to safety. Brutal. They're not going to get any kind of a punish out of this one.
Well, at least get Listic on down, and it seemed to be what was like inevitably like a 3-for-3 or maybe like a 3-for-4 trade in favor of Lowkey W, though obviously getting the urn on top of this. But it does set things up nicely for the urn for Leviathan. This might be the prime time for them to actually start not for urn for the mid boss here, considering there's 3 players down. They have ult advantage as well, and there's no like guarantee way to steal this one away if they can deal with Hoot somehow.
Yeah, I will say Hoot could kind of be giving them problems here. Has that door set up in the pit, but they're going to go for it. This is going to be one of their best chances to come back in this game with Lashold over the top. Could potentially be even better. Victor willing to just tank here. Lashold, he pulls players away. 2 last hits now. Only the 3rd remaining. They're going to get all 3 on Leviathan. Lowkey W, the long respawn's really punishing there. And although the earlier fight went the way of Lowkey W, the price of those spawns ends up being mid-boss. 2 clean rejuves coming out of this one is a massive win for Leviathan that puts them right back in this game, although still with the soul lead against them.
Yeah, but they have 2 rejuves now and real potential to start taking on some walkers here. Obakim, if they can finish him off too, this would be huge, man. This would have been like 7 kills. The 3, maybe 4 deaths Leviathan had. Obakim gets hooked out of the teleporter. No chance to escape this one. Even with the sleep dagger landing on through onto Bobby, he's still gonna fall. And Leviathan have made a massive bounce back here, closing this soul lead to about 10,000.
Are we sold on Hayes yet? Because I'm still sold on Mina.
I've seen it now. I like the Haze, honestly. I feel like it's working out this game, and getting a nice kill on Lash after the rejuve is very, very big because, yes, you did get a mid-boss, and it feels like maybe that's going to bring you back in the game, but it's not the mid-boss that brings you back. It's being able to leverage the rejuve into equalizing the farm, and with only 1 crystal remaining, I don't feel so good about the prospects for that for Leviathan. Lowkey W are still stronger heroes on the map, and there's 0 ultimates available for Leviathan right now. I think when Obakim responds, I still think Lowkey W is a stronger team, even with the rejuve available. The hook on the Doorman is nice, but can you follow it up? The silence from Mina, though, the perfect connection, exactly what we were asking for in terms of that follow-up damage. But Doorman slips away. Can't keep that silence on him. He gets out to the door, and it's ultimately a Mina ult wasted.
I will say this, though. One thing that I think is allowing Obakim to have success in this game and look good is actually Rig. The cubes out of him have been just pretty much on point, especially the rescue views on top of that, thinking back to the urn fight. To see the last rejuve being taken out here in Lowkey W, when you might have lost that fight earlier on, this would be a perfect time to win the war here, potentially the game. They're still holding on to that 11k lead. With no rejuves left anymore for Leviathan, there's potential to contest this urn turn-in.
Fremok's Doorman ulted.
Would be huge.
Will they be able to finish this kill? This is a really nice find. The Lashold is one of the key tools in the team fight, and it looks like he is going to stay alive to live another day. Zergi Do does claim a walker on the other side of the map. Looks like the exchange was for an urn dunk, but an affliction on 2. Lowkey W say, okay, we know Bobby's out of the fight. We know he's not ready to contest us. And despite being full resource here, Celeste can't contribute at all. 2 quick kills. And without Irazumi or Fremok alive, you're not really worried about any kind of counter initiation threat. This is going to clear the way for Lowkey W to pick up their 3rd and final walker take of the game, giving them a huge lead in terms of map dominance and souls. And with a lot of the jungle coming up, this is going to be an impactful minute here for Lowkey W to expand their lead as they wait for that next mid-boss spawn.
And there's so much jungle to take on the left-hand side, too. You can take a look at the mini map, and 5 players from Lowkey W just going to be swarming over every morsel of soul on that right-hand jungle. And hopefully, for the sake of Lowkey W, Zergy can maintain his left-hand side. This is going to be a massive step up for them, because not only did they lose mid-boss, they took a free walker in the right lane by Zergy. He then joins the mid lane for another walker, giving them so much map control that Leviathan can't really afford to get caught out in. Considering this fight kind of broke out initially, with Irizumi getting a hook onto Hoot with a follow-up knock Nostra on top of that to try to get the kill onto him, where they eventually got turned around on.
Yeah, I mean, Zergy getting like the entire jungle to himself here is going to be a pretty significant boost of souls. I'm kind of curious where he goes next. I think this next tier 4 item is going to be pretty impactful. I mean, Ricochet is like an obvious one. You could also think about a more, stat-oriented. You could look at like a silencer or an inhibitor to kind of debuff the enemies. I could kind of see all arguments. I think given that he's kind of like the one true carry of this team, I kind of would rather see a Ricochet, but maybe they want to go for a buy that sort of wins the game here and now. By the way, look at the doorman range on the minimap. Hoot is like up in your face at your old walker position, and he could just door out to his own walker. Like, it's really only the Bebop can potentially punish this doorman positioning, and kind of scary to even come here. Like, with Boundless and Tank Buster, man, you're going to lose like a third of your HP from the first call bell.
It's like how he's waiting to kidnap someone too. And you can see Zergy's near the actual door that they're going to pop out on. If he can potentially pull this one up, pair that in with the Dust Devil, and that's going to be a guaranteed kill coming on through. And speaking of guaranteed kills, Obikim getting Bobby extremely low in HP. Scorchstone does get him on top of the building in time, and he gets a parry as well onto Irizumi, and most likely the escape cosmeticals come in from behind. He's got Affliction available. Listic's up there in the front line too. This could be a huge fight for Lowkey W. It's a Hyper Beam raining in from above from Irizumi.
It does kill Silver though before she gets to pop the ulti, so it's a big find from Irizumi. Listic is, I think, a key part of these team fights. And I think because of that kill coming in, while you're still going to get that extra bonus onto Bobby, but I don't think they're going to continue to push the pace without their key frontliner, I think, that kind of hold some of the aggro from OCs and Rayek. So still a 2-for-1, but not the worst trade in the world. That kill on Listic is pretty valuable.
I think Fremok might have gotten kidnapped there.
Ooh, Indomitable, interestingly, is bought by Mina here. I think we've not seen this item much in pro play, but it kind of makes a lot of sense on Mina, right? Especially in this world where I think Indomitable, I actually don't know if it works on the doorman. That is an interesting question.
I couldn't tell you, to be honest.
I feel like it should, but I guess well, I'm sure we'll see it at some point. Maybe he's not going to try. Jason?
Yeah, Spirit Burn got buffed.
Jason,
the Spirit Power
Jason,
ratio. What's up?
Are you seeing that notification?
Cried like a child.
What?
I think is that 2 zeros?
Excuse me? Is something wrong? 100 subs?
That's a viscous face. I saw it.
That's the biggest sub gift we have ever seen in Night Shift history. I think by a long shot. Crazy support coming in from the community. Massive W's in the chat, guys. This is insane. So much love, man. Cry with the child, doing God's work out here, keeping the lights on in the Night Shift.
Appreciate you. Everyone is now going to get a double cheeseburger tonight.
I think the donation or the note was like, I want this egg earn mod.
Okay, I mean, all right, 100 gifted. I feel like we can make that happen, man. I really feel like we can make that happen with 100 gifted coming down. So we'll have to chat more about that. But this guy doing God's work, we're gonna have to. I think honestly, we might have to just release it to the community straight up with that 100 gifted. By the way, Affliction on 3. Back breaking. Lowkey W. They've had that golden egg in their hand long enough. They want a taste of the prize money too, and they might be booking their ticket to the money match with that one, Jason.
I think Hoot kind of set that up, though. I mean, doing the amount of damage you did to Bobby with just a call bill or two, plus like Spirit Burn, Cosmetical takes it on Ray, trying to escape. They've got the huge mana advantage here. You're going to be careful not to lose anyone, though, because mid-boss is going to be up. There's a real potential to turn this into some shrines, into a mid-boss, and then a potential finish.
It's the dream
cannot
fight.
Get away. The puddle punch there, man. Just bouncing him and juggling him.
Where's okay, OC's back in the base, but I mean, this is rough. This is mid-boss. You might be able to take like a shrine while taking mid-boss. I think that maybe is too hard against the Venator, but this is at the very least double buffs plus earn plus mid-boss. He's looking out with Iridomini, trying to put some pressure on. He doesn't want to give up these towers for free, but with the doorman playing the door, man, this is so awkward. He just can't get the follow-up. Hoot is just harassing him, and now he's getting ganked from all sides. The doorman comes in from behind, looks for the gank, the cube to save him, and even OC's falls. That clears the way for these two to come heavy melee down, open up the first shrine of the game, and I mean, this is a crazy advantage to pull off. This should be backbreaking here. I mean, I don't see how Leviathan come back into the game after a fight like that.
Nah, not me either, man. I mean, just so happy for me to see Cosmetical back on Pocket. I think one of his like best heroes and something I wanted to see for such a long time within this team. And Lowkey W, we're talking about, you know, bringing out some old guards or old dogs here with the Pocket. The fact that they kind of got slapped down really heavy when it came to mid boss, but the bounce back out of them in particular to kind of stay focused and to be able to leverage the fact that Hoot is doing some crazy damage with Spirit Burn plus Boundless, plus the ability to kidnap people from halfway across the map has really allowed them to get back in this game.
It's a big lash hold onto 4. Wait, hold on. Crazy connection from Fremont. It gets all 3 rejues out, but still the rest of the team is healthy, and Affliction comes in onto 3, so it won't be without its price. Still, every kill is impactful here, but if you can find a single one, Bobby dies just as the first layer patron drops. He is not going to be alive for that second layer fight, and already they have lost the Victor ulti. So while Lowkey backs off, they look to maybe farm and expand this lead. It's full desperation from Leviathan. They're going to force this team fight and look for the kills, but Lowkey W more than ready to receive them. 3 have hit the deck, and almost certainly with them the chances for Leviathan to be on into the money match. It is Lowkey W's day today, and with $5,000 total prize pool on the line, $2,500 just for EU, before we even consider the crowdfunding, this is a great week to hit your stride for Lowkey W.
Such a crucial time to do it too. They've looked like a shadow of their former selves these last weeks after being able to take the title. They've been unable to win here the night shift with Zergy on the roster, but that might change tonight as they do get that rematch up against Abrahams and the chance to take the title back for themselves here. And Puckett, I cannot wait to see the damage breakdown here in this match, because Hoot has to be like top 2 damage.
Hoot is back, baby. A very slippery doorman indeed. And of course, Obikim, my apologies. Hayes does not suck in the hands of all players. Let's take a look at some of the numbers from this one. And yeah, Obikim, I'm good for it. It's already on your Twitch account. The 10 gifted is there. Speaking of gifted, 100 gifted. We just had to like go to production during that game and say, hey, can we make a special graphic for maybe later in the show or future shows? Because you guys are making some history here on episode 37. Early game action, it was within about 10K. The poll wave up to 21K. It was brought back a little bit closer after some earn runs, but what was the story of the early game to you, Jake?
I mean, early game was pretty close. We saw a lot of attempted ganks in the first few minutes from Lowkey W, most of which didn't have great success. I think it was a little bit deeper into the mid game where the comp really started to feel effective, right? These connections between Silver locking people down, Obikim getting massive damage, and this build is a little bit wild for a roaming Haze. Max fixation, max ulti, but he is bringing the damage in these mid game team fights. Like, the ults are hugely impactful. They're picking off these heroes who are supposed to be the threats on the team. Like Celeste, Lash, Bebop, these are supposed to be the heroes that you're a little bit scared to fight, but because of Obikim's catches, often they're the heroes who end up dying first. You see OC's often finding himself in a spot where
sick movement.
He just has to like back off and try to stay alive. I'm like, they're playing well, but honestly, it just felt like overwhelming aggression from Lowkey W.
Hayes 1v1, Hayes 1v1. She runs away.
This doesn't end well for Obikim. The puck gets hooked out of the teleporter into his death. I think in a clip or two before this, we saw Obikim. He was just kind of zoning out Bobby, and then when he got too aggressive, the cube into rescue beam just made it impossible to kill him, and they had to invest a lot to even get him as low as he was.
Yeah, that's when I timed my question about Hayes perfectly, just to rub it in that I hate her. We take a look at the doorman play, though, and I don't think this is the last. If you do not ban it, who is going to run you down with some bells and whistles?
It just makes like this new doorman build where, yes, you can find those little kidnaps, but you don't need to. You're not all in with the vortex web and like you're desperate to always find that. You're just throwing nukes, you know, like you're just dealing damage. You're fighting enemy heroes, and you just have a very sick get out of jail free card with the door. So the doorman first pick sure felt justified. I'm really curious, like Jason mentioned, to get an eye on those stats and to take a look at like, hey, just how dominant of a game was it? I also feel like I'm curious with Obikim. I think Obikim had respectable damage on the Haze this game. Like those ults were curious about. Big damage to start those fights.
The cone, kind of still useful, huh, Kaplan?
Turns out if you can aim, it's not that bad, I guess.
You said the cone, and for some reason, I'm thinking of like a dunce cone that you put on your head.
Cone of shame. That's where my head originally went. Yeah.
The thing is, it was just,
you deserve one.
The zoning power he was able to do, I feel like really made it uncomfortable for Leviathan to take these fights. I mean, especially when they fight these close quarters where Hayes can have really effective ultimates with the cone, with a change to her bullet dance. But we are starting to see some damage numbers come on through here. And Hoot, at 60K.
So he had half. He had half of the doorman, to put it in perspective, and she tried to farm twice as hard. 21 assists ain't bad.
I mean, this is a perma-fighting build for Obicam. So he's like initiating all these fights. He's taking some deaths, but he's doing exactly, I think, what he's supposed to on Hayes in this game. Is like, you might die, but you are starting things off and forcing fights. I also feel like we have to look at cosmetical, a couple big 3-man afflictions that end up just breaking the back of Leviathan in the late game, right? We talked about, okay, like, yeah, but how's the late game going to go? Pocket was the answer to that. And then, of course, Zergy, very clean game from him. 6'2", 21. He's there in a ton of the fights. He's super active, constantly fighting, constantly bringing his net worth to bear in those team fights. And, you know, when you can dunk those advantage urns in on the enemy side of the map, always a powerful sign. That's kind of the test you need to pass if you want to win aggressively in the early game. And Lowkey W do so with flying colors.
Did Victor pass the eye test today? I know they were down 24 plus kills.
I really hate the Victor. He did do like that Walker take. I mean, the refresher is a pretty funny build on a Victor. Actually, I think this is the wall breaker, right? He's gonna run it down on your walkers. I think it looks bad when you're losing behind. I don't think you're a good with this kind of a build. You know, you can soak some ganks and still be annoying with just the rejuvenation. But I think ultimately with like the doorman and the haze and the pocket, they were just kind of kiting him around. Yeah, grind out a life, grind out another life, but they were never forced into some sort of like all-in commitment where the Victor can actually turn things around.
Boom, there you have it. I thought when I saw the Mina, OCs was going to be playing it. My prediction was wrong based on that.
I mean,
ideation.
The thing is,
go back to what was working, guys.
But I hate that though. I hate if your identity is get OC's Mina to win games, like you don't deserve to be almost playing the night shift. You don't deserve to be one of the best teams in the EU, even though it might work, because you need to be able to expand on the hero pool. You need to be as effective or closely to that same level of effectiveness in other heroes to be able to win matches. When we're at like $100,000 lands and teams are banning, you know, Mina against you and you can't win, well, how'd you even get to that land, man? That's what I'm gonna ask you.
Jake, was there ever a moment on the Houston Outlaws where you're like, you know what, someone else should play Junkrat?
All right, no, come on now. Let's be real. Let's be real. That's my hero.
That makes sense.
That's my guy.
You give the best player his best hero, and you let him shine, Cap.
I will say, eye test for me. I think OCs did play well on the Venator. Like, I thought he still had a good game. Whenever we were on his POV,
movement.
He was making plays. He was like fighting his way out of it. Ultimately, I think it was the overall team from Lowkey W, right? It wasn't just any like one-to-one carry matchup gaps or like OCs played bad. I really don't think so, right? I think if you're really looking, it's like the plays that Hoot and Cosmetical are making, the finds from Listic to be able to get like things like that super fast urn dunk. This was a tour de force from Lowkey W. I don't even feel like Leviathan played poorly this game. I really think this is an incredibly hard comp to play against. And Lowkey W, how well they executed with it, it was like, I didn't really see chances for them to get back into the game. Like, oh, I can't believe you missed that. It was like, man, where was the chance to get back in the game? It felt like Lowkey W just had you locked down from basically mid-game till the end.
As my toddler told me today, Jake, everyone is allowed to have an opinion. Let's take a look, though, at the MVP. Did you both vote for this one, Kaplan?
I'm going to say yes, and Jake is not going to deny that, right?
I would never deny a vote for Viscous. You know what? Honestly, I think this is a really good call-out for our Psychic of the Match because we really didn't talk much about Break this game. He was just doing his thing on Viscous, but what we did constantly see from him was the big saves, right? It let Listic just go absolutely full aggro, completely fearless aggression, and he's getting saved and pulled out when things go wrong. Same for Obicam, right? Hayes is just, you know, no defensive items, all in aggro with the ulti, and then when you try and get that big turnaround play to counter her initiation and get the kill, the cube is constantly saving you. This knockdown rush build, very compy, man. This is like when you get the knockdown procced on you at like minute 4, you're like, who is this guy and why is he built this item?
And I kind of like how you see some different forms of Viscous as well. Like if you look at Goober, he's a very aggressive Viscous player. He likes to go for kills. He's a bouncy boy. He'll bounce on as much as he can to go for those kills. But then you see like more support oriented, like we're seeing out of Rake here, which he still has a ton of damage to back it up with, but some like clutch plays. Like here, he saves Obicam. Another point happens right here where he's able to cube Obicam again and pull him back. I think he's just playing at the right position at the right time for the team to help them have an escape plan, but to also like alleviate, or not alleviate, but to kind of enhance what Obicam and some others are able to do in the team.
Yeah, I think the style of supporting Viscous is actually perfect when you have more than enough aggression on your team, as we can see from the way who Obicam, Listic are playing this one. What you're lacking, arguably, right, is the defensive utility. And I think like we've seen Viscous kind of be feast or famine on the support role. Sometimes it feels really bad. This was, I think, a real demonstration of exactly how the character can look amazing when you're just throwing in nukes. The enemy doesn't even get the chance to think about going on you because you're constantly initiating on them. And the cube, although it's defensive, right? You're really just saving people who've already done a huge amount of damage, letting them reset their cooldowns, and then they can go in again and be aggressive again, right? So the cube in the end is sort of creating more damage, more impact for the rest of your team in the fight.
Everybody
we all love
needs
the cube. Who doesn't love a little
when I'm
rest?
about to ult or I'm Graves and I've just used all my abilities to close the range, and then you stop me, peek. All right, let's talk a little bit about what we got in store for us in the future, because you said some championship level play was shown in this last matchup. Great versatility from our challengers. Who do they have waiting for them, Kaplan? This is a doozy.
Man, Abrahams, they looked so different last week. They looked untouched. They looked like the dominating team that we used to see in the past. And I think part of that might just be due to the fact that they're all speaking Russian to each other, which they couldn't necessarily do when they had Dimov and Hood on the team. But also, they picked up the scraps from Lowkey W by taking Empty Dreams, who's been able to excel within this team as well.
I'm not scraps.
He's definitely
I'm
not
a
scraps.
treasure.
I mean, if
Discarded treasure.
Take home $2,500, you can't talk about scraps whatsoever. This team is starting to look unstoppable. I want to see what they bring today. I hope this wasn't like a 1 week thing. I want to see them have that same level of performance that they've had in the past. But Lowkey W also looked completely revitalized in this match.
I know they're not officially part of our stats, but shout out to Tracklock for all of my builds today. Jake, before we go to the break, anything you want to say to all of the gifters? This has been a record-breaking first quarter of a show, and we haven't even gotten to an EU final.
I mean, it's very little that can break my focus on a game when I'm locked in. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I looked at the screen for like a minute after we got that huge 100 gifted. So huge support from the chat, guys. Saw tons of gifted so far today, coming in from everybody. So all the subs in the channel, even all you just viewing, tuning in every day, even if you're not able to sub or give gifted, guys, it means a lot. The community support is why we are here today. It's why we've been able to level up the prize pool, to bring these big partners in and build up Deadlock esports from the ground up. So just a lot of love to the community. We got a lot of great Deadlock esports action though coming your way, and every single Wednesday night.
Absolutely, stay locked in. It's the Deadlock Night Shift. We'll tell you more on the other side of the break.
Vampire. I see the enemy. lash. I see the vampire. I see Victor.
I see the enemy.
Stay out of my way.
I see the enemy.
Stay out of my way. Let's take out people. I see Victor. Oh, great lash.
So you think. Welcome back to the night shift. I'm in charge, which means we're all getting fired. We got Jason Kaplan and Jake, who keeps us funded. And Jake, we can't do that without the community, because without the community, we can't bring in sponsors. And without the sponsors, we don't get to set record-setting prize pools like we have on fire tonight, thanks to our friends at Shopify. And of course,
Intel and Newegg are our newest members to the sponsorship group. So huge.
because we broke the Fiki egg, guys. We're
cracking it open. We're popping it into the prize pool in another level.
You would slurp one, Kaplan. Don't give me that.
I didn't know there was
face. You would
2,500
pull
bucks
out a
in there.
straw and you would just all 2,400.
I'd be cracking it like $2,500 in it. Come on now. Let's be real. Cracking at a minute 3.
These players have extra reason to play tonight. And of course, you guys have the best reason to watch Deadlock. It's to get better and learn from the best on the planet. They will truly be incentivized with a record-setting prize pool. Let's jump in with our teams and meet our players. You just witnessed some glorious domination in the Challengers matchup. Some familiar figures and new roles. Kaplan, what did we like about Lowkey W, our Week 37 Challenger?
Is it weird to say everything?
Yeah, it's
Kinda
pretty
like
cop-outy.
everything.
Yeah, you gotta like give me like 2 things that you learned.
Okay. Cosmetical still has a good pocket. I want to see more pocket.
Yep. Like that.
Who has a good doorman? Let's see some more doormen.
Who has best doorman? Question mark. Chat.
Oh, I mean,
Such a good hero for him as a player. I feel like it really
definitely
suits
top
his
for
style.
EU.
Jake, what is the scariest part of Lowkey W?
I will say, I think the scariest thing is that they feel very new, right? Even though this been a couple weeks with this roster, it feels like maybe this patch was exactly what this team needed, as like, hey, shake up the meta a little bit, kind of inject a little chaos, let this team have a sort of an equal footing instead of it being like they're coming into a patch that other teams have been grinding, kind of reset a little bit on that advantage. And it feels like this is the Lowkey W that we were promised with bringing Zergy in. I will say this is going to be the toughest opponent yet, right? It's one thing to be able to deliver a strong win against Leviathan. Abrahams has consistently been a team that will contest these kind of like early game fighting drafts. That's been Abraham's calling card since like week 1 on the night shift. They will just keep fighting you. They will not back down. Even if they're down in the souls a little bit, they will keep looking for those engagements, and they have the individual play to back it up. Empty Dream's going to get his shot against a former team where that's a huge pickup, right? To be able to grab onto your roster. You realistically, they bring Zergy onto this team more for like synergy reasons. This is not somebody, Empty Dream is not a player you drop from the team because there's a skill issue here, right? He is one of the most consistent, strongest players in EU. And so to find a home on Abrahams is, I think, a really happy thing for both the team and for him as an individual. This is going to be an exciting one. Like Lowkey W, resurgent, looking better than ever. Abrahams, though, they've been a brick wall. They've been kind of rebuilding that dominance over these last few weeks. Will the patch be able to change that, right? You look at this roster, and they're pretty stacked, right? Like historically, they've also had a ton of success, right? I guess Arzo, relative newcomer to this team, but the other 5 have been like many weeks deep of first place runs. They are no stranger to championship pressure. I think this extra prize money, I don't think it's going to phase them.
Jake, your fan club has arrived. Swiss Bootio with his Overwatch League logo just chimed in with his very first time chat. W. That was on behalf of 10 gifted that we just were given anonymously, which brings us within 81 subs of our 1,000 sub goal. I think we're going to get there tonight. The community has been pouring it on, but let's talk about why we're excited for the Abrahams. They've worn the title 16 times. 32 times. I'm not quite sure. We're going to get the official
Somewhere in
count here in a
between there.
moment. But Saint has been one of the highest MVP players of all times. If you're looking at our leaderboards in the past, what makes this guy great? I know he has the biggest hands when it comes to the Mo 1v1s.
Well, I think before I say that and talk about Saint, I have to quickly point out something that Wholesome Joe has tipped $100, I believe now. I did 30 into the YouTube chat, 70 over here on Twitch. And the comment is, can my donations go specifically to second place? I want to make sure Abrahams gets something when they lose.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. CFO,
I feel like we could arrange
like
that.
this?
We could like customize
Send
that.
the
Why
memo.
not?
Send the
Roll second
memo. It's
place.
in the mail. Thank you to who? Who was it again, Kaplan?
Wholesome Joe.
Wholesome Joe.
That's a wholesome move right there. I want second place.
I'd love to be able to have like
$100.
second place is like we buy you dinner, you know, like that's like the vibe. It's like, you know what, we little something, little, you
Hey,
know,
we'll get a Chipotle sponsorship, and then we can do something. I'm down.
Yeah,
with that.
you
win one
get the
burrito.
free chips and salsa. All right, congratulations.
some buns in the mail. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
Wraith659 says Sonya Sniper's lash was freaking insane last week. Kaplan, I know you are a lash lover, not just in looks and who you want to cosplay as and who you'd like to be in the future, or who would you like to go on a car ride with for a very long time through the mountains alone. But what makes this character fun to watch for you, and what makes him actually useful on a team?
Man, like the impact Lash can have. I think the impact he can have with his ultimate is insane. The bowling power. See, there's the tip coming on through. You can see on the screen. The bowling power he has as well. But I also really enjoy the fact he acts as like a human ward in these games. And you don't really see a lot of heroes kind of fill that role. It gives you so much information. And it's about how you use that information and the ability to express your the skill expression for your movement. I think is like him and Pocket and Celeste are like three of the best heroes to really emphasize that. It always is explosive. The only downside is if the other team gets counter spells, you're kind of screwed. But you asked me a question. I want to go back to it really quickly here, Puck.
Yeah.
You asked about Saint, right?
Yes,
Seeing
sorry.
Saint flex out to like Abrams, I thought was really interesting. It shows maybe a change in the mindset of the team as well. We don't really run those hard supports anymore. He's got big fists, big hands. He can win a 1v1 any day with Mo and Krill.
Right.
But can they win again is gonna be a whole nother question. But I think there's that slow mental change across all teams. We don't really need to run like a hardcore support anymore. Where's Paige been? Where's Rem been? I know we did have, I think Rem played last week on Leviathan side, but we're not seeing like those healer supports anymore. Even Kelvin is going not necessarily towards healing. He's going more towards a little bit of damage and bullying power in the early game.
Jake, is it a Bible he's holding? Is it a Bible thump? Is that the move?
Who?
I don't play Abrams.
Oh. I mean, I think it's a cursed tome. I think the book is like
Think
cursed.
about
but
renaming it when
he's
you
like
go
a
live.
demon. He's a
Think
demon
about it.
detective. Lowkey W, first banning the Kelvin. Okay, was Kelvin untouched in the last draft completely? If I'm not wrong. I will say, if there was a team that was going to make a Kelvin draft look terrifying, it's Abraham's. Like, I kind of like this ban because I think, you know, the Kelvin creates this opportunity to be like, Abraham's swarms over you, Kelvin dumps somebody off, free kill, and Abraham say, yeah, we've seen enough. No, Doorman, the shenanigans, you're not getting away with that Hoot. I mean, it's not really going to hurt Hoot as an individual. I do, though, agree that the Doorman, what we've seen the last few days, the new build, the new way of playing people have innovated. I mean, for him to be 60k damage and doing, like, he's not farming. He is just fighting 24/7 and he's top damage. That is so terrifying. So they get rid of the Doorman and the response is going to be first pick Bebop. Okay.
Shiv is coming through.
I don't hate that. I don't like that prediction. I think Shiv, Apollo, two heroes that got
Set 'em
first
up.
ban last time, could
Hold
consider
me
them
in,
both.
Bebop. I'm a gut you. Okay, Silver's pretty good at it too.
Yeah, another hero who doesn't care so much
is
about
Silver
getting
a
hooked.
Bebop counter, or is it the opposite?
I think it's a
Bebop's
very good
got the
matchup
uppercut
for
to
Silver.
like knock someone away.
I think it's still a good Silver matchup, mostly because you're one of the few heroes who can get hooked and then like actively engage after getting hooked. You don't necessarily need to run away. Bebop also really hates to get caught by the entangling bola. Like, you really need to be able to like run away fast when people go on you on Bebop. You have a huge hitbox. You have a lot of HP, but Silver is one of the best heroes, like not caring about high HP tanks and just still chunking through them.
The Sinclair has been picked by Abrahams. Is that to keep it away from Obakim? Because the last team banned it, Kaplan.
I don't think it's necessarily to keep away from Obikim. I think he's just a really good mid contester, like objective contester with the Rabbit Hex. We saw it last week as well when it came to the NA games that Sinclair can kind of completely single-handedly control the mid-boss pit because of the rabbit hex into stealing away rejuice, but also if you pick ultimates that fare really well into him, it kind of deters you away from going things like maybe pocket, which we saw Cosmetic obviously play in the last game. So maybe it's like it's a double thing. We prevent you from playing certain heroes, but we also get a lot of control around these objectives that we know Abrahams love to play around. They love that mid-boss.
You pick it early in the draft, and it kind of feels now the other team, anytime they draft a team fight ult, they're like, is it worth getting this team fight ult, or do we not want to give it to Sinclair? So it certainly complicates the drafting phase, I think, to grab it early. I also think Sinclair is one of the slipperiest heroes in the entire game, right? With his ability to teleport to the clone. You can like get in and get out from insane spots, getting Bebop hooked. Like you basically have to keep him permanently slowing hexed to prevent that. And once he gets a Dispel Magic, it's just not happening. He is going to TP out. I also think stealing the Apollo ult is pretty underrated. It is a crazy ult to steal and have on a low cooldown because it gets you, out of trouble, like finishes off kills. You can dive super deep with it and then just teleport back using your double. So Sinclair is an interesting one for sure.
His kit too, because he takes like greater expansion, right? So it works really well with Tony Lusan.
He's going to buy the right items to enable it too. Abrahams also grabs the Mirage, so I think that carry looked super strong for Zergy this game. Although for Lowkey W, it's like I think Venator did look good the last game. Ultimately, like I still think that hero, lot to be said about its ability to impact the game. Lowkey W are not going for it yet, though. They are turbo all in on the Spirit carry right now, and this is it's very reminiscent of the last game, right? They're like, we are gonna go crazy in the mid game. We're hard prioing the heroes that let us fight at that mid stage of the game and get an advantage that we're confident we can swing to win. And 76.
We just reached 1,000 subs on the channel, a milestone here on episode 37. Thank you again for helping us get to 4 digits. Jake, people know this, of course, is going to help the show. As the CFO, real quick, as we see the remaining draft picks coming in, we'll talk about them as the game starts. But what does this mean for like the crew? What does it mean for future episodes when we get some donations in the community funding like this?
Yeah, just to be transparent with everybody, like essentially what we do is we take all the revenue we get from Twitch and YouTube and we're like plowing it back into like running more shows, doing cool things, activating for the community. So whether it's people supporting the partners we get and like, actually engaging with the partnerships and some of these cool mods.
Trying to figure out how to do a LAN. I'm not allowed to say that. I just said that, but we don't have a sponsor attached to that hypothetical situation yet.
But exactly, right? We're plowing it all back into Deadlock Esports. We still feel like there's so much more growth and future on this game. So when people are able to support like that, or just, hey, even folks who can't financially support and are going to watch every week, tell their friends to be here, it all makes a difference. It's like the success of the show begets more, bigger events for the show, bigger opportunities, doubling down on the prize pool like we're able to do this week. So just it really, as somebody who's like enmeshed in building this business and trying to build Deadlock Esports, I can't tell you, like the community support, it makes a world of difference. It changes everything as far as the kind of scale and scope we're able to aim for.
But Jake,
what's up, Gavin? What do you see?
The company trip to the Maldives.
Well, we're doing that.
Money on.
No, it's going back to the players.
Vegas, then the Maldives, then a little bit of crypto. We'll ride it.
Put it all on black. We're gonna do a crazy.
Yeah, put it all on black. We're gonna double it. Double it again.
Right. Honestly, I think if we leave it up to the community, we would have a little bit of fun in Vegas. They would keep us kind of honest, but they would let us go a little bit of rogue. Like we wouldn't bet it all, but maybe like 30%. Think about it. Also, I was told it is legal to gamble overseas. So if there's any cruise ship that wants to pick up players from Europe, pick up players from North America.
Deadlock cruise.
Do you imagine doing a Deadlock land cruise?
I can make some content. I'm really good at marketing. Let's talk. In the meantime, we got Who in the game saying something really interesting. Who, be nice. It's time to get into this game. We've got Lash Out. We've got some Sinclairs. We've got Silvers, Minas, Mirages, and Paradoxes going up against the Warden crew. Who's thicker? Who's going to be better in the early game? Jake?
I think Lowkey W are basically... they're putting their chips on the table. They're calling their read of the meta because a couple of the heroes different, right, from game one. But I think this is essentially the same style, the same draft from game one, right? From a how this draft plays. I even like the Warden more in a way than the Mirage because I think Warden, he's gonna pretty much just hard farm until he gets max trap. But the max trap silence is crazy against a lot of these heroes like Lash, Silver, Sinclair. It's like a long duration silence if you're able to lock people down. And the way they've been playing is like Bebop, Haze, these are heroes that are going to buy slowing hex, are going to set up these initiations, Apollo too. Warden can come in and maybe hit a much earlier timing than somebody like Mirage could. So it is almost more all in on the draft and on the strategy of winning in the early game. And for Abrahams, I do think they have a stronger late game, and they weren't as greedy as I think Leviathan were in the last game. So I do think it's going to be a harder one for Lowkey W. But I feel like I was made a believer by game one in the concept of like playing the Haze. You know, the pocket can carry the late game. You even have Celeste, so your late game spirit carry pretty significant. And that means you're not so all in on the Warden to hit a crazy ultra late game. He can start getting active maybe a little bit earlier and maybe even pushing the pace against Abraham. So really interested to see how this one plays out. It's always going to come down to execution when you play a tempo draft. If you like throw away a bad team fight, you really can lose that lead. But
look up, Jake. Look up, Jake. Look up.
No, not
oh
there.
my
Jake.
God.
Incredible Mouse with another 100 tips. Sorry, keep that thought rolling as the player prize pools continue to grow.
It's gonna buy me like 8 margaritas at the pool in the mountains right there. Just kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, we drink
12.
mezcal on the rocks here. We're classy gentlemen.
I'm looking at Lowkey W though. Is Listic actually gonna be on the Apollo? I mean, Cosmetical probably gonna be on the Pocket. Hoot, I would guess on the Celeste, and then Vraic on the Bebop. I think Vraic will be kind of similar to what we saw before with the Viscous to allow Obi-Kim to be successful, use that as an escape mechanism. Yeah. One thing I do worry about is, I don't know, the Abraham side, I'm still not really hating this. The fact they can still weigh an affliction on you and just turn a fight around. They have so much mid control as well with Sinclair. I just hope Lowkey W doesn't fight in really bad positions, which they've definitely done in the past.
Jake, can we turn off the sponsors for a moment so I can ask this question? Did you read it in chat?
I don't. I'm super scared when you ask that question. I don't know what you're gonna say, but
is it a shirt idea?
Yeah, it's a shirt idea.
No. I don't think we can talk about that one.
All right,
okay.
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna veto whatever you're saying. I would like us.
Whatever
to
happens on the cruise can stay on the cruise or be turned into a T-shirt to talk about what you did on the cruise. In the meantime, we've got the Abrahams taking on Lowkey W, and the producers are cutting me off. Shoppy, take us away to the first game of the grand finals.
Shoppy saving us with some healthy and wholesome dancing, some good vibes.
I like how Puckett asked you, like, can I say this? And you instantly just no.
I'm like so skeptical.
Don't even know
I'm
what it was.
skeptical.
I just know it's a no.
If you need to ask for permission, I feel like I'm scared. I'm scared, guys. I'm turbo focused on. We're going late game. We got two. We got two
Shoppy
Shoppies. The dab on us.
Is it true Shoppy got trained in the dancing arts by the Jabberwockies?
Yes, I don't know. I only know a little bit about that, but
no, it's the tiny teddy bears from Star Wars. Ewoks, I think they're called.
I could see it.
Definitely a spicy one.
Did I show my age there, Jake? You don't know who the Jabberwockies are?
I have heard of the name, but I don't know them.
It was like a dancing crew in like this MTV show way back in the day, and you would like dance battles. And like judges would choose who had like the best dance. It was like I don't know, like 8 or 10.
We should have dance battles on this show. That's all. That's my first thought when you say that.
I don't want to be involved in that. I don't dance.
I mean, you're the one who brought it up. It's kind of on you.
I can do the Macarena, and that's about it.
That might take on the cruise, like captive audience, like.
That sounds more like a punishment, like
a couple marks in you from the pool, like no, never say never.
That would be sick. Have you ever been on a cruise, Jake?
I have one time. I'm going to say it's not, as an introvert, it's not really my forte to be locked in on a boat with many, many people.
Bro, you get to like go eat any time of the day. You wake up at 2 a.m. I could do some cookies and pizza. Guess what?
I can do that at home, man. I can. I'm an adult. I can eat whatever I want. I'm not 6, man. I don't have to wait for my mom to make dinner.
But you don't have to go out and buy it. You can just like go get it. It's like
True.
Damn, you got me on that one. I'm an adult. Crap, I didn't think of that. You got me
you
there,
can eat
man.
whatever you want. This is revolutionary.
I mean, I don't have any cookies at home, but
I got some cookies. I'll bring you some cookies.
I'll bring them on the cruise. Gummy worms still. I could bust out a bag of those.
Oh, wait, that could go crazy.
Just have to remind myself not to eat the whole bag on air again because it tickled the back of my throat, and
I'm not gonna lie,
all go out.
I went through all those bags we got in like 2 weeks, man. I was a fiend. I cannot have those in my house because they're too good, man.
Bro, the pre-workout,
I'm not to be trusted.
Like that's a good pre-workout, honestly.
Pre-workout gummies? Okay, that
Yeah.
goes kind of crazy. Get your blood sugar up. All right.
I'm an adult. Somebody needs to clip it out for me. I need
an
to use that
adult.
for something. No, Jason, I'm an adult. I can have cookies and pizza whenever I want. I don't have to go to a cruise for it.
You only on the ocean, only in international waters is it legal to in fact eat cookies and pizza. I mean, you really gotta watch yourself. Stay covered out there.
Oh, so you think you can dance? That was the show. Thank you so much. All right. Anyways, back into the game here because this is our grand finals and it is a record-breaking prize pool. We see in the top left-hand side corner is not broken. 52.90 at the moment. 5,000 coming in from Shopify, Intel, and Newegg, and 290 coming in from your support of you guys at home. A lot of money to be won here. The biggest on the night shift ever. Zarso does get hooked in initially, and it will actually be Listic on the Bebop. I thought it was going to be Vrake actually, and Vrake's going to be over on the Apollo. So a little bit of a switch up on the Lowkey W side.
Yeah, and some aggressive trades coming in. They're really trying to put the screws to Listic, punish this Bebop for stepping up in the lane, but it also means Apollo gets some pretty aggressive trades at a very high health total, and I think this is a character that really likes to be dominant and aggressive in the lane, right? A high HP total is going to really assist with that. Let him put that HP to work, getting under the walker, popping those Mystic Bursts. Don't expect there to be any crazy advantage in the early laning phase. I think teams at this level, they're just too careful, right? They're too good at playing defensively, holding the towers. You're probably going to need to see ults come online or big roams before more than maybe a pick off here and there. Can certainly help. Obviously, finding first blood is always a nice little boost for teams. Definitely curious to see how the Warden plays. I'm such a Warden enjoyer. Every time there's a new patch, I'm like trying to play Warden.
I'm sorry, I'm distracted by Sana Sniper Empty. It's a new player we have on Abraham's side coming on in. I don't know if you noticed
Sniper
it, Jake.
empty. Yeah. I'm with you on the top screen.
Just do a limit of like how many characters people are allowed to have in their names. And I think Sonic Sniper and Empty Dreams kind of surpassed that limit. But I think, look at the last game into this one. One of the biggest playmakers for me, again, was obviously Hoot. But I think Cosmetical, and I kind of keep a close tab on him over the course of this game because his afflictions, he did whiff a couple. Like he either like missed or he hit like 1 or 2 people, but he hit it when it mattered. And he hit was like 3 people, was able to force them back and give Lowkey W like the full control of that fight. For him, I want to see him have another good game like that. I think he's honestly one of the win conditions for Lowkey W because when they win, he looks really good, and when they're not winning, he doesn't really have as much impact.
By the way, Vrake just ganked and missed every single skill. Like, that is so sad. I mean, I don't think it's the end of the world. Like, it's the mid lane's fine, but that was just a particularly tragic little clip from Vrake. I mean, they were all kind of close, but Rapace just didn't get anything, didn't hit a single of the flawless advance or the disengaging sigil.
He was just thinking about the pizza and cookies he could be eating right now.
Yeah, that's true. He's distracted. Got to stay locked in, man. With this much money on the line, biggest prize pool ever in the night shift history.
Buys a lot of cookies.
You can buy a lot of cookies.
I'm done talking
$5,000
about that. I kind of want to keep talking about it. I'm not though. Anyways, I've seen Task back on Paradox. I mean, Paradox, I think got some buffs as well. Talking to AVG, thinking Paradox actually came out pretty well ahead, and Pocket combined. And Task is one of the OG Paradox players. If anyone can make it work, I think it's going to be him. And of course, Saint on the Sinclair kind of put him in more of a playmaker role than he previously was when it came to Kelvin.
Yeah, I think Bebop 2 is going to, looks like he's getting away with the full Headhunter rush, which I think is always a really nice start to the game. He's going to be weak for this one more wave, right? But once he gets this farm, should be enough for Headhunter. By the way, shout out to everyone bringing those primes in. Keep them coming. Nice hook here. And I think maybe does not have access to the double. Could be on cooldown right now with Celeste, and they're going to be able to finish off that kill. Ends up going the way of Listic, so a nice little find for him. And with buffs spawning, looks like it's going to be a split 1-to-1 on the buff. See what they're able to roll here, this RNG. Always nice if you're able to grab a Vitality. Movement, probably the worst possible roll, but Sonya Lash is going to get a gun buff, which isn't really the best hero buff combo. So neither buff I think is going to be too game-breaking. If anything, Obakim could be able to set up some deeper ganks than would normally be possible with that extra movement.
I did actually forget, looking back at the fact that Listic's on Bebop, he's been having like a major Bebop arc on his stream. I remember like a week or 2 ago, he's been playing nothing but Bebop, so definitely kind of fits. He's been hitting some really good hooks initially. If you think about him and Obi comparing together, a Sleep Dagger into a hook, I mean, it's guaranteed, or a hook into a Sleep Dagger, whatever it might be. That's a lot of lockdown, especially with a cage on top of that. There's some really big kill potential for the Lowkey W side if they hit these hooks. Plus, Bebop is always viable the entire game. All it takes is one hook to win you a team fight, to get you initial kill, to get you an objective, or whatever it might be.
Big silence on the Pocket. Does he have the skills to be able to slip away from this one? Looks like with the Rake missing, should be able to get out of that one. That was closer than it would seem, though, right? If you're able to get that, the Bat proc plus able to get that rake. I think that would have been enough to kill Cosmetical. Affliction is out. It's on together. Still pretty healthy. And here comes a committed ult trying to go in. They do get that finish onto Cosmetical. Or together rather, even with ultimate, doesn't really want to force it. Although with Mirage TPing in, maybe he will. Although, hold on, that TP does get canceled. So a nice save. That TP would have been enough to shut down Obikim, and maybe a tower dive to be coming in. I mean, this haze is very low and basically has to hit a perfect sleep to stay alive. But with Spawner coming back in, maybe they're not going to attempt it.
Well, let's get another hook this time onto Arzo. I think it's a stolen Tani Losan coming on through. She locks Listic down, gets him down to half HP now, looking to escape. Another ultimate coming on in, this time out of Rake. The real Tani Losan. And even the backup as well. This is an all-out brawl on the mid lane here. Who's actually pushed away 2 players on Abraham's side. No,
Last
that's coming on in. He's kind of low in HP now.
Yeah, no connection off of that one. So that's, I mean, big exchange of ults around the mid lane, but nobody dies. So both teams, I think, playing really cautiously, carefully. Neither one wants to make the mistake. Lash willing to take some trades, but Celeste is a pretty scary hero to trade with, right? With that Spirit Lifesteal off with the first skill, can be quite threatening. Dive on the mid, though, is going to be good. Even it's Arzo as well, picking up that finished kill. Always a nice one to find on Mirage. Lycan Curse from Silver. She's going to be happy about that, getting some extra HP and thinking about a continuation onto this mid tower. No one's here to defend this. It looks like that tower is going to be going down. Yeah, big push. Silver does deceptively high tower damage with this Lycan Curse.
Let's just go Hyper Beam. Looks like he's going to commit it. Oh, he hits a hook again.
Huge
Puts together back towards the Guardian. 70 HP left and dead. Listic again. Will turn around into another kill. It has Headhunters, his first item being picked up. And Hoot's back in the mid lane. Even Obikim's here. They really want to go for an all-out battle.
Oh, this is massive because I believe, okay, they don't defend the Guardian, but they do get 2 kills off it, which I just think is more than enough. Mirage TPing in, actually just to save Mina here, and might be able to turn things around, though, onto Cosmetical, who's gone quite deep, running low on skills. The Bola gonna shut him down, and surely dead to rights here. Empty Dream's gonna pick up that finish. Good little defensive rotation. Mina was getting run down there, and even Obikim came into this, but it looks like he's throwing good money after bad. Gonna get run down here. He has to be able to move his way out of this one, trying to break enough distance to get away with the invis, and I think he may have done just that.
With the center spawned on him, Obikim's actually sticking around here towards this left-hand side jungle. Gain some information. As I say, maybe can pull off the kill here. He's gonna get caught out by Together. Bulla's gonna connect. Some good movement though, able to slide through. Actually create some distance and has the backup out of Rake now there.
I mean, Hayes has I believe the best stamina pool, so you actually are incredibly mobile. By the way, I think Rake just grabbed the entire doubles there and got out, which is nice. Together was looking for the punish. Maybe will end up finding Pocket. Pocket wisely reads it though, knows that that cape's being watched, and looks like he slipped out another way.
Some good invade though to take away centers from Lowkey W. You're Together, who's just been around the map quite a bit. I do kind of wonder, I feel like Abrahams, they really want like objective fights. They really want to fight around urns. They want to fight around walkers. The split push potential of having a Mirage, first of all, is already crazy. But then you have like a Lash and Sinclair to pair together, as well as a Paradox to swap on in. It's I think, very difficult for Lowkey W to challenge out when it comes to these team fights around objectives. But they also have some pretty good pick potential themselves.
Yeah, the ult's coming out here from Hayes and Warden, and it looks like it's going to be 2 quick kills, both going the way of Obikim. Nice finds for the Hayes on this tempo build. Slowing Hex comes out immediately, strong team fight, and that's going to be a ton of space for Zergy to really just dominate this side of the map. The Warden's going to have, this is like a dream game for Warden, right? He's getting off to some early kills. Nice little movement from Together, though, to avoid getting knocked off the pad and keep him alive and healthy on the high ground. But with buff spawning, it's going to be, looks like a bit of a brawl here on this left side.
Nowhere to really escape because your assistant's there on the buff anyways. Buff spawned on in. It's going to be surrounded for Zergy on the right-hand side. It's going to be casting for Together. So Death Slam catches on to 2, though it might cost the life of Sandra's Sniper down to 150 HP, using that ground strike just to get away. But look at the mini-map. Lowkey W are all here ready to fight. They cast spawned on in, and it's going to be picked up by Rake.
Listic does get that Headhunter proc, finishing off Lash. Going to get run down, though, by Silver, but with an Affliction on 2, you don't want to stick around too long into this one. Satan trouble ticking down, but Mirage has come to fight into this one, and maybe Cosmetical will get punished for throwing down that Affliction. Saint seems like he's going to get away from this one as well. Kill-wise, it's a winning trade for Abrahams, but it does give urn control into a lane where Zergy is like dominating. It's very scary to come pressure the Warden, especially with Vitality buff, so looks kind of like a free dunk to beat here, Jason. So I think in the end, it is actually a win for Lowkey W.
Yeah, I don't really think there's any contest in this. No Death Slam, nothing to stop this one coming on through. But as you pointed out before, those Zergy on 11,000 souls, 12k now. He has been left alone in this right-hand lane. Lowkey W has been fighting with a 5-man squad away from him. No one's really been able to contest against him. No one's even hit the 10k mark on Abraham's side. And I do wonder, how are they going to leverage his soul lead into objectives or into advantageous fights? Are they going to keep letting him farm up? Are they going to force fights around like mid-boss? Are they going to force that Walker to go on down? I think there's a lot of choices Lowkey W can make here.
I should know this, but I don't know with the recent change, what's the soul count when you get the max trap? You basically have to go max flask first on Warden to just farm efficiently. It's basically a necessity, especially when you buy Quicksilver Reload and maybe Surge of Power. You just basically need that skill max. But when the trap maxes, when you get that silence on the trap, that's when I expect Zergy to start showing a little bit more presence in these fights. By the way, some highway robbery here from a half HP Overkim. This is a incredibly aggressive move, and even though he's Rapid Hex, he's still bullet dancing on Saint, who gets caught from the slowing hex. Saint did not see that one coming.
I think that was also a trap out of Zergy to lock him into that position so they could confirm that kill and also take away these sinners. Man, they have a huge lead, almost 10k 12 minutes in. This is a phenomenal start out of Lowkey W. If they can keep this momentum up, who's been pushing the left-hand lane to keep Abraham's honest? And you can see how quickly this soul difference has grown in what, the last 2 minutes of time?
Yeah, I mean, this is basically shades of last game, right? It feels like the same story. You know, it's like the game's pretty even, and then Hayes starts getting active with the ult, the rest of the team finding value. I feel like the Bebop looks way better this game, where on the aggressive side, rather than trying to be defensive and counterplay, he's starting the plays on Bebop. And the fact that he's able to go with this aggressive gun build, like, Abraham's constantly on the back foot. Like, you've got to be pretty scared of, like, trading with this Bebop in the lane. And I mean, Lash is like throwing some harass out, but ultimately, you're the guy standing here hitting creeps. You're the stronger one in the lane.
Not to mention Hoots also by his side too, looking for some punish on towards him.
Really deep rundown. He is going to get swapped in silence. The spell magic is going to get him out, and I think Hoot might be out. They maybe still look for the rundown, but Celeste is just, she's so mobile. Yeah, they're not even going to try and chase it.
I mean, how do you even slowing Hexer, or not slowing Hex, sorry, Rapid Hex? You saw Saint put one down and Hoot just danced around it and got completely away from it. So there's no way to actually get locked down. As another bolt dance coming on through with the Warp Stone, trying to take down this Mina. Empty Dreams is really low on health. He does have backup there though, so I'm not 100% sure he's gonna be able to get this kill. If anything, I think Empty Dreams is gonna be able to escape this one. It's
yeah, they might
who needs to run.
Might be able to turn it around on him, but if he's healthy, he's invis, he has Warp Stone. Just getting away with that is already nice. It looks like the Lash ult came in. Warden's gonna throw the ult out to get the extra resist and try and fight this one out. Needs the heal from the creeps, but actually Together is here. And first time Zergy really shows up in a big Walker push and actually gets punished pretty brutally for it. So a big mistake from the most farmed hero in the game right now. It's gonna be a nice find. Can Lowkey W find anything off that tempo advantage that a lot of heroes showed defensively? The other side of the map, it's open season for Lowkey W to look for a fight, but Mirage standing pretty tall here.
It almost felt like Obikim actually baited Zergy into that fight, because Obikim, he's the one that bolt danced, he warp stoned under the Walker trying to take down Empty Dreams. I think Zergy rotated back in to help him, and then he was the one that actually paid the ultimate price there. Kind of unfortunate, but he was also down for 30, 40 seconds of time, allowing everyone else to catch up. I think you really can't understate how important it is to not die while ahead, because not only are you not getting souls, you're also dead for a lot longer, and everyone else catches up to you. You can see now only a 1k lead over Arzo.
Yeah, that definitely is going to hurt the game. I still think you're in the driver's seat for Lowkey W. They just need to keep finding those trademark initiations, setting the Haze up for success, finding the right kind of a team fight to start. Those Haze ultis have felt really scary. Like, historically, this hasn't been the strongest ulti until the ultra late game, but Obakim's really making it work with this really new way of approaching the hero.
Looks like Toxic Bullet's going to be coming in for Arzo. I feel like we haven't seen Toxic Bullets as a staple for Mirage in quite a while. I guess the change is inevitably making him go towards that direction as Listy gets a gun buff with Headhunter and slowing bullets on top of this. He's going to be a pain to deal with here, as the next turn is going to be spawning in on the right-hand side.
I do like the Toxic buy against Warden in particular there. Like, he's a very high HP carry who really hates the percent-based bleed, and also he has a lot of self-heal that gets punished. Nice zip knock, though. Who caught slacking. Tried to do a little bit too much greed-wise, but still manages to grab that shield, and the extra follow-up isn't really there. Lash a little bit low on stamp. Boots out of this scot-free. A little cover by Zergy to keep the Celeste alive. That would have been a very annoying find to give away to Sonya.
I think luckily for Hoot, there wasn't really a big investment either. If anything, didn't have to use his Dispel Magic. You're in the hand, though, of Listic as he's trying to run it across, and it looks like Abraham's will be going for the contest this time, keeping Cosmetical on the right-hand lane. More importantly, to deal with empty dreams, you can't push your walker on down, leaving it to a 5-on-5 on the left-hand side. With Abraham's having that initial control, you can hear that
together hooked in
coming through out of Obikim.
Yeah, together gets hooked in there. Follow-up is there immediately from Obikim. Stolen Italian Losad immediately responded to a bit of a sword fight here on the side lane. Saint on just a tiny sliver of HP. And Listic out here just boxing it up with the best of them, man. Fearlessly running down the enemy carry right now. This Mirage pretty farmed. You maybe want to be a little bit careful about that, but as the dust settles, it's still a dominant fight. And yeah, it looks like Mirage is going to get caught. Now surrounded, hit from all sides. The spell magic is out. And that's going to mean open season for Obikim, just laying in the damage. Dust Devil slows things down, and actually, they're going to back off. They're not going to chase for more. Too scared of the potential swap from Paradox. Listic without the HP to continue to chase. So Arzo, enough damage to scare away the opposition. That is a big moment. Like losing the Mirage there would have been really terrible for your game plan.
Oh, nice satchel dodge away from the rake. I think Empty Dreams also kind of cut the wave behind Cosmetical, so you couldn't push that right-hand walker while the Erdem was being turned in, which did get dunked in by Hoot.
Oh, he's dead.
Lead.
Return fire? Is it going to proc Lycan Curse? It just might, but will it be enough to get out? Stuck in the trap. Immobilized comes out. The silence prevented him from jumping away. And so, yeah, Zergy with max trap, right? Like, it's really hard to fight into this. I think this is a big issue for them. Mina is going to rip the ult here. Nox Monster trying to bring in some aggressive damage. A stolen affliction just on Ballistic's Bebop. He's going to probably just have to back out, peel away from this team fight. They're trying to run him down. They're trying to finish the kill. They'd love to find it, but there's more players coming into this one. They're not going to let it go for free here on Lowkey W. They might be able to force a team fight. As Sonya tries to get out of this, but with the slowing hex, with the bullet dance, stand boost is enough, but not quite to get out.
I mean, I think they might even lose another player. Arzo going up in a 1-on-2 up against Hoot and Zergy on the left-hand side. He's able to push Zergy out. And Arzo now down to about 700 HP. Hoot's trying not to give this one up, but Together's going to be coming in back in from the zip line, as well as Task rotating on forward here, and Hoot's going to have to just turn tail and run.
Look at that proc, man. The max gen. Yeah, that bites, man. I think Hoot sticking around a little too long, not anticipating the support coming in. So it's a good rotation for Abrahams. Abrahams have been really aware. Like, there's been a couple times where Arzo's been in really serious trouble, but every time Abrahams has bailed him out. And I think that's what's kept the Soul lead to, yes, 10K is like meaningful, but honestly, any deaths there on Mirage would have been really, really rough, right? Could have opened up objectives like mid-boss or, you know, stealing a ton of camps away. So the fact that Abrahams are so aware of this aggression and are making sure when it comes Arzo's way that it is responded to is, I think, a testament to their strength as a team.
I also think the fact that Arzo basically wins a 1v2 there. Like, he forced Zergy out and was able to kill Hoot when Together rotated on in. I think it just shows how much damage Arzo's really doing at the moment on this Mirage, and you need multiple people to deal with him. Especially the toxic bullets online, as you already pointed out before, up against Zergy. So it's a decent matchup right now for Abrahams on the left-hand side, with the two carries going head-to-head while there's bouts breaking everywhere else. And still with the 10K lead for Lowkey W, you have to wonder, where is the allocation in? Can we actually take a look here at like the souls per player on our lovely little bar graph to see where the majority are, and more importantly, like which team has the most? So it's gonna be 2 players from Lowkey W and then 2 players from Abrahams.
Taking the lead over the Warden, and I actually don't mind it, right? You know, we were coming out of a meta in which the carry was always Gun, right? Maybe Mina was like the one exception, but basically always the carry was Gun. Pocket is like the true spirit hero. He's not like Mina or Mirage, whose gun does spirit damage. He just is a spirit carry, and he's getting huge scaling in this game. So expect to see him come online. I think a lot of Pocket mains will be really curious to see what the build ends up being for Cosmetical to go towards that late game.
You were never really a Pocket main, right? You're always like Viscous.
No. Yeah, Viscous. I mean, Viscous is the only like spirit nuker I play. I mostly play gun carries.
Interesting. They need to release like a Juntrat type hero with like grenades, and I wonder how well you'd be able to. You'd easily be like top 10 NA for sure if that happened. What task is going to go down? Facilitated by a nice hook. Another survival buff coming on through. I mean, Listic already has fortitude, and he has survival on top of this. The roaming potential of him to go in and out of fights is just going to be crazy.
He's a big tanky boy. A little earn pickup. Looks to be grabbed for free here, as the golden egg is going to go on the back of Celeste, who's one of our best earn running heroes, right? With that improved air movement. Nice little the wall bounce trick off the pad. Second wall. Oh, is this going to be? Let's see this. We got to stay on this cam. Not quite perfect run. A little awkward around the mid, but extremely good. Scared to run it direct, though, with players potentially looking to contest and grab the urn out of his hands. Zergy is getting ganked, though, in our picture-in-picture. The Warden kill would be a nice one to find, but he's still fighting decently well in the 1v2. And if you kill this Warden, it's nice, but if you give up the urn for it, it may not be worth. Affliction onto 4 from Cosmetical. Counter Affliction, though, is onto 2. The dunk does come in. Fight looks good though for Lowkey W. They've already found the kill into Saint. A second is going to follow soon onto Empty Dreams, as yes, he does take out Cosmetical, finds the finish. And yes, you did shut down Zergy's Warden. It's a nice find, but giving 2 kills and an earned and potentially a mid-boss back the other way, you're very happy to take this trade on Lowkey W.
Oh, for sure. And I think the response out of Abraham shows with Sonic Sniper still pushing that Walker of, okay, we're probably just going to get this mid-boss up. I mean, Tass and together rotated on in. It looks like they actually might go for the contest here, but they're going to be a little bit
pretty
too
late.
Here, Jake. I think this is pretty much free now for Lowkey W. Sonic's coming on in. He has the Death Slam. Gets slow and hexed up. Can't get the height he needs, and that's going to be the first region.
Oh, big parry.
Lowkey W. He actually gets the throwaway onto 2, and Tass steals away 1.
Insane counter parry on Tass. Tass did so well to mitigate that, but in the end, the one Rejuve that Abraham's grabbed is already off the field. Lowkey W is still with 2 Rejuves to play with, and Zergy is respawned. He is coming back to this fight. Huge hook from Listic, drags Mirage back into the thick of the fight here in the pit. Stolen Affliction, but completely whiffed there from Saint. Expected players to still be in the pit, but they have moved on, looking for kills now. Abrahams looks like they're going to be able to back out with the rest of their team. Waves are really problematic here for Lowkey W. Mina might even be able to grab one more Walker, finish off the job that Sonya started earlier on. But their players are rotating in to kind of collapse and catch them on their way out. So Mina's got to be careful with their movement right now.
Listic can somehow hit this hook. It would open up a potential take on the left or the right-hand side. I mean, Zergy is still formidable at 24,000 souls. Would love to be able to get a Walker for himself. The hook is up. Not going to quite connect, though. It's very hard to hit a Mina, obviously.
Yeah, insane hook to hit if you do. Very, very unlikely. But Mina's being kept off the pad. Stolen Shining Wonder, maybe going to get inducive bounces, but in the end, yeah, Mina's just running out of gas. Doesn't have the skills to continue to escape. Listic with that fortitude, running it down. I'll just sit here, hold the rest of that stolen Celeste Orb. So dust settles. 2 Rejuves here. Cost Zergy his life to be able to accomplish that, but he's actually, hold on, getting potentially run down by Mirage. Purges off the Toxic, purges off some of the Jinsmark stacks. I think that likely is going to be enough, yeah, with his teammates coming in. But it definitely is a little scary that your most farm carry cannot stand toe-to-toe to Mirage. I mean, Mirage is an insane 1v1 hero, but nonetheless, right, it's an advantage for Abrahams. It's something that they can work with in a really rough situation in the game that is only getting rougher. I mean, everyone else is not able to stand up to the fighting power of Lowkey W.
I mean, they're simultaneously pushing all 3 lanes at once, splitting the defense out of Abrahams. Together in Saint on the left, sorry, Sonya and Saint on the left-hand side. Oakham's shoving down middle. And they've been trying to make some presence on the right-hand side, but stopping for really quickly for some Sinners, which I don't hate whatsoever.
Curse already
with the knockdown. It's yeah, not looking good here for Oakam. Maybe he can create some distance to escape. He actually bought time. Listic's rotate on in. The Rejuve's going to go down, but I don't think MTG is going to survive with his life.
Yeah, Dispel and Bats are out. Chase is on here. Big catch. Oh, Mina, yeah, she's out of gas. Nothing left. Nice find from Listic there. Ensures that kill, and pretty happy to give up a Rejuve, I think, for a kill like Mina. With Lash Hold available, sieging a Walker is a little scary, but one thing that is, I think, pretty relevant this game is still 3 Walkers available for Abrahams. Those are souls that you haven't quite cashed in for Lowkey W. I will say, though, we're going to come to the point where they're going to start wanting those flex slots pretty bad pretty soon. I think especially Warden, typically kind of that 3K item merchant, really probably wants to find a Walker take somewhere, and it is a little bit scary to just dry siege a Walker. Even with a lead, even with a Rejuve, it's kind of the way you throw the game. So I do think the builds are going to have to be kind of optimized here for Lowkey W. They need to wait for the good team fight to come to them and try not to let this lack of a flex slot limit their builds.
I think the big downside I'm seeing for Lowkey W is it only feels like really who is going to be successful in pushing these Walkers down. I think Zergy, compared to the last game on Mirage, he doesn't have the escape that a Mirage has on Warden. I mean, yeah, you can try to go toe-to-toe, but if you go in a 1-on-2 like we saw before, you're going to die, and then guess what? You're not farming anymore. Maybe you get the Walker. But I don't really see that like split push potential to Lowkey W in this game, unfortunately.
Left side of the map, a little too scary for Abrahams to step out. So it looks like Cosmetical is going to grab a buff for free. Mina and Lash coming closer. But looks like it was a movement buff grab by Pocket. When he just capes away, he should be just fine. So double buff comes in. Zergy even gets a gun buff. Great buffs to have on the side of Lowkey W. On top of the net worth lead, Rejuve is almost out though. So maybe hard to force much other than just grabbing this first earned pickup. And looking for that dunk to start to grow this soul lead.
Third earn of the game for Lowkey W. Should have fared this one over for the turn-in. Going to be a neutral turn-in, which is, I think, going to be quite big here. And I'm trying to look to see where Sonic Sniper is going to go, if he's going to get the initial vision around the map, or they're going to test directly on towards middle, and the fight has broken out. Hook comes in, catches out Sonya. Not
a little bit lucky.
Double hook on him. Yeah, trying to kill him before he gets the Death Slam up here. Like, Lash is extremely low on health. He's been forced to run away. There's no chance for a good Death Slam to come in.
Oh, and the Italo San cuts down Saint, ensures that there's not going to be a stolen ult in this fight. Another hook on Amina, pulls her back into the thick of the fight, not where she wants to find herself. Consideration from last to go for the ult, another connection. Oh my god, that is way too close. Diving in now, looking to finish off Together, who almost is able to find Zergy, but the Warden just a little bit too tanky. Although, hold on, Sonya does manage to slip in and find that finished kill. That's actually a massive kill to find, despite the fact that the fight overall is a giant dub for Lowkey W. I don't want to take away from it, but without Warden, pushing a Walker feels a lot less consistent, but another hook on the lash could give you the time to have Warden back in the fight for one more push.
I see Mirage.
As I don't know what this is, but don't go near it. I gotta say, don't go near that, whatever it is.
I am a little bit surprised that we haven't seen any walkers taken just yet from Lowkey W, and with those final kills coming on through, especially on the Sonya, we finally see this defense break here of Abraham's. The lead has exploded to 25k now. With one walker in the mid lane going down, maybe that's all we're going to see for now, but you can be sure as hell certain that these other walkers aren't going to last much longer with the lead right now. 30k, 27 minutes in for Lowkey W, probably the biggest lead they've had against Abraham's in a very long time.
Yeah, and the patience on going for these walkers has absolutely been rewarded. Like, they haven't worried about it. They haven't tried to force a push. Zergy, I don't even think he's attempted it, right? And I actually think it's worked out really well for them, right? They're just like, hey, we're playing the earn dunks, we're playing the mid-map. Game, though, needs to progress from here. A missed sleep should mean Mina has a good chance to escape here, but the curse is still very annoying for her. Does pump that metal skin. Beautiful counterspell, though. Buys you just enough time, movement speed, and healing to be able to slip away from that Nox Nostra. But still, a bullet dance without a kill is a little bit of a longer cooldown ultimate here. So in the end, though, it's Obakim. Like, he's playing a tempo way. He's kind of willing to throw that out speculatively.
Mid boss should be coming out soon. And I mean, we talked about Abraham's before, Saint, the potential he has for contests on this. But this lead of 30k, man, I mean, yeah, like, you might be able to get a rabbit hex off, but I also don't see necessarily Lowkey W trying to force a mid boss Jake when they're this far ahead. I feel like it's still there. Don't go near.
It's going to be there the rest of the game, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you just don't force it, though. Like, I feel like there's no advantage for Lowkey W to force a fight on mid boss until Saint is dead.
Yeah, you know, with this lead, it's getting pretty scary, but I think the way Lowkey W has been playing, they have not forced any objective. They're always looking for the fights, right? And I think it's worked out well for them. They have a comp that fights incredibly well. I think going to the mid boss is like the way you lose this game. And Listic has also had Sonya's number in a crazy way, scaling really nicely. And oh, here comes a catch. On it together. He needs to be able to do enough damage to pop this ultimate. Doesn't come out in time, though. The explosion just comes in out of nowhere. Third of the HP gone in an instant. Affliction onto 2. The counterspell wasn't quite timed right for Listic, so he actually might be on the menu for a kill from Sonya. Steps up. A bad rotation from Listic. Took a aggressive path there and gets cut down. Still an Affliction on 3 from the real Pocket and Cosmetical. But Abraham, they'll take a 1-for-1. At this phase of the game, I think that's absolutely fine.
It had to have been intentional, because I think the Rabbit Hex came in to force out or prevent any counterspells from being used for that Affliction. At least it felt like it. As we saw Listic getting caught on it. I mean, he tried to counterspell after the Rabbit Hex, but it was too late. He was already afflicted at that point, and I guess it only hit one target, so it wasn't the biggest affliction in the world for Saint. But still, trade 1-for-1, I think it prevents Abrahams from going for a mid-boss. And honestly, it kind of feels like that might be the play for Abrahams if they continue to fall further and further behind 31k now. You might just have to go for a Hail Mary play on mid-boss and try to force Lowkey W into a bad position. But again, I just don't see how it's going to work out too well for you when you have Zergy there with the last stand. He's already at 34k. You have Cosmetical at 40,000. Has he even died this game?
I wouldn't be surprised the answer is no. Maybe in the super early game, but he has been really stable on Pocket. I really feel like this team, they're playing for the Pocket as kind of the ultimate late game right now. 40k. Pocket has credible damage to bring to bear here. Nice potential catch onto Celeste. Some concussive shots slowing her down. Mirage getting a couple procs on her, and Sonya finishes his plate. So who does go down? It's going to mean a secured buff grabbed by Together. With that survival online, it's going to be that much harder to burst Together down, which has kind of been the way some of these fights have been starting. Like, he has not been able to get this Lycan curse off too often. And with a favored earn turn in, this is a nice little comeback moment for Abraham. So this is going to, not fully equalize the soul advantage, but it's going to go a long way.
It's definitely going to help for sure. Though I thought we were going to see maybe Lowkey W go for the contest, because I can see Listic's in the vicinity looking for maybe a hook.
Very risky.
I thought he was going to maybe go for a hook by that like tier 2 camp.
He didn't realize. He thought it was a normal dunk, I think.
Apart if I have to.
I see Pocket.
still, Spirit buff on Vrake. The Taloson's pretty meaningful burst, especially if you're afflicted, right? It really gives Vrake just like a full go sign to just go crazy, dive into the backline. Point blank is going to be picked up though, which should give a lot more damage. Two together enable him to be a little bit more consistent, sticking on top of targets and even just getting the damage down in the first place to pop that Lycan transformation. And with 40k Mirage on fire, like with Arzo's stability in the early game, it feels like it is paying dividends now to keep you in this game, right? You know, this is a game that very well could have gotten out of control, and it didn't, largely thanks to the stability of this Mirage's game. Like, he is absolutely a credible threat in the fights. Like, you cannot just sort of stand here and ignore him, tank him while your team fights. Like, he is going to find those kills if he can get max Jin Smart procs.
I feel like he has the space as well to play from the backhand side, having like Sonya be like a focus target. Nelson coming on out here out of Empty Dreams to alleviate the damage that's being done by Listic, but it's still, even the bomb's still hurt with this build. He has Blood Tribute popped here. Cosmetical gets one, he gets a second as well, giving a huge man advantage out of Lowkey W. Cosmetical's gotten a triple kill. And yeah, you're not going to escape for Tass either, run straight into the Stone Golem.
And Arzo and Sonya nowhere to be found in this fight. The fight just came down way too quickly. Lowkey W explode out of nowhere. The Abrahams aren't ready for it. They lose 4 before the 2 most farm heroes on Abrahams can participate whatsoever. Now on the outside looking in, Sonya is thinking about doing what he can to be annoying and maybe kind of disrupt this. They feel like they have to. They feel like they cannot give up a triple rejuve here. Sonya now on the attack. They're going to hunt him down, trying to get this last kill, but it looks like he baited them well and maybe slipped away from that one. Slowing things down, but still, the rejuve drops 30 seconds till the teammate spawn. It's a 2v5.
Oh, he hooked Arzo away, so he could actually get the dust up with the go for the interrupt, and all 3 rejuves being taken by Lowkey W and kills on top of this. I mean, okay, Listic deserves a sidekick in the match, at least in this game alone. Like, the amount of hooks he's been hitting has been ridiculous. I mean, he's single-handedly winning fights and creating advantages for him.
At this point, the only reason you wouldn't give it to him is because he's becoming the true carry, you know? Like, the beep up damage
he's not the sidekick anymore.
Fights. Yeah, exactly. He's the hero now. Although Cosmetical maybe has something to say about that. 46k on the pocket. Such a sick utility build here. Like, this Affliction. You get like a Spirit Burn plus Affliction. That alone is like solo killing some of the heroes on the map right now. Like, genuinely. You know, like for Paradox or Sinclair, Mina, who don't really have a ton of tankiness, Affliction and a Spirit Burn is going to be enough to drop you, not to mention all the other threats on Lowkey W. So with 3 rejuves, a potential clean take on the base, a curse now onto Mina. She can't even pop the bats. No Sanguine to be had, no retreat of any kind. Together coming down to this walk here speculatively, but I feel like he's just coming into his own death, Jason.
Yeah, I'm not sure you're going to escape this one. Sancho comes on in to dodge away from the stun and force them back. 3 people, I think, got hit by a tiny little stun there too with Affliction. You just have to get this one up. You cannot afford to contest this walk. You can't afford to go down here either, because that's going to be shrines being taken from you with the 3 rejuves. The one thing we haven't touched on yet, Jake, here is like a recent change to the game too, where you get all of your ability points at 40,000 souls, and we currently have almost every single player on Lowkey W fully unlocking their entire kit now because they're passing that threshold.
Yeah, they're just basically getting capped out on their strength. Still a ton of souls not on the map right now, like 9,000 for Cosmetical. He is not going to go back to buy. He wants these shrines, but it does create an opportunity. Affliction on 5? Saint, okay. And an unstoppable lash out even grabs more into the pit. Those 3 almost certainly going to consume the rejuves. Lowkey W, afflicted across the board. Already have lost the rejuves. Listic looks to be going down as well. Wait. No, okay, surely he does end up finishing that kill, but the shrine still alive. If you're able to hold on to that second shrine, that is a huge victory for Abraham. Still a long way from coming back into this game, but could have easily been the end of the game if Saint doesn't find that, honestly, game-defining Rabbit Hex into Affliction play.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying before about Saint. I'm really enjoying seeing him on more of these like playmakers now compared to like the Kelvins or Rems of the past, though obviously Rem can be a bit of a playmaker here. A gun buff picked up for who? It's funny because we talked about like Zergy so much as he had, you know, like a 2-3k lead in like the first 10 minutes of time. But honestly, most of the talk has been on Listic and Cosmetical now. I mean, Cosmetical on 51,000 souls. Listic at 40k. These hooks have been just decimating Abraham.
Hear a bullet dance.
He might be going down for this actually, because we can see Together's been able to wrap around behind him.
Oh, a missed Shining Wonder. Maybe that's a ghost sign here. Lycan Curse pop from Together, but he doesn't want to go too deep. Knows there's a huge damage threat against him. It's Cosmetical on slivers of HP. 50k net worth pocket, needs to cape away from this, needs to be perfect on the execute, but the cape is caught on the wall, and they're able to finish him off. Sonya, 90 seconds on the deck, finding that kill. Cosmetical out of the game. This is exactly what the doctor ordered. Abraham's fighting tooth and nail. to still have a chance in this game. Earn control, though, is in the hands of Rake, and that's going to really minimize their losses from this kill.
Orbs on cooldown.
Yes, it is 70 more seconds without cosmetical, but it's hard to see what Abrahams can really do other than maybe grab some jungle in the interim.
I'm starting to get a little bit worried. I think I can hear the belt coming out from Lightbringer here. If somehow Lowkey W throw away this lead, it's obviously still going to be very difficult for Abrahams to get fully back into this game. But little picks like that. How does the egg walk? Does it like roll?
It's just sliding. It's just doing its thing. It's moving. It's grooving.
Jason, do you think Lightbringer is a Drifter fan?
Yeah, for sure. 100%. This man does not own a light in his room. The only thing that lights up his room is his monitor.
We got to check if the Iradomini doesn't have 5 extra damage to him. It's the only way to be sure.
Save the left.
That's a deep cut. It's a deep cut for any Deadlock Reddit enjoyers.
The urn has been dropped.
I remember there used to be some small interactions with that in like a game called League of Legends. There was like one hero who wore sunglasses and this other hero who did like light damage, and that hero that wore sunglasses took less damage than other heroes because he wore sunglasses.
I mean, that just makes sense. It's just like it wouldn't make sense if it didn't work that way. All right, this is a scary moment actually for Lowkey W, right? You probably thought you won the game, right? Coming into that base siege. You probably, like the comms probably started to get crazy. You started, oh, we're up 1-0, guy, we're doing so. And now you got to earn that. There's going to be one more team fight. Yes, you have a big soul advantage, but at this level of play, man, you can fight your way back from this. I will say crazy tankiness right now from Zergy. He's almost 6K with that Colossus. Same for the Bebop. There are some big dudes on the map here. And they're going to just send it for the Earn Dunk. They're just calling the bluff. You are just not here in time. Abrahams not ready for that hold. And wait, hold on. This could actually be turning into a fight. A swap attempted. It pulls Listic in. Cursed as well. The Paradox finds that one. It's an Afflict onto 3. Do Abrahams want to continue to fight this? They found the first pick, but the counter kills are coming in already. Taz is down. Together, soon to follow. Yes, hits the deck right after him. Zergy now taking over. Stolen Warden being given 0 respect here. And you can see why, man. Zergy is healthy. He is stacked up on this Warden. It's still a 2 for 2, though, which, as things get chaotic, I don't mind your chances on Abrahams. Lowkey W, they do not want to give away a big fight with potentially a lot on the line.
They had to invest so much, though, just to get that initial kill into Listic. And I think that's what maybe worries me. Is doing that, getting 1 kill into Listic. I mean, yeah, Listic does some good damage, but so does Rake, so does Obikim, so does everyone else on the team. And I think, you know, funny enough, actually, I think Lowkey W maybe get a little bit lucky. Saint wasn't in position for an Affliction there. He actually instead went for the Warden ultimate, as you pointed out, that last stand. I think an Affliction could have easily given Abrahams a man advantage in that fight, but with mid-boss now up, both teams are extremely hesitant to go for it. If anything, Hoot's going for a 1v1 up against Empty Dreams on the right-hand side. They do both just back away, take a quick pause, and it is confirmed the light is still there in mid lane. The Shining Wonder is not giving up. A singularity.
You need your sunglasses. Yeah. You need your League of Legends sunglasses here if you wanna survive that one. Mid boss spawns. I don't think this is the type of thing. I don't think either team wants to flip. Abrahams knows that they cannot go down in that pit without, you know, some kind of opening kills. They will just be open season for Lowkey W to feast on them. And Lowkey W, with the soul advantage they have, they kind of want like an honest, clean fight. But Abrahams have shown there's still some fight left in them, right? Taz on this Paradox always has the potential to kind of bring things back. And I mean, this Arzo has gone a lot of damage on this build. I think he recognizes he needs to bring the damage. He doesn't have the luxury of buying, you know, tons of survivability items. He just needs to play really cleanly, not get caught, and still be able to actually carry. When you're a little bit poor on carry, I think this is absolutely the right strategy. You have to go damage first. Survivability, you know, safety items are just a luxury you can't afford in this game.
Well, he was queuing up Echo Shard, though, which I want to assume was for Dust Devil.
Yeah, I think it actually, of the items, it's nice because it gives some survivability, but also some aggression potential, right? So it's not like a purely defensive item.
Yeah.
Sometimes we've seen before, you can use it to like lock people down and, you know, set up for easier kills for your teammates. Indomitable on pocket, though, is going to really be a great insurance policy this game. It means a lot of those catches from Paradox Lash not going to be such a worry anymore. I mean, the fact that like a few seconds of unstoppable on pocket is more than enough to get you out of a tough scenario.
And I think you're just seeing how hesitant both teams are, realizing the next fight's probably going to determine how this game finishes off. The Tide of the Sun coming on in. Doesn't really seem to have connected, unfortunately, but Together gets hooked on in back towards Listic. And Together's just going to be out of position now. Real potential for a kill. The next one's going to be canceled out, but they actually get the catch on Listic instead. Obikim's the first to fall here by Sonya's sniper. And Listic is just trying to run, trying to get away from this one, but I don't think you can escape the Lash Man.
Affliction's 2 for 2, still a fight to be had, but Zergy now finally coming alive in this game, beaming down the damage. Lash ends up getting cleaned.
I see Mirage.
And it looks like as things settle, Empty Dreams on Affliction, 1 HP, has to go back to the base. No ability to continue on this fight. It's only the 2 members, Arzo and Taz, standing tall, and even they cannot pass the test. Pocket, too strong. Taz even gets cleaned up as well. And with mid-boss spawned up, Mina desperately tries to look for some sort of a fight, but Lowkey W aren't going to bite. They're going to maybe try to get both the patron drop and the mid-boss at the same time. I think it's risky to drop here. I think you probably should take mid-boss, but maybe they can do both simultaneously as Zergy heads back towards the pit. Drake knows he's incredibly hard to catch with the E-shift and the Italio San. Third bat from Mina, though, is going to ensure she gets out of this one. Got to do the mid before players spawn, but yeah, even with that faster spawn timer, it's not going to be close. It's still a free triple rejuve, and Lowkey W have a relatively clear path to finishing off this game.
Yeah, Jason, am I insane, or is 321,000 souls kind of a big number at 42 minutes?
That's pretty big. That's a pretty damn big number. I mean, look at everyone in Lowkey W. They have 50K or more souls.
What's the
taking a bit
difference?
of time. What's the kill difference? I'm gonna
Yeah,
guess
are they just out
like,
farming, or is it all kills that adds up to that difference?
I think it's denying a lot of jungle because they've been on the aggression majority of the time. I think they've been able to steal away a ton of the jungle as well off the back of that. I mean, I think
also
they do
the
have more
urns.
kills as well. Oh, yeah,
And
the
they've got
urns, this is their
almost
fourth or fifth
all the
urns.
urns. I think they gave away 1,
Yeah,
if I'm remembering
the comeback.
correctly. Yeah, the comeback urn that they didn't bother. They didn't contest. It was like too dangerous to contest. I will say this is going to be a scary moment because yes, you got 5-man afflicted before, but I feel like that's going to be top of mind for Lowkey W. They're coming into this beige siege saying, do not group for the stolen affliction, guys. Just let them get 1 or 2. We got rejuves to spare for whoever does get afflicted, as long as it's not, you know, a back-breaking massive stack of your allies.
Seems like they're using Hoot as well to kind of bait them out, try to force the fight, get someone low. Obviously, the sustainability he has with Celeste makes him very, very able to do something like this. And they're trying to group up, actually taking down the the patron down to a quarter of HP. They can hear the lash coming on in, immediately backing away to get away from the death slam.
Cosmetical is, by the way, not even in the enemy base. He's just like making sure that they can't steal his ult. First kill already comes in. That slash onto the deck. Sonya out of this fight completely. Sinclair coming in trying to find an ult steal, but can't quite get it. Pocket ensuring that he doesn't give away that ever valuable affliction as the patron starts to drop. The invuln does come in. Defenders are there, but look at him. He's so desperate. He's looking for this Pocket. He knows it's probably the only tool that'll be good enough. And Cosmetical's just kiting away from him. They know it's the only way they can win the game. Beautiful control from Lowkey W, and still with the triple rejuve. Already 3 opponents hitting the deck. And finally, Cosmetical joins the fight. A little strategic outplay to close things out. Lowkey W know where their bread is buttered. And some strong fight back from Abrahams, but ultimately, it's the story of our challenger match, right? Lowkey W, mid-game tempo off the back of the haze. This game, Bebop having huge influence on the outcome of the game, some massive hooks, and then Cosmetical once again carrying the day on Pocket. So you can maybe ban some of the heroes out, but you obviously haven't addressed the core issue. Lowkey W, their strat, their read on this meta earns them a dominant game 1.
Jake, can I just say how awesome it is to have you on the cast? Like, how many commentators would have been focused on the objective and the big old health bar on the screen? Jake calling out the details that only the top level players are going to notice. Noobs like me didn't even think that was going to be important. Let's take a look here at our numbers. Lowkey W up 1-0, but who led the way? As we take a look at some of the highlights, I feel like Listic on the Bebop was involved quite a bit throughout this game, and then Zergy at the end game, he must have taken away with the M1 roll.
Yeah, I think Listic in particular had probably the highest skill participation across the board for Lowkey W. The amount of hooks he was hitting gave him such a big lead in this game here. And even Zergy, as you mentioned as well, he actually got involved, fairly early on in some of these positions when it came to the double centers. Eventually got caught out one time on the right-hand side, slightly being baited in by Obi-Kim, but just to continue to farm up. He forced out items, I think in particular, like metal skins on certain heroes on the enemy side, him and Obi-Kim together, that allowed him to continue to excel even further. But yeah, the MVP play, if you're looking beyond the Bebop, I think as Jake pointed out at the very end of that game, it had to be Cosmetical to just, what's the best way to beat a Sinclair is just not be there. Just not give an opportunity to steal away something that could cause you to lose the game.
Yeah, I mean, some of these hooks from Listic, I will say, I'm pretty sure this one's pure luck. I'm pretty sure he's trying to hook the Mina, but he does get the finishes played on Sonya Sniper. Maybe I'm selling him short. Maybe he saw that lash out of the corner of his eye and knew that was the true target in this fight. It ends up being super impactful that Sonya, it felt like really struggled on the lash to have the influence that you would expect him to have given his farm. Like, Listic was on his case, just making sure he can't really play the game.
Would it make sense to put Echo Shard on a Bebop so he has even more hookage?
I mean, it would be dank, but you can reset your hook as long as you hit it and you grab the uppercut. So a third hook, I would say that's a little bit of overkill. I mean, I think we saw.
And then does that chain if you do it again?
I guess you could even, like, if you're really crazy, you could Echo Shard the uppercut so that you can reset it another time.
This is just coming from a 7 who just maxes his 3 and runs around with his turbocharge all game. Anyway, here's the end game. Walk me through the big moments, Kaplan. Oh, that was
it right there. The affliction onto the patron to finish it off with. I mean, you can see this time though, Cosmetical, 60,000 damage himself. Hoot wasn't quite able to replicate what he did before on the doorman, but I mean, Cosmetical, he was also their big objective pusher. Considering like Zergy doesn't have the escapability that he had in the last game. I was pointing this out earlier in the match as well, as they don't really have someone who can push these down quite easily. It came down to Cosmetical to be the one to do so because he does have that cloak to get away, so he's able to create the distance and more importantly just be all around the map. But look at the kill participation out of Listic. 18 kills, 17 assists. That's insane to see for a Bebop.
Absolutely. Joseph, thank you for the raid. Every bit of community donations are appreciated here on this show. As we take a look at the numbers on the other side, Sonya Snipers, 58,000. Soul stands out to me. Jake, what happened for the Abrahams? Where did you want to see numbers higher? Where did they end up lower than expected?
I feel like, I just think that the strategy didn't quite come together. You know, I think like we saw in general, the same thing we saw from game 1 is like Lowkey W are kind of running at you. I think there was that mid-late game fight that was pretty telling where like Arzo and Sonya did really well. They were still pretty farmed. And then we see a fight where neither of them is exactly there at the start of the fight. And the other 4 just get crumpled. You know, they die in seconds. And then Arzo and Sonya show up to the fight and like everyone's dead. There's nothing left for them to really do in that moment. So it really feels like Lowkey W, the power is so distributed across the team. Like, I mean, Listic is like the lowest damage on the team. And we saw from his POV what a threat he was in those fights. Like, it feels like the way Lowkey W are playing, it's like, how do you battle back into that? You're relying on a couple players to be your cores, and other players are not as threatening on the Abrahams draft. And that means Lowkey W, when they find an opening, they just plow right through you. And I mean, I think this Hayes pick is starting to pose real problems for opponents. Like, this is a character that historically hasn't been successful, and Opikim is making it look OP. Like, the initiations he's getting, the fights he's able to start, the value he's able to get without having a crazy soul count, all incredibly impressive here on the Hayes, and he scales into the late game too. So it's, you know, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Bro, the Phantom Strike on him too. I thought I saw it, but I wasn't sure who had it, because I'm pretty sure he Phantom Striked Sonya out of the air once when they were in the base and forced him into the ground so he couldn't go for a Death Slam.
Makes sense. You can use those actives while you're in Bullet Dance, so you just stick on people forever, right?
For the new items as well, is it Indomitable? I see it was ran on Vrake. We also had Cosmetical running it. Who else? There was two.
Looks like Arzo grabbed it too. I think it's a good item.
Is it worthwhile? What is the thought? I'd never get to tier 4 to spend that money anyway. So
it is an ultra late luxury item. It's an item you buy to like cover you from getting initiated on in the ultra late game. But obviously, first you have to be a big enough threat that the enemy always is trying to go for you. So like Cosmetical in this game, right? I actually think this fits really well in this style of heroes, or even for Arzo, he goes it where it's like, look, I have crazy damage. I expect the enemy team to try to catch me off, that I'm their target. It's an item that really makes that much harder to do. Like, you're going to get a chance to react every time. That little bit of unstoppable you get when the enemy tries to CC you, purges off everything. It's like an opportunity to pop your skills and get away.
Does the hook count as a stun? Like,
yes, almost certainly it does, because it does proc reactive. So I would assume it functions exactly the same way.
So does it cleanse the hook then, because you become unstoppable basically, or do you still get?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does hook. It does block the hook. I would be shocked if it didn't.
Somebody who uses the unlimited hook combo, let us know. Does it block the hook? Chat, you guys are awesome. Thank you for being a part of the first third of the show. We're not at the halfway mark. That's coming up because Kaplan, there's still 2 more games of this best of 3, right?
It could be. I don't know. With the way Lowkey W are playing, I think this one might be done in 2. They looked unstoppable. Completely. No chance.
With that said, let's send it to break. Thank you all for being here. Shout out to the players. Shout out to Shopify. And, of course, Newegg and Intel. We are setting records tonight, not only in prize money, but also community donations. We'll be right back.
Let's dig out Lash.
Today there will be a reaping.
fighting to.
I see the enemy. I see silver.
I see Sinclair.
Paradox.
Let's take out Sinclair. Let's take out Paradox.
See paradox.
You lost to the.
I see mirage.
Let's take out Paradox.
See paradox.
Let's take out Paradox.
Keep throwing your lives away. I'll be ready.
I see the enemy. I see the enemy. I see the enemy. Let's take out Paradox.
See paradox.
Let's take out Paradox.
Keep throwing your lives away. I'll be ready.
I
I
see
see the
silver.
enemy.
Look out for this.
I see the enemy. Take out Paradox. I see Paradox.
See paradox. Let's take out silver.
Sinclair.
I see Sinclair.
I see Silver.
I see Sinclair.
I see Silver. Dad would be proud. Take out Paradox. I see Paradox.
See paradox.
The rejuvenator is descending.
I see Silver.
Let's take out silver. I see paradox.
I see Paradox. I see Silver.
Let's take out silver. Let's take out mirage.
I see Paradox. I see Sinclair. Let's take out Blast. See Mila.
I see silver. I see paradox.
Upward.
I see mirage.
I see Silver. I see the enemy. Upward. I see Silver. I see the enemy.
I see mirage. Let's take out silver. I see Sinclair.
I see.
I see Apollo.
The rejuvenator is descending.
I see Lash.
See Lash.
I see Lash.
I see silver. Let's take out Lash. Let's take out Lash.
I see Lash. I see Paradox. Stay out of my way.
Welcome back to the night shift, everybody. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and you will see me at DreamHack Atlanta. I'll be hosting the Call of Duty League's broadcast there. We've got a lot of games going down at DreamHack, and I've been told there's a chance more night shifters might be making their way down South Kaplan. Are you going to come to America?
Maybe. There might be a chance. There might be a world where myself, maybe Jake, maybe Dan, and maybe ZP might be at DreamHack Atlanta coming up here in just like a week and a half time. And maybe you at home could meet us in person, possibly at the Intel booth.
Yeah, we're bringing it all
Like
together.
a Jake tattoo? You're giving tattoos, right?
Please don't get a tattoo of my name or my likeness, guys. I don't want that. As a tattoo enjoyer, I just spend your money in some other way, man. Get something better.
Maybe
Get on
we'll
your
get
back
night
so you
shift
can't really
tattoos.
see it. Like, I got one back here. I can never see that logo unless I bring it up to a camera. It's impossible.
What is it?
Anyway,
He's got the
back to you
MLG
guys.
one. That's a classic. That's an OG MLG tat on Puckett. But yeah, I mean, we're excited. We're going to be there at DreamHack Atlanta. You can check us out in the Intel booth. We're not be able to pull off like the true Deadlock LAN. Obviously, you know, we're trying to build towards that. But at least to have some fun,
On a boat.
meet some people. So if you're in Atlanta, if you're around the area, check out DreamHack, guys. They're always a fun event to be at. Like Puckett said, there's a Call of Duty LAN. I think there's a CS major as well, if I'm not mistaken. So I
Yeah,
think it's going to be.
they're crazy.
They're always epic gaming events, right?
And the last event had the sickest Dota 2 merch of all time. We were in Birmingham, UK, and they had the Pudge the Butcher shop, just gift shop, and all of the stuff was very horrific and zombie-like, and I feel like Graves would love that shit. Anyway, newegg.com/IEM is the place to go to check out that link. You help click on that. That helps us give the sponsors notification that you guys are actually watching the show and you like them, and you're going to help us get more money in the future. But more importantly, you could see Kaplan return from Italy. He's bringing fresh pizza to Atlanta.
No, you guys are talking about like merch and stuff at DreamHack. I'm gonna be walking around with like a Chipotle burrito in one hand, like some Mountain Dew Baja
American
Fresh in
out.
the other.
Super
Something.
size.
I gotta make up for what I've missed, man. It's been a while since I've been back to the.
How much ranch
I love
dressing?
that Baja
Ranch dressing
Fresh
on
jumps
everything.
in there. Yeah, shout out to all the people who went to Taco Bell on Cinco de Mayo. I saw you. Let's talk about what's going down, though, in this matchup, Jake, because this is going to be our EU final. It's a best of 3, and it is the biggest money we have seen for the EU players in quite a while. So if you are Abrahams, you're a returning champs, you just cashed the check last week. What's going through your mind? What's the comms going into the draft?
Oh,
Thank you for the 177 gifted subs. Cried like a
Dude.
child is lighting up the donations. Can we find the notes, guys? Can we go into the notes for these big subs? I feel like they deserve some shout outs.
This is crazy, W. W is in the chat, man. Insane support. Insane support. And we hit our sub goal.
You know what that means?
1,200.
That means we have to
We
release
get to
the
feed
Abrams
ZP.
skin.
You know what? I think we need to commission another skin. I feel like we should ask the fans.
CP, where you
like,
at?
We have one in progress.
We have okay.
Oh, it's already in progress. Can we give a hint? Maybe
Is
up
that
to
the
you. Say yes
Puckett
or no.
pocket where we put my face on
Honestly,
the
it's a
pocket?
skin that may make people go feral. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
So it's calico.
No. Could be silver.
Could be Billy.
Could also
There's a lot
could
of
be
animal
Billy.
people in Deadlock if you think about it. This is,
Great talent?
Mo and Krill could go feral.
True.
But we have a Mo and Krill
We have a
skin.
Mo and Krill skin. Obviously, Mo and Krill came
Why
first.
not get more though? Because
Iconic. Maybe we should have a second one. Yeah, the
Rema
true
is
fandom
Rema
of Mo
rat?
Krill.
Is he a bat? What did we decide?
What is?
Rem was?
Yeah,
A
Rem's
Rem
a
could
cute
go
little
feral.
guy. Yeah.
You won't like him when he's angry.
Could he go feral? I don't know.
Well, we always got more in the works. I mean, the incredible modding work from Ozzy is always awesome to showcase on the show. I know people have been loving the golden egg for Newegg. You know, some of our classic moments on the broadcast is always cool to be able to bring to bear. But we want to do more mods, man. And honestly, with subs like this is exactly the kind of thing as the CFO I'm going to plow more resources into, man. More cool mods, more cool skins,
More cool
bigger
mods.
events, better prize pools. That's what this support all is going right back into. So, crying like a child, man. Crazy gifted support
Crazy
today. Like,
341 today from him.
Hey,
or him or her.
Like, yeah.
they are
you don't
perma
need this
VIP,
money,
man.
do
Like,
you?
that's major support.
Make sure you're not over supporting. Keep yourself in check. It's not worth the call outs, but we do appreciate you helping us get to a goal 1,200 subs here on twitch.tv. We see you over on YouTube as well. Thank you for all the support. We had Wholesome coming in with $100, and somebody said, "Damn, Abraham's ready to cash out for $100, Kaplan." Do you see that coming?
They want that second place prize so bad. The $5,000 prize pool.
Nah,
I love $100.
I hope not, man. I want to see Abrams take it to him. Like, I want to see a good contester, see like a third map in the series and see what we could come into, because I think we were discussing the break. What should be the game plan of Abraham's? And I think ZP and Jake, you guys were talking about Cosmeticals hero pool. Maybe you need to focus that in the draft here.
Target the affliction. Maybe just get rid of the pocket. Is that enough, or do you have to actually go for the Mina as well? Jake, what else is in Cosmeticals pool in your eyes?
Yeah, that could be a way of attacking this. I think the pocket has been a big part of the success in the last 2 games. However, like, we saw the doorman in game 1, and Hoot just took things over with that. And like, I think, yeah, that was your first ban. I don't think you want to let the doorman through. Like, you know, you it's not like you have bans to spare here for Abrahams to like deal with all these threats. So it has to be more than one hero. Like, maybe there's a change to target cosmetical, could be nice. The way the vibe check on today's games though is that Lowkey W are like here with a vengeance. They are gunning for that top prize. It's a perfect moment for this team to hit their stride. And Abraham says the bebop is the true issue. I don't completely hate it. They could still first pick the doorman themselves.
Yeah.
If I were Lowkey W, I would ban it away though. I think the doorman is actually too crazy. I think you don't want to let it be in the game, at least if it's on the opposition.
Jake, we got a quick response from the chat. We asked them, what skin do we need? They said we need a Viper with a bigger belly. Her hitbox is too small. Do you agree?
Okay, our mods are not going to change the hitbox, guys. We're not making cheats for you guys. But, or like, in that case, it's like a pay to lose. Like, it's a cheat that makes your model bigger and easier to hit when you play Viper.
Hoot's got his doorman. Sorry to distract Kaplan. I see you're locked in on the drafts. So we got the ban on Bebop, ban on Kelvin, and sorry, so Abraham's with the doorman. Who plays that?
Is that gonna be a task doorman?
Maybe. Lowkey W though, we're gonna see what they can do against doorman. I do think for Listic, he's living very, very good right now. Like, yeah, has a great game on the Bebop, gets banned away, and now he gets to silver. So I don't think he's going to be worried at all about this. Still staying absolutely in the comfort zone. And I wouldn't be surprised if Lowkey W grabbed the pocket right now. I think that's pretty strong. But they go for the Apollo first. So quietly, I think Vrake did have a huge game last game, right? Like, they didn't have the craziest kill feed, but he's able to like take the aggro and start a lot of these fights in the way that is exactly the style that Lowkey W want.
Jake, I'm thinking about the gank by Vrake right off the bat last game, and you're like, he missed every ability.
Yeah, look,
that's what stands
I was
out
laughing
to me.
because he's a good player, right? Like, I'm willing to give him some flack for like one terribly failed game. Just like, you know, it happens to pros too. I think it's good to remember. Deadlock's a pretty hard game, guys. It's okay. It's okay to have some tough moments.
No more hiding.
Wow, it's
And
like a
Abrahams get the
reversal.
pocket too. Oh, this draft is Abrahams are saying, all right, you win, guys. You have the better draft, but we have insane players too. We can just steal it and run it back against you. A lot of those high prio picks now have gone Abraham's way. Arguably, if you look at the style that Lowkey W are playing, Abrahams are getting the better tools to execute it. So Lowkey W gonna have some questions to answer deeper into this draft.
Empty Dreams was, in my opinion, one of the best pocket players in EU too. So
Yeah.
that adds another tool to their kit. I don't think they really had a strong pocket player before he joined the team. I mean, there was like D-Mob and there was like Hoot technically, but I still feel like Empty Dreams on an entirely different level, thinking back to a best of 5 series that he had where Pocket won every single time he was picked. But this is going to be crazy. It's a complete reversal, man. Like Celeste, Hoot's not going to have that, or Doorman, and then Cosmetical's not going to have pockets. So the thing is, Shiv is still open. And I'm surprised to see Shiv not being picked up by either.
The Haze Band is crazy work here. I mean, Overkim single-handedly bringing this hero back into the meta, and I don't even disagree with it, especially at the mid phase. Right? You're not your first ban, but you can almost guarantee it's the pick they would go for. And Abraham's, they thought they could just respond to it. I love the Sinclair response, though. We saw how dangerous those stolen afflictions can be, how they can bring games back from the absolute brink. So quite like that Sinclair pickup from Lowkey W, but it's a very challenging hero to pilot. We saw in that last fight from Cosmetical, like, there are ways to respond strategically to like deny Sinclair the ults he wants, and there's the Shiv.
I cannot find a fault right now with Abraham's lineup. I'm thinking to
It's like,
myself,
this is a
what else
Together
could they
Shiv,
add?
man. Together didn't have the best game last game, but on the Shiv, you'd be a little crazy to bet against the Together Shiv. You look at like historical win rates, it's got to be one of the craziest player hero combos, and it's Puckett's absolute #1 favorite, Lady Geist.
Hey, somebody needs to pick her. Might as well be the losing team.
How many subs, Puckett, for you to do a Lady Geist cosplay?
You know what? I was actually thinking, like, now that I started streaming my games and just showcasing the world how bad I am, I might do like a Lady Geist only day with the community. I don't know how we make that happen, but Jake, would you play with the community and help carry me against ZP and Kaplan?
Send it. I don't know how the duo restrictions work in Deadlock, but if it allows me, I'll play with you.
I mean, I'm undefeated versus Jake. I'm just saying.
That's true.
At the moment,
that's true.
And I got to go out that way. So I refuse
in Call
to
of
ever play
Duty, we
against
do
them again.
community 8s, where it's like a little bit of talent mixed in with some community members. We do like customs.
That would be fun. We got to do another game night soon, man. Get some of the community playing with us. I think that's something we've been talking about a lot behind the scenes.
CFO, get a number for us. Once we hit that goal number, is it 1,500 subs? We'll probably be able to do a community game night. I'll
do that. I'll do that in the snap, man. We get 1,500 subs, community game night, easy. I mean, I gotta be 100% real with you guys. I want to do a community game night regardless, but you know what? Throw the subs on. We will make that happen ASAP. Lowkey W
prioritized.
Have managed to like triple down on their strat, despite a ton of the heroes being stolen. Their hard carry is Viper. So
is it a testament that we might need a new skin, a new mod? Ozzy?
All right, you know what? Viper being the next skin would actually go kind of crazy. I'm kind of here for that. So you know what? Why not? It fits too perfectly.
No, but you
Fits
can't do Viper because that's not her like model yet. Like it's not a finalized model.
Oh, true. That is true. Viper has like a scuffed model, so yeah, maybe we hold off. We could do like a Lash. Like,
what if we turned all of the golden
Viper
Buddha's statues into like Viper eggs, and then you're a dick if you break them?
Well, there's gonna be a lot of broken eggs. I'm gonna tell you, I don't think we're gonna do anything to stop the players when it comes to their box maxing. Mo and Krill, though, back into the game. Interesting pickup here. I will say it's potentially a scary hero when you're trying to hit these like heavy ganks.
What team does Saint play for, Jake? The best hands in the game?
It's true. He's one of the best Mo players. Historically, I think has looked really good on the hero. Shiv and Mo weren't played at all today, so you know, a little bit of what's something old and something successful in the Doorman, Celeste, and Pocket that have looked great today on the Spirit carry role, and then a little bit of something a little bit new with Mo and Krill, right? And Shiv that historically have been successful, but in this current patch we haven't seen as much of. For Lowkey W, though, I was actually talking about this in the break. I think the GT fits really well with their style. It's very different than the Pocket, but if you're able to get the Spirit scaling to really snowball on GT and have those birds be landing early kills and you know, finding those aggressive forced team fights that you've been kind of doing all game long in the last 2 games, GT finds himself on like plus 100 Spirit power. That hero is turbo crazy. Like you almost don't want to go. Like that is one of the scariest late game heroes with the most realistic infinite scaling metric. Like Vindicta damage, Drifter damage, you know, they work, but it's sort of a little suspect. But GT with insane Spirit damage is legitimately crazy, and you know, just deletes heroes in the late game.
But Abraham's their mid game. The early mid game is insane. Having a Baroness Hotel from Doorman, having a combo at a Mo and Krill, any lane you interact with, especially when you're a Viper, a Grey Talon, a Sinclair, there's really easy kill potential against like 3, maybe even 4 heroes if you want to add an Apollo there if you kill within that combo window. I think Abraham's, if they have a strong start, I don't see how Lowkey W can match up against them, honestly.
Yeah, I think a lot is going to ride on the Lash ults, which frankly, opposition has tried against Lowkey W, didn't work against them, but can Lowkey W turn around for themselves? How do they respond to the Doorman pick that has really burst onto the meta over the last couple of weeks? It's up to game 2 to see how it all plays out. Lowkey W playing with a bit of house cash though. They, you know, it's only game 2. They can lose one and then have a different approach, have priority into the game 3. But given Abraham's pedigree as a team, they're not a squad you want to allow to build momentum and get into a game 3, especially with how much they've adapted already in the draft. This is why this team has been so successful in the past. You can maybe surprise them. You can maybe cheese a quick game out of them. But getting a series off them is a very different ask.
Well, it will indeed be Saint, as you pointed out, Pocket, on the Mo and Krill. Curious if MG Dreams will actually
sidekick Night Shift skin, by the way.
Yeah.
Very stylish with the purple. I feel like it fits so well.
We literally could
combine with your Viper incredibly well.
we could literally do this, Jake, at DreamHack. Like I can be the big burly man, you can be the small little dude on my back.
All right. You asked for it, bro. I mean, okay. You want to give me a piggyback ride at DreamHack?
I also have a bad back. So
that's a great idea. It's not my bag.
I hope you're
If you go down like a sack of potatoes, I'm suing you, man.
I want to sue you if I herniate a disc in my back again. Like,
well, we'll sue each other. You're coming to America after all. This is our national pride.
Interesting lane though. Shiv and Mo and crew. When you get ultimates online, I think you have free kills in that lane every time. I don't know how you fight that.
Yeah, that is pretty true. The combo threat is very real.
Oh, ZP released the Abram skin. It has been official.
Is it live in the chat? All right, hit our sub goal.
Use the Abram skin, the Night Shift Abram skin. We finally hit the 1,200 subs.
I do think that next skin that is coming out, people are going to be really excited when we're able to release some more about that.
ZP Abram skin?
Yes, it's a photorealistic ZP as Abrams. I can't believe you would drop that intel before we're ready to announce it.
This is a little bit deep out together.
But I think he might be in trouble. I mean, he's very confident. Ballistic, I think, has to just heal. Ballistic's coming back. He was doing some boxes. Little parry attempt from Shiv. Nice movement from Together, though, man. He goes that deep behind tower and isn't really punished for it, but Cosmetical holds the line.
Buys time as well for Ballistic to return. He actually didn't even go back to base to heal. He's still low on health, so there is kill potential.
He went greedy. He boxed up, but Together, oh, they're diving that. It's risky. It looks like Together's getting turned on. The 2v1. The heal on Ballistic was enough. Cosmetical getting first blood. And talk about a hero to start the game off strong, right? Like getting that ult early for GT is exactly the game plan that Lowkey W want to look for in this one.
It's so funny because I feel like Hoot and Cosmetical both share like a couple of like similar heroes in their pool.
Yeah.
I can look at GT and I'm like, okay, that's definitely could be a Hoot pick because we've seen him so many times.
We've seen him be crazy on it too, yeah.
Like 60 plus on his owl in like the first 10 minutes. Like he's put up some stupid numbers on it. But like he can play also the Lash. Like I think Hoot, I still will say this, Hoot is probably the most diverse player in the game right now, with D1 maybe being like a close second. But past those two, I don't think anyone in the game has the hero pool like they have.
Yeah, being able to play the hard carry, the Spirit Nuker, pretty much whatever you ask for. Still, game's pretty even as we got a little bit of early pause lock. Looks like Zergy pretty low. So is Arzo, though. So bit of a chaotic trade in this early game. Empty Dreams on the pocket, though. We talked about this in the draft. It's another player hero combo you don't want to, take lightly. Abraham's across the board. They really all have comfort picks. And they will be able to find that kill onto Zergy. Caught between a rock and a hard place.
I spend love.
See if GT goes for the reset or just grab some boxes and comes back to lane. Looks like she is going to get the full heal. Let Pocket get some of that solo souls and maybe get the Affliction online a little earlier. Going to be a lot of important Spirit nuking ultis in this game.
That's what I was picking for Empty Dreams too, to take away the tier 1 camp on that side, because again, that is Lowkey W's strong side. That's their strong lane. A lot of action in middle already, as we've seen a little bit of a grouping together, rotating in to help out, going back towards the left-hand side. And I'm still looking for those ultimates to come online, because I really feel like Lowkey W on this left-hand lane are going to struggle. Any combo will result in a kill. I guess you have to hit like a Spirit Trap to somehow dislodge that.
I will say, yeah, Spirit Trap is a good counter to combo, right? Like it's one of the most reliable ways to cancel it. So I think that's going to help the matchup a lot. I also think Shiv isn't necessarily the best hero to follow up on combo. Like, yes, you have to execute, but I feel like the best heroes are ones that have like crazy gun DPS and can just stand there and hit 100% headshots. And Shiv is not really that.
I'm not looking for like a 100-0 combo. I'm looking for more like you poke them down to half HP because of knives, and then all you have to do is just dash,
just combo and finish.
And they're dead.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I
do think
yesterday.
Go ahead.
I think it was yesterday or the other day. I was watching TikTok and I saw a little video on. I knew you could shoot the Spirit Snares, like the traps from GT with his charge shot and like proc them, but I didn't know you could do that in the air. So if you throw a trap in the air, you can actually like hit a Vindicta who's flying.
Wait, that's crazy. That's some next level tech. Affliction, one man on Zergy. He's getting some real hate into this one.
I see the enemy.
He's gonna make a little bit of space, opportunity to snatch away some of these creeps. Cosmetical, though, goes down. A big dive comes in here. And that's a very nice find, stopping the snowball of a really key hero who wants to get their ult online, wants to get active very early. Nice little tower parry from the Mo. And with Sonya rotating in, Silver, one of the worst heroes at clearing creep waves in the entire game at this phase, needs the support to come in, but Hoot is here, bailing out the lane and protecting the Guardian for now.
I think that was started off, by the way, with the combo. I could see Saint with it on cooldown. Though Together obviously didn't have his killing blow up just yet, and Hoot. And we saw the movement alone in prior games. I see him rotating this lane to help out, even going in behind the tower here, trying to catch someone on the retreat, maybe together to hyperline and get the kill. But I don't know if, honestly, Saint can survive this with the 3-man dive coming on towards them.
Tylosan hits. Is there enough follow-up? Geist does not have the swap online, and Tylosan finds the kill. Empty Dreams does give it right back. Trying to pick up this heal. And with Viper in the hotel, good move from Zergy. Is it going to be enough to block the full damage? Yes, it is, but carded into the wall. Ebola comes out. It slows things down, but ultimately there's not going to be that follow-up to finish. Taz rotates in with the gun buff, showing why this Doorman is such a top prio pick, and already a few thousand soul lead has opened up for Abrahams in the early game, a telling sign of how much this draft adaptation has helped them.
You know, ZP, if you're here, can I shoot you a random question?
Sure, what's up?
ZP is here, okay. In your opinion, because we saw like Viper being banned before against Lowkey W, is Zergy's Viper more of like a last resort pick, or is this something he's actually actively practicing? I'm assuming you might know because you've been talking to Lightbringer.
I don't have any Zergy specific info there, nor have I seen like Zergy stream that much in the last week. I mean, you go like super historically, it's not something that Zergy has played a ton in Deadlock, and maybe the first time he's played it in like a competitive match. Like I don't ever remember seeing Zergy
Floormen
playing it in comp.
Today. But that's kind of why I'm asking, is because like I feel like he's only shown it today, and he normally would like only play Wraith. But my Mirage was open as well, so I don't know.
Viper's valuation has gone up a lot in comp over the last 2 weeks, so that being the case, it makes sense that Zergy would start adding it into his hero pool, is kind of my estimation.
Stolen combo in mid. It gets the kill onto Saint. Obakim finds that one. Lowkey W trying to fight back, but Empty Dreams onto a 4 streak here in the side lane, putting in some big damage. Zergy wants to fight right back, but Pocket playing around the cover well. Colt Sack even going to be picked up here. So Empty Dreams, even with some strong kills, is gone for a very greedy build. So, you know, I've seen the Pocket late game be pretty much crazy 2 out of 2 games so far today, and it looks like it's not going to stop in the hands of Empty Dreams.
I guess it comes down to like Saint versus Obakim. Can Obakim have the same level of impact with like the early stolen afflictions that Saint had in the prior game? And then will Empty Dreams also play some of the cosmetical and avoid actually showing himself to give away that affliction? As the Owl coming on in, I think it's one of the first ones of the game. Looking for connection maybe onto that Mo and Krill as Saint looks to...
He really wants a finish kill with it. It's so important to be able to find. Oh, and he finds it.
There it is.
All right, the first Owl of the game is unironically the most important, because every time you get that spirit power scaling right, it makes the next one easier to get. So the patience to really wait until he can find that finish kill that the team sets him up for, really smart to this one. Here comes the stolen combo once again, basically hard countering the Mo. And I think the Obakim is really understanding this well. Like late game, sure, the stolen affliction is always going to be what you're looking for, but at this moment, counter combo, I mean, combo is one of the best things you can do against a Mo who's burrowing, right? Hard stunning him, getting him out of the ground, making him much more vulnerable to your teammates. And you do, by the way, keep that permanent health on Sinclair by getting kills in combo.
I didn't even think about that, actually, that he can get the passive from that. It's pretty damn strong, actually.
It is really nice. Like,
you can do the same thing with like Great Talon Bird, right? With the Owl, you can get like permanent spirit power.
I think I mean, I would imagine it works that way. I know for sure it works on Mo. I believe I've checked that, at least in recent patches. I think it's really nice because Sinclair's a hero who doesn't have good max HP. So where Mo already has a lot of max HP, and you kind of already know you're gonna kind of chop him up with, you know, big shred and big damage. Sinclair's a hero who, with like, hey, a few hundred extra HP is pretty meaningful when you just need like half a second more to be able to teleport away to your assistant.
Yeah, that's a good point. We're seeing some aggression out of Abraham's looking to take this middle tower. The first urn spawned in just under 30 seconds of time. Even together, we're going to be teleported onto the right-hand side to join in with the team. There's really nothing that Lowkey W can do about this one as the combo's going to come on in, but the bird actually dislodges Saint from actually connecting the combo even further as Hoot gets the slam under the walker. That's going to cost him his life here at Abraham's with this aggression, completely catching out Lowkey W.
Frake caught in the hotel. Does take the smaller amount of damage, and they're not even going to try. They know Apollo has the ways to play his way out of this one. They're just going to head off and look for other kills. Cosmetical grabs a movement buff, which is actually probably the perfect buff to keep him alive, with Abraham's kind of bearing down on him in that moment. But the spirit buff goes to Empty Dreams on Abraham's in the pocket, so great find. Attempted urn grab. Looks like it will make it into the hands of Celeste, so good read from Sonya. And controlling the objective is going to be really nice for them as they look to build up on this lead that they've started.
When it comes to contest, Hoot nowhere near his death slam. I guess you could technically if you became Steel and Affliction, but there's, I think, no way he actually maxed out his ultimate just yet, so you're not going to stop the healing that can come through. But I guess a combo would be your ideal target, as you pointed out before, or maybe just give it up for free. Like I guess with the presence we have out of ours on the left-hand lane, it's not like Zergy's going to get much anything on this one. There's no way he's going to be able to push a walker down. And Lowkey W has set up for position around this one, but the Urt, it's still in the hands of Sonic Sniper, looking to go for the turn-in, at least dislodging it for now.
The bird stalls this in a huge way. I will say this isn't like both teams are kind of splitting their commitment on the map. Neither team is like all inning it. I think it's pretty telling that Sonya doesn't go for the dunk, though. It shows that it's some real respect to Lowkey W's fighting power. It's like, look at Listic and Obakim willing to tango with this one. Pocket, though. Affliction's coming up. He has Spirit Buff online. Gonna have to be pretty worried about this. Combo stolen, but it first comes in onto the Sinclair for the stolen combo. Gives it right back. Affliction, though, comes in, and the damage follow-up is there. Obakim, not long for this world. Earn dunk being considered. Melee attempted. It is successful to knock it out of the hands of this Celeste, but will the fight go their way? It doesn't look like it. Listic in a terrible spot now. Slivers of HP has to run away. Doorman ulti onto Hoot ensures that he's out of the fight already. Follow-up is good for him. Another bird comes in, but still feels like this is Abraham's fight to lose, man. They're in full control. The bird hits 2, but it won't follow up for kills.
Aaron still hasn't been dunked. Theo's able to take down break. It should be going the way of Abraham's now, as Tass will look to pick it up. Though Obakim is in the vicinity, steals away the Doorman ultimate, pulls him into the Baroness Hotel, and the egg has been dropped.
But you end up just kind of feeding things away, right? Like, yeah, you okay, the Doorman actually does kill Taz, so he just snatches the kill away, and the Urt is taking forever to do. So, yeah, you're probably going to get it in, but I feel like the kills are the real prize here. The fact that Abrahams are getting a lot of these trades, although things could go against them. Shiv, surely he gets the dunk. Okay, he does just barely make it in time, but it's a chaotic best denies here. And Silver with the ult, Viper continuing to force this fight means you don't necessarily want to stick around into this one. Looks like Mo is going to get run down here by the Silver. And the birds just keep coming, man. The cooldown on that is insane. Cosmetical, the uptime is like 100% on this thing.
Feels like it, man. The compressed cooldown. I didn't even see the cooldown on it when he finished it off. It has to be like stupid low, though. I think he had 2 or 3 birds in that fight, considering he used the first bird to dislodge the urn from Sonya. And I'm pretty sure we saw 2 more after that.
I will say you really need to get kills with it, right? Like in the end, it's like funny range disruption. It's nice. But if you're not getting the kills and scaling spirit power, this strategy isn't quite working the way you want it to, right? Ultimately, you know, for Cosmetical, like to do what Pocket does in the late game, you really just need farm. So like getting the kills, yeah, it could be nice, but ultimately you don't really care. You're farming creeps, shooting objectives, whatever. You're just getting farm. You're more of a standard scaling hero. With Grey Talon, yes, the farm matters, but I mean, you can see he's maxed the bird. Like, it is an obvious high prio to scale that spirit damage. Warpstone, scary, but Cosmetical evades it for now. Combo would have been deadly on GT there. Not a hero who can tank that.
I mean, you're definitely seeing the lack of damage on his charge shots too, considering he did max the ultimate. As you pointed out, trying to build up those stacks. I mean, he's definitely going to hit that power spike when he gets towards Boundless or something like that. Maybe Spirit Burn eventually. It's only 11k souls, and Zergy's been quietly farming up at 12k, but so's Arza, man. Arza's at 14k. He's been quietly shoving that left lane for the majority of this game, and Empty Dreams sitting on 16. I don't think Empty Dreams has died this match so far.
Yeah, Taz also on the
very beginning.
On the Doorman, it's like souls aren't crazy, but I think what we've learned about this Doorman hero is like you don't really need the farm. Like you are a massive threat in these fights, whether it's like the utility impact, the nuking, the raw gun damage. Like the gun hits pretty hard with this build. Like you don't necessarily need major items more to be an effective fighting force.
God, how many owls has Cosmetical thrown?
I don't know, like 10, like some crazy amount, right?
It felt like 10, man. He hit Sonya this time, and Sonya was like nowhere near low. He was just kind of, you know, keeping him in check, keeping the pressure on, and that's exactly what Abraham's doing. As you can see, very heavily invaded on the enemy side of the map. The next turn's going to spawn in here in just a few seconds, and I believe Abraham's going to get both buffs: gun buff for Empty Dreams, movement for Together, and who's just trying to get away from this annoying Celeste who's just chasing him off the rooftops.
Yeah, not the craziest buffs to find, but you definitely feel the pressure here. Bola just barely delays the combo, keeps players alive. Repulse slows things down. Now they're looking for some catches here. GT Bird gonna be coming into this one. The curse hits a Tylo San. Big damage being pumped, and Cosmetical finds the finish on the Saint. Here comes the Death Slam from above, pulling the Doorman into the thick of the fight. Not where this hero wants to find himself, but he doors back to safety for now. Across the map, Empty Dreams is gonna be able to clean up a Walker uncontested. but this could be just the cost of doing business. Lowkey W getting one killed, some spirit scaling, and maybe finding more on the cleanup, but they need to find more. They gave up a walker for this. They will get an advantage earn, which is nice, but you really would have loved to find maybe an extra kill or two in that one.
Thing is, like, who can they even send to fight Empty Dreams anymore? He's on 20k. He got a solo walker to himself. He just jumped up another 4,000 souls. I don't think anyone can fight Empty Dreams.
Uh-oh, this is a crucial fight. They're going to go for the earn dunk. Our player's going to make it there in time. No, not quite. The dunk does come in. It looks like all the souls going to Lowkey W. That's a massive comeback effect. Huge boon for them. Together, just a second slow to be able to stop it. And a stolen affliction onto Mo. Could be an opportunity for a chase down. There's no GT Bird to come in. Looks like Together just barely survived the burst from that.
And that would be like the best case if somehow Obikim's able to set up Cosmetical with an affliction, call out where they're going. Cosmetical cleans it up with the owl and just stacks spirit on spirit on spirit. As it looks like even Saints going for a Veil Walker next, so really going for the sneaky plays here.
Yeah, I think Together probably only tanked that bird because he's Shiv and he has the bloodletting, you know, reducing some of the damage. Walker is going to go down. Arzo likely going to die for this, but even that's not necessarily assured. Zergy gonna force the fight, knows he needs to get a little bit more done, but maybe he's gonna get turned on. Remember, there's a very farmed pocket here, even with the gun buff as well. And yeah, Zergy just has to turn tail and run. The slide mobility is gonna get him out of trouble, but it's definitely pretty telling about the state of this game that when pocket shows up, you just have to run for the hills. Like Lowkey W are somewhere that I feel like they haven't been all day today, which is on the outside looking in, trying to recover a game where pocket is head and shoulders above the opposition. I mean, he basically has a 6k item over the top player on the opposition.
Damn. And he's going Transcendent cooldown too.
Yeah,
so
the affliction uptime is crazy.
That, but also more Warp Stone uptime, more Cold Front, more Cultists. Like, he's
probably the best.
He needs to snowball ahead.
Probably the best CD using hero in the game, right? He loves buying active items. He loves having his ulti up and being able to like kind of fearlessly throw it on one person. Most of your damage comes from your skills. This is just a crazy spike item for Pocket. You can see why he's prioritized it relatively early in the build as his first tier 4 item. Oh god, the gank squad. Wait, this is crazy.
Yeah. I didn't even think about these combos with the doors. Zergy had no way of knowing this was coming.
That is somewhere they're out, man. They're gone. Like, what do you do about that? I feel like you first ban Doorman next game is what you do about that.
What did they ban again? Was it Kelvin? That was the first ban.
They banned Kelvin, which they banned last game too. I just think it was short-sighted. I think they should have seen that the Doorman snipe was coming in. I felt like it was pretty obvious. And I think they maybe just a little bit too much disrespect. They thought they could get away with it and somehow still get the Doorman pick off.
I mean, to be fair, the game's not over just yet, but it is a 14k lead 18 minutes in for Abrahams. If they keep pulling off plays like that, what do you even do? The combo's already halfway off the cooldown now.
And I think Abrahams have the better late game too. It's like Lowkey W still went all in with a very early game draft and they're behind. So this is pretty much the nightmare scenario. Like you can kind of just sit back and Abrahams play this one nice and slow. And I think in a best of 3, it also is like a nice little mental advantage to be able to just chill in the driver's seat and just let Lowkey W kind of sweat and let them kind of feel the pressure of the series, let it build. That is like a momentum changer for the overall series. And $5,000 on the line, man. You better believe, well, overall for the day, I guess EU about 2,500, 2,600 on the line. You better believe that Abrahams are really thinking about the long term into this one.
I mean, Obikimi's looking for it. You can see him spamming the Baroness Hotel. Still has it for quite a long time to use, but it doesn't look like they'd be looking for a fight here. Vrake actually might be the one getting called out.
Maybe a catch into Arzo. But hold on, here comes the gank squad. The Cosmetical absolutely swarmed. Everybody pops out through the door. Little clown car action there on the Great Talon. Not going to worry about the bird in this particular fight. Little fight breaking on the other side of the map, though. Arzo's getting ganked, surrounded, hit from all sides. And yeah, 3v1. He is not going to last too long in this one. Stalls? Wait, no way, right? Surely he's dead. Yeah, he is going to get cleaned up. Kind of takes a while, and the rotations are coming in. Empty Dreams is here, wants to be able to claim a bit of some comeback into this one. But these resources committed onto Vrake, maybe they're going to be enough to get the kill. He's kind of running low on skills. Yeah, maybe the rundown's coming in. Just one more knife from Shiv would be enough. And Sanya just gets it done himself.
And the fight still happened on the left-hand side.
Oh, wait,
if you get this goes crazy. Be a massive kill down for 54 seconds. And the bird, I believe, was the one that got the kill, too. Cosmetical. Be cleaning up from this one. Zergy is hit by the affliction, so he's basically been forced out of the fight here. Obikim continues to push in towards middle. Lowkey W need to survive this fight, and Abrahams are on the charge, getting 2 more kills on this.
Yeah, that's big. The fact that you don't get the urn off it. Yes, you get a very important kill onto Empty Dreams. It's a nice one. But how will the fight continue to progress? Cosmetical still fighting this one. Has now pretty significant amount of spirit power. You got to potentially respect it, although Sonya hasn't been showing too much of that, right? Continuing to play aggressive on the Celeste. Continue to keep those waves push in. You have a player advantage here. You have a soul lead. I mean, why not go to enemy territory? But threat is very significant. The stolen ult from Obakim could be real. He hasn't stolen anything just yet. Zergy, though, getting incredibly low. The bird comes out. You're going to try and maybe knock the urn out of the hands of Mo Krillin, but for now, he's just sitting back playing this one nice and slow.
I think it's actually probably the best case to be the urn holder for Lowkey W, for it to be on him, not have to worry about the combo necessarily to be the initiate on you. Oh no, they're setting him up with the door, but the thing is, he's gonna drop the urn. They're looking for a kill yet again.
It might be like a way to dunk it or something.
No, I think
don't
he's baiting
know.
him.
Oh, okay. They're just going for the gank kill. They didn't expect because Mo's showing on the map with the urn, and now Cosmetical combo. The follow-up should be there. Wait, hold on. Okay, he does end up ticking up from Together, but the price is pretty significant. Stolen Affliction onto Taz. Gonna limit his potential. However, it's gonna mean the opportunity is for Together to run this kill down. Does find the kill, and the real Affliction comes down like a ton of bricks here onto 3. Lowkey W cannot fight. The urn dunk comes in for Abrahams. It was Abrahams, right? Who got the dunk, I think?
Yeah, Abrahams got it. It was finally able to carry the urn on through, and that Affliction just lasting so long on the 3 players from Lowkey W. But I will give him credit to be able to turn that around into a kill when Cosmetical initially was being comboed on. I didn't necessarily expect to see happen. But at the end of the day, Abrahams still walk out more than happy, getting the urn turned in, getting a kill, or getting a couple kills, and they're still sporting a 23k lead.
Yeah, definitely a game in which Abrahams are in the driver's seat to force a decisive game 3 in the series. One where Lowkey W, I mean, they went very early and aggressive. I don't think Abrahams are under any kind of pressure to force an end to the game. And with mid-boss up, right, like, it is a moment where one really bad fight brings the game basically back to even, if not getting Lowkey W back into advantage. So they're trying to play off these door combo plays. That's been a working recipe for them so far, starting the fights with a quick combo. Diving onto Pocket, but seems ill-advised this point in the map, right? You want to punish him when he's too deep, but chasing after the Pocket is a recipe for disaster.
Look at that door range you pointed out earlier on in the challenger match.
The whole map, man. It's like 60% of the map AoE, and like Saint is just ready. Like you send him in after somebody, Together getting the scout off, setting things up. Affliction comes through, but looks like gone to nothing. Stolen Affliction. It's actually on to 2 this time, so maybe you just have to slip out from the door, maybe back out from this engagement. It does mean that Sonya is in enemy territory, but with Celeste's movement, doesn't seem to be too much of a problem. Empty Dreams re-aggressing the old-fashioned way. When actually, wait, he does find the Affliction? I don't know what happened, man. I've seen 3 Afflictions in this fight. Maybe one of them got canceled or something in the animation.
Yeah, he hit it onto 2, and then the Obakim caught 2 as well. And that's a combo in the air.
Yeah, that shuts down the Lash. It's going to be rough now. Without Lash, that might just be go sign for the mid boss, right? The Lash ult is probably the thing you're most worried about of anything that allows for a contest. GT doesn't even quite have ult. It is meaningful too. I wonder if there's many counter spells on the side of Abrahams to maybe dodge it out.
Affliction again.
They just want to force the fight though. Like they have enough of a lead where this is Abrahams after all. They're a team that loves these chaotic mid boss fights. Drake getting in, pulling some attention to himself. Still has that Italian Losan to play his way out of things, and Abrahams aren't the healthiest, right? The damage they took from the mid-boss actually seems a bit impactful. Obakim put in the Baroness. Plays his way out of it for now.
Oh, he's dead.
But the damage roll is good, man. He is just assassin. Stacked up call bells. Zergy also on slivers of HP. Abraham just baiting the fight in and absolutely dominating it when Lowkey W come to contest.
They got the big player out of it. No Rapid Hex anymore. No Stolen Affliction. They have to worry about Hoop, but if Lowkey W keep walking in 1 by 1, Abraham's going to keep getting kill by kill. Listic's going to fall. The bird might come in, but it's not going to do anything here. And Abrahams have all 6 players alive to take this mid-boss. Lowkey W with 4 up. Zergy boosting on in. I still don't think they can really contest this. Maybe a big Death Slam comes on through, but you have to somehow take away these rejuves.
2 grabbed all 3, and even the combo adding insult to injury. Lowkey W dropping like flies. It's only Drake left standing, but even he is not long for this world. Full clean team wipe. Even Empty Dream staying alive on the Pocket, and a clean triple rejuve. This kind of soul league developing. I really feel like we're just going to game 3 already. I think this is kind of the last gasp from Lowkey W. Still, there's still a mid-walker here, so it might be a while until you can actually siege and end the game, but I feel like Abrahams have just made the perfect adaptations to win this one, right? Getting the doorman, playing off the Mo and Krill in a really intelligent way. It's pretty scary.
Man, I would be punching my desk if I was a Lowkey W. It's bad enough fighting against a Mo and Krill with combo, but then facilitating the weakest part of Mo and Krill is like his mobility in terms of like closing that distance by completely catching off guard, but there's like really no counter because the door gets put down and all of a sudden, hey, there's a Mo and Krill and a Shiv right in your face. It has to be so tough to deal with for Lowkey W, and I would agree with you. I don't really think they come back from this 40k lead now for Abrahams. Yeah, like
Phantom
you really
Strike.
can't kill anyone.
That's a scary buy, right? Because it really feels like the only way you win this is like maybe baiting people and then sort of juking their initiation. But with the Doorman door, with the Phantom Strike, lockdown is good. Cosmetical, still healthy though. I mean, this is a pretty hard target. And hold on, some big damage coming in. Ons together, he dashes away, try and grab some heals, but the Bird's gonna be coming in to try and finish this one off. See if he can navigate those tight corridors. Ooh, and they do find it, which I actually don't know if the rejuve kills give permanent spirit power. It might. But it looks like the fight may be continuing to proc here. Listic popped into the Lycan form. Doesn't want to force things too deep. Remember, still triple rejuve, a lot of ults available for Abrahams. They're almost toying with the opposition here.
The thing is, you can't really push out into this either if you're Lowkey W, because you're going to walk directly into an affliction. If anything, the base is going to be your best friend here to at least stay spread out and use the terrain to dodge away from these. And well, you see Saint's not here, but then again, he could be there to split second. You never know when it comes to these doors. You can see on the minimap again the range that he has with this one, completely covering their entire base. And we should at least be seeing a shrine here, especially with Cosmetical being caught by the Baroness Hotel.
5? The only guy who does it is the guy who's in the Baroness Hotel, and Lowkey W fully afflicted. Just have to go back into the base and wait. Cosmetical, without teammates to support him, all caught, afflicted low. They just have to back off and play things slow. Stolen affliction?
It's free.
It's something.
Wait, no.
Wait, no, I think that was just the Lowkey W affliction. I think he got absolutely nothing off it. The lash ult comes in, but just doesn't feel like it caught anything meaningful. Still with 2 rejuves available. Abraham swarming over the opposition. Lowkey W, full desperation mode now, and with only 1 shrine left standing, even base guardians getting cleaned up. Abraham's dotting their T's, crossing their I's. But Jason, let's be real, we are going to game 3.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're almost hitting 60k difference right now. Stat check territory for sure. No one can deal with a 39k pocket when the max souls you have on your team is 26k, and it's going to be on a Viper. I mean, game 3, I mean, great to see Abraham's bounce back, and Lowkey W, now they're the ones to force to make an adaptation go into this next game, and I feel like it almost has to be a Doorman. Actually, well, the thing is, I think they'll choose first pick and leave Doorman up, forcing Abrahams to ban the Doorman instead.
Yeah, Doorman, it feels like the hero of the moment, right? With what Taz can do in a game. And honestly, for Abrahams, it didn't seem like they came in today expecting to play the Doorman. This was like it seems very reactive to what the draft that Lowkey W have having success with. And for sort of a game time adaptation to be this successful is a testament to how hard this team is to beat, to why they are by far our winningest team here in Europe. Looks like they're trying to close out the game here. 1 left, 3 rejuve remaining, trying to find the hero kills to go with it. Obakim teleports somehow away. He's deep down the lane, though. It's not really where you want to find yourself as the enemy team barrels down on the Archmother, ticking down fast. It is Abrahams here taking game 2, a decisive victory for them, stealing Lowkey W's draft and doing it better. Lowkey W caught flat-footed in this one. It's going to take some serious intervention from the coach to bring things back into game 3 with Abrahams finding the momentum. Lowkey W were the underdogs coming in today, and it feels like they're the underdogs once again.
Monsieur Puckett, are you here? He's not here, and he missed out on the ending, but it doesn't matter. I think that game was over for at least 5 to 10 minutes of time with how it was playing out. I mean, you know what? I never want to see that again. I never want to see a Doorman mode together. Can we like ban certain combos from happening? Because that was just absolutely disgusting. And obviously it wasn't just all them too, but the fact that they were able to create so many opportunities with these doors into a combo, like what can you even physically do?
Yeah, it really feels like a super sick draft for them. You know, one that they kind of pulled out on the fly, but with the comfort they showed on the heroes, it really worked out. I think getting the pocket was also huge. You know, I think it also feels like a really crucial hero right now. You know, I think honestly, I do like the GT, but I feel like they missed so many other key elements of the strategy that have worked so well for them today that GT just couldn't really hit the snowball that they were looking for. Like too many of these fights weren't able to be closed out for wins. They weren't able to find enough of those kills, period, much less kills with the Great Talon Bird that snowball you.
I mean, every combo that Saint had was I feel like he had 100% kill rate. Every time he comboed someone, that target would die within like 1 or 2 seconds of the combo, maybe wearing off, as we saw there. To be able to like depend on that, and as I was saying before, this is where Tass actually died inside the Bennett's Hotel.
R.I.P.
But having like 2 different heroes that can set up kills like that, because you have the Bennett's Hotel to set up kills, but then you also have the combo to set up kills, and then also the Doorman can set up combos for even easier time. Like Zergy just got absolutely destroyed, and there's no coming back from that. There's nothing you could have done. He could not have done anything differently except just not farm that jungle camp.
I mean, yeah, it's like, and how could this is like the safest jungle camp on the map, or one of them. So you can't even blame Zergy for this. This is just something you're not going to let through the next draft. I think you're absolutely right, though. We look at the next game. I think this is going to be a first pick prio for Lowkey W. And then you basically have to be on the doormat against it. I think that's the way the meta has developed, at least here on day 1. This looks like the hero of the moment. I'm really curious when we see the stats. Is this going to be Taz top damaging again? I mean, that would be kind of crazy, because I feel like it was a little bit more supporty this game, like dooring in your teammates rather than necessarily playing your own game. But I mean, this build does very real damage on the doorman, and he's able to fight permanently. So yeah, it just feels like perfect for the way this patch is shaping up.
I think that's kind of the difference between like Hoot and Task. Maybe it's similar to the way we see, like, again, Goober play Viscous versus most other Viscous. One's more like damage oriented like Hoot, and one's more support oriented like we saw here with Task on the doorman. I mean, you see just 31k, which is, I mean, he did more damage than everyone else on the team except Empty Dreams because of afflictions. So he did do a lot of damage, but it was definitely, it felt like a different style in the way that he was inherently playing the doorman. But then again, different comp calls for different plays.
Yeah, but I mean, I still think that this damage number is really impressive. He's out damaging Shiv and Celeste, right? Who effectively, like Shiv and Celeste, they're like, I nuke you with spirit damage. That is my purpose as a hero. That's really all they do, right? You know, it's a simple oversimplification, but basically that's true. And for Doorman, he's doing much. He's seeing you with the card. He's dooring his allies into the fight, and he's still out damaging those heroes. So something with this hero, man. The damage looks pretty crazy. I have a feeling that this is not making it through the first ban for game 3.
I have a feeling next week Doorman might get some tweaks, or like the next patch he's getting some tweaks to put him more in line, because he's doing, I think, too much damage, honestly, with like what he's
the
supposed
utility
to be.
alone is so good. And then you like, I feel like you would pick this hero even if you did like 60-70% as much damage. I think he might still be pretty good, especially with something like the Mo combo, which I thought was really smart from Abraham's, right? Having a sick gank squad. Like, normally this is the weakness of Mo, is as you get later into the game, the process of like running up on somebody and comboing them becomes more and more dangerous, and you end up sort of feeding more and more. But with Doorman, that weakness is completely prevented, more or less.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, really well done, and great to see as well that Abrahams can also play Doorman in a way that we haven't really seen so far on the night shift. For Lowkey W, I mean, you liked the gray talent. I do wonder what they're going to be going for in this next draft. Obviously, Pocket, another highly contested pick. It's been played every single game so far here in EU in both of our series. I wonder if that's going to continue to remain true going forward. But I also hope that we're not going to see a Kelvin ban, because I would much rather see you ban away a Pocket if you have to, if you're not going to get it as a first pick, than to have to fight against a Kelvin. Like, that's an easy choice in my book.
Yeah, there's a lot of high prio heroes into this one. It's kind of a tough one to call as far as what's going to end up being the priority. I don't envy these pro teams to have to like digest a completely new patch and integrate all these different heroes into your play and still try to play Deadlock at the highest level. But that's what you're called upon to do if you want a share of this prize pool, if you want one of the biggest prize pools we have ever put on here on the night shift. So this is how it is, man. This is esports. Like, you got to be able to bring it down and actually get that win at the end of the day. But of course, the conclusion to this series is coming right after a short break, guys. When we get back, we're going to see who ends up taking home the massive cash prize. Golden egg has been popped. We are ready to deliver those souls. And who gets them? Well, it's up to the next result of this match. So we'll see you guys in a minute. Don't go anywhere.
It's going to get freaky.
Passage. Right this way. This should have. I got him.
Let's take out talent. I won't let you stop me.
scout crib. Let's go take out guys. I think guys.
Opening passage.
Welcome back, everybody, to the night shift.
Sorry, I didn't know if it was me or you.
No, it's my bad. It's not that. I was typing something in the Discord, so that's on me. But as we get back into this one, Lowkey W versus Abrahams. Abrahams delivering an absolute clapback in game 2. Like the way the challenger match went, the way game 1 went, we were getting ready to call this for Lowkey W. We were starting to talk about how they're going to spend the prize money. You know, they're going to join us poolside in the Maldives. Like we were starting to like send them the plane tickets. It was going to get crazy. But instead, Abrahams brought things back in a resounding way. I do think the doorman's a big part of it. Maybe the pocket was too, but you can't just put this down only to draft issues. This is Abrahams with their incredible adaptability, what has allowed them to win against many challengers before Lowkey W. For Lowkey W to get this win, it needs to be a rock solid game 3. They need to really find their gumption and bring back the solid performances that we've seen from today, maybe without some of the pieces that they've come to rely on, given that Abrahams has been sniping them away.
I will say this though, the amount of fear you had to have had as a Lowkey W player farming your own jungle wherever it might have been. It could have been jungle in your own base if it ever existed there, and you still wouldn't have felt safe because of the doorman setting up these Mow and Krill combos. And the funniest part was they did that to Zergy farming his tier 3 camp in the warehouse, and they just went to the door and they're out. Like you can't stop that. You can't counter that. There's no counterplay to that other than just not farming the jungle and guessing where Mow and Krill's going to be playing. So honestly, just I think a really well-oiled game plan from Abrahams, and they executed it perfectly. It's all about disrupting that when it comes to this next game. And then, yeah, of course, Lowkey W bouncing back, which I think, like in the past, I'm trying to remember if they've won any like 3 mappers, or if they typically would win like a 2-0, because I think it's very difficult to bounce back into a game 3 here. But obviously with with the Drifter, also known as Lightbringer, there to help coach them along and maybe help them with the draft here, they still easily have a chance.
Yeah, I do think they weren't ready for the draft. I think like I called it out last draft as like, you really should ban the doorman. Like, I don't think you're actually getting it. You know, I think this is going first if you don't ban it, and it did. So I think that's the obvious change. I think they could also take first pick, as you mentioned, and sort of force Abrahams to be the one banning it away. But I think a lot of these other heroes, like the Pocket, the Bebop, are going to be contested. And even the Haze, like you banned it out in the mid phase last time. If you really wanted Lowkey W, it might have to go first 3. Is that worth it? It's like, we've seen a really compelling strategy from Lowkey W today, but Abrahams are attacking it from all sides. And this is the nature of competitive play, right? Everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face, right? And this is that punch in the face. I think it's up to Lowkey W to really spit out the blood and get back into the fight.
It was very graphic, just like punch in the face. Just
never heard that?
No. I think
I don't think that's exactly how it goes.
Something about like feces on the arm or something like that. I can't remember what it was back when I grew up in Arkansas. Anyways, back into this. It's still gonna go for a Kelvin ban first. I mean, they're first picking, right? So
yeah,
they're
so I think it's
the
different.
doorman ban.
I wonder why they respect the Kelvin so much. I think it's a little forced, but also I don't care so much what their first ban is when they're picking first, right? Like I think sure, Kelvin, why not? I mean, it is something that we know Saint can play really well. Abrahams, don't let the doorman go through. They know what Taz just did in the last game. They are not going to have that done to them. Now what goes first? This is a major decision point for Lowkey W. I think they should take Pocket. I don't know what you think, Jason.
Pocket, I mean, I like Pocket. I think Pocket's just good in general. I don't think there's really any downside to picking him. But they did do Bebop, I believe it was, in the first game.
Which did tear through the opposition, right? In defense of this pick, right? Like Listic had a huge game. He was like shutting down heroes left, right, and center. Could be an annoying hero if you do pick Pocket into Bebop. Like he's that guy who pulls you in. You know, like the cape can sometimes be relatively predictable to kind of hook him after he capes away. So for me, I'm like, okay, it's not crazy to me. Celeste goes first for Abrahams, which I'm a little surprised about. I wonder what goes second. I feel like it should be Pocket, but we'll see.
It's got to be Pocket, right? There we go.
Yeah, you don't want to let this one through.
I think you're right though. I mean, I think there is one upside though. Actually, no, wait. Can you the slowing hex stop the satchel?
It does not, is my understanding. It only stops you teleporting to cloak, but pretty meaningful.
Because that's like one good way to deal with Bebop, at least to buy time, is just that you satchel right after, and then you really can't follow up with that on anything. Something we talked about before, and like I think it was like the first game of the day.
Yeah, I feel like for these teams though, it's less about Bebop's follow up than more about like your whole team is standing next to Bebop and like everybody dumps everything on the guy who gets hooked in. And Lowkey W, we talked about it, they're not getting this haze in the second phase, so they grab it in the first. I feel like Obakim has shown that it's actually worthwhile, and I think his build is pretty fantastic into Celeste in pocket because he goes for this like hyper aggressive ulti build. These are not tanky heroes. Like you have the lockdown from Bebop. Even Apollo is not too bad with a riposte to like stunning people, delaying them for a second. The damage is going to come through in a major way. Although I think Ivy is a cool response because Stone Form is one of the most reliable, safe ways to cancel the Hazel.
Yeah, I was actually wondering like why was it last game Lowkey W banned away Ivy as their second ban. But yeah, I completely see that. Also, I feel like you can fly someone that gets hooked like away too. So
yeah, you can grab them away.
Escape.
Yeah, I think that backup escape could prove to be pretty valuable when Haze starts off with a gank, kind of pull somebody out of there, re-engage onto them. Shiv gets taken away this time. But honestly, I just look at this draft so far and I'm like, Lowkey W are getting some of the valuable tools that were denied to them last game, which I like. But Celeste and Pocket seem like two of the biggest sort of global theoretical winners from this patch. Like just spirit carrying being more important, late game gun scaling not being quite so good. And they even get a silver as the force pick, which is kind of it's crazy to be able to get silver this late into the draft.
I think I would have liked to see Mirage instead of Celeste. I feel like Mirage.
Yeah, I think Lowkey W should get the Mirage here, and they do. Yeah. Oh, I think like the Viper. I like the kind of gambit of like, let's do something a little weird. Let's try to stay the super high pace. But I feel like what we saw in that qualifying match where, the rest of the team can perma fight and then Mirage is like, he's securing that late game for you. I think his matchup into Pocket is really nice because he does huge spirit nuking damage that can really mess Pocket up. While Pocket's, he's dancing, he's throwing his skills. Like Mirage is going to hit bullets on you. Eventually, those stacks tick up and you could be in a real trouble on Pocket. And they even go, I think this is going to be a wall breaker Victor, like running it down on walkers, which I kind of like. I kind of like that against Celeste and Pocket.
Do you need it though when you have Mirage?
I don't think Mirage will take walkers when he gets like a clean side wave push off and the enemy's distracted. But Victor is like forcing walker pushes, which I don't think that Mirage can do. And they still go Mo and Krill. Pretty interesting. It's another good way to punish potentially the Haze, right? And like stopping her ulti, turning fights around on her. Interesting choice, but without the benefit of the doorman in this game. So this is more of like a normal Mo. This is not the tag team Mo. And they still go Viper, but I actually like the Viper way more when Viper isn't expected to be the hard carry late game. Like that, I think when Viper can just like go to fights more fearlessly, somebody else's job is clearing the side waves and like farming the jungle. This I feel way better about Viper. I still think this hero has a lot of tempo from a more farmed gun roll, and also a hero of, hey, you leave her alone in the side lane, your walker is dead, man. This hero has crazy walker push when she's able to just free fire.
Who's gonna be on the Mirage then?
It's gotta be Zergy Mirage. I think surely it's Zergy Mirage. I don't think Zergy plays Viper this game. Like, your hard carry is on Mirage, and I think that's gonna be Zergy. And Viper is gonna be a much more of a fighting, active role, at least given how they've played so far today. I think Viper is probably the second side laner, but usually one of the side laners is going to fight more than the other, and I think pretty clearly Viper in my eyes this game.
And who's Cosmetical on? I'm like so
wouldn't be surprised
like,
if he's the Viper. I think he might be the Viper. It wouldn't shock me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would kind of make sense. Then Hoot would be on like the Victor here. Oh, yeah, this is interesting.
Could be Cosmetical Victor and Hoot on the Viper. Yeah, I agree. It's a little bit hard to call. I guess those are the two who are kind of up in the air, assuming Listic plays the Bebop again, that he played so well. Feels like Obakim has to be the Haze. I don't think you have your whole team grinding Haze. This is like one guy is specializing in it, kind of a strat. And then Vrake, he's been on Apollo all day. Should be a no-brainer.
Oh, it's going to be interesting to see, man. We're going into a game 3 over here in EU to see who wins our record-breaking prize pool in our night shift after 37 of them. We have $2.5 grand for each region, totaling $5K, all coming in from Shopify, Intel, and Newegg. Like, so excited to see Intel Newegg join us. It's been a while since we've had Intel on the show here, Jake. But not to mention, at DreamHack Atlanta coming up next weekend, there's a chance you can meet myself, you can meet Jake, you can meet Dan, you can meet ZP, and maybe Puckett can stop by as well. We'll be over at the Intel booth. And maybe, just maybe, we'll have some Night Shift merch, though I'm not going to commit to it.
Yeah, we're getting the event set up, but if you guys are in the area, if you're going to go to DreamHack Atlanta, come say hi. We'd love to see you guys in the Intel booth. Shout out Intel for getting us out there and getting us the opportunity to do some cool stuff. It's going to be more of like a fan-centric event style rather than, you know, the sort of esports we do here on the typical Wednesday night shifts. But still, it's going to be a lot of fun. Always fun to hang out at gaming events and meet people, meet the community. So definitely looking forward to that one, Jason. And also looking forward to Game 3. Who's going to be our EU champion? This is one of the best weeks we've seen from Lowkey W, but needs to be better if they want to take home the cash. And it's a bit of a burger box in the side lane. It might be EU, but the burgers are on the grill. Together gets kind of smoked in that early trade.
It's a hoop bot, by the way, and a Listic Victor.
Ooh,
So even some changes coming in.
Okay.
And Cosmetical Mirage.
Okay, I have no idea what to think now. I mean, Cosmetical's sick in the late game. Maybe Zergi's practiced more Viper and he's going to play more tempo. I guess I do trust Cosmetical, actually, to be able to handle the high farm role, right? He did that on Pocket. Different type of character on Mirage, but in some ways, not too much different, right?
And some people in chat were saying that Zergi also has been playing a lot of Viper when it comes to scrims. So I was bringing up that question earlier on. It's definitely something they've been practicing. And I mean, I assumed you're not going to just bring it out randomly with $2,500 on the line here in this best of 3. Yeah, like Hoot on Bebop. I mean, we saw Listic. I don't know how you top Listic's performance, but we can't forget about the fact that the first time we saw Hoot was playing with Mydong, like way back in the day in Fight Night, and he had some of the craziest hooks we saw.
I mean, it's Hoot we're talking about, right? Like, I trust this guy, whatever he picks. I don't care what it is. I feel like this guy's going to be able to play it. I mean, that's been the flexibility. That's been his history. Listic does die on the Victor, though. I mean, a hero that pre-ultimate, right, is not actually that tanky, right? Is like deceptively easy to turn things around on and kill him off. But he's also a hero who really wants to snowball the farm. So those early kills add up against him. It's a really nice find for Together and Saint. They were getting kind of bullied on the early trades. Now they find a kill for themselves. Shout out Froggy. 20 viewer raid. Welcome, Froggy viewers.
I see the enemy.
I'm still so confused slightly about the Ivy, though. I understand its premise. I understand what it's supposed to do in this comp, and I understand what it can do in this comp. I feel like such a weird hero for what we know tasked to play on, for the most part, across his career now. I mean, it's basically like 2-year career within Deadlock. But with some heavy presence and heavy pressure at Lowkey W on this right-hand side, with Break and Listic paired together. I mean, that is a lot of damage you get in close proximity of them, but to be fair, Taylor's doing a pretty good job of it, as we do see Break get stuck in a tree.
Oh,
he gets a parry on the retreat.
I thought the movement was a little sloppy there, but it turns out he's just baiting the parry out. Together, still wants to push the pace, still wants to fight. Listic getting some trades off, and oh, even another parry. Insult to injury. Zergi roams in, picks up an instant double. One of those profitable roams we've seen in quite some time here on the night shift. And that is going to be a nice one for the Goon King himself. Rusted Barrel going to slow things down for Listic, but he's just headed back to the shop, man. He's got souls to spend.
Just imagine Zergi with a crown now, and it kind of fits him perfectly. I can actually see it at land, just wearing a crown called the Goon King on top of it. Yeah, the roam works out well. A hook comes in, catches out Tass. I mean, the backup's going to be Zergi once again. The Stormfront comes in. Lethal Venom comes on in, but I think a little bit too much HP for Tass to even reimagine converting that into a kill. And even Rusted Bear, I think Rusted Bear is actually a pretty good pickup here for Tass, considering what he's against. It works so well on Obikin, Cosmetical, Hoot, Zergi, Listic, like all around really good item.
It's been bought a lot today, like more than we've seen in some of the recent past. Some trades coming in. You're trying to dive in onto the Apollo, but he grabs a quick heal out of that one, and the dive ends up looking a little bit ill-advised. Corbo, thanks, Sean. Shout out to the Prime. We had crazy subs today, by the way. I mean, huge, insane donos from Cried Like a Baby. Drops record-breaking, easily gifteds on the night shift, but just tons of primes coming in from everybody. Huge shout out to the community. More attempts coming in, man. Together, playing with this HP, absolutely using it. And with him and Mo together, man, these are two guys pretty tough to hold off when they really want to dive you under tower.
Especially when those ultimates come online again, like the Bola after a combo. I'm so sorry if you can hear her panting right now. My dog is right next to me, just panting into the microphone. But like a Bola after a combo, you're just really not escaping if you don't have the damage for the upfront burst. But I feel like you kind of do in this lane. Honestly, that's one of the biggest threats about a Mo and Crow when you play them in the laning phase. When that combo comes online, you know they're gonna be looking for kills, and those kills come thick and fast.
Yeah, double prio here. for Lowkey W as they look to grab the double earn. A nice sleep sets up things really cleanly from Obikim. Gun buff is grabbed from Sonya, but is he going to be able to live to tell the tale to escape with it? The lethal venom gets him down to almost no HP, and Zergy cleans it up, even with a nice juke from Sonya. It's not enough. Obikim, though, goes down in the trade. Now they're trying to dive in. Victor doesn't quite have the souls for that rejuvenation to come back up. Mo trying to stick on him and finish off this kill. You'd love to be able to find the Victor again in the early game. Clean moves from Listic, but it's not enough to get away from Together with some sharp aim. And a combo as well. Even gets that ultimate online in the Chaos. Repulse delays things, but ultimately, Together's going to find that kill. A double on this side of the map, and now potentially a tower to take behind it.
And a really good bounce back here after Zergy's domination in the beginning, though Zergy's still going to be on 4K souls, right? Well, he's dead now. He's still going to be on 4K souls, but he's back to base here. So Abrahams have had a big bounce back. And you know, one thing we can't forget about is way back in the day, I mean, obviously, I think it was just Together and TAS out of this composition. Abraham's, the original squad, was one of the few teams that could contest against Buff Enjoyers back then when it came to laning phase, but they really struggled when it came to later stages. And I think they're continuing that identity within the team here. Time the sun comes on through, it's Together very low on health, but Lycan Curse helping to give him that buffer he needed to survive it.
Yeah, it delays things for a while. Listic also gets low. It is going to force him back for a heal, but the Lycan Curse is such a low cooldown ultimate. You're always happy to trade that one for one against just about anything. More trades coming off in this side lane. Victor does have the ultimate online. The lead is still very minor, very manageable at this phase. And Lowkey W with, I think, a much more comfortable playable draft, although Zergy caught has to bola just to get out of here. Silver, terrifying hero when she shows up on the roams, man. These bolas are incredible. Can't quite get the damage in, even with a little bit of CC. Zergy slips away to safety.
Lowkey W are being the aggressor this time across the map. Left and right lane both shoved in towards the Guardian. Let's open up a potential rotate out of Zergy to actually look for a kill like we saw prior.
Oh, Zipnock. Is he going to dive that? Surely not. That's a little bit crazy. Oh, he's thinking he wants to get the second one. That would be so devious, but Listic too smart for that one. Price, though, is going to be the Guardian. Full HP Silver. You don't want to tango with that. Victor, even with the ulti, feels like they're on good money after bad. Trade attempted to come in, but Pocket has something to think about it. Empty Dream still fighting this one. Gets a nice big burst onto Obikim. Still relatively healthy, though, on Hayes. Might still look for more. Geist was swapped, though, also. Potential threat. And Mo's coming in from behind. You got to watch out. They're maybe being ganked on this. I don't know if they see this one coming. Mo slips in. The sleep, though. Wow. Make sure instant, just 180. Locks that guy down. Ensures Obikim can play this fight comfortably.
I'd imagine if you don't hit that sleep dagger, you're looking at a death.
Uh-oh.
Almost like
Dreams?
guaranteed.
A little DC, a little pause lock.
Wouldn't be EU without pauses and without disconnects.
This game's been chaotic, man. It's like, everybody slow down. Let's, grab a water, chill, enjoy yourself, Like life is short. Take some time for yourself, chat.
I'm just thinking about the NA portion of the show because we have Bird with Clock finally making it back through, getting through the qualifier. I believe FPS Lounge, they dropped Erebus, so they decided to sit out playing in the qualifier match this week. But to see Bird with Clock, and first time in a very long time, is going to be great to see. And then also see Floormen defending their title in a crazy one-sided series last week.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. NA has incredible stakes. We're not even halfway through the show just yet. Record-breaking prize pool if you're just joining us, guys. Newegg and Intel have joined on to sponsor the show, so we've doubled the prize pool this week to 5,000 alongside the partnership from Shopify. So biggest historical prize pool yet, and a beautiful hook from Hoot onto a character you'd love to be able to find kills on in the early game. Sonya tends to have great late games, but shutting him down in the mid game is exactly how you can prevent that kind of an outcome. So Hoot, nice find for him, and has more than 3,000 souls to spend. So a big win for Bebop. High prio pick in this draft. Obikim trying to juke, trying to stay alive, and ultimately Empty Dreams runs him down. Yeah, without the HP to play his way out of it.
Zergy's on in, though. Lethal Venom's going to do a good chunk of damage. Down to 300 HP. Combo comes in on a Zergy. They're going to turn this one around. Petrifying Bow thrown in on top of the Mo to dislodge him and keep him away from him. And Cosmetical's still going to get the kill with the Jin's Mark on Empty Dreams. Good little Petrifying Bow there out of Zergy to kind of give them a chance in that fight.
Yeah, it's a lot of chaos. Together really has been bullying Listic in this side lane, like really punishing the Victor pick. Silver been really dominating in the frontliner role. Hayes trying to turn this one around, but like every time one of these spells come off cooldown, it's a lot of burst. And now with full skills, she's kind of hesitant to run this one down, although Hoot's coming in to secure this one. Daddy's here, looking for the finish. Does miss a hook. Well, the burst is pretty massive on Obakim, but this little HP remaining. Surely he's caught dead to rights. Although, hold on. Pocket's here to try and mess with this one, and Hoot just kind of ignores the pocket, walks past him, gets the kill, and onto the lane.
A little bit of skeet shooting there, taking down Silver in the air. You know, I will say this, Vrake, thinking back to like Obakim on Apollo, I feel like I don't want to like trash talk Vrake at all, but I feel like Obakim's had a stronger Apollo in the past. Whether that's just due to opponents, maybe I'm just not seeing what Vrake's like really providing for the team. But I've just not seen that same level of impact on Apollo in these games. I don't know if that's just maybe the role he's supposed to be playing.
Yeah, it does feel like, I mean, it feels like with this draft from Lowkey W, you know, the Apollo ends up holding a lot of aggro and being responsible for a lot of that, like, first off initiation, with players like Obakim actually following up and dealing the damage. So I feel like they're kind of, you know, readjusting maybe the priorities. Is hold on, wait, Zergy finds Arzo? How does that happen? Guy's not getting the swap off. Okay, the curse denies the follow-up. Earn is being run. It's not going to be contested, but the fight is going to be contested on this side of the map. Together goes very deep. Can't quite get the last hit onto Zergy. Together needs to find the proc on this ulti. Just maybe like one more shot to be able to do so. Combo is in onto Listic alongside an Affliction on the other side of the map. Looks like that might create enough space for the Earn Dunk to come in. Empty Dreams evades the laser. Some of the souls denied from Hoot, getting a little bit of that. And hold on, maybe Ivy caught in a rough spot without the stone form. Definitely a possibility to find this one, but with Mo coming into support, he just has to head for the hills.
It feels like almost every time we go together, he's like
just killing.
Kill.
He's just killing. Every time we're on his POE, he is killing somebody. And it's cosmetical of all players, right? Like the Mirage is a really high impact kill this game. I mean, 10k soul lead 11 minutes. It's not quite, it's 8k, but still pretty meaningful. Empty Dreams has this Cult Sack online, so he's gonna snowball some of the farming, although Vrake would love to be able to run this down. That would be an impact kill to find at this moment. Doesn't want to take the pad, knows he would just get knocked down and die from it. Has to be some clean movement to evade it. Breaks on the case. Bullet Dance from Obakim hasn't found anything just yet, and eventually the disengaging sigil does close out, and then Together goes down too. Hold on, Lowkey W maybe finding the team fight they've been hoping for. 2-1 so far in the trade.
Could be a Walker on the right-hand side of Abraham's, taking advantage of the skirmish on the left side jungle. I feel like you almost just commit for this. Yeah, with Mo and Geist there, you just go for the kill, even if you're going to lose some lives. Lowkey W reinforcing this one with Cosmetical and Listic. There's just no stopping this Walker from going down.
Oh, okay. Maybe the Geist doesn't commit for it. Geist tries to get out. But if you get caught here, it's actually worst case scenario, right? If you end up getting the kill and not getting the Walker. He goes for the greedy play, arguably to leave. I think going for the Walker. Oh, wait, hold on. He's trying to loop back in, maybe? Juking away for now. He has swap. Listic's trying to tank that on himself on Victor. Obakim's got to be careful. Doesn't want to give a swap back. And oh, actually, Army Archer just knows even with the full swap, it wouldn't be enough. So better player than me. I would have gone for it. Lycan Curse
I would have
pop,
gone for it too, though. Because Zergy's stalled.
Yeah, Zergy already just running away, but even he can't get away. The slows are just too brutal.
I feel like if you stalled over there, you would have delayed the rotate back in towards middle, and you could have maybe gotten the mid walker instead. If you do go for the swap out of Arzo.
Yeah, well, holds on to the ult for another day. We'll see if he ends up getting more value with it. Ligado for it ends up being wasted. Together, trying to get an opportunity here, but without Lycan Curse, could actually be a potential kill. Some nice movement, but slips up a little bit there. Can't quite make it to the high ground. And this Victor build is insane at chasing players down. The slow is really incredible on this one. Together almost drops the reanimation from Victor, but Listic holds on to it, which will be quite nice. I mean, talk about Victor as like this wall breaker hero, throwing him at walkers, but actually can also still scale well into the late game.
Empty Dreams is cutting the wave on the right-hand side. Takes it down behind the walkers. So there's no reinforcements to continue to push up toward Cosmetical here.
Oof. Mo and Krill being floated by Ivy is scary. And oh, the sleep misses. Out of the air, grabs the combo to Cosmetical. Is the damage fall going to be there? Beautiful Stoneform to follow up with that stun. Obakim's here with the ultimate. Cosmetical, just a sliver of HP, but looks like he's out of this one, and 2 quick kills on the punish. It's a good thought from Abrahams, but it does not come together. Although, hold on, Arzo. Kobe's in a kill from range. That makes it almost worth it now. That Cosmetical kill so valuable.
I want to ask you a question, but I want to finish this one before it goes down. Swap had been used by Arzo. Go for the chase. Almost takes down Hoot here, but a great sleep dagger once again. Allows Hoot to escape here around the corner. And now actually Saint wants to commit for this one. He's just going to go for the full-on dive here. But with now Listic on the Victor, able to join the fight, he has to run away from this one. Now Ar's going to get caught by Cosmetical. I think that's Zergy over there in a 2-1-2 fight.
Yeah, running away from the Victor is pretty rough on Mo and Krill. He's just going to get slowly run down and bled out. Doesn't have the slowing bolts, actually, which is the build I've seen on Victor, but just incredibly hard to fight when you're getting slowed down by that aura of suffering. Look at that maxed ultimate metal skin. Like, this Victor is a tank. Like, the last few trades, early game Listic got punished. He really didn't get the start you would want on Victor, and these couple fights going his way have brought him right back into the game, onto a kill streak now.
What's scarier to you? A doorman with a Mo, who just like comes out of the closet and grabs you? Or a flying Mo and Krill with an Ivy?
Easily the doorman, man, because doorman just pops out with a nuke and also takes 2/3 of your HP off, right? Follows up on the kill. Doorman also brings the clown car. Ivy brings one person, doorman brings like 3 guys all waiting on the door, which is crazy. Hook on together, but it looks like the Ivy save pulls him out. Now they're just going to re-engage. Already had done enough damage. Hoot now trying to slip away, but has no chance to get out of this one. Listic looks to be losing that reanimation, although hold on, a missed bite, and Listic would love to be able to get out of here, would love to be able to hold on to that ultimate, live another day, and looks like he can. Sleep onto together, punishes the kite out, but he wakes up just in time to kill the Zergy on the retreat.
Yeah, this is looking... I mean, it's looking really rough, but the souls don't really tell the story of it. It's only a 7k difference, but it feels like it's been going all the way of Abraham's here. Finally, that walker on the right-hand side goes down as we saw the 2 men push out of Arzo and Saint coming to fruition here. That's 2 walkers now down, the lead extending back to 10k. And we're still... I mean, we still have an urn in play in the hands of, I believe that's Together to pick it up. Actually, no, where did it go?
Looks like he's being held hostage behind Walker. So Listic holding it down. They're going to go for the dunk. This would be a moment to kind of bring the comeback in. There's a couple players not quite here. So player advantage for Lowkey W. Can they capitalize successfully? Hook onto Sanya. Pulls him in. Bullet answer from Obakim. Following up with a lot of damage. Italo-san, can it get a good connection? Only onto 1 for now. The Affliction, though, also only onto 1. It's onto Listic, one of the weakest targets for that skill. Abraham's players dropping low, but the first kill is onto Obakim. Now a chase down from the pocket. Who looks to get active. Looks to bring his net worth to bear in this fight. Who? Normally aggressive, but this time on the receiving end. 2 for 1, 2 for 2, I should say, rather, so far in the fight. So still a lot to play for. Listic with that reanimation online. Can still fight this one out. Abraham's. Everybody's here now. The entire lobby brawling this one out. Swap is out. Cosmetical's down from the combo as well. Listic, Zergy, and Vrake have to hold their nerve here and try and fight this one out. But there's no second life for the Victor. Abraham's starting to maybe overwhelm, but this time it's Vrake. He's been ignored for the most part in this fight, finally getting these skills popped. Going to continue to stay in on the engage. These Spirit Nukes starting to bite on some low players from Abraham's. The Spawner's going to be coming back into this one too. Zergy also has withstood the test of time, and is going to be able to run down this Geist more than likely.
Oh man, Vrake has been doing such a great job. I have to take back everything I said before. The staying power out of him, allowing Zergy to alleviate some of the pressure of the focus on him. Vrake hadn't been one of the most, like, the biggest damage dealers in this skirmish, and the urn, it's still down. It's still available to be picked up here. Hoot's going to be joining the fight once again. He definitely wants to pick up this urn, as it's going to be Sonic Sniper just constantly being annoying in his face, and Together back in that Lycan curse. Hyper Beam on the high ground.
He's kind of struggling to stick on top of the Bebop.
He's keeping his distance away from Together, but the urn finally gets dunked in. It's actually going Lowkey W's way.
Okay, insane fight, knockdown, drag out. I have zero idea what the actual kill score was, but I know that for Lowkey W to be in the net worth disadvantage, they are going to feel good about that fight, right? Like all those kill trades tend to favor the team that's behind, and getting the urn dunk on top of it is the piece de la resistance, right? It really secures the victory in the fight. So for Abraham's, it's a bit of a reality check, right? Game 3 going to be more contested than game 2, and that fight proves it.
Let's see where we're at here. Metal Skin, we've had that before for Listic. Sup Stam for Zergy. I think that's definitely one of the factors that allow him to escape that fight with intensified rounds and burst fire for the extra sliding speed. And Hoot went up to Fortitude. So again, he's going to be just hopping in and out of fights looking for hooks with the Dispel Magic. And Obi came with a Warp Stone. I mean, that's pretty common. We're going to see from what we've had before on his side. I mean, like the real farm, it's Vrake, 20k. Zergy at 17, Cosmetical at 19. One thing I do worry about Abraham's is they don't really have like a solid M1 carry for late game. I know, like, obviously Celeste can do a lot of damage with M1. Even Pocket can technically do that, but they don't have
Geist,
to make
right?
It's Arzo. But
yeah, it is Geist, but I think I agree with what you're saying, which is like ultra late I don't love Geist Prospect because I think when you want to compare pound for pound late game gun carrying, Lowkey W has like 4 heroes that are going to scale pretty effectively. And then I do think Victor is a very annoying hero to play Geist against because yeah, you get the swap, and Victor just soaks it with his ult and trades 1 for 1, and then like he's that guy who doesn't care about getting swapped. Even hey, you get him low, he might be able to just like heal his way out of that. He's used to being low HP and running you down. So
yeah,
potentially some tough matchups. I think a lot rides on Pocket and Celeste. Can they truly carry the late game? This game is going to be, I think, a big bellwether of that. Arguably, that's the way the patch has been leaning, that these Spirit carries can, in fact, you know, carry the day and can go toe-to-toe in the late game with Gun. But we're going to kind of see here in the night shift, right? This is the opportunity for the best players in the world to show their stuff. Hook goes wide. Mo dove in here, trying to find a combo catch on top. Looks like he's looking for Hoot on the Bebop, but Hoot with some good moves, gonna deny any kind of instant follow-up. Obikin with the bullet dance, put down quite a bit of damage. Things are chaotic here up on the roof. Affliction onto 2. Rake getting fully focused down, and they know where their bread is buttered. The Apollo's not gonna be living through this fight, although neither will Sonya. And as Listic comes back up off the reanimation, Empty Dreams gets low. Still anybody's game in this fight. 2 and 2 off the deck on both sides. Looks like Listic next to fall, but an Urn being pulled away by Obikin might make this well worth the exchange.
Great combo too out of Saint. He actually interrupts Vrake's a tiny little Son, I believe that was, and it allows him to completely burst him down, so he stops being that annoying mosquito in your room late at night when you're trying to sleep. But with the Urn in the hands of Obikim, I mean, going into this one, there's no ultimates up for really either team, making it very difficult to actually confirm this dunk. I mean, you're down only 6k. You get a big wave shot on the left-hand side, eventually going to be cleaned up on. This is where I want to say, like, if you're Cosmetical and Lowkey W, just let him push the left-hand side, try to feint the Urn turn in. If you see Mo and Krill's not there, I mean, that also takes a lot of pressure off Zergy, who's been a big impact player in these skirmishes.
Mo is 1v1ing Mirage. Pocket's going to come into this one. That means numbers advantage on this side of the map, and it's going to be reflected in an instant dunk. 0 hesitation from Listic. 10 seconds on the ultimate is going to back off the fight for now. Wait for that next skill to come online. Bullet Dance being for the most part evaded by Abrahams, as they might be able to pick up the kills into this one. Hayes looking to be going down first. Yes, Together finds that one onto Obikim. Listic, though, playing in the rooms against Together, who struggled to get the Lycan first pop. It does come out now. Will they be able to burst it down or really be able to heal through it? Kill comes in, but it's just onto Listic with the reanimation. And now hooked back into the stun. Beautiful combo. 2 for 1 kill credit on the map. Lowkey W come away with a very solid team fight.
I think they need to push for the Walker, though, or something. They lost the Walker on the left-hand side. Cosmetical couldn't defend 1v2, and he actually goes down from this one. Abraham's come out with a kill and a Walker. See the counter push coming through, and the damage Listic's able to do. He's not shocking reanimation anymore, though, as you pointed out. Being willing to trade that 1 for 1. Have to depend on those jump starts to heal him up here, as well as the backup out of Hoot. And that Walker's still sitting relatively healthy, man. The wave is just now finally getting here.
Big mistake from Break to get stomped into that one. Now Ivy comes flying in. Would love to be able to find a catch. He's getting low. Italian. Ooh, maybe it's going to get him away. Gets him a bit of space, but the damage follow looks to be there. Although, spamming shots into Apollo, not the best move. The riposte pulls him likely out of trouble, but the movement is too clean. Sonya all over him on the retreat. Arzo, though, hold on, has to pay his life for the privilege. Obikin back with another bullet dance onto that one. He's not out of the woods yet either, though, as Taz wants to continue on to this fight. But Lowkey W are more than willing to continue it. They want to bring numbers. They want to continue to take these chaotic engagements. And you're right, all 3 Walkers down, but the soul advantage has been kept very manageable by Lowkey W. So, like, yes, they're behind in this game, and yes, without the Walkers, but at some point when you cash those Walker kills in, Lowkey W, things could really swing back in their favor.
I think chaotic is a good term to explain how these fights have been and how this game is kind of played. These are some of the longest team fights I feel like we've ever seen. There's just no clean winner from either of these sides. It's not like you hit a big combo or like a big, like wombo combo and the fight's over. It's been constant back and forth, extended fights, battles on multiple fronts as well. Like we've seen dive comps with Empty Dreams and Sonya pushing into the back line of Lowkey W, while Zergy and like Rake did something similar. With the mid-boss being started by Lowkey W, this does feel like a slight 50-50. The Affliction comes in, only hits Hoot, though. This is the best case scenario for Lowkey W.
Sick tornado from Cosmetical. The Dust Devil dodges the Affliction, so it's only onto 1, but already they found a kill onto Zergy. This fight looking good. The reanimation is available. Are they going to be able to grab the last hits on the rejuve? Only 1 has been taken so far. Lowkey W find it. 2 to 1 now, so advantage Lowkey W. Big finds on it, and now the trades come in. Without Arzo, without Sonya, you're going to be lacking damage. Even Together, hooked in, back into the human form, and soon to fall with 2 rejuves still in the hands of Lowkey W. They get their decisive team fight, and they re-secure an advantage, an immediate TP to the Walker. Cosmetical has had enough. He's going to start opening things up onto these buildings. but there's still a fight continuing in the rest of the mid lane. Like the burger boxing is not done. The remaining 3 players from Abrahams are still healthy and still looking to take away these rejuves.
Double Tiny Lasan and a hook back towards the Fallen Walker as Hoot is just trying to get this kill on a Celeste, and they do get it indeed. They still have 1 rejuve left. It's only Hoot to actually be the one to use the charge on Lowkey W's side, and Break maybe looking for the charge down. Empty Dreams, a great little teleport with his poke down to 3 health, but he's gonna fall. Drake chases one down, and I mean, Drake's definitely been an MVP of this match in my eyes so far.
This Shining Wonder has been carried through the entire map, but they just do not care. And in the end, you throw 2 key cores away for 1 rejuve. That's not a good trade. That's gonna mean all the walkers on the map falling. Well, the second one down for now, the third's still healthy, but how do you fight without Sonya and Empty Dreams? Abrahams, they're posturing as if they're gonna try it, but this Mirage has escalating exposure, cosmetical, menace on the map, an urn being grabbed as well. Throwing away more kills would be brutally punishing as, I mean, just a few minutes ago, Lowkey W was down 5-10K. Now they're up 15. One of the biggest swings we've seen. I love we could pull up the graph and see just how big of a swing this is for Lowkey W to get right back into this game. And this is game 3, baby. This is do or die. The money goes to the winner.
Yeah, I want to see that soul graph as well, if we can get that popped up here and see how heavily it's been in favor of Abrahams for majority of the game, man. That last switch here towards that mid boss. Lowkey have to be careful not to throw this one away. They have the earn in hand on Hoot. If they can get this one dunked, they extend their lead even further. They have to be careful about losing anyone. Together's been overextended, caught up by the Petrifying Bullet and lockdown, but a 3-man Affliction connects as the urn gets dunked.
Everybody chill. Everybody chill. Talk about what you're going to do next. What are you going to do next, though? Because Affliction onto 3, 1 rejuve, got to do the math here. I feel like either Zergy or Obakim is dying. And I think if you're Zergy, you want to die first. You want to consume the rejuve. This is peak Pozlock. This is, I'm going to call it peak Pozlock. The question for me, though, is, hold on. We need to get a check on, can we get a together POV check? If he dies before getting the Lycan Curse off, they will get obliterated in this fight. Mark my words.
He's right there, like on top of the staircase. So it looks like is
he out? Maybe he's
to escape
out.
this fight.
But he doesn't even have any damage dealt. He has the metal skin popped. The reactive has been consumed. I think he's dead. I think he's getting run down here. And if he doesn't get Lycan Curse off, huge part of the strat is going to fail. Here comes Zergy diving in on top of him. Metal skin keeps him up for now. Zergy actually wastes the mag into the metal skin. Hold on together, turns that around. Zergy overheats it. And the region was already consumed from Obakim. Now with the player advantage, a combo onto Cosmetical, your key damage dealer in the Mirage combo, but he's staying alive. Looks like he's healing through it. Abrahams, though, with the player advantage. No ultis available for Lowkey W. They want to get more than just those first kills. They're down 20K. They need to get more here. But will they be able to find it? Still Lowkey W fighting strong. Listic, even without the reanimation, playing aggro, where it has that extra spirit damage per bullet on the ultimate. And Hoot's a menace on the B-buff. You cannot stand against this guy. Ooh, Hook just barely goes wide. And you'd think they'd back off to lick their wounds, but no, Abrahams continue to push this. They need to find these finishing kills. Hook onto Empty Dreams, hold on, potentially pulling him into a trouble spot. A big curse onto Arzo. That's the late game carry, gone in a second. Overconfident against the Obakim, and potentially a rundown to be found onto the pocket. They get the bomb onto him. The sleep, I think it's not good, but they might still find the connection. Yeah, still being run down. Pad into the bullet dance. Potentially a counter kill to be found on the Listic. It's something, but still costs your life on Together.
I don't even know what's happening anymore, Jake. I'm losing all track of time and how these fights broke out. This started with like a pause at the urn turn in. Remember, who dunked the urn? We had a 3-man Affliction onto Lowkey W, but they still come out as the victors in this fight, getting 3 kills themselves. They've extended their lead now up to 21K. What has been happening in these last moments, man? A Ricochet picked up for Cosmetical. He's definitely hit a point where he's come online here with like Soul Shredder builds, escalating Ricochet, even Fortitude to get back in the fight. Because honestly, I think Fortitude is probably one of the best buys you can pick up in this game, considering how extended these fights are, man. You hop out of the fight if you can escape it, and you can rejoin it without having to go back to base to heal. Like, these fights are not over cleanly at all.
Yeah, the fact that Saint found the combo onto Cosmetical and they couldn't finish him off, extremely telling about the state of the game, right? Like, that's the moment where if you finish that Mirage, you burst him down, okay, huge damage threat off the map, you can probably just run the table. But you fail that kill, things get turned around on you. Mirage now resets, comes back in, and that's the type of fight Mirage loves, where he's kind of poking, prodding. By the way, Vray kind of heard you talking smack on the Apollo. Top damage on the server right now.
I wasn't trying to break, bro. I swear.
38k. Oh, Frenzy bought up for Vic. Makes total sense on this hero. And with the buffs to Frenzy, I feel like that really fits this hero's game plan. He's going to be like, do not disrespect the carry damage threat from Listic, especially after the ult is popped when he's got that spirit damage. You get Frenzy online. They're carrying in Sonya Sniper, bringing in the Celeste Umbrella bioweapon. It's on to 2, but the curse is going to slow things down, provide a little bit of opportunity for Lowkey W to get into this fight. Shining Wonder thrown, but it looks like it missed. The hook from Hoot ensures it. The bullet dance really punishing anyone who dares step up into this fight, but a 4-man affliction might just be enough. Natalia Wilson and Empty Dreams. The hit is big. He's low, and he gets finished by Hoot's laser.
Trying to do enough damage that this affliction's not going to matter because you wipe Abrahams off the face of the earth here. The other sitting on top of the buildings like a reject Spider-Man will at least get the information out there, but his team won't survive it. They lose Sonya, they lose Empty Dreams, they lose Saint, and together just trying to hide like he's invisible.
I mean, it's good if he lives, but it's like, what are you going to do here? And also, what would you even do if you were there to defend the base? Lowkey W is low across the board, so they could go for shrines. It's a risk, though. That being said, I guess what is Amy team really going to do? They don't have a playmaker. They have some heroes that clear waves. But yeah, you just disrespect that. You grab one shrine. I think this is the perfect move from Lowkey W. One shrine is a huge thing to find. Yeah, I guess he knows if he gets caught, he is just going to get insta-dead, 6v1. So him living through it is actually nice, but he's not going to be able to stop a quick raid on the doubles on their way out of the Abraham side of the map. So pretty decisive lead being picked up now by Lowkey W. They're going to get full buffs. They should be able to grab this urn pickup. Will be an advantaged urn, so the dunk could get pretty difficult. Zergy mobility buff, though. That is actually probably one of the best mobility buff users in the game is Viper. He's going to have like 12 stam or something obscene with the Viper.
With sub stam picked up too, you just feel like a god.
Yeah, he basically is never going to run out of stam, realistically. And his second curse being bought from Hoot, man. This is a rough game to be Sonya Sniper. Like, good luck going in on anybody, on Arzo, right? Like these heroes that want to get in, have a big moment on the spirit carry. Those curses come in when you're trying to make your play, and you're just dead.
I mean, what about Empty Dreams? If he gets in and he doesn't get the affliction off ASAP, you're gonna get cursed and you're just gonna die without using your affliction. That's, I think, the one thing that Lowkey W is worried about is the affliction. And you saw, as you pointed out, like 4 people got hit. They were low at the end of the fight when they're going in for the shrines. If they can eliminate the chance for an affliction to go off, then they just win the game. They win the $2,500, man. Actually, it's over 2,500. It's like 2,650 at least.
26. Of course, remember, we had that one guy who gave $100 to the second place prize. But honestly, with 2,500 on the line, you do not want to be thinking about that second place. You want to be fully focused. Speaking of fully focused, a big hook in together. Absolutely obliterated from all sides. Looks like back-to-back curses in the fight. Huge damage coming in from all sides. And Silver is not the tank she once was in this game. Urn being absolutely run down, and you can contest this, but do you really want that smoke? I think the answer is no. They're going to look to just do what they can, deny some of the souls, but I mean, Abrahams knows how close this game is. Obakim does too. He's looking to end this one here and now, but the bullet dance doesn't look like it caught anybody.
Yeah, mid boss is up. You don't go for a game-winning fight here. You go for the mid boss, force the fight here.
Why not?
You only have to worry about the affliction. And again, the curses are going to be up in time. Even Cosmetical going back to base here with the Traveler. I still feel like you maybe don't force the fight at mid-boss. If anything, you make him scream and then force the fight, or maybe just wait for Abrams to come to you while you're shopping. You see Curl immediately being pushed out. Saint doesn't have a chance to survive this one as Zergy cleans this one up, and that's 2 kills already.
Oh, and yeah, Empty Dreams knows, man. Standing still, full surrounded. The weight of expectation against you. Lowkey W with some incredible late game scaling, going to pick up a big team fight, and more than likely a clean triple rejuve. They have struggled for quite a few sometime weeks. People have been questioning Zergy, saying, was this guy the right one to bring back in? I'll hold that thought, though, as the last chance for Abrahams. They need to snatch some of these rejuves away. Big Vortex Web. Ivy comes in with the stun. Maybe they can grab a crystal away here. It would be massive, but Lowkey W just too clean. They give them nothing. All 3 rejuves grabbed. Not a single kill given back the other way. And with one shrine already down, the base will be a quick siege. Listic still with that ultimate online, and he is going to be making a beeline. Cosmetical TP straight to the side wave, cleans that one up. They are dotting every T, crossing every I. Lowkey W, a perfect moment to peak here on the night shift.
Such a good uppercut by Hoot too to knock them away from the Reju crystal so they can lock that one down. So many parries happening at that moment. They're trying to.
I mean, he can't even zip.
Superhero again.
I mean, what can he do, right? Like, honestly, he's hiding. He just has to wait for his team to spawn, and maybe he can come in from behind. But it feels like the last few fights, he's just getting cursed and destroyed. Like, there's just Like, what can he do? In Silver, this is your whole game plan. Go in first and be too hard to turn to shut down and kill. Listic, does take a big hit from the Shrine, is getting quite low. A little bug with his HP bar, but he is quite low. I assure you, he is not actually going to heal to full off of this. And Empty Dream, where'd he go? It's just a slow siege now. Second layer Patron, but without Pocket, how do you fight this one? One Rejuve is consumed, but will the kills come back in? Abrahams need their players arrive if they want to fight this one out. Here comes Ivy, comes in with the Vortex Web, the Stone Form. But it feels like even Abrahams don't really believe anymore. Lowkey W charging forward into the finish. Zergy dancing in the pit now, dancing on the graves of Abrahams. With the Rejuvenation and Pop, Listic still playing with another Rejuve Crystal available to him. Abrahams cleaned up off the face of the earth, and not a single player stands as Lowkey W finish off the Patron, claiming around $2,600 for their trouble. Record-breaking prize pool here on the Night Shift Weekly Show. And what a time to do it. Lowkey W on the new patch, bringing in a new style, one that arguably only they could pull off, right? A really innovative play. You got to look to Obakim on the Haze, a hero that very few people have touched in recent weeks. He finds the moment to bring it out and goes winless on the night with this hero. For Zergy, some great play from him on some heroes we haven't necessarily expected him to play. Things like the Viper, the Warden, the Mirage, flexing that hero pool. For this entire team, arguably, some people might say the reformation of buff enjoyers, right? Having a lot of success that historical team had. And now winning a crucial night shift is a great way to cement that return to form in their legacy.
Jake, I'm here. You can take. Wait, Jason is also back. Okay, Jason, take it away. I don't have to
Wait for North America. Get out of here. But to do it in the biggest prize pool we've had in the night shift as well, like a perfect time for them to peak here in the competition. But more importantly, I think you kind of said it there too, is that like Zergy's showing he can play things past Wraith here. He can play things that are relevant in the meta, or just maybe make the meta change in a way that makes the heroes he wants to play relevant as well. I think a lot of credit also, past him goes to at least Rake in that game. He did a great job of, I think, extending his fight so long. And then also, like, Hoot and Listic playing Bebop in this series did some great things. And I think those were also, like, huge points to the success of these matches.
Yeah, I think Listic also showed what's possible on the Victor this game. Like, he had a bad early game. I'll just straight up say it. Together kind of dominated him in the early game. Had a bunch of impactful kills. Listic did not have some crazy like snowball free farm the map kind of a game on Victor. He had to scrap his way back into this game, and he did just that. Zergy as well, playing like a higher tempo carry in the Viper, was really good this game, and they did not have an easy time doing it. Abraham's on comfort top to bottom across this roster still wasn't enough. So just a lot of credit to Lowkey W earning this massive win for them as a team. I know they're probably going to be celebrating, feeling amazing right now, but it is well earned. This is a team of players that we have come to know and love here on the Night Shift, and ones that I expect to see around for quite a long time as they reassert themselves at the top of EU.
Yeah, man, and I think we're maybe even getting close to a point where there's a 3-team contest, a 3-horse race in EU. I mean, we're seeing now Lowkey W and Abrahams can take the title. Leviathan, they held the title for a while as well, but it's been a bit since we've seen them get back up to the top. I wonder if we can see them come back next week and show that they could challenge the top ranks here, and then we could just have that 3-way race, and that would be honestly a sight for sore eyes, considering NA has just been the region to watch for me, considering how many teams are so good there. But taking a look at the match stats here, Vraic 53, almost 54,000 damage being done here. I mean, he made me just completely shut up.
Wow. They give him the anti-caster curse. He just turned up in a crazy way. Like that one fight that went like 3 minutes or something crazy with both teams on like 3 players remaining, like trying to clutch it out, that Vraic is one of the last man standing, that he gets the earn in. That feels like the turning point of the game, right? That feels like the moment that swings the advantage back, where Abrahams are starting to pull ahead. It looks like, not as dominant as game 2, but it looks like they're that lead is real. It's meaningful. And then it all turns around and the game snowballs against them. So great play from Lowkey W. Awesome from them to be able to rebound, because like we were saying before, a lot of teams wouldn't have been able to do that given what happened game 2. Like, it's forgotten now, right? Given that they just won the series, but game 2 was a beatdown. It was brutal.
Oh my God.
It was like, it looked like the other games were flukes. It was like Abrahams are here to claim that prize money. Thanks for stacking up our bank accounts a little extra, with these extra prizes. But no, Lowkey W find the answers in the draft. I love the way they responded. They prioritized the Haze. That was a pick that I think a lot of teams wouldn't have had the balls to do, right? They just wouldn't have. They would have been like, yeah, well, the Haze is good, but maybe we need other heroes first. Hayes is such an off-meta hero, but they trust him a third time, and he delivers 3 for 3 on the night on Hayes.
Yeah, 7, 6, and 23. I mean, look at his soul breakdown. 20% of his souls, the most he has allocated, came from enemy kills. And we had that happen before when Listic was on Bebop. I believe that was in game 1. He had, I think, the second most amount of his souls coming from enemy kills. Kind of really squeak out as much economy they possibly can. And again, his build was like solid, unstoppable. He had I think the curse buy out of him was probably the big turning point, because that meant anyone they hook in is going to die. It means they can deal with any individual in these fights. It means ours was no longer a threat as well. And then when Who picked up a curse on top of that, it was just like the cherry on top.
Yeah, it feels like even with some of these spirit carry heroes still looking way stronger than they have in previous patches, curse is a huge problem, right? For Pocket, for Celeste. There's heroes that have to come into close range to deal their damage. That's the way the hero works. Like, they simply can't do what they're meant to do unless they can get on top of you. And when you just get cursed and bursted, it really doesn't feel like you have any option to play the game. Maybe you get to 70k souls and you buy an Indomitable and it feels better, but couldn't pass that test against Lowkey W. They just put too much pressure on, won too many big fights. It's a massive win for this squad, one that I think is going to be remembered. I mean, this is also, it feels like a revitalized Lowkey W. They haven't looked this good since bringing on Zergy. And for them to get a big win like this is a real vindication of, I think, Zergy as an individual, where they had success with Empty Dreams. He leaves the team. It doesn't look so good anymore, right? People are, I think, fair to question, that choice for them as a team in their roster, with Empty Dreams going to Abraham's and still winning. And, looks like he was the reason. Now I think a lot of those doubts can be put to bed. And I think you're right. It is a 3-horse race in EU, man. Like, no game is free. Every single game needs to be fought hard for, as Abraham showed on the night, still making this one difficult to go game 3.
Yeah, and I think it's easy to forget that they have not won since Zergy's joined the team. But to finally have that happen, a lot of weight off their shoulders. And maybe that brings us into now who are sidekick of the match, a Shopify sidekick of the match. And Jake, it looks like we kind of agreed over in Discord. We both put it towards Obikim, man. Like, his Hayes across not only this series, but even the first series of the night. He was able to really put in a lot of work and show that Hayes is extremely viable. And this makes me wonder now, when's Play With Me making his return? Because he was the original OG Hayes.
Yeah, this tempo Hayes looks absolutely back, and with the coordination of a top team, right, following up on these, you're fully invisible, you find a sleep dagger, you start with the bullet dance, and Obikim was just throwing it out there, man. He was willing to take risks, willing to push the limit of what was possible in this game, but more often than not, his ability to catch and start fights is what leads to these big blowout moments that allow them to take decisive objectives, to snowball the game from there. So yes, you got to give a lot of credit to some of the more farmed carries on Lowkey W, but a lot of those fights just don't happen without Obikim being at the right place at the right time, without him having these clean reads on the game. So huge credit to the Hayes. This is a really challenging style to play, the tempo Hayes. Not easy, right? It takes a really intelligent player to know exactly where the limit is. And hey, Obikim, think about his history as a player. You got to absolutely credit him as being one of the smartest, most aware players in Deadlock.
Yeah, I think also what you said I wanted to go into more, knowing your limits, but also knowing your limits based on your comp and the enemy comp. Because he was a lot more aggressive and was a lot more willing to dive in extra deep when he had Viscous being played on his team, right?
Yeah.
He was able to get cubed up and rescue beamed away. He's able to show more restraint here, but also know when to be aggressive, knowing they can confirm these kills and to kind of set his team up, even chase him down like you see there, with a little bit of overkill with the bullet dance onto Empty Dreams.
That's an Empty Dreams pocket, man. There's no such thing as overkill. Whatever it takes until he hits the deck. Keep pressing buttons until he's down. Take a look at the history here.
Is that real? The last 3 weeks, we've had 3 different winners?
Dude, EU, man. Both EU and NA have been insanely competitive. Honestly, it's beyond regions, right? This is Deadlock right now. Players are showing up in a huge way. Feels like passion for the game is at an all-time high. And it's been a while since we've had a patch, at least a major content patch. The game is just doing well. It's standing on its own 2 feet right now, and it's awesome to see the esports players really getting their time in the sun. We're super proud to be able to offer our highest prize pools ever this week and going ahead.
Can I challenge our production? I mean, I can't really challenge them because they pretty much ace every test I give them. Can we look at item priorities so far in the day? I'm really curious to see how far opening rounds has gone up compared to prior weeks, because we've seen it multiple times every day.
Is there going to be anything but vitality items in the top 10? That's what I'm worried about. I think we'll have to see. We're getting it pulled up right now. I think it's a really good question, because especially because NA and EU often have different takes on the meta. One thing though, Jason, I expect to see more of an NA as we have another. I mean, we're only halfway through the show, by the way, guys. Like we had an epic moment here, closing out the grand finals, but after this, we're going into a whole other region. 3 incredibly competitive teams. The hero that I expected though to see across the board is going to be Doorman, but you were right. Opening rounds, Rockets up 20 spots to the third place.
Biggest mover. Reactive barrier went up 30. I didn't expect that to. I mean, obviously with Indomitable, but I didn't expect that to go ahead of like opening rounds.
I didn't see it either, but now that I see it, I'm like, okay, this is just people stop buying Resto Locket. At least I don't know if I saw any. I think maybe the nerfs to Resto Locket might have been enough to knock it off. And Reactive is like, not only does it have a potential upgrade to the late game, so it has potential value even if you don't actually upgrade it, right? It does scale a little bit better, but also one of the key competitors for that kind of a buy was Resto, and now Reactive feels like the better option to these top players, especially with a lot of these lockdown catch heroes that are being played, and at least the games in EU, with sleeps and hooks, the Bola, right? Like there's so many ways to proc Reactive. Spell Magic loses 2 slots, but it's still right up there with the top. But I mean, it is very rare we see a gun item of any kind in 3. So I think you're right to call out opening rounds, big item this patch.
And well, I know you're going to see that in every single one of your games when you're playing your pubs or you're getting wrecked.
I buy it in every game because I'm playing Warden. It's like the number one. It's like you have to buy this item on Warden. Come on.
Yeah. Well, I think that's gonna do it for you. But I think quickly we can maybe take a look at the brackets, get an idea of what's coming your way for North America, because you're gonna see a team that you haven't seen in a while. Bird with Clock making their debut once again here in the night shift, going up against Melee Creeps of all teams who lost out last week, with Floormen taking the title up against FPS Lounge. NA is going to be packed, and I cannot wait to see what Bird with Clock are able to show us here this week.
I hope Bird with Clock, it's been a while since we've seen them. I hope they've come prepared, because this is the reality of NA. The challenger matches against Melee Creeps. There is no free lunch here. Every single game is going to be competitive. Melee Creeps, they weren't the most successful last week. It was a pretty rough week for them overall, but this is, I think, an opportunity where they're undeniably going to be the favorites in the challenger. They're going to have a shot against Floormen in the finals. Will they be able to adapt and innovate and be able to adjust off the back of this patch? Historically, they've also been a team that is quick off a new patch, I think, to find their stride and to kind of set a new meta for other squads. So we'll see if that continues to be the case, or if Floormen can hold on to the crown. We've got an incredible show coming at you guys on the other side of this break. We also have ZP doing the build of the shift in the break. We're going to break down some cool builds from the previous night shift to be able to kind of dive a little bit deeper into some of these top meta choices. So don't go anywhere, guys. We got another half of the show after this. Shout out to the community. Shout out to the fans. It's an incredible night so far, and we are just getting started here on the night shift. See you in a minute.
It's time once again to take a look at this week's Shopify build of the shift. And since it's a new patch, we're looking at the build that Hoot played just a few hours ago to give Lowkey W the win with the Doorman. Looking at Hoot's early game, we instantly see the item of the patch, Opening Rounds. Giving both damage and consistency via bullet velocity, Opening Rounds is the item being bought by more than half the lobby every time. Additionally, because Hoot is in a lane against Bebop, Reactive Barrier gets bought as a necessary counter-defensive buy. AP allocation? Bell is brought up to level 2 as soon as possible in this build. Checking in a little before 10 minutes, we see that Mystic Shot, Mystic Burst, and Recharging Rush all come online. Mystic Shot and Mystic Burst both giving Doorman more poke damage between his normal shots and his Bell, and Recharging Rush effectively letting you use Bell nearly twice as often, meaning Hoot was able to pump out a tremendous amount of damage in the early game. On the AP side of things, Hoot brought Door up to level 2, which gives extra survivability for both initiation and escape using Doorway. At 15 minutes, Hoot has added Fortitude, Mystic Expansion, and Extra Charge into his kit. Fortitude being key on Hoot being able to apply consistent pressure in rotations without needing to worry about going back to base as often. At this point, Bell is brought up to level 3, and Hotel Guest gets its very first point. Moving ahead to 20 minutes, we see the build shift into much more of a spirit-focused late game. Extra Charge being upgraded into Rapid Recharge, Burst being upgraded into Tank Buster, and Improved Spirit all being picked up. All with the purpose of making Bell damage that much more significant, while also adding range to the Doorway. Doorway at this point is also brought up to level 3, just to enhance the amount of range that you get with the Doorway. Finally, taking a look at the endgame, we see Hoot cap off his build with Boundless Spirit, Spirit Burn, and Warpstone. Boundless Spirit and Spirit Burn just adding even more damage to what's already a very Bell-centered build, and Warpstone for its general utility and ability to make landing hotel guest even easier. And that was this week's Shopify Build of the Shift. If you want to play the Doorman like Hoot, simply copy the build ID you see on your screen now, or search Deadlock Night Shift on the in-game build browser. Welcome back, everyone. This is the Night Shift. We're moving on to North America. ZP here with DDK and Dan. As is, we had one heck of a day in the EU. Things went pretty long.
Yeah, normally we don't see it go that long, but for good reason. We've got a new prize pool. The teams are really fired up and fighting for it. And I love the storyline there, with Zuggy being able to, I don't say get revenge, but I think, put to bed, I guess, any doubt that he was a good switch onto the team.
Yep. Even though it was kind of fun in the last game where, okay, Lowkey W still won, but we showed the damage in the middle of the game going like, wait, what's the Viper damage? What's actually going on here? It's like, not actually needed. But as is the beginning of NA show, we got to tell you how things work here around the Night Shift. The format is we have a challenger match, and the winner of the challenger match goes on into the money match. And in NA, we've been blessed with the fact that, damn, we have 5 viable teams in NA, and they've been kind of working on rotation where we run a qualifier every week to make sure that the teams don't spend more than 2 weeks out at a time.
Yeah, I think it's really, really cool. I think from everything I've seen, the community really loves it. The fact that you're getting the co-streams on that as well and getting the visibility. I think it's just nice because I think we didn't start out doing stuff like that, but Deadlock esports is becoming more and more visible, and it's good to see.
Yeah, in this case, Chubby Bunnies. You're wondering who in the world were the Chubby Bunnies? It is effectively no earnings plus Young Calc and Goober. A few changes beyond that, but no earnings is dead. Chubby Bunnies is alive, and apparently they went on a Scrimbuck rampage after losing Birth Clock. So, we're not going to see them here today, but may see them soon. However, Dan, melee creeps are trying to break what some have called the Shopify curse. Ever since Shopify has sponsored Deadlock Night Shift, melee creeps have yet to win. They lost their title, and they've been trying to find the right mix to finally take the throne back.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think, Yoshi is also getting in the mix here, making things a bit more difficult with that small update recently. I think the method was already shifting a fair amount. I think lots of teams in the EU or NA were adjusting to it. But then you had that patch coming in, making it a bit more spirit dominant, like actually pretty significant changes across the board. So I think we're seeing a really interesting meta right now. And it'll be cool to see if melee creeps can kind of adapt now that we've got this elevated price pool as well. It's never been more important.
Yeah, I mean, they're actually off tweeting saying maybe the addition of Intel and Newegg will be enough to counterbalance the fact that they haven't been able to win with Shopify as a sponsor. But, Dan, speaking about Shopify, people thought that they saw the last of Jake and Jason today, and no. We got to go back and visit how they use Shopify to build an own business.
All right, what's up, guys? We're back, and we're going to continue working on our store. Jason, I know we had this big idea, but now it's getting kind of real. I how do we price this? How are we supposed to figure out, the business aspects of this store?
Yeah, we might know Deadlock, but we sure as hell don't know anything when it comes to the business aspect of having a shop. So I think maybe asking Psychic what kind of pricings we can expect or what kind of prices we should go for here compared to the market would be a decent idea. Just get an idea of what we could sell this for.
Yeah, the market research aspects of building a business. I think that's something that a lot of people find pretty daunting, but I mean, this is the great part about having Psychic fully integrated with our shop. It knows, the information in our shop that it already has, and it can give us that advice that's actually really specific to our store. This is really interesting.
At the top, right? It talks about manufacturing costs, stuff like that, to know how much it costs to manufacture versus how much we sell it for and what kind of money we can make off of that. But even down below that, the market context is super helpful to get us an idea of where this would actually be placed when it comes to selling.
Yeah, this is great. Obviously, we haven't set up our suppliers yet or anything, but this is really good information to help us think about how we want to price the store. And then again, all the details are right here. So it would be pretty easy. So, they're suggesting, hey, maybe we could up the price a little bit. We, can make the product high quality, appeal to fans of the character in the game. That could be great. Once again, though, it's I'm in this spot of, hey, what should we do next? And I kind of feel hey, this is one thing that I've seen Psychic do really well is well, let me save this change for now. And then what items should be next on our to-do list to set up the shop?
That's a good point, because obviously we have to think about the forward-facing aspect of the store. And actually, you're right, there, customize your online store, which is definitely something we're going to need to do, because you can't just have a blank slate. You got to have something there. But luckily, if I'm not mistaken, Shopify has us covered with that.
Yeah, so it's given us like a few solid steps we can take to break down the process and make it easier. So yeah, let's do that. Let's take a look at the online store. Although we're gonna do that just a little bit later in the show.
You know, Dan, I think the lesson learned here and how accessible that is, that if Jake and Jason can figure it out, you absolutely can at home.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Because these guys are grinding a lot of deadlocks, so I don't know how they have time to run a business. But hey, with these tools these days, you can do a lot of surprising things, CP.
Well, also a little bit surprising here, taking a look at the rosters here today, we have some changes, or in Melee Creep's case, we have a substitution. Dew off on a long-planned vacation, and in is going to be Poppers. So, in our roster sheet here, Dan, usually we have the, minus this person, plus this person, but Dew isn't actually off the team. Dew is still a very proud Melee Creep, just off on a vacation. Instead, they got Poppers coming in the sub.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I'm not super familiar with Popper's hero pool. Is it in any way comparable to Dew? Are you privy as EP?
I'm trying to remember what Poppers played back in the day, because it's kind of funny. Poppers is one of those players that was in the old era of Deadlock, like back in the Fight Night era. Poppers was on top teams for like 8-9 weeks in a row back then, but then, kind of went into the shadows and is now a top prospect. We're subbing in for Melee Creeps, and I think trialing with teams as of late. So we'll see where Poppers is nowadays. I'm actually not immediately clear on what he's going to be playing, but I assume if you're subbing in for Dew, you're probably going to be playing at least Dew's hero pool tonight.
Either way, it's a pretty strong team, Melee Creeps. So, even with Sandon, you'd expect them to do a good job. And to be honest, CP, sometimes we actually see it's kind of dangerous territory to take a stand in, because, they'll find out maybe that there's not a low chance that they would find out that maybe they'll just play really well with Poppers and be like, But Melee Creeps are pretty well established at this point. I'm not aware of any issues internally that would have them, thinking of any replacements. So I'm sure Dew is safe.
That is the esports conundrum, though, isn't it? Where, okay, another person has to play in my place. It's like in the back of your head has to be, what if they win? What if they win really big? Do I still have a roster spot? And sometimes the answer is no. But, we'll put those thoughts aside and take a look at the new Bird with Clock roster. There have been changes, and, to some people, it may be a surprise. Fan favorite Aiden, no longer with Bird with Clock. Of course, when Bird with Clock initially rose onto the scene, it was Aiden on Vindicta that was a huge powerhouse. But things have changed. Vindicta not so much in the meta. Also, Cool Cheese off the roster. Instead are Flaws and Stride, and if you watch the qualifier, words are hard, you know that Flaws brings to the table really good M1 play. In particular, just absolutely carried the last game of the qualifier on Geist.
That's awesome. I mean, honestly, there are so many players that I think, especially, as the game picked up a lot of popularity more so in that really big The Old Gods update that we got not too long ago. I feel like there's a lot of people that are taking it a lot more seriously. There's a deep talent pool out there that we are not familiar with. So it's really cool to see that potentially get surfaced here today. Obviously, it's always going to be sad to lose players like Aiden and Cold Cheese because they've got just such a brand themselves. But hey, I'm here to see the new talent coming up through the ranks.
And you know what, Dan? Because we know the draft is nearly ready in the background, we're just ready to get into it. We're going to see what the Mo 1v1 looked like between these two teams, where, honestly, with so much changing in the meta, I think you do really want your choice of first or second pick. We'll see what goes down here and who was able to take it. For Melee Creeps, we got Scout, and for Bird with Clock, we got Stride. And look at the setup here, Dan. This is a little bit more majestic, not hiding behind, but staring each other down.
Yeah, I feel like we need to... Or are we already doing channel points betting for this? I feel like we need to set up the fixtures right now, because it's a boxing match. What is it without some channel points on the line? But you're right, though. In terms of the meta, I'm not even sure where things stand in terms of who wants which priority at this point, and it's a bit different to EU. And I respect it. Just right off the top rope once again. Scout's he's gonna be the superior Mo.
Hey, if Melee Creeps is breaking the curse, that is a pretty good way to start, is what I'll say. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can judge too much off EU. For us, a lot of our teams were pretty adamant on staying on 2 bans for now. The other EU tournament going on in R1 is 3 bans. So the draft meta in EU may be a little bit impacted by the various different formats, but for North American teams, nothing has changed. And Melee Creeps, first ban they're coming in with here is Mirage. And I think while Mirage is higher priority, Dan, to me, I think this is a little bit targeted at Arctic, where it's one of Arctic's 2 main heroes. And if you're Melee Creeps and take a Shiv after, you've kind of decimated a lot of his known hero pool.
Something I got to mention too is this there is the meta right now is really interesting in terms of like what a top flight picks actually look like. Mina being one of those, being obviously super spirit bursty in this more spirit meta that we're in now. But Sinclair and Doorman definitely seem like right at the top. But Apollo as well. I'm curious, how the Doorman play will go today, but there we go. Doorman picks straight out the gate by Melee Creep. So they're feeling it too. I don't expect it's going to be a gun Doorman from John, the old John special. I don't know if you think, if you've seen anything different.
I think Bell is too good right now. I mean, there's a reason why everyone is going with Bell build. I think for Birth Clock, though, it's probably Shiv +1, and maybe it's Bebop Shiv with how valued Bebop has been. Also, I'm a little bit sad that Puckett had the deal with the family emergency, because that me and Puckett all basically came into the world within 4 days of each other. Like, we both have mid-May birthdays with no more than 3 days of difference between all of us. It's wild.
Right?
Man, May birthdays. May is clearly the best birthday month.
Yep.
Yeah. Lash is probably born in May as well. That's why he has so much aura. I mean, it's clear.
No. Birth Clock, okay, they take Lash, and Lash has been a higher prio pick in NA, but it's a little bit weird to me because I feel like if you're Melee Creeps, you have to be angling a little bit towards Shiv here. Also, you grab Apollo for laning, where the one theme of the day, shown in both play and just, talking to the players. We heard it from EU and Lightbringer. We heard from NA and Average saying it's a laning meta. And when you're worried about your laning performance, you want a strong lane hero like Apollo. And, perform here, Dan. Melee Creeps comes in with the Shiv, so Arctic having his hero pool put under, I think, a little bit of strain right at the beginning.
Yeah, something. I mean, it's a pretty S tier, Doorman, Apollo, Shiv right now, and with Mina banned as well, it's pretty rough. At least they take the silver away. I think that was something that I was hoping would be the case. In terms of the laning meta, though, I mean, what are they looking for here, ZP? Are we thinking Dynamo? So Dynamo is really good. I know that NA is not picking up Sinclair as much, and it does feel like Sinclair does counter Dynamo quite nicely. But at the same time, Dynamo is still just like pretty damn good right now. So I would not be surprised to see that coming into play, or potentially get banned here by Melee Creeps.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good shout to expect Dynamo potentially coming to play. Although it's a little bit weird because Dynamo does this thing where Dynamo will be a high priority all throughout the day, and then teams will randomly forget that he exists. But in this case, it's not the case, as Melee Creeps take down Dynamo. Bird Clock going to have their choice of first pick coming out here. I'm trying to think back to the qualifier and what may be valued. It may be a Geist coming out. I mean, Flaws looked really good on Geist. It also is a hero that is in Arctic's hero pool. Instead, they go Pocket. I think that they're probably going to round out with Geist, but the Pocket picks are kind of interesting because I feel like it's just been within the last 5 days in Scrimsdan that Pocket has had his resurgence.
I love it. I'm such a Pocket fan. He is so quintessentially a Deadlock hero to me. So I love to see that. And Warden as well, I think, is an interesting pickup for Melee Creeps, just insofar as, for me, it's been fun to see how he's actually become a much more dominant M1 hero. Like, for example, just look at how there is no Venator. It hasn't been banned, fully available. No one is even caring about Venator. You're getting a Warden over Venator. Like, what has come to the world?
I think in here it was part a deny as much as it was a pick, because on the watch party, John was saying, no, Ven is still good. He had the secret Venator build that he was going to pull out. Ooh. But he also really likes Warden right now. Warden has way more survivability than Venator. And the one thing you have to know here, Dan, about John's Warden when he was talking about it, not going to be one to go Surge of Power. He's like, no, you go Fleet Flute, as they say, in reference to how Remix used to say it back when he was streaming.
Nice. Yeah, well, I can't wait to see the build and steal it. I saw you did your Cool Bell build of the shift as well. Just shouting that out for anyone that missed it. But Viscous coming in. Viscous is really interesting because it seems like the splatter builds is super popular with Viscous, which is really nasty. Like, you're talking about the laning meta. It's actually so horrendous to be playing against it. I'm actually enjoying playing it a lot myself right now. But Rem coming in to finish things off for Melee Creeps. How do you feel about these two drafts, ZP? Where do you stand on this?
I mean, as I look at it and think about how the lanes are going to go down, it's kind of interesting. I think I put a little bit more value on the Melee Creeps early game. Bird of the Clock still has the wild card of we have a Bebop. Like, anytime you're running Bebop in this particular meta, you can win the early game off the power of Bebop alone. But let's say that Bebop has an average game. I think melee creeps have a way better comp as far as tempoing into the early to mid game. I mean, you think about some lanes are going to be strong. You're picking up the Rem, likely to boost the Shiv in one of the lanes. Warden himself is just a really strong laner that you're usually going to put in mid. Doorman, Apollo, if you put both of them in the same lane, good luck. Like, the melee creeps lane phase here is actually incredibly strong. And I think Bird with Clock, they're going to have to weather some of it and then pray that off the back of Bebop, they're able to make some plays and get an advantage from there.
I don't hate Bird with Clock's laning either, but I do see what you're saying, you know, like melee creeps have a bit more explosiveness to it. I do think this is going to be, I mean, I don't know if this is just like in Counter-Strike, it's like, oh, this pistol round's going to be important, like the Captain Obvious thing. That is obviously you could say, but for me, Pocket is so essential, and Bird with Clock is Pocket always feels like such an X factor in what it's able to do, and especially given that, you know, Shiv and Warden is a really nasty front line. It feels like, you know, Pocket is the hero to shut that down. So I'm hoping we'll see a good performance from Bird with Clock on the Pocket. I think that could really make a huge difference in dealing with that front line.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right to point out Pocket in terms of things where, okay, it could go bad. It's not quite on the same level as if you get a massive singularity, but a big affliction is probably one of the few things in the game that will completely turn a team fight, especially before things like Divine Barrier get bought as counterbuys. So, I mean, if Bird with Clock can get to the middle to late game in a reasonable spot, like, they have options to take this game. I just think that melee creeps are going to be pretty dominating, like, through the first 15 minutes of the game. And it just kind of, you know, okay, Bird with Clock, are you going to be able to weather the storm and deal with what's going to be pretty overwhelming pressure? Because I'm looking at the lanes now, Dan, thinking about how it's going to work out. I feel like for melee creeps, we're probably going to see Warden Paradox mid, and then Shiv Rem one side lane, Apollo Doorman the other side lane. And to me, I look at those lanes, and that's actually kind of horrifying.
Yeah, it is pretty horrifying. I think so. You know, Bebop typically goes in the mid lane, and you know, I'm curious like what the pairing will be. I think Geist is a good mid laner as well, because especially if you're going to be leaving Geist more as like the, you know, someone that can kind of just get all that mid farm and kind of efficiently farm off of it. If it's going to be more of your M1 carry, which with this lineup, it looks like that probably would be the case. Bebop's kind of interesting actually, because, you know, we're not in a gun meta really, but like Bebop has this like utility and is very reliable and kind of tanky and can put out some gun damage. So it's like interesting how Bebop is one of those heroes where the gun damage is, or like being a gun hero actually, you know, he managed to survive a little bit. But yeah, I think we shouldn't underestimate the power of Lash as well in this roster. As EP, I mentioned Pocket, I called him out, but I think Lash has been having a really massive performances. I've been surprised in some of the EU games in the last couple of weeks too, how much Lash has overperformed my expectations, and also in lane as well. Lash can provide a lot of burst damage and be very effective. So, you know, one of those side lanes in particular. So I don't know. I feel like we're setting this up for melee creeps, and I'm just trying to do, you know, that thing you do as a caster CP where I'm like, okay, what's the angle here, you know, for Bird with Clock.
I think part of the angle for Bird with Clock is that if you do get late game, some of the late game Geist builds are really strong right now. Like, I think she came out ahead of some of the recent nerfs where people kind of looked at it and said, oh, okay, gun damage got nerfed. Yes, but HP went down across the board. Geist is better than most other heroes at actually reclaiming the HP. Flaws goes a pretty unique Geist build. I think more people have started to adapt where you actually get healing booster a little bit early on. And the way that Flaws was able to take like advantageous trades was pretty effective back in the qualifier game. So I think like Geist getting her this late in the draft may be more value than people are giving right now. But again, I think the part that Bird with Clock really has to overcome is just the part that the laning phase is going to be murder for them without a few things going their way. Again, I think you look a lot towards Bebop here, and also to an extent to Silver. Like, if you get in some longer, more scrappy fights, Silver has a way of picking up kills, even if like the fundamentals of the lane are otherwise against her. So I'm looking to who's playing Bebop, I'm looking to who's playing Silver, and seeing, can you do something to break some of the early game momentum that melee creeps is going to be given just by power of their composition.
Yeah, I mean, Silver's pretty nice. I think, didn't her gun scaling get improved a little bit as well? So in lane, she's a little bit more dangerous with the burst damage she can put out. I think something improved about Silver's gun. I can't remember the details, dude. These patches already destroy me. Honestly, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting thing about Deadlock is that, it's not a game you can never take a break from. God forbid someone goes there, it's like, oh, I have I'm finally getting married. I'm taking, 4 weeks off for my honeymoon. You come back to Deadlock and you go, what in the world is this? Like, what has happened to this game? As you look back and like, oh, Yoshi dropped 4 minor, in air quotes, patches. Is like, okay, there's nothing minor about these patches. So many things have changed, but the important thing that's changing here, Dan, is we are about to get in the game. Melee Creeps versus Bird with Clock in our biggest prize pool ever, presented by Shopify.
Yeah, and it's the best of one, so you can't take anything for granted here if you're Melee Creeps. Yeah, you've got to stand in, which is a dangerous territory to be in, but we'll have to see how the performance is from Poppers. It's going to be very interesting. It's also like a nice opportunity too if you're one of the players that isn't on one of the top teams. You get to kind of show off a little bit and maybe improve your stock value a little bit. So a good opportunity for Poppers. But yeah, let's see if these lanes have come out as you predicted, and it looks like they exactly have, at least for the orientation for Melee Creeps. But what do we think of the Bird with Clock lanes? Because we've got the Viscous with the Silver, Bebop and Geist in mid, which we talked about, and then the Pocket Lash, which, I mean, they're pretty good lanes, I think.
I mean, they're okay lanes. It's just left lane, that's painful. Like, you have your Silver off in the left, which is probably the most brutal lane to be going up against. It's also the strong lane for Melee Creeps. So on one hand, you want your Silver to have a reasonable early game, but even with the Viscous support, that lane is just brutal. Like, I think even though for the farm and the box routes, you'll put your M1 in middle, like that's what NA pretty much always does, so flaws being middle was a given. I do wonder if you could have made the argument to maybe put Silver in middle with Bebop to, have more kill potential here, because all in all, I don't know. I think left lane, I have to keep a close eye on it here, Dan, because it could be super, super brutal for Bird with Clock.
Yeah, I'm really curious. I mean, having Viscous with the cube, is helpful. Having what else can I like? Is there anything else actually? That's really all we have. Constant splatter damage, I guess. But yeah, like I think the traits are just not good. It's just very hard to sustain against the bells and the lunges and the sigil as well. Not to mention.
Middle lane is actually the strongest for Bird with Clock by far. Like, yes, Warden provides continual pressure in lane. Same with Paradox, but it is killable and to an extent winnable for Bird with Clock, especially if, really, man of the hour here for me is Stride. Is Stride going to land hooks? If Stride lands hooks, there's a lot that can be done here for Bird with Clock, but, it's just a question of, is that going to come through?
Yeah, I have faith. I want to believe. And I got to say, I do really enjoy this new Viscous build. I already mentioned that. I'm actually really stoked to see Gibbs on it. Gibbs has actually been one of my favorites Viscous players in North America, and I don't always get to see it, so I'm pretty excited about that. And also excited to see flaws.
Also, item-wise, the one thing we brought up in EU, but worth noting here, not we're in NA, is that extra regen. People just appreciate that this item is good now. And the reason is, people may look at it and go, what do you mean, rejuvenating shot if you're hitting your shots? It's more regen, isn't it? Everyone has moments where they're going off to run boxes. And as it turns out, the combined uptime of extra regen is just better. Like, that is a conclusion that multiple players and teams have had. And that's why when you look around, you see a lot of people with the bandage. Just kind of makes sense. Now people realize, oh, right, I'd also like to get regen when I leave the lane. And Popper's in a bit of danger here, Dan.
Yeah, I was going to say, really good damage trades onto Poppers earlier from Tanner on the Silver. That was really, really well done. And they need to keep doing that. You highlighted so rightly how this is a dangerous lane, and they're even able to steal away this tier 1 cap a little bit, applying some pressure after getting that kill into Poppers. So really good work on this left lane so far, more than holding their own. And in the meantime, we do have a skirmish also on the right side as well. So the Pocket Lash lane, the Pocket Lash is, again, honestly, there is a lot of playmaking potential here for Bird with Clock. So if they can just have like a good early game here, ZP, I'm really excited to see what shenanigans we'll see come those first objectives, and some of the roam as well.
Yeah, Pocket Lash is a lane when you're up against, you don't really ever want to get to half HP because there's a window where you will just die to burst. But that's also why I think it's pretty advantageous that you have both Shiv and Rem there. Two heroes that, if Rem gets low, you can at least tag along in the Shiv, and Shiv is one of the hardest heroes to burst in the game by virtue of bloodletting. So if you're trying to set up a lane that's less likely to go, I'm half HP and dead, going in with Shiv Rem against this particular lane is actually the ideal matchup for melee creeps. Like, I think melee creeps got the lane matchups they won on all ends, and, you know, it's a testament to Bird with Clock having some really good play on the left side to actually, you know, take a kill on the poppers and not get bulldozed against the Apollo Doorman lane.
Speaking of which, looks like Gibbs is in some trouble. No cube available. Oh my goodness, so much damage onto poppers as well. Players super low here. Everybody's really low. Tanner as well on the silver is going to go down. So Ido on the hunt on that doorman. Not quite going to be able to get there, but okay, the lane definitely shifting in favor of melee creeps a little bit here on the left side.
Also, we called on EU on Build of the Shift, or if you've had eyes recently in any competitive game, opening rounds. Opening rounds, just if you're any character that used to get high velocity rounds to begin with, opening rounds is just the natural item to get. It is probably one of the absolute best items in the game at the moment, which is why you look at lobbies and go, oh, 6 or 7 people bought that, if not more. It just kind of gives you everything you want for, you know, well over half the cast at the moment.
Definitely a solid item.
I see paradox.
There's something in the patch as well. You know, there's a lot more debuff resistance as well. I think that might be coming into play in some of the ways people might be building heroes to deal with the CC.
Oh,
Change your mid.
Yeah, swap in the cage attempt, but just enough movement has tried to leave. It may not be enough to actually live. Gets parried, or rather, able to parry Warden towards the very end. It's just, you got last stand going, and you're gone. You're not able to add extra damage off the parry. Geist, not quite enough, although, it's okay, Flaws. How far do you chase this? Surely, that's about where it stops.
See Flaws out of the monster rounds. Definitely going to see Flaws trying to get beefy as beefy as possible. In this game, with more roam from his lane partner Stride.
Flaws actually, in Flaws' Geist build, Flaws goes pretty hard in the green items, more so than people even did pre-patch, where Flaws will not only get Dispel Magic, but go Spirit Resilience and late game Colossus. Nearly a 6k HP Geist into the late game, if Flaws is able to get farmed.
I respect it. Interestingly, you know, so far, you know, Bird of Clock not too far behind, as maybe we would have expected. Now the push coming in. It's trying to do damage on this right side. Bird of Clock getting 2 off of that. Nice conversion, dealing with the Ido and Scout. So, yeah, really holding their own here, ZP. It's a good start. I mean, is it better than you expected so far?
Definitely. I think for melee creeps, this is a bit of a disappointment here. You picked a comp that's entire idea was just crunching the early game. Also, Poppers just dropped an Antani Losan on the Tanner, and Tanner just got cubed. Like, on the other end of the map, and just looking at the UIs, and just like, not the highest value Apollo. In fact, Poppers ends up dying in the middle of the exchange. And, all right, well, you feel the wolf is coming on out, and you just get the free trip to the Baroness. Courtesy of Ido. Just does not feel like dealing with silver shenanigans at the moment.
Honestly, the amount of doormans in matchmaking right now, just trying to cart you into the walkers and stuff. I just like putting it's honestly the most annoying thing in Deadlock at the moment. So I'm sure we're going to probably see something like that at some point in this game.
Here's the thing, Dan, that should scare people is that he's not being picked for that reason in comp. He's good on the fundamentals. But in your pub games, he still has the ability to send you into the walker if he wants. Like, you still have the ability to, you know, do what is somewhat of a trollish playstyle, but can honestly be effective. Still, taking a look at left, Guardian about to go down off the melee creeps pressure. And, I mean, even though melee creeps have had a few stumbles here, still able to start working on a considerable early game lead. And you look at who's getting the farm. I look and see John at 8k. It's like exactly what you want from Warden. Even better if you're able to get Geist here. Last stand coming on out. Getting hit with a soul exchange into a mostly retreat. It's somewhat of a more cowardly last stand, but HP come back in the John's favor, and no small part from Scout rejoining lane. A little bit of tag along in an HP creep and gets you out of danger.
Yeah, Tanner's in trouble here. Just a quick bit of assistance off the rope there from Sire, and that's a very dead wolf. So we get a pause from Fishcake. we get a moment to really look at the game state because we are exiting the early lane now. We're getting a lot more roaming, and so let's see. Okay, so Flaw's actually not particularly well farmed if you compare to John, for example, like carry for carry. So definitely not looking great for BWC so far, but they are a few K behind in terms of the Guardians. Melee Crews have all their Guardians up. In fact, not just the Guardians are all up at 10 minutes, they're all very healthy too. So that tells you a tale in of itself.
Right now, you still have Sinners on the map, so you secure your own Sinners. Particularly when you're up against Rem, that's a part where you want to make sure that you clear doubles maybe a little bit sooner than the norm. But I'm curious here. I mean, this is just early into the game, not definitive, but we get a damage check-in just to see where it's at, you know, who's carrying a little bit more of the weight in the laning phase. Always be interesting to look at as the egg comes on down. It's the urn, but it's also the new egg that teams are looking to bring across the map, Dan.
Yes. The new egg. With all the fun surprises, the boons, the souls.
It is almost the size of Rem himself. We take a look at Rem. You know, he's a little guy, and the egg might be bigger. No, it's a little bit smaller.
Look, a dragon's going to come out of that thing. Okay, well, melee crews will make their way across, and you've got a good workload from Deadlock. Although that goes down, they need to, have strong control of this position. I don't know if they have enough numbers here. Everyone's a bit spread out for Deadlock. They'll try to contest, but it feels sketchy right now. Melee crews have a lot more players here. This could potentially be a very bad engagement, and you can see Deadlock just give it up.
Yeah, and that's rough, but not unexpected. I mean, given the comp that Melee Creeps went with, you kind of thought this would be a little bit of the case. The thing with Bird with Clock is that if the goal is to withstand and get deeper into the game, you can't really give up a whole lot more than this. Hook comes in on the scout, welcoming party is there, and not able to find anyone to tag along to, so quick pick off on the scout that helps even the scales just a bit.
Yeah, really nice by Stride. They need these hooks for sure. Like that X factor of extra pick here and there. It's going to go a long way, especially with this slower start that they are up against. They've got to deal with all these Guardians that are still up. I mean, they managed to just take down 2, which has helped quite a lot. But so one more to go on this side of the map here, where Poppers is in control. Now, will we get any rotation across? Floz is holding down the only Guardian that Bird Clock have actually on that right side. Perhaps we'll try to safely farm that side of the map.
Also, as far as items go, the item that started to make a comeback as we look at Lash run for his life, Arctic, nearly falling the flawless advance. Fortitude has really made a comeback, and it's on heroes, Dan, that will just have good pressure on the map and want to just be able to go from fight to fight. So you see it on Bebop, you see it on heroes like Doorman, and for now, this could be a relatively free walker. Coming on in, nearly has enough damage. Yeah, first walker of the game, gonna go over the melee creeps, and off into the door they go for the quick escape.
Wow, 12-minute, 30-second walker is insanely fast. And I mean, that's part of the exceptional damage output that Apollo has. Apollo's like a pretty disgusting hero. Like, the burst damage output is ridiculous. I have been saying for so long that I've just been expecting enough, at least to like something like Sigil, like just like reduce some of the damage that it does, or something like that. But
I mean, for Sigil, I've had ideas on how to fix it, because in a way you just walk up, drop it, and it is free damage. And what makes him so ridiculous in lane is, again, you see the burst down. Itani Losan should be a dead Arctic off the rip. But no, disengaging Sigil, imagine if the Sigil lasted a little bit longer before doing damage, but slowed people. So it was more of an actual disengage tool, as opposed to I'm going to walk forward and you're just going to take this damage. But speaking of the Apollo damage, Dan, it's a lot of early damage from Mr. Poppers.
Yeah, not too surprising. This is what Apollo does. The flawless advance, and okay, someone's in the hotel. A couple players afflicted, but it doesn't really look like they're taking any damage. So not very good here for Bodo Clock. Starting to lose a lot of ground here. Quick death slam to try to recover something in this fight, but it's still looking pretty sketchy. Ultimately, there goes Matt on the pocket, unable to stay alive much longer, and it doesn't look like Arctic's going to stay alive either, trying to escape, but it's going to be melee creeps all over it, and I don't know what... I'm like, what will they convert off of this? That basically the world is their oyster. They can pretty much do whatever they want at this point. Yeah, now almost 20k ahead.
Number one thing here is that Sinners are about to be respawning, and they're respawning when Melee Creeps has a gigantic advantage on the map. So you're going to sit here and you're going to take the enemy Gamba for sure. And you're going to look for extra picks as Bird with Clock comes out and tries to reestablish themselves. And, you know, frankly, at this point, you want to take extra fights. You are significantly far ahead, and stat-wise, it is in your favor. Matt right now seeing a little bit of this firsthand. Saya into the enemy jungle. Bird with Clock looking for their own punish. See Saya amongst a sea of blue. Hook not going to be bringing him in this time around, though.
Well, this game's interesting right now as well because something I don't know if it was discussed in the first half of the broadcast, but the boon change is a pretty significant change, I think, in terms of if a team gets ahead, if you can kind of like stay alive in the game long enough. You're not going to be too far behind on the boons because of how much more quickly everybody can get them, how much sooner at least, getting to max boons. But I'm already talking about Bird with Clock getting absolutely wrecked here, and we'll see if they can do anything in this fight. Getting jumped on is not a good look. And it's so far Sire's having a great game here on this Paradox as well. Another hero that's really made a resurgence in the recent metas.
Oh, Melee Creeps right now just looking to expand upon the lead that they have here, and also just to illustrate what this lead has done in terms of map control. See Gibbs just getting punished outside cube. We can look at the golden statues because Melee Creeps is able to go and get the last round of Sinners, and you take a look. No surprise to anyone here, Dan, but you got a little bit of feasting out of Rem. Also Paradox.
Yeah. There's more statue busts to be had here because in comes the dunk on to the comebacker, and that is going to make matters a lot worse here. 20k soul deficit right now for Bird with Clock here as they try to defend this position. Matt, though, is going to be able to get it. They actually stopped the urn from going down. Melee Creeps not getting that one. Death Slam here onto Wido. He's in trouble just dancing around his own bell, but it's Poppers, though, that's doing all the damage right now, getting all the kills.
Close the door!
Escape through
Close
the door! He can't. He's dead. He's dead.
He's dead. Yeah, exactly. Oh, God. Oh, boy. Yeah, so here's the problem in all that. Melee Creeps thought they had the dunk, and they don't. In this case, it was just a split second. They overcommit for the dunk, and you have Arctic able to come in, lands a Death Slam, and yeah, that a bit of a throw for Melee Creeps. And Bird with Clock, Dan, if that urn had went for Melee Creeps, even if they lose people, they still have an enormous lead. Off this, it's all sorts of tough.
Yeah, it was about an 8k swing right there for that fight in favor of, or an 8k recovery for Bird with Clock. They were 20k ahead, and now it's just a case of like farming very quickly, trying to clean up your lanes, and find some positioning on the map. There's no urn coming up for another 2.5 minutes, so there is time for them to try to stabilize their macro a little bit, and potentially look for maybe a gank or so, and they could certainly close the deficit slightly here as a bit further as they also begin to look for picks in a moment. And I mean, if they could get a couple picks, CP, yeah, the game kind of goes back to even somewhat. That golden statue difference does suck a little bit, but I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference at this time in the game.
The notice of the golden statue difference is that it's the one part of the game that comeback mechanics don't interact with whatsoever. It is the one way that it kind of leaves scars of when you have map control and can push things in your favor as things go on. But Saya, a little bit of a chase down onto Tanner. And right now, though, likely has enough room to get over in the Walker. Taking a look on the Poppers, Tani Losan can be dropped. And still, pressure all around him. The ground floor Death Slam, and I think Riposte went on. I think Riposte happened, and Poppers just got out of there.
That was pretty tense as well, because Poppers has a 1k bag as well. That would have been a really insane kill. As well as, he's got a kill streak, so they would get a lot of souls for killing him and the drop of the bag. That in of itself could have swung like 4k souls or something. I don't know. So very good save there. The riposte is it's a strong ability, CP. It's pretty damn good.
I feel like Riposte may go a little bit too far. you hit Riposte, it's like, where's Apollo? He's 2 zip codes away. Oh no!
Yeah, I could see that being another thing they change. Actually, yeah, you're right. They got options. Valve.
I mean, Melee Creeps are still working with a bit of an edge at the moment, but it's not the edge that is at the point that Bird with Clock doesn't have options in the game. I think next turn going to be pretty vital here between both teams. I mean, ideally for Bird with Clock, I was going to say, you get a pick right now. Hook on the fish cake. However, not really the spot for follow-through here. You're backed up by Saya, you get the swap and turn, and you just take down Stride. So even if you land the hook, if you don't have the backup there, it's not going to do much for you.
Almost back to that 20k difference again, so melee creeps already recovering themselves. Got that full map control as well. Lanes are pushed up pretty much. They still have that first stage Guardian too on the left lane.
It's been a quiet game Walker-wise too. Aside from the first Walker the melee creeps pushed down, no other Walker is really taking much of a siege. A lot of the action this game in and around the urn, and interestingly enough, the lead is just enough that it is advantage urn for Bird with Clock. And it's not really close enough that you can game it to make it something else. Still, look at Saya. Saya going to get hooked into boot kick, into Silver, bringing out the wolf. Saya may go down here, so they give up urn control, but they get the kill on the Saya. And okay, looking a little bit more here on the fish cake. Fish cake desperately trying to get away, and a big change from this patch, Dan. You can't use the jump pad to get away the way you used to.
True, yeah. Yeah, it can be really punishing. Like the little egg cam we got for a second there. New egg cam. That does get dropped though. And by the clock, you know, they are trailing a little bit in souls here. So they're doing a pretty good job in really making the map feel threatening, I think, for melee creeps. And Flaw's actually got that vitality buff too.
Also, Pocket's value perhaps starting to go down as the game goes on. First Divine Barrier on the field for Scout, which is always a problem. I mean, eventually for Pocket, you are able to get Refresher and mitigate some of it, but this part of the game where maybe before you have Refresher, but as 1 or 2 DBs come up, it does really limit what you're able to do in Pocket. As once more, you're gonna see Fish Cake under pressure now at half HP. The Wolf comes out once more. Tanner still on the chase down. This is gonna be enough to take down Shiv before help comes out. Another slice and dice up through the window, and that's gonna be enough for Tanner. Pulls off the chase.
Yeah, to look to convert onto the Walker. Really amazing work there by Tanner. You got to give it to him. That was just a clean 1v1 there against the Shiv. In the meantime, though, the egg is looking to make its way into the comeback turn-in. And, are they going to drop it? Yes, there's a quick melee there. The egg is now on the ground as the fight continues, but there's definitely numbers here. There comes the nap time as well, so doesn't really look like they should be able to. Bird with Clock stop this from getting turned in, though. Heavy pressure, and there we go. Pocket coming on through. Matt will die, though, on that Pocket, and it looks like the conversion here, if the melee creeps is strong.
Melee creeps more than happy to take some of the trades here. Go for the Urn dunk. Urn turned in by Saya. Stride gets caught off to the back. And I think DB removed one of those afflictions too, so you kind of see part of the problem there for Matt, where even a 2-man affliction just not going to be enough at this stage of the game.
Yeah, despite all this though, ZP, you know, 14k difference, really the mid-boss, this would be the big issue, and there's not enough players up at the moment. I mean, there's ults here, you know, Death Slam would be so nice, but it's not going to get there in time. Will they try to delay? Do they have anything here that they can do to stop this? Absolutely not. Wow, that crystal just insta-died. I feel like sometimes CP doesn't die that fast, but you know, whatever. No,
in this case, everyone was on the same page. Also, contesting when Doorman is on the rejuve is one of the harder things to go after. You know, there's some characters that are good at mid-boss, some that aren't, and Doorman definitely in the top tier of people you want on your team for mid-boss. And again, I'd like to see another golden statue check-in, because we've gone through another period of time here where melee creeps have just had enormous amounts of map control. And the advantage, Dan, more than the 20k that you see on the souls, this level advantage is really starting to stack up. One rejuve, though, burned, and Saya may be going down for the count here. Birth Clock desperately scrapping out, looking for advantage, but the save! Scout comes in, gets the tag along, saves Saya, leads Tanner to his death, as Arctic takes a nice snooze in the Baroness.
Yeah, life is not looking all that good right now. Although, Fishcake getting very low. The Pocket could be a problem right now. 300 HP. Oh, okay. I think he's going to bleed out. Looks like Fishcake should, I think, die. We'll see if he gets saved. Still alive for now, but the pressure continues on this mid lane from melee creeps. Indeed, Fishcake manages to get away to base. I thought he'd bleed out there, but looks like it was just shy.
I mean, you look at Shiv and yeah, probably the master of surely he's dead and not. Especially we have characters like Rem on the team dropping barriers, heals, and all sorts of good things. But I want to see here as a damage check-in because usually at this point, this is where Apollo's contribution falls off a little bit and you start seeing who's actually bringing a lot of the damage into the late game. You know, as we're now, 24 minutes is basically mid-game is just about done and it's the start of late game, so. And in terms of where you want people to be, John, plenty of fire at 30k. The shining light, though, for Birth Clock, Flaws is at 31. Like, Flaws is still on the path to becoming a problem on Geist, even if the rest of Bird with Clock is a bit hurting.
And I mean, despite all of this, it's still roughly a 15k deficit. So it's, melee creeps can't be too crazy. They have had a lot of dominance on the map and the macro in general, but they have to respect Bird with Clock. And their ability to get stuff done here. So it will be collected again. The whole macro picture is just full control for melee creeps. But Bird with Clock, they'll be on the reaction. We'll see what they look to try to do. Now they're able to intercept. Matt's actually having to run away. He's getting chased down in middle right now. It can be a little bit scary. Death Slam on the other side, though. We'll see who that is going to be able to find. And yeah, looks like Arctic has been put into the Baroness.
A little bit of an enforced timeout. But your Lash. You got some mobility options. Tanner getting hit with the Itani Losan. Focus fire onto the Silver. Stride gets hit on the outskirts. Fishcake able to grab one. Bird with Clock, all sorts of wounded at the start of this engagement. Matt, after Affliction, able to get one. Also gets Fishcake low in the fight. But look at John at this point here. Dan, if there's any more cleanup to go, you got a near full HP Warden. It's ahead of the game. Ready to run down those who remain. In this case, it's a little bit of Warden versus Geist. Soul Exchange can't come out. But the Warden's backed up by Rem. It's not an even fight. And that is Geist's extra HP bar off in the wind as Flaws now looking for the retreat. Also, again, look at the damage here, Dan, where, to no surprise, John, and also, frankly, Saya going way up in the overall damage for melee creeps.
Yeah, it's definitely looking pretty difficult. But you can see kind of the counterbalance there. Rem on 8.7k and across the other side, you can see everyone's relatively even on damage. So definitely getting some stuff done here, but it's very hard to catch a lot of these different players, in particular Poppers on this Apollo, so you'll be able to escape with no issues. A hook here would go pretty huge, and there's a catch onto Rem. Is there a tag-along available? Looks like there is, but is that going to turn into another hook? It will. Fishcake gets grabbed. Are they able to finish off Fishcake? Gets a follow-up damage for this one. It looks like it's breaking out into a much larger fight, a full-on team fight now. 3 on the Affliction.
3 afflicted, and Scout being first to fall. Birth Clock, they have an opportunity. Now is going to be the time to strike. Those afflictions not being removed. Saya low, Ido low, Flaws in a pretty good spot. No soul exchange up, but still a pretty farmed Geist. Working for position here. Death Slam up over the top, not fully completed. Stride picking up the urn in the middle of the fight. Bird with Clock able to get the turn in. So Bird with Clock keeping some opportunity alive here. A bunch of people alive, still at really low HP. Melee creeps would love to get a piece of that, and they do. Saya, Ido, and Poppers finally able to break on through. Gibbs may be joining them in just a moment. Super low HP Viscous, but look at the minimap. I think he's clear. Still though, Dan, I mean, for Birth Clock, you get some trades there, you get the urn. I mean, you're keeping a bit of hope alive.
Yeah, they really are, but I mean, it just seems like the general story is that Poppers is just so impossible to kill. They can't even put time on him in fights because of how ridiculous it is to try to do damage to him when he's just using the flawless advance. You need some kind of CC lockdown to really deal with Poppers, and so far it seems too difficult to really get that in a lot of these spots. But it does, look competitive in these fights, like you said, and Bird with Clock, they're going to have to outscale melee creeps into the late game. That really is the only option, it would feel like at this point, bar some kind of crazy mid-boss steal or macro mistake from melee creeps. I mean, is that something that's even possible? Scaling against the Warden and Shiv is going to be pretty hard.
I mean, I think there's late game options here. I'd like to look at Matt's items here. I wonder if Matt has a refresher online. I think there's, once you start getting to the point that you have at 1 to 2 DBs up, and I think melee creeps may be up to 2 now. Have to get a check in a moment. That's where ideally you'd like to get refresher, get pockets value back, but for now, not on the table. Maybe the next item for Matt. But yeah, I mean, the scaling for Bird Clock, I mean, you still have a Megaton Geist. Silver can continue to be a threat into the end game. And in the end, you still got a Bebop. You still have one of the best ways of initiating and getting a pick in the game. But, you know, given the fact that you're at a deficit at the moment, it's still a bit of a tough road for Bird with Clock, as it's 30 seconds till next set of buffs and urns. Urn, singular, egg.
Okay, well, all it takes is a nice grapple from the man on screen. Stride. Open up one of these fights with an advantage, and that will change everything. That's why we're trying to play with the veil here. But the mid boss is up, and so right now, Bird with Clock, they can't afford a fight to not go their way. If the mid boss goes down, these rejuice get stolen. I mean, that's a wrap. Potentially.
The grab won't happen. Look at the patience. Riposte not triggered, meaning Poppers is vulnerable. Half HP. The wolf is out. Over in Death Slam when you really want Apollo dead. And that is the power of patience. You don't trigger the riposte. You get the punish onto Apollo. And with a one-man advantage, Bird with Clock immediately look to start going in the mid-boss.
This is the chance. This is what they were looking for. It cost them a Death Slam, which would be really, really helpful in the mid-boss fight. But what is the response of melee creeps? Okay, so they pull off the mid-boss here. Melee creeps moving forwards as well, looking to try to get a check in. They now understand that BWC have withdrawn, but now the fight in mid, and this fight's everything. Down a player, no poppers. Will that make the difference for BWC?
BWC, you cannot let this opportunity go awry. You need to strike now. You'll get no better. Gibbs stuck in the barrenness for a moment, but the stay is over. Ido's actually pretty low HP as this fight goes on. Fishcake, though, crawling a little bit underground. Under focus fire from multiple members. Gonna pop the E-shift and look for an exit. Slice and dice off the other way. Gets hit with the frogs on the way out. A two-man affliction. But it's even bigger nap time coming in from Scout to do a little bit of a fight reset here, Dan. Hits 4 members of Bird with Clock. We look at melee creeps. They are all sorts of low. Half HP across the board. Post-affliction as Matt still looking for a hunt down here. Saya, the target of choice. See, Saya is able to get away.
Okay, Fishcake goes down. That's an enormous kill. Saya almost dead as well. Another affliction there onto Saya. So if they can finally get that kill, that would be massive, but looks like that's going to get purged away, and Saya's going to be safe. So 4 players up here right now for melee creeps. 4 players up for Bird with Clock. So no conversion on the mid boss off of that fight from either team. And this is really the best case for melee creeps. They need to just make sure they can get a 6v6, but in for the re-engage. And John doing all kinds of damage with the Warden. The lockdown comes on through, and he's getting sliced by the Lycan. And it's going to be Floss that goes down in the midst of this. Popper's looking strong and healthy in the fight right now, and it's problematic because John got away. Only 2 up here for Bird with Clock. Their chances, it looks like they've all but been destroyed here by melee creeps, as now finally Arctic goes down, and it's surely a mid-boss that awaits.
It was a full commit on the John, and John just a little bit tanky to deal with. I mean, you look at Warden's HP right now. If we could get the quick shot on the John and then maybe look at items across the game, but the HP for John is absurd. Look, yeah, I think it's in the 5k range at the moment. Yeah, it's 5.1k. Warden's HP, the way people are building this patch, he is a tank among tanks. So if you're not able to finish off on the dive, it gets tough. Also, you know, it happened in the last team fight, but just to call it out properly, you know, part of why the last team fight went well for them, Matt was able to get Refresher and land a second affliction that was pretty effective. Birth Clock, though, they just weren't able to get full control, you know, and frankly, get the pick on the Warden I think they needed in that, you know, back and forth melee, and it stopped them from potentially turning the game around.
Yeah, 6k Warden is kind of problematic. Is there anything like toxic bullets or something? Some like percentage health damage that they got? I can't see anything.
I think percentage health helps. It just, you know, off the balance changes. You look at this, when my M1 is at 6k HP. This is why you're not seeing Venator be prioritized in the same way right now. And it's because Venator doesn't get HP pools like this.
Yeah.
Matt, coming in off the top. It's like about maybe throwing out a few frogs. Doesn't quite have the opportunity. Coming back over. This time, frogs go down. It's a 4-man affliction. If Vango's gonna come, it's gonna come now. It looks like 2 got taken off by DB. That still means 2 people struck by the affliction. Death Slam on the fish cake in particular. Don't know if there's much of a fall through there. Poppers and Scouts still getting awfully low. Bird the clock pushing the advantage. John looking for an opportunity to just get solid damage in. Last Stand comes out, but a lot of the fight is kind of taken off to a different area. Still, Popper's able to get Gibbs on the back end. Nap time out, hits 2 on both Flaws and Matt. I don't know if Refresher's back up for Matt here, but Fishcake going in, multiple targets low. This is where melee creeps would like to be. And on the chase down, maybe enough to send this one away. All 3 Rejubes still up.
Yeah, and they couldn't get Ido dealt with. Ido was very close to going down, but that was the only hope for a pick-off. And instead, melee creeps converting on every kill. And with this, and still 3 Rejuve crystals alive, I mean, this has got to be it now. I mean, finally, they can deal with this, the last remaining Walker, and just start to really do some serious objective damage in this matchup. But I mean, that was such a good affliction too. The fact that, you know, like you were saying, with the Divine Barrier purging 2 of them, you got to give it to melee creeps for having like really good in-fight awareness to be able to get to purge the most important afflictions off of the, you know, the most important players. Like John's affliction was insta purged by the Divine Barrier, so it's really good teamwork and awareness from melee creeps.
Yeah, and you know, Bird with Clock, they came really, really close to bringing this one back, but now it might be over. Also, people wondering on the Warden 9 build, it's like, why is it 6k? One of the key patch note changes is that Colossus got reworked, and it lost its flat HP and gained percentage HP. And for heroes that are tanky to begin with, like Warden, that was a big, big net bonus. Other end though, gonna go in for melee creep, says they're doing everything needed to solidify the win. At 60k down across the board, getting any kills for Bird with Clock now, Dan, is gonna require an act of the divine.
True. I mean, to be honest, you know, just huge respect for BWC with how well they've like managed the macro in a lot of these like really, really difficult spots. They've really fought for this game, and you know, with 60k deficit now, it doesn't really feel like there's any good opportunities that are left. And in fact, we might just take down the base and leave a Walker up. You don't see that every day, but it's like melee creeps are going to be going for it, and it's going to be the last stand here for Bird with Clock.
Quick slots, they're overrated, but melee creeps off into the finish. A 4-man affliction, even with divine barriers. That could get a little bit ugly, but you got rejuvenators in tow. Is it going to be enough? Bird with Clock in the pit, looking for the miracle defense. The biggest prize pool on the line. And the defense isn't bad here so far. Tanner, though, cannot die. Tanner needs to get back to spot, not quite able to do it. Scout, though, goes down in the melee. Melee creeps potentially about to lose Poppers. This all in onto the base could be ill-advised here so far. Bird with Clock doing a really nice job here, Dan, so far of getting away from the pressure. And melee creeps, look at the map, they are continually pushed back. The end of the game may have to wait a little bit longer. Arctic, though, goes down, so we'll see if melee creeps come back in. I think they keep up the push here. I mean, there's so little HP left in the Patron, and yet there is a risk.
Yeah, there is. There's always a risk. It was just like, you know...
There's no more risk. The guy's dead. Guys are a little bit out base. It's over. For real.
Fishcake's pretty nasty. I mean, the late game shift is pretty difficult to stop. Quick little grab and a hug. But that's going to be it. Bird with Clock are going to fall. It's a great effort, but melee creeps with the standard. Poppers doing a great job actually on the Apollo will bring melee creeps to the money match tonight here in North America.
Yeah, and of course for Poppers, this was just a sub. Due unavailable. Poppers out here trialing for multiple different teams says, yeah, I can sub for you melee creeps. Why not? And certainly it works out. And honestly, Dan, this game felt like it stuck to the script for a lot of it, that it was a really good early game showing from melee creeps overall, kind of dictated by the comp. But, you know, Bird with Clock, they were still able to find ways to bring some of these fights back in. And, you know, I think back to that middle fight where they got the hook off the pickoff, they set the 6v5, and it was so close, Dan, to turning into Bird with Clock bringing the game back.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, that was, I think, the most surprising thing for me is that they were working from behind in a macro way, just always, you know, just coming off the back. You know, they had 3 Guardians up at 10 minutes they had to deal with, and they were always behind, but they never allowed that macro advantage that was being played out by melee creeps of all teams to get to put them in a position where they couldn't have a good shot at winning the game. And even when it mattered the most, before that mid boss, they were able to find the pick onto the most hard to lock down player, Poppers, which allowed them to have a chance in actually converting that really big fight. So like, So, I mean, honestly, Deadlock did such a great job in this game to make it possible. But I think, like you mentioned, that early game, it was just very hard to deal with and come back from.
I will say, I think that the pick on the poppers that nearly started the comeback for Birth Clock, that is a case study on how to deal with Apollo, where it's difficult because it requires your entire team to be on the same page. Only one person can trigger riposte, and thus Apollo's getaway. But everyone put pressure on to poppers, and then everyone stopped DPS at the same time. And you kind of look at Apollo and be like, oh, wait, your riposte doesn't work anymore? And like, this hero's actually killable. They probably didn't even need to use the Death Slam after, but, you know, with how much grief he was causing them over the course of the game, Dan, sometimes you just want to be sure.
Yeah, that they had. You got to lock it in. If there's any doubt, you got to lock it in. And I mean, again, it really turned into an extremely protracted team fight, which certainly could have gone their way, given how long the team fight itself went on for. So you know, they did their best against melee creeps, but it is melee creeps after all, even with the stand-in. And the melee creeps going into the final, it's going to be really exciting. It's always a fun team to watch, and these best of threes right now for me, I'm just really loving the draft process. There's so much that can be done in the current draft, and we've had so many changes that it's just a lot of fun. I can't wait to get started.
And for melee creeps, they're hoping this is just the first of many. Again, the last few weeks have not been entirely kind to them. It's been, troublesome ever since, new sponsorship has come in. Melee creeps, they've struggled to win, and they were really, really hopeful coming into today that today would be the day that they're able to turn things around and retake the throne here in North America. But we gotta look at the stats at the end of the game, and it's funny. We did the damage check-in early on, and we saw how far ahead Poppers was, but you look at coming from behind and just really carrying the end game with damage. Yeah, sure, John is up there, but Fishcake also had a monster game, Dan.
Yeah, definitely did. And I mean, Shiv is always going to be dangerous in the hands of a good player, and especially once you get some of those items online, it becomes pretty ridiculous, the output. And I mean, John, you always just know that he's going to be performing as well. But I think for me, the most surprising thing, and maybe it shouldn't be surprising now that we see Paradox back, is that Saya had, despite all of that, Saya's competing pretty healthily for that top damage spot on the team.
Also, one thing that's a little bit interesting is that teams actually pulled off a little bit from the opening round spam. Back in the qualifier and even some of the early days of the R1 tournament, we were seeing 6-7 opening rounds per lobby. This time around, actually only 1 opening rounds for melee creeps, which is a little bit surprising because I gotta ask John. I would have thought he would get it on Warden of all heroes, because Warden generally enjoys extra bullet velocity on top of everything else, but no opening rounds to be found on John. And Locket, I wanted to talk about this mid-match, but Locket has kind of landed in a good spot right now where the heroes that are generally more stamina heavy are still going to buy Locket. Like if you're Geist and you're trying to trigger kinetic dash more aggressively, if you're a hero that's otherwise eating a lot of stamina, you like Locket still even after the nerfs. But the heroes where it's just more about HP and you're not churning through as much stamina, they've kind of shifted a little bit and they're not buying Locket as much, which to me, I actually feel like that means the balance on it may be exactly right now.
Yeah, that's a great call out. I like that a lot. Yeah, it does seem like it's come into balance. I totally agree with you. Yeah, other than that though, I mean, it's a good warm up for melee creeps here. What do you feel like their prospects are? We got to see them with the stand-in. Poppers did a good job on Apollo. Hero that we could see do on. What do you think their prospects are looking like going into the finals?
I'm gonna make it conditional, and conditional number 1 is, can you get a single kill on Dimov? Dimov, I think, went through 3 straight maps. He's on a 3-map streak of not dying, Dan. We're gonna go with the small goals before the big goals. Yes, winning the map or winning the series would be great, but let's start from the basics. Get a single kill on the Dimov, work from there. You can't let EU's arguably former top player come to NA and act like he has invincibility, Dan. That's number 1 that has to go.
I mean, I kind of love it because it's always been the case that EU is better than NA. That's basically always been the case. The only time I've seen that not be the case in a newer esport was actually Valorant in the early days, but that kind of switched around eventually. So I don't know, ZP, it's just a story as old as time. The EU players just built different.
Well, speaking of people built differently, when you're coming in the sub, that's a sidekick play if I ever saw one. Popper, the help that melee creeps needed, or poppers, I should say, coming in on the Apollo, died a little bit in the early game, but into the mid game, massive contribution on Apollo, and a big reason why Melee Creeps are able to chalk up the W here and get into the money match once more.
I totally agree with that. I think it was a great recovery off of a somewhat non-ideal early game from what you would expect. But I think going into those objective fights especially, we saw that Poppers, and also actually I think a solo take essentially almost of a Walker too at the 12-minute 30 mark. Also very powerful, but just being unkillable and just not really, or rather when there's a period of the game when there wasn't the lockdown tools to CC Poppers, he was just doing everything at the team fights. And it's why we saw that Poppers was so far ahead in damage in the mid game portion, which is where Melee Creeps really solidified that lead that they just then never let go of.
Also, I'm hearing some of the reactions, like production is letting me know. Look, I'm going to be honest, when it comes to calling out numbers, I did not do any of that intentionally. I cannot keep a straight face when it comes to going for obvious memes. Unfortunately, that was all authentic and organic in, mentioning two numbers in the middle between 1 and 10. But, luckily, Dan, we can avoid the subject and go into the highlights and see a little bit more of what Poppers was able to do over the course of the match. And, a lot of these highlights are going to come in the, mid part of the game.
Well, not a fun time for Arctic, or really, to be honest, most players on Bird O'Clock, with these shenanigans here from Poppers, seemingly unkillable in all these spots. It's very hard to lock down. Always somehow, it looks like at that spot, it's a long protracted fight, but somehow he's just max HP, just chilling. It's just kind of ridiculous. Nice little sigil there for your... I mean, Arctic's really getting the brunt of these highlights, being on the receiving end of it, at least.
Bebop had the fix in. Even though Stride was on Arctic's team, just, the character takes a little bit of precedence. Get that Lash hitting the ground montage. The ego's a little bit too big. But all in all, good start for Melee Creeps. They get their berth into the money match against Floormen, who of course are our new champions. Things seemingly just changing week after week. They took the throne away from FPS Lounge. FPS Lounge now doing a little bit of roster rearrangement where they parted ways with Erebus, and I think they wanted the week off to work and prepare. But it does create a golden opportunity for Melee Creeps now, Dan, to take the throne.
Yeah, especially with our beefed up prize pool. Melee Creeps are going to get a shot at it, a pop at it, if you will. And I mean, like you say, Floormen is really exciting to have Demov in that lineup, and also to see all the hard work that Floormen have been doing as a team and as a roster come to fruition for them, and to hold on to that title is what they're going to be looking to do. And again, I got to say, there's a lot of really good Demov heroes. Maybe it's basically the whole cast, I guess you could say, but in the current meta. So I feel like we're going to see an exciting game.
Well, the stakes have been set. Melee Creeps against Floormen, the biggest prize in Night Shift history for our Wednesday broadcast. Who's going to take it? Tune in after to see. The night shift is back. The money match for NA about to begin. ZP and DDK, they'll walk you through all the action. And Dan, we got an update from production. The game is going to be ready to go sooner than you could imagine. And people are saying it's because FPS Lounge not being here means that the teams represented actually have functioning bladders. You know, just how it is, Dan.
That's good to know. That's good to know. I can't wait to see what it looks like at LAN. If there'll be a better bladder discipline and control at LAN, we'll have to see. But for the online matches, it's certainly been a problem. But looking at this series now, ZP, we finally get to dive into it. Finally get into the drafts. I'm curious, what teams are working on, right? Because talking about FPS Lounge, working on some stuff. I spoke to Peer Content a while ago, so he told me some of the things that they're working on. That's really cool. But what about these two teams? There's been a week between games. This is a really important week. Are we going to see more first picks like Sinclair's? Are we going to see anything different here? Because the teams are still adjusting to that patch. I think that now everyone kind of is getting to that well-adjusted state where they kind of really have a better read on it than last week. So what do you expect? What's the surprise?
I mean, it's going to be interesting because I feel like it has evolved even over the last few days. Even from the NA qualifier day to now, people are kind of min-maxing priorities. I think the number one winner over the last few days has definitely been Doorman. I think in general, heroes are good at laning, have taken a higher priority. So it's like we've seen Doorman way up on priority. We've seen Apollo way up on priority relative to where they were. But then you also have other things to keep in mind, like who do you want for your M1? Do you want something like Warden? Do you want to deny the Warden from someone like John and otherwise face 6k of death into the end game? Like all these things have quickly evolved off the new patch, and I feel like we're still learning on the job a little bit. Whether it be us or the players on what they want to do. But before we go a little bit further, we got to talk about the Floormen roster, who melee creeps are going to be up against. And, on the roster, they've made some changes over time, but the biggest one, of course, is getting Dimov onto the team, where it's no joke. He has not died in the last 3 maps on Deadlock Night Shift, which is kind of unreal.
I wonder, do we know if anyone's gone more than 1 without a death? Has anyone got a streak of 2 deathless games?
If it was, it may have been Dimov in EU. I don't know. It's incredibly rare to have happened. Then
in a class of his own, that is so sick. And I'm sure Dimov's not going to be thinking about it, but it does speak to the level of efficiency that Dimov plays with. And I actually love the idea that Dimov is that efficient of a player, because someone will take that title, right? As you go through professional play in any game, certain players will get associated with certain things that they do really, really well. And Dimov, he's got quite a few of those things, maybe, ZP. His hero pool is pretty insane. He's got a few different heroes that you love to see from him. But, being very efficient and deathless as well, really cool to see that.
Also, don't forget, he's doing all this on ping. He has 120, 130 ping every game. He's not, he has the training weights on while he's doing it. So, Floormen overall, a stacked roster that has looked better and better week after week. But you know what else? No, we'll get to the other roster in a moment. I'm going off things we got to talk to here in terms of what people have really been working on. That's right. We got an update on the Jason and Jake saga, aided by Shopify. What have they made?
So we're back once again here to round out our shop. And Jake, we looked at creating an item before, looked at some market research as well and how to price this, but we need to get our storefront going, right?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right? We got to build that front-facing online store, and luckily, it's pretty easy here. So you can see we just come to the page, and we can have Sidekick help us generate some themes. We could use these pre-existing themes, and there's even a whole theme store. We're not going to show it just here, but there's tons of professionally designed themes that you could find and design. Immediately, though, Jason, my eye is drawn to the ritual. For a Deadlock theme store, for the fun of it,
kind of perfect.
Let's try the ritual. So I'm just gonna click on add ritual. We're going to add this theme into our store. And it's pretty much just as easy as that. It just takes a second for the theme to install. Again, tons of different options, different themes, depending on your shop and what you want. But pretty soon we're able to hop in and see what this actually looks like with our product. And yeah, it looks like it's ready.
I kind of like all these different themes you can look at too, because it can kind of tailor specifically to what you want to do. And I'm sure even Sidekick can help you ask it what would fit. Like a pillow store, they can give you some suggestions for themes. But where do you actually have our product on there? Actually, was already put up because we saved it earlier on.
Yeah, so again, the Shopify, because it has access to the products you've made, all the work you've done kind of comes together. I will say, Jason, looking at this image, I feel like the resolution is a little low. Now, seeing it on the real shop, I feel like we can do better than that.
Yeah, I think so.
All
Anyone
right.
who can help us with that?
Let's ask Sidekick. I want to edit the product photo for my pillow. And I mean, one thing that's really nice about this is, look, it just takes us right where we need to go. So we're going to link straight to the product. We come back here. We're going to throw a new image on here, and I've got just the one. I think this one's going to look a lot better. We're going to get...
It's perfect too, right? Because it's the Shopify pillow.
Exactly. So we've got our new image. We got Shopify Rem styling with his pillow. And then let's go back to our store. Let's take a look.
I think what's so nice about this too is if you're not like really good with the technical aspect of like finding where things are, just ask Sidekick and it'll take you directly where you need to go.
Yeah, definitely. In using this, that's been like one of the nicest parts, is that the fact that it's all integrated into the shop makes things easy. So, I mean, there you go, Jason. It's been like, what, less than 10 minutes easily over the course of this show, and we have a shop ready with a product and an image, right? I mean, there's more to do in terms of really building a business, but if you can do this kind of a start in less than 10 minutes, it just really goes to show that anybody can build a store with Shopify and start selling. You don't have to be a businessman, a professional. Anybody can do this, right? It is that easy. If Jason and I can figure it out, you can too.
There you go. Jake repeating what we said earlier, is that if they can figure it out, Dan, you can too. And of course, if you want to take your own crack at, we got the link down below. Going there definitely helps support Shopify, supports us in the program. And we're just happy Shopify has been able to, add and support to the Deadlock scene and, give us prize pools for the players that have been higher than ever before.
Hell yeah. I mean, it's so cool. We love Shopify. We love their support of this grassroots esports business that we're up to. And the fact that also we've been seeing people call off the update a little bit as EP, but it's really cool to see that all you guys are still like as engaged with like the awesome Deadlock Pro scene that we have here that we get to see every week. So yeah, shout out to Shopify for supporting that. And now that must mean as EP that we're shortly about to get into the draft of this game.
Absolutely right. We were told it was close to being ready, and I gotta think we're good to go. Roll the footage. Does Doorman get banned in the beginning? What is the priority going to be? Do you go, whoa, we don't want to let poppers get an Apollo again? We'll see what the priority is going to be coming in from Floormen. Melee Creeps decide they want first pick. And of course, we don't talk about too much on show, but if you're the challenging team, by right of being challenger, you get to choose either first or second pick. It's a little bit of a disadvantage to the champion that we've always felt is fair.
I could see... if Apollo is pickable for Floormen, that they might take it for Demov, because I know Demov can plays Apollo as well. So there could definitely be an interesting Apollo exchange. We'll see. Sinclair, Dynamo. Okay, Bebop is the one that gets taken away. So I think that's fair. Bebop definitely kind of problematic. But where are we going here, ZP? What do you want to secure if you're Melee Creeps? Doorman?
It's got to be Doorman. I actually would be shocked if it was anything but Doorman in the situation. He's giving you probably some of the best early game power in the game, and Ido's super comfortable on him now, and yeah, it's Doorman. If you're Floormen, I think you learn a little bit from what we saw in the last game, and you take away some of the early game power that Melee Creeps would be going for. If I had to go for anything here for Floormen, Dan, I take away what they're using last game. I go Shiv, and I go Apollo. I lock those in immediately, and they get the Apollo. Will they get the Shiv?
I do wonder if it will be Demov playing, because he can play obviously so many different things. But yeah. Shiv will be another good one for Floormen to pick up, like you said. Sinclair as well. I mean, I just feel like Sinclair is really, really good. I feel like he is top 3 good, ZP, but we haven't been seeing any look at him like that so far today.
Yeah, I mean, even EU got a little bit lower on the Sinclair priority relative to before, but okay, Floormen, as we kind of predict, they go Apollo Shiv. Melee Creeps here. Pocket has been creeping up and up. They grab Lash. I wonder if you get Pocket to go along with it, because whether it be EU in the recent R1 tournament or just the NA games we've had here today, Pocket has been a higher priority. And honestly, it makes sense, especially after the other team grabs Shiv. Pocket is still one of the better heroes in the game of like making things tough, but instead they go, no, actually, we don't want to have our front line be particularly weak. We still want to have Silver because... yeah, it makes sense. If Floormen went Shiv Silver, you kind of get scraps left from Melee Creeps in meta, where Average was telling us people don't like Abrams right now.
No more hiding.
Yeah, the Silver makes a lot of sense, and pretty good cop for the third position. Pocket coming in for Floormen, so maybe defensive Pocket to some extent. Now the bans, I mean, do you ban Dynamo if you're Floormen? Dynamo is still certainly pickable by melee creeps.
I need to get some more training.
It's gonna be the Viper. Okay.
I think you have to ban it if you're melee creeps, because first pick coming out of this is going to be going over to Floormen. So I think there's a good chance they would go for the Dynamo. I think for melee creeps, they might cover that and just get rid of the Dynamo now. I think it's a pretty good likelihood, but instead, okay, they get rid of the Mirage. That's a little bit interesting, because now I think, okay, high priority picks recently. Dynamo, certainly an option for Floormen coming on in. Looking at last game, what am I forgetting here?
Kelvin.
You could Kelvin. You also.
Ooh, okay. Okay, that's awesome, Zifi. Because Dimov, we know that he's got a phenomenal Yamato. That's like one of the classics.
I wonder if that was the pick there, though, given what was still up and around as far as picks go here. I also wonder. Do you take the Rem just by virtue of not wanting to deal with the Shiv Rem lane, or you go, nah, deal with that is fine. Sinclair, though, comes in. You get your wish here, Dan. He's a little bit lower prio in NA, and he's been lower prio in EU, but you get Sinclair, and I think half of that is wanting to see, do you have something good that I can clone? And they grab Warden for John, the, lock in their M1.
And Sinclair's kit now is it's so good, even if there aren't amazing ults. And I mean, the max bunny is so insane, it's so damn good.
Dan, it's also a protect pick. Now that I think about it, if you had any worry about Floormen going Dynamo, once you pick Sinclair, it's kind of oh, okay, we don't want to give Sinclair the buffet of options between both Affliction and Singularities. So the Sinclair pick was as much okay, we have this versus Pocket pick, as it also was a deterrence against Dynamo.
And potentially a Kelvin as well. Yep. So interestingly, we get a Venator Geist. So a lot of hungry mouths, I feel on the Floormen roster, potentially, depending on how you look at it, to feed in this particular roster. And they don't have what you'd consider one of those more kind of supportish heroes.
Yeah, okay, so melee creeps, they round out with Paradox, which, certainly Saya's going to be on. And yeah, I think you kind of touch on one of the bigger issues of this game is that Yamato, Ven, Geist, all three need farm. And the downside about Yamato is that while she does kind of fill the frontliner role, she's a frontliner that needs farm in order to function. She is a greedy character. So in terms of your farms, you're probably going to have Yamato, Ven, Geist all in separate lanes. But it's also a game where Apollo, Shiv, and Pocket may have to take a back seat, but you don't really like that. You don't like your Shiv taking a back seat. You have 4 heroes that thrive with high farm, that have very different game states with high farm, and only 3 of them are actually going to be able to live in that world. And in terms of people that get starved on farm, it's definitely not going to be Ven. He's going to be probably your highest priority. And it's, to me, I look at either Shiv, Yamato, or Geist, one of the 3 isn't going to have as big of an impact on this game, Dan, unless it is a blowout.
I think that's what's really interesting about this. I don't think that Floormen are, of course, picking this roster and accidentally being oh, we don't know how to manage that particular situation. They've calculated this in some respects. So something of the playstyle, I'm sure, would make sense with it. And they do have the ability to really dive on people, like Yamato, Pocket, Apollo, and Shiv. You can just absolutely just jump on people. And all of these heroes, it feels like you're definitely going to have to prioritize the Venator to be the safe character that gets as much farm as possible. And we have seen the kind of off-carry Geist, in many different spots. It's not always the case that Geist gets all the priorities. So that kind of makes sense. Venator carry, Geist off carry, and then for Yamato, Pocket, Shiv, and Apollo, not sure how they're going to work it out, but I mean, a roaming hit squad, definitely going to be powerful for tempoing and diving for sure.
I'm trying to look at the lane phase here and, kind of approximate who I think has the advantage. On one hand, Sinclair, Doorman, both exceptionally strong laners. Paradox, Silver in the upper echelon. Warden, I'd say also in the upper echelon. Combo-wise, look at Floormen. Yeah, you got Apollo. You have Shiv, who can be strong if, he's generally is a higher power level. He's even better if you can pair him with something like a Rem that, goes with his survivability. But truthfully, I'm looking at the laning phase between both teams, and I actually think Melee Creeps, again, has kind of come out of this with a team that is going to have the advantage in the first 15 minutes of the game. And Floormen, to me, I actually think that's a tough dynamic, given the fact that they have a team that is so incredibly hungry for farm. Not having the team that has the better early to mid game, I actually think could leave them pretty far behind here, Dan.
Yeah, and I do also think that melee creeps have obviously a way better utility game. There's a lot of CC that melee creeps have that's really just very desperately horrifying to deal with. Someone gets thrown into the Baroness. There's a bunny. There's a binding word on to imprison anyone who's bunnied. Like, Paradox is going to be able to like lock you down as well, like with the time warp and the swaps and stuff. So there's like all these tools that melee creeps have to just lock you down. And for Floormen, I mean, they don't really have that because they've just gone for all these heroes that are just like burst damage, carries, frontline. Like it's lacking util.
I will say this, if Floormen, if it's like even at 28 minutes into the game, 28, 30 minutes, Floormen probably just win. Like what they do in the late game as the characters come online is a little bit scary relative to melee creeps, especially when things like Sinclair do tend to tail off a little bit. Although the interesting conundrum there is that normally Sinclair does tail off a bit into the end game, but Sinclair also gets to be a perpetual threat by copying Pocket. And you also have that weird dynamic of, well, do you want to invest? Like, you'll buy Divine Barrier versus Pocket always, like some people on your team. Do you want to buy Divine Barrier on Floormen off the risk of getting Pocket ulted by Sinclair? I think that's a little bit less of an automatic buy. So I look at this here and like I think even Sinclair's late game is a little bit better than it normally would be. Overall, I actually do like melee creeps draft better, but all Floormen do, if they're able to execute, I think they can still easily take this map.
Yeah, and we're gonna get into it. And I gotta say, ZP, I actually feel like presumably Demov will be on Yamato, probably Yamato or Apollo, but I would assume Yamato. And that to me is kind of the X factor a little bit, because Yamato I don't think is valued as highly right now. I mean, obviously it's a good hero, like just solid, but Apollo it has much more higher value. And there's some other burst spirit heroes that have higher value right now, I think, in the current meta. So I'm going to be super curious to see how Yamato actually performs against that expectation. And I think in this roster, like you said, someone's going to be missing out on farm. Like a couple people will be missing out on farm, whereas in other more typical drafts, you probably would expect them to get a lot more farm. So they're going to have to, I think, they're going to have to be able to tempo a little bit, ZP, to get ahead to make up for it.
Also, I don't think we properly talked about it in broadcast, but there was an alert that came out, and frankly, I forgot about it with all the things that have been going on today, but it is low main in for Rocker for Floormen. So it is the day of FPSL. Just because you're not playing in the week doesn't mean you can't sub. Our only hard and fast rule for substitutions here at Night Shift is that if you play for one team in, say, the Challenger match, you can't play for another team later on in the day. Like, that's a little bit much, and pretty anti-competitive, but FPS Lounge may as well not exist today, so low main, completely a valid sub.
Low main's also exceptionally good. Like, obviously everyone at this level is really good, but low main is one of the players in NA that is like, in my top list of absolutely excellent and extremely versatile as well. So I think, an ideal player to pick for a substitute.
Oh, that's the rumor that's been going around, where I don't think that's actually true, by the way. That people say commends will raise your MMR matchmaking, like it's part of the aggregate. I think when you look at the evidence, and admittedly, nothing is proven. Like, this is all speculation, cue the X-Files guy, and so on. It does seem like individual contribution is more impactful on ladder at the moment, and there's a lot of different variables that could go into whatever theoretical equation is there. Do I think commends necessarily go in there? They could, but that is one where I'm like kind of press F to doubt. But people have been pretty, a little bit more begging for commendations, Dan, as people is like, hey man, we might not have gotten around this game, but we all like MMR. I'll commend you, you commend me.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to kind of just allow it to be so easily gameable.
Demov's back in, where you can take the European out of Europe, but he won't leave the pause behind, or so it seems.
So Demov's on Pocket. That's interesting. I don't know if I've seen a Demov Pocket. Have you? I guess I must have at some point.
Yeah, we've seen it in the past. I mean, Demov, I think, has played a little bit of everything from time to time, but it's been a while, and with both Apollo and Shiv in the pool, normally you'd expect you to pick one of the two, but maybe low main Zero pool is playing a little bit of a role. But taking a look at the lanes, no surprise to get the Ven v Warden matchup in middle. Just whoever you're, as multiple terms competing for priority, but people have really stuck on to the idea of position 1 through 6, and position 1 just meaning who gets the most farm. It's ranked in order of how much farm you get, and in NA, usually your position 1s, in this case Ven and Warden, you see them in mid lane, just because of how effective box runs are in middle, and how people manage their economy.
Then usually later it might transition to like a safe, like what you might call a safe lane to maintain the farm, but it's gonna be really interesting. I mean, we didn't talk too much about the lanes in the draft, what we expected to see, but for Floormen, given the lane combinations they have, do you like the setups?
I think seeing the Apollo in middle is a little bit interesting. I think it's trying to give as much advantage to Ven as possible to have a good start. But I kind of look at and wonder, okay, what have you given up in turn? I mean, Yamato Geist is still a plenty strong lane. You get good amounts of poke here. Is it vulnerable against Doorman Silver? Yes. I think there's multiple worlds where you take a step out of line, and between Bell and Boot Kick, you end up out of lane. Like, it is definitely advantage Silver Doorman on the left. But, I mean, Yamato Geist, you should be able to play it at least neutral to where you don't die, or at least you have a chance of doing so. And off on the right, Lash Sinclair, I mean, that can be difficult. Again, it's just a significant amount of burst potential. Shiv a little bit less vulnerable to that, but I mean, even for Demov, you have to be careful against this lane. Just you can go from 60-70% HP to dead under the right circumstances.
Okay, well, I don't know if I felt good about Demon's chances to like make it a 4-game streak. CP being on pocket.
I mean, I think you're gonna do it on any hero. Pocket has some chance, but overall, just given the early game advantage I expect melee creeps to have, Demov getting out of the early game without giving up 1 kill, it's gonna be hard. Not entirely boot kick Poppers was looking for, but still, this Doorman Silver lane, a lot of options for getting the first kill.
Xeno has a nasty Yamato as well.
Used to be all Xeno played at one point. Xeno has heavily diversified his hero pool, but yeah, there was a point where Xeno could have held claim to best Yamato in the world, or at the very least in the conversation for top 3. Been playing more supportive roles as of late, but in a meta where, sure, no dedicated support, throw Xeno off onto the Yamato.
I think that I really like the combo with Apollo. I think it's pretty scary. Just the amount of chase, burst, spirit damage is nasty. So I do think there's a lot of options here for Floormen, that it could be like a very exciting game for them once they get things going. But in terms of the early lane here, all the lanes now looking for that lane priority so that you can make sure that you have advantage to bridge buff and also advantage to the tier 1 cap if you're in a spot where you have to steal it on these side lanes.
As expected, looking to flow these lanes has been very much at objective survive for Floormen. Like, you look at the HP bars on the top, and Floormen definitely a bit more hit overall. You look at positioning on the mini-map, they've been getting pushed up more often than not. 20 seconds away from buffs, and honestly, I would expect melee creeps to be able to get priority on both left and right buff, barring some beef here. And okay, it may be arriving. Scout getting super low in Sinclair. Is he ticking down with knives? I don't know if he has any knives on him right now, but still a tougher spot to be on Sinclair. Left-hand lane, meanwhile, both Geist and Yamato just getting a bit of the business here, and a lot of this is just poke from Ido.
There we go, buffs come up. Sai getting the spirit buff, and DMB getting the Venator gun buff. It's the best possible luck.
I think a lot of that had to do with the timing, where you were able to get Scout low. I think normally it would have been either the Sinclair or Lash to go right buff, and DMB was just able to hop over there and grab it.
Sometimes you got to play these lanes pretty slow until your abilities come online for some of the more deadly combos. Monster rounds goes really huge in lanes where you're having a hard time, where you can't do as much pressure. At least you can keep the opponent's creeps off of your tower.
Oh. Damage generates up. Soul Exchange in, and it's good enough to deal with poppers. So just keeps positioning, drops a Soul Exchange, easy kill and turn. And clearly they thought they would have enough burst damage for League, but not to be the case. And off that mistake, finally a little bit of breathing room on the left for Floormen.
Yeah, perhaps a miscalculation on the timing there for that gank. I like the idea though. Dropping in from above like that's really cool. But that has definitely given some better time set to the Geist Yamato on left. And now in here in mid, I mean that gun buff is gone. It's been neutralized.
Yeah, not the ideal situation. Nero Domini though. Coming in, John really low on the aftermath. AVG able to finish it off, so it's a 1-for-1. And again, remembering the stakes of this game, if you do 1-for-1 trades as Floormen right now, you're really happy with this. It's melee creeps that are feeling the pressure now, Dan. Even though you might tune in and go, "Oh, it's an even game." With the comp that melee creeps is running, you can't have this be an even game. Like you need more out of this stage.
Yeah, I think that's quite fair. I do think these drafts from both teams are so interesting, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how things start to develop once we get to that first turn. All right, now we got Poppers looking to pursue, but it doesn't look very easy here. League, oh, the combo coming on through, down on to under the tower. There's no swap available, and okay, the Yamato coming in on Xeno a little bit late on that one. Unable to really assist, and Ido receiving a power slash, but straight out through the door, up to safety.
Might not be done yet. Still, opportunity to get some damage here on the Poppers. Poppers in off the boot kick, lands the bola after. Able to get enough positioning to avoid the power slash thereafter. And with some of the health coming in off the creeps, it's enough to get Poppers out of danger as we go to a pause. But, the cool thing off some of the tech we have now is we were able to see how that was set up. We weren't there camera-wise at the beginning, but you look, you go, League has gone into the Baroness. So that entire setup was just Ido throws League into the hotel, and you hop out, and you have a real angry werewolf waiting for you on exit.
I like it. Demorph has deemed it appropriate to begin once again.
Demorph actually just, maybe in an area that has, bad internet, just repeatedly kicking it with his foot and be like, come on, give me a little bit lower ping. I don't know. I have to invent like some form of headcanon here to the variety of Demorph pauses.
All right, so centers are up. Dive comes through. Lowkey's going in there. Straight up to the roof, though. He's going to find Fish Cake. He's getting a lot of damage here on the Fish Cake as well. Good burst. Just going to force Fish Cake all the way back. And they're going to be looking to claim this Guardian, but also there's going to be Sinners up to claim as well. So this position is going to be kind of nice. There is a counterbalance, though, on the right side of the map as we are now. We see Demorph chasing them down, looking to claim position for Floormen as they get that Guardian on the other side of the map. So nice balance work here. Either side getting a Guardian.
It's Guardian for Guardian. Floormen able to get with the rotation of Shiv off as Ido, luggage cart, looking for Xeno, able to get the finish with the aid of Sai on the carbine. Looking for more here. Another call bell. The damage is massive, enough to take down AVG. The rotation from Ido off in the mid lane, paying dividends. And you're just seeing the power of call bell here, where you have to imagine for Ido, probably one of the next items is going to be recharging Rush, because what more do you want in this build than even more bells, Dan?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's not too hard to proc that with the recharging Rush with the Doorman too. Got all that gun damage, so get Demov. It's going to be back outs of the hotel.
Do you think Demov is aware of or cares about his 3-game deathless streak that's been going on? Also, that Tani Losam was a full whiff.
Probably less aware and cares less than we do about it, but ooh, some good damage there, chasing away Poppers and cleaning up this Guardian. This is where the game starts to get interesting, because Floormen definitely need to keep the tempo up, and now they're going to have the full capacity to start roaming around. We've got the first urn coming up, as well as the double bridge buffs, and right now Floormen, they've got more position in middle around the left bridge buff for that first urn.
Floormen get both buffs, survival on the average and DMB, a little bit of hit of mobility. Poppers Actually, a little bit low, getting harassed by League. Life Drain, of course, not going through the wall, but it is going to be earn control here to Floormen, where, speaking of things, Lowmain may be subbing in and not playing for FPS Lounge today, but, still repping them on the in-game tag. The bell damage, man. It is unreal as Ido chases down in transition. Earn, or Egg as it were, going to be knocked loose in the middle of the fight. So we see Lowmain making a good bit of room on the Shiv, picking up the Earn once more, and just perhaps looking for the straight-up dunk. I don't know if he's going to be able to get there in time. It could be very clear on the dunk, and yeah, Lowmain just able to get it.
Very nice find. Keeping the pressure on as well. Asido going down, and might be a magician, but no, can't be chasing that one down just yet. But still, Floormen coming a little ahead here, getting on top of the doubles. Still that mid guardian left to deal with for Floormen. And the creeps able to rally around that. Asido joins the middle lane as well. 3 players in proximity around that mid guardian. Is this a rebrand from AVG to Average? Are we supposed to call him Average now?
Yes.
CP? Okay.
We are supposed to call him Average. That is the full rebrand. He does not want to go down the Avast career path of continually being compared to the antivirus, so it's respectable. I don't think that was the reason given. He just wants to be known as Average now. He also got the name on Twitch. But in important matters, Fishcake drops a Death Slam, gets a few people low, but is now horrifically exposed in turn. Xeno doesn't let the opportunity go to the wayside. Floormen able to pick up one, and Dan, I'll just bring us back to the win conditions on the game. Melee creeps, while they've been able to get some scrappy kills here and there, this isn't where they want to be with their comp. I mean, Floormen are looking a lot better in terms of long-term win conditions.
Ooh. Yeah, and they definitely have a lot of good ways to bully melee creeps early on here. Just going to send, ult for ults, maybe better trade for poppers. And Floormen have a good presence across the map at the moment. Now, see exactly how this dive goes on to the Magician. Looks like Scout is able to fall back off. It does have that support. And we're a couple minutes away from next objective. Oh, go ahead, ZP.
For both teams, you're kind of getting the equality breakdown here of no one is really ahead on farm. Neither John nor DMB. I mean, DMB has like the most mild of edges right now. Oh, bit of a Hyperline knockdown onto Fishcake. See if he's in any danger. Baroness Hotel. Lowmain on the visit. And maybe a welcoming party here. Melee creeps coalescing around Lowmain. About to leave. Here's the welcoming party. Down to half HP immediately. Is the rest of the damage going to be there? It is. Quick pick off on the Lowmain. 13 minutes though, so we'll see what we get after. And now we're a little bit past the early game. Let's take a look at the damage. I do want to see who was really contributing here as John goes down. And it's a doorman. Still, fight. Getting a little bit scrappier here. Ult gets copied, and it doesn't quite matter. Scout falling the D-Mob in the end. Poppers though, trading out. Getting real scrappy here on the right lane. Melee creeps down to half HP on that Walker, but that's where it will stop. Elsewhere, though, off into middle. Xeno's able to punish Fishcake, and it's a mid-Walker, in fact, that's in some real danger. Shout transformation out here from Xeno. Looking for a piece of John. John going, Walker, protect me. Getting pummeled from all ends as the Walker itself goes down to Tiny Losan. Maybe just about enough to take down John. That's super low HP, but so is Xeno. Rotation in the middle comes in. The Walker hanging on by the barest thread. Tiny Losan getting copied now by Scout. Giving Apollo a taste of his own medicine, but Average able to take down the Walker before falling in turn.
Well, diving so hard for John. They don't even kill him. John is just too strong, and he will survive, but the damage, though, is pretty immense. And another Walker there for melee creeps, going down to half HP on the right side. So, D-Mob harassing that. And in mid now, more problems coming in as we've got chase down Lowmain. Has he got any knives here? Nope, no knives into Poppers, so Poppers will get away scot-free. And now the next turn is about to spawn, and so this is a big moment. I think right now Floormen starting to take an advantage, and this would be a spot for melee creeps to try to stem the bleeding.
It's an advantage earn. It is just barely an advantage earn. This is pretty brutal for Floormen. I think for Floormen, you don't even want to pick this up right now. Like, you would love if you could get it a little bit closer to being neutral. But if you pick it up, and they do, it just flips to neutral. They're able to time it. Affliction, though, comes on down on the John. The targeted harassment from Demov. Ido trying to do a little bit of covering fire. Poppers, though, down in some of the skirmish. And the Urn still is locked in as neutral. Like, once you lock it in, it stays. So, Floormen with some really nice game sense there, Dan, to just wait a moment.
Yeah, really nicely done. And they steal away the Urn now. Has an escort across the map. The Apollo and Yamato hit squad. Honestly, this Urn looks so cool. It does look like a Charizard or something's gonna hatch from it at some point. And yeah, there's nothing really to stop this. I mean, Fishcake has a death slam, but he's getting targeted by the League and Xeno, so he's gonna get taken out before he can even do anything. And in the meantime, Milicus, they're trying to make a counterplay with that right side walker harass. And in the meantime, also defending their left side walker. Nice shot from DMB, just completely eviscerating Ido.
I lead him to this.
Honestly, Melee Creep's window may be gone at this point. You know, Popper's trying to make something out of nothing here in on the League, but Soul Exchange is waiting in the wings. You still get a little bit of HP back, even if you're low. Now's about the time that you'd let loose. Wait. Is League able to keep the Soul Exchange here? He is, with the support of the rest of Floormen, able to come in. That is wild that League doesn't even have to blow that for, you know, the extra little bit of HP. And while this is going on, another walker goes down. DMB getting a good chunk of that. 2 walkers now down for Melee Creeps, none for Floormen. The lead continues to expand, and with the amount of map control that Floormen's gotten recently here too, I'd love to check in on our golden statue buffs to, you know, see how much of this lead is permanent.
Nah, ZP.
Hey, I just did. Yeah, it's like I did. Well, you just. I love how you just sat there and let it hang too. It's like production.
You know, I wanted to like not interrupt. You know, else you're waiting for us. Wait, it's a death.
Wait, no, that's
they're trolling. They're definitely
the
trolling.
buffs. We're actually getting trolled. Oh, okay, Shiv has been hungry. Like, Lowkey is like, yeah, I'll sub for you, Floormen. In the terms of my contract, I get all the buffs. I'm making FPSL look good today.
I like when production griefs you, CP. It's my favorite.
Man.
Yeah,
Demov, no doubts, by the way. That's actually the important stat. Demov is yet to die. He's going for game number 4. And I got to tell you, Dan, when you're ahead of the game on Pocket and your team is doing well, Demov might not die. The streak may be going to 4.
I just need to see him get E-shift, right, to feel comfortable. And then it'll be good, But yeah, it's what's been really impressive is how Floormen have been going too fast for Melee Creeps to even react to. You know, that being able to macro down those 2 walkers, and you know, one of the walkers, they couldn't really respond to Melee Creeps, and this is potentially very dangerous as well. The Flying Strike connects. Who is it connected to? It's impossible to say. And nice flick there with the Power Slash to try to get another finishing shot onto Fishcake, who's extremely weak. And fall back to base, but gets impaled by the Iridomini, and with that, I mean, the lead is only expanding.
Floormen got through the weakness of their composition. The weakness of their composition is that it wasn't that great early. Now, though, Riposte comes in. John going, what's going on? How am I just getting bogged by Apollo? Maybe. The walker's real low. I mean, this would be nice for Melee Creeps to get, even if it comes at a cost, but it's low enough here, Dan, that they might have to go for the back door. But, you know, as this is going on, mid-boss taken cleanly. And Floormen now just an enormous advantage, so they're not even able to get walkers a trade for mid-boss. It's, things are not going well.
Yeah, this is really cool. I mean, again, it feels like the comp that they picked is a little bit weird because of the economics, like we were describing, but it just hasn't really mattered at all as soon as they got into the out of the early laning phase. So I do wonder if it's something that we'll see repeated in the next draft, or how you can counter this.
I don't think the draft is a problem here. I think this was just straight up execution for Melee Creeps. I think they had a perfectly well-reasoned comp for where they wanted to go. I think maybe the part here that was underestimated was the impact of the Apollo. Like, you have an overall stronger early game comp, but you give the other team Apollo. you know, you start maybe running into some issues.
Well, it's like Ido's going to get stuck with some knives. Still 3 Gs left alive, so you know Demov has definitely got his chances of staying deathless are increasing in this one.
They're pretty high. Like, I think right now if you had like the odds, it probably starts at the beginning of the game at less than 10%, and now it's like 90% chance that Demov doesn't die.
Man, if that is a hard caster curse if I've ever heard of one. Like 90%, this thing will not happen. I mean, I don't know if that's wise
also,
to do that.
To be clear, it has to be a full death. If he gives up a rejuve crystal, that does not count. If cheat death gets triggered, if Demov were to buy cheat death, that does not count. And I almost feel like, okay, League getting sent to the Baroness. Not gonna be a falter, but you look at the map, that's just Ido dropping him into the Baroness and then leaving and getting mugged by 2 people in the latter part of the left-hand lane. Like, oh boy. I mean, obviously the attempt there was trying to put some pressure on Walker, but there's no clean escape from Mr. Ido that time.
Yeah, this is the Walker about to go down here, whilst the middle base Guardians are being also pressured at the same time. So these split pushes, the math doesn't really work out for Floormen. They need too much, or rather, sorry, for melee creeps. Melee creeps need too much to defend just one of the 2 things, and they can't sufficiently defend the other thing. So it's just way too hard at this point. They're going to try to burst out from this position. They're stuck by this mid base Guardians, but quickly sent back 3 afflicted by Demov, and everybody's back in the back to Fountain.
It's a suicide mission for John John, by the way. It is, I am backdooring the Walker, went ahead of the creep wave, doesn't care. However, you now deal with the Executioner, and the Executioner is Lowkey, who doesn't really care about last stand. The cage is the only reason why Lowkey was not advancing. And now we get to see, can John John escape Lowkey? As Lowkey is likely to continue chasing this down. We'll see if any help is called. It is John John's grand adventure here. Trying to work around, trying to get away. The problem is you're a warden, and you're trying to get away from a Shiv that generally has more mobility and has friends on this side of the map. John John continuing the struggle, move around, and surely is about to go down in the 1-on-2. Elsewhere, a Tani Losan directly into the Veil. Floormen just cleaned up kills across the map as, yes, John John fell.
Tani Losan into the closet.
You are full to fight me.
Into the closets. Okay, well, base Guardians are, you know, back to being attacked. Unrelenting attacks here from the Floormen side. This game has looked too clean, ZP. This map has looked way too clean from Floormen.
I mean, Floormen they weathered the early game storm where things could have went bad for them. Never fell behind. In fact, got advantages and played Earn way better. And, you know, melee creeps, they lost their window. And now, you know, the downside of picking the comp like Floormen here is that a lot of people need farm. The upside is if they all get the farm, the other team has just very little recourse at this point.
Well, there's a death slam. And nothing much follow-up. That's kind of it. Oh, hello. I spoke too soon, ZP.
They got Xeno. I mean, rejuves are gone, but all in all, you still have to back up after the 3-man affliction. Average took a little bit in the clone affliction as, okay, Lowkey overstays his welcome, gets punished. It's better than nothing for melee creeps, but turning this into anything meaningful is going to be difficult, especially after you've just lost a considerable chunk of your base. Both shrines are gone, and lanes are going to be a tough spot for the rest of the game, but maybe you get a few kills here. You can take down Ven on the retreat. Still a long gap between both teams, but a little bit less than if they weren't able to get the chase down kills.
Most important thing is that Demov survived. Although, Demov is going to be targeted. He's alone. He's going to get bunnied.
It's over!
Demov, no, why?
The most impactful kill for the meta commentary. Oh god, production just throws it up immediately. Yep, Demov had a death.
Man.
Melee creeps try. Okay, melee creeps are actually getting multiple staggers here. This is turning from, okay, at least you got that, into, wait, this is getting more tangible. Not only do you get the pick on the Demov, you get average as he was near the Walker. You actually get the Walker. You're getting decent rotates around the map, courtesy of Doorman. Are you fully back in the game, down 2 shrines?
Thank you.
No. Is this more than Floormen should have let you back into the game? Yes.
I'm still feeling the emotional damage of Demov dying. I feel like, you know, that really meant more to me than I thought it did. I feel terrible right now, but that's okay. That's okay. Like you said, you know, Floormen now, they have to you know, put some respect on Melee Creep's ability to work here, because he gets oh no.
Oh god, not again. No. We just saw it. We haven't even recovered from the initial trauma as he just gets absolutely walloped.
No.
Rabbit is cheat.
Get that dispel magic.
Yep. Earn under contest. Death Slam. Creating a little bit of room. Is that gonna be enough for Sai to get the dunk? It is. Melee Creeps going back up on the souls. They're taking the doorway out. They only lose Saya. Door gets closed. Saya for Earn. That's a valuable trade. Now within 16k. It's a lot of hopium here, Dan, especially given the compositions for Melee Creeps to somehow turn this. But it's starting to look like that. But now the real test is, can they contest the mid boss?
Yeah.
6v5.
Ultimate advantage is there for Floormen. So really every advantage is here for Floormen to just re-solidify their lead into this game. Okay, there we go. We get Shadow Form. It's going to be all two rejuice that for Floormen. One stolen by Melee Creeps. They're going to do their best here to just make something of this. They'll lose it immediately. But can they convert the fight?
We'll see. One reju for Melee Creeps down. And right now they're just looking to burn some of them off Floormen. Create more of an opportunity to get on the game. Or looking at Lowkey chasing down. Easy finish here onto the silver. Does Floormen just get to advance forward? Still, I mean, relative to 10 minutes ago, Melee Creeps, they've closed the gap a little bit. They don't have to deal with the full 3 reaches, and Scout's just that Scout getting completely cut off. It's heading closer to the end, but there's potential storyline that's been developing, Dan.
Yeah, always. Although, oh, hello. Okay, into the fountain. That is very painful. Oh, the bloodletting. Oh my goodness. He's so dead. Oh, okay. He's going to push away some of that with the Dispel Magic. But he's still basically in the fountain, so looks like Lowkey's going to be in a tricky spot, managing to actually get away before the silence. So, oh my god, the CC on this man. Oh, he's
everyone
taking everything to get out. How did he get out?
No Shiv gets away from our fountain. Untouched and Death Slam on top. Not only gets the Shiv, gets the Geist too. And Geist, Rejuve gonna be popped and still a welcoming committee ready to go. Ido here in the doorman, into the cage, into gone. And okay. While first stage patron is gone here, Dan. I mean, Melee Creeps, they're finding a way to punch a little bit above their weight class, get scrappy pickoffs here, and while I have to reemphasize that Floormen is favored at this point, Melee Creeps has done a lot to prevent this from just being an automatic end to the game.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, especially with the capacity for Scout to get really strong setups and in-fight disruption with the bunnies, and obviously, you know, there are some ults that can be particularly problematic to steal. In addition to some of the other team ults that they have, like there is definitely a lot to work with for Melee Creeps. And again, you know, the CC advantage is, I think, what's most most annoying to deal with for Floormen. So we'll see how they manage the situation now.
It is still really, really difficult to come back with shrines down and the other team not having shrines, but you look at the soul difference graph, the lead has been chipped away at. It is almost more manageable 43K now than it's been. And also, I mean, you think about the aggregate. Having a 40k soul lead back when it was 120 to 160 is certainly vastly more impactful than where it's at now. However, if you're Melee Creeps, you're still swimming upstream. You know, your map control is forever going to be bad unless you're able to get shrines, and your composition is objectively weaker in the late game. But okay, Ido setting up for some door shenanigans. The squad is assembled. The swap is ready to go. Ido, do you open that door? Who's going to be the lucky winner? And okay, it's not happening. It's called out, and Ido might be getting jumped. Ido's like, I'm gonna set the jump on you, and he's probably fine.
that was quite the tale. Multiple arcs, multiple acts to that one.
Honestly, I feel a little bit cheated. That was a lot of build up to nothing as we were just watching them set up on the door. But Wait, another door attempt into nothing so far. Just, pole position for defending. Death Slam counterspelled. Lowkey saying, not going to go for the ride the second time. Death Slam on cooldown, probably going to make melee creeps a little bit more passive on the rest of this urn. Certainly if they're going to fight it, they're, going to fight it more towards turn-in, not on pickup.
Really interesting game insofar as the point in which you would have expected melee creeps to be more competitive, they were not. And Floormen were just kind of devastating them. But now the game looks, you can't take it for granted at this point. We got the beautiful new egg urn making its way across the map.
I feel like Ven carries it upside down relative to
that's true.
the other people. But here we go. What could be the final fight of the game? Ido tries to start it up, is immediately the focus, and Door's far out of the fight. And while Ido's away, Popper just gets the business. Focus down, off the Affliction. Effectively 2 down for melee creeps here off the start. Irodamini still around to go. Last shot has been fired. Floormen make plenty of room. We'll see how far they push this. Note, Patron still at stage 2. Melee creeps just about out lives, but D-Mob goes down again! Forget 1 death, now we got 2. The counter Affliction, copied from Scout, hitting both average and low main. Lose Sai in the process, but again, melee creeps are not going down easy.
Oh, big damage from John.
He wasn't able to get out!
Were they trying to go for the Hidden King there? It looks like they were trying to go for the Hidden King there and just force the issue right there in the pits. And there is some form of a defense. The Death Slam comes on through. It is back just in the nick of time. Oh, the ground strike not going to be landing on the target though, and the Hidden King is getting chunked at the moment.
You're not. Wait, he's still in the air. He's not actually giving resistance. Stay in on the King. John goes down, and that's going to be it with Lash falling thereafter. Everyone's just focusing on the Patron. It's Floormen. They finish the deed, but melee creeps giving him a longer fight than I think anyone would have expected after the mid game.
Yeah, that was a weird game. It was a really weird game. Obviously, there's gonna be questions in terms of what it means for the draft. But ultimately, I mean, it shouldn't have gotten weird or close towards the end. I think ZP. I think it's fair to say, if everything was played out as it was supposed to be, nothing weird should have happened there. So. I think we should just look at the draft as in melee creeps. They've got to adjust something, and what is that thing? What do they need to adjust?
I mean, again, to me, bit of an execution diff. I saw the vision of their draft. The draft really didn't bother me. If anything, the Floormen draft bothered me a bit more by comparison. It was a lot of mouths to feed and a difficult road to actually get all of them fed. But Floormen were able to handle it. Sure, D-Mov loses his no death streak, but I think with this much money on the line in a day like this, you're more than happy to just leave with the map win.
Totally. And hey, it's a good opportunity to start a new deathless streak. Like a no death run. Like people who do those no hit runs in Souls games. Demo's doing that here in Deadlock.
Although, Dan, we could go down this terrible cycle of just going, is D-Mob going to go deathless here? No. And no. And we're going to be 7 games in going, okay, we're going to forget about the streak. And that's when he'll start the streak up again. But
I did just want to remind people that you did say that he had a 90% chance of surviving. So,
hey, I stand by those odds. It just, if you know statistics, that still means there's a 10% chance of him getting blown up in mid lane, which he did.
Anyway, as we watch the highlights here, we can see the general struggle that was had by melee creeps in a lot of these early lane scenarios. Popper's did his best. Again, Popper's standing in for melee creeps here today. If you are just joining us for this finals now, standing in for Do, and I think repping Do pretty well. I think Popper's has been doing great.
Yeah, I think anytime a player's goes Do is unavailable, the search for a substitution can be a little bit perilous. But I don't think Popper's was necessarily the problem in this game. I honestly, again, I just think it comes down to the fact that Floormen did a great job of avoiding taking serious damage from the laning phase into some of the early fights. Melee creeps weren't quite able to generate some of the opportunities they were looking for, and it really did just feel like a bit of an execution diff. But also, oddly enough, I feel like melee creeps were playing better as the game went on. If the melee creeps in the middle of the end game that were making opportunities out of nothing showed up from minutes 1 through 15, I think they could have taken this game. That's the weird thing here. And that was also part, I think Floormen did get sloppy. towards the end. Not sloppy enough to cost them the game, but enough to keep it interesting, where, from a pure entertainment value, can't ask more than that.
Yeah, I agree with that. The on the sloppy comments. But now we're taking a look at the statistics, and we can see that League trying to get the Rainbow, but Rainbow stolen a little bit by Xeno on the Yamato. Everybody on par damage-wise across the roster, and I think that's kind of something that you would expect, right? Given kind of what we saw, and the fact that it is all heroes that can do a lot with farm, and they got farmed, and they all did a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Floormen, and I feel like the story there is it wasn't my damage, it was our damage. Like, this was the collective, like, it is all ours. We have all evenly distributed in all ways. Actually, the one interesting thing to me, again, looking at item trends, is that opening rounds went from an item that was the near majority of the lobby just in the qualifier a bit ago to a little bit more reserved. It was, in the end, it was, Yamato ends up grabbing it, and then, what was it? You had Scout, and you had Ido. John still not making it part of his Warden build, and, that trend, which looked like the new, oh boy, this is going to be 7+ of this item on the item stats, didn't quite come to pass.
Yeah, I certainly agree. Yeah, I think there's nothing otherwise that's too interesting about this. I think, great performance, obviously, from Floormen. And I'm just really excited to see which way the draft will go, because I feel like, sometimes what happens with teams that have a performance like Floormen did there is that maybe they'll just go to a completely different draft philosophy. We've seen it happen with some teams in the past. I think that'd be really fun if we saw that. And I'm also curious, whether there was something that for melee creeps, because again, they do have a stand-in. Maybe there is something that they're like, what, the comfort here was a bit off. Maybe we should make some changes here. Maybe we want to deny something from our opponents. So I think there's a lot of room to a lot of room to make this next draft, I think, a lot more effective for melee creeps based on what they learned there.
All right, Floormen looking to defend the throne. Melee creeps looking to break their slump. Can melee creeps win 2 maps in a row and become the new champion, or will Floormen win the biggest NA prize yet? Stay tuned. Next one coming up next. This is Night Shift, and Melee Creeps continuing to try to break the curse of the last few weeks. Floormen up one map. Do Melee Creeps have what it takes to win the next two? ZP here with DDK, and Dan, Floormen looked incredibly composed in the last game, not making any errors in a composition that frankly should have struggled more in the early game.
Yeah, they had a great early game. Into mid game, it looked perfect. It was only till the end when, maybe they got a little bit ahead of themselves and made it look a little bit sloppy, but that gave an opportunity for a comeback. But otherwise, yeah, the early to mid game was exceptional, and we have to expect the same here. And what was unconventional is the fact that they just picked a bunch of really, really hungry heroes. Like, you wouldn't have so many high economy heroes, and normally if you do, there is a lot of trade-offs, but we just didn't see it as EP. So maybe this is just something that Floormen can repeat.
Now, we do have some good news here for any who may be in Atlanta or just in Atlanta temporarily for DreamHack coming up next weekend. Not this weekend, but the weekend after. We're going to be down there. The Night Shift crew is going to be there at the Intel booth and, doing a little bit of street brawl at a minimum. So if you're in the area, drop in, stop by. We even got Jason coming in all the way from Italy on top of all the usuals. Only person we're going to be missing there is Mitch because he is an international man of mystery. He's actually in 4 places at once, but won't be DreamHack. But, either way, most of us will be there.
Come, and we will take photos with you. We'll do whatever. We'll just chat. ZP, we'll chat about Deadlock. We're going to be chatting about a lot of Deadlock there. We should actually think about what content we should record there. Maybe the community should give us some suggestions. What do you think?
Yeah, we'll take it. We were even thinking about things along the lines of, maybe trying to record a live podcast there. Something like that. Nice. We got options. We'll have space. We'll have microphones. There's stuff you can do on a busy convention center.
Abrams cosplay?
Ooh. I don't know if I have enough time for that, but we'll see. Because for me, I'm flying out this weekend for something unrelated and then flying back. So I've gone from 0 flights all year to a bunch in a very short period of time. But we'll see.
Nice.
Dan, though, we're getting into the draft. Melee Creeps again, going to choose first pick. Does it go the same way? Do they highly prioritize the Doorman? I'm curious to see what the Melee Creeps reaction is, because again, for me, I don't even think their draft was really the problem.
Yeah, that's kind of the weird thing is, for Melee Creeps, oftentimes when you lose, there's this idea that you have somewhat of an advantage because you get to change stuff, whereas the other team, they don't have to change anything necessarily. So it kind of gives you that edge strategically, but we'll see if it plays out that way. And I don't know why the draft's been taken away from us, CP. Is this production trolling you again and I'm just getting caught in the crossfire? What's happening?
I feel like they may have flipped the teams. Like, that's what I'm thinking, because it was Floormen that banned Bebop last time. So the teams might have been flipped up. They're resetting the internals. I've gotten to deal with that system a little bit on my own time when I'm doing the watch parties. But it's actually pretty difficult to talk and put in the draft at the same time. So when I was doing the watch parties, you just get like 5 heroes pop up simultaneously to, fanfare.
Okay, well, as we're killing some time whilst they fix that, and we're talking about the Atlanta, what is the thing that you're most excited for when it comes to like the bigger events?
Ooh, bigger events. So Deadlock in general or Atlanta specifically?
Deadlock in general. That's going to be a fast answer now.
Okay, well, honestly, for Deadlock, I'm just looking forward to see EU v NA get answered definitively at LAN, but the reality is that maybe APAC is in the mix and then blows up both regions at the same time.
I was going to say,
redo OWWC 2016, where it's like, guys, Sweden's going to take it all. The EU's so good at Overwatch. And then it's just like, uh-oh, who's this Miro guy? What's happened? What's an OWL Combine that never happened? Okay, we don't have to go down that road. There's a lot of like what happened there, but the important thing is that South Korea like came out of nowhere and humbled all regions. But Dan, I was right. The draft teams were mixed up, and it's Floormen that are banning Bebop first, but they also have first pick. Melee Creeps gave away first pick this time, so there's already a difference, and they banned Doorman saying, look, we're not playing it, but neither are you.
Yeah, okay, and that's gonna be a really interesting difference. So we'll probably get something a bit more conventional from Melee Creeps. Floormen, though, they got their pick of the litter. They're gonna get Shiv out straight away, so not too unexpected. Melee creeps. I mean, Mina's open here. I think Mina on Ido. I think that's like the slam dunk pick here.
I agree. I think you look at Ido's hero pool, especially with Doorman being off the table. Mina +1 makes a lot of sense. And that +1 being Apollo, I think also makes all the sense in the world to me. Like, I don't know what Apollo's win rate on the day has been, but it feels like it's been pretty high. Like, Apollo has been not only a high priority pick, but we've seen the success of it here today. And it says win rate +17%. I don't know what it means for directly today, but it's been good. And yeah, Mina comes in for Ido. So your read on what does Ido play, Dan, is absolutely right.
Yeah, and I think this is a great start to the draft because melee creeps get to like the S+ tier heroes right now. I think these are two of the absolute highest value heroes. So looking really, really good. Floormen in response, I mean, I'd love to see a Sinclair, but Silver is very expected to see in one of these top 3 slots in this kind of situation. But yeah, still holding out hopes for a Sinclair from Floormen, but maybe they don't play it. I don't know.
I think they grab Pocket. I think Pocket has proven to be also really valuable and super high win rate. D-Mob played a really good Pocket in the last game, and it's okay. Well, they go Lash. I think if you're melee creeps, you probably pick up the Pocket here. Like, I'm trying to think of what you would want to prio over it, and let me look back. Last draft, is there anything you'd want to go? I don't think so. I really do think you just grab the Pocket here.
Under my protection now.
Ah.
Marat.
Okay, so they could ban Pocket. Ban Pocket, ban Dynamo, ban Sinclair. These are the kinds of bans that you would expect to see and that we have been seeing. So is it a targeted ban or is it like a standard ban?
Is this also going to be like Mirage +1 or is it going to be John Mirage? They get rid of the Yamato. I mean, the Yamato worked out pretty well last game. Not entirely surprising. But,
So there's a lot of stuff on the table that can be picked, though. Dynamo, Sinclair still, high tier picks for the current meta that have yet to be claimed.
I love the respect ban on Vipers. Like, no, we're not going to let Fishcake play that hero. Like, Fishcake doesn't get to play this hero of all things. He doesn't get to branch out. I mean, taking away Yamato when Xeno's best hero, it makes sense. But Pocket is still available, by the way. Like, you can actually still grab Pocket, but instead, it's Billy that comes in. So you get a little bit more substantial front line. Yeah. Is it worth giving up Pocket at the moment?
Fishcake plays Billy, right?
Sorry, go ahead.
Fishcake plays Billy, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm duty bound to fight.
All right, so Floormen taking the Warden away. Okay, so Venator is like unless Floormen picks Venator, I mean, who knows at this point? If they're just going to pick the most greedy heroes all at once, but Venator is that's surely what. Actually, would melee creeps pick it? I mean, they've got Mina and Mirage.
Gone my way.
Victor in.
Last time we saw it, Victor didn't. It was granted it was Rocker playing it, but I don't think Floormen looked great the last time we saw them playing Victor. Like, Victor's kind of interesting in that I haven't watched everything on R1, from today, but he's felt a little potential man-esque so far. Like, I see the vision, but there's definitely been some rough Victor games intermixed with games where it's worked. But okay, Sinclair comes in. Also, funny enough, in terms of clones, cloning Victor is legitimate. Very obnoxious for Sinclair in some of these fights.
Whatever they throw at me.
I was going to say, ZP, I feel like the Sinclair pick is kind of nasty because I would have loved to have seen Floormen pick up a Kelvin here, or Floormen pick up the Sinclair or Dynamo. Like, and Sinclair kind of blocks a lot of these picks. I mean, you can still do it, but it's just a little bit scarier to do it. So they go Haze instead, which is really cool, right? Because we've seen how good Haze can be in this current patch in EU today with Oberkim.
And off the eye test here, Dan, I do like the melee creeps comp more. I mean, the part that's a little bit worrying is people have been pretty down on Abrams post changes and going, I don't know if he's worth it. But Abrams has also been in that spot before people like realize, no, he's still actually good. Like, melee creeps get a way better ability to run at Floormen until the late game. Like, until Victor is actually significantly farmed, melee creeps, if it's even, get way more of an ability to dictate fights. John has to go to Mirage, where there was one point where John did nothing but Mirage. It's been, we haven't seen him really hard play Mirage as much in recent times, but it's not the worst for him to be on.
Yeah. I mean, I think I like, again, the utility that Sinclair and Abrams and Billy provide this roster. think it's pretty well balanced. Floormen, I really like the Haze, and I do kind of believe in Victor. You know, even though Victor's been a bit hit and miss, I believe in the Victor. And in particular, I'm very curious how they're going to play the Haze, because there's definitely different play styles for it. But I think Haze has been undervalued a little bit. And again, I think we saw in EU today just how good Haze can be in this meta. So
it's kind of interesting too. Like, look at things that have been staple all day long, whether it be in the EU tournament before Night Shift or Night Shift overall. Is that no pocket on either team, no pick, no ban, just pocket gone in this instance.
Demoff on Shiv is a terrifying prospect, though. Shiv was not available for Demoff to play in the previous game, but Shiv is going to be nasty.
You also have the conundrum of Dynamo, where Dynamo keeps bouncing back and forth between an early first pick, first ban, or at least ban in mid stage, into not picked nor banned at all. Obviously, I think like the late pick on Sinclair, if Floormen had any inkling of going Dynamo, they kind of looked at it and said, whoa, we're actually not going to do that. But I don't know. I'm looking at this on the eye test, Dan. I do kind of like the melee creeps comp better. Like, I look at Apollo Mina on top of like actually having a strong front line, and I feel like the comp is in a good spot. On the other hand, obviously Floormen is able to get like any measure of good farm. Dealing with farm Victor, Ward, and Shiv could be a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think melee creeps' roster is definitely quite dangerous. I think the Mina play in particular is going to be obviously really important, because Mina is so strong and can really snowball the game. So and also for me, I'm excited just to see Ido getting to play Mina, because I think Ido's got a great Mina. He is such a playmaker, and it's just fun to see him have the opportunity to play something that's very strong at the moment. I think the biggest. Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think I'm with the melee creeps comp. We don't see Billy as much as we used to, but Billy is very good. It's still very good. I don't know if you disagree with that, but I think Billy still is very good.
No, I think Billy is probably getting underpicked a little bit. I mean, obviously, like certain other heroes like Apollo and some characters that are like a little bit better in laning have gotten higher prio. But I mean, Billy, I think even in some of the games where he's been completely unpicked, not even banned nor picked at all, it's been a little bit weird on the valuation. I'm just like sitting here trying to think about laning phase, and again, overall, I do think it's a stronger laning phase for melee creeps. Execution depending. You have both Apollo, you have Sinclair, you have Mirage. Like, you have multiple just horrific lanes to go up against. Like, things like a Mirage Apollo lane is like effectively the poke from hell. It is really, really difficult to deal with, regardless of what comp Floormen might go on the other end. Also, Shiv is kind of deprived a little bit of some of his better early lanes by virtue that you haven't paired him with something that has a little bit more sustainability. Shiv, of course, really likes playing with the Rem. We saw that earlier. Not going to get that here today. Victor, even some of the changes with how people are building him takes a little bit to get online. So we still have this scenario where melee creeps probably once again edge early, but if they do, I mean, they have a lot of things that scale well into the late game. Well, specifically Mirage and Mina. Like, and ideally you get them farmed.
I think one thing that's very different to the previous game is that in this current lineup, Floormen do not have anywhere near the amount of burst spirit damage that they had in the previous game, because despite the fact that they had all of these like very like hungry heroes for economy, they also had a lot of burst spirit, which allowed them to tempo and take control of the early game into the mid game, and they don't have those options at all in this game comparatively. So I actually think melee creeps, as we get into this, have a really great chance at equalizing here, CP.
Yeah. Also, there's many Sinclair doubters at the moment. I mean, it's true, Sinclair has lost a good portion of matches, but I think when you look at the games where Sinclair's done well, especially in EU, in previous weeks, I think it's a bit of an undervaluation, and sometimes heroes get stuck at a spot where they make sense and like the theory behind them is sound, and then teams mess up the execution. I do think Sinclair is probably one of those heroes that has more room for execution to go awry. But in theory, I definitely don't hate Sinclair, especially when, if you accept that we're in a meta that's a little bit more lane dependent, Sinclair is still one of the top tier laners in the game.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, both Vexing Bolts and the Bunny are just like, they just go so hard in terms of value in the game. Really strong poke, really good utility, and like obviously also the extra damage you can output. with the assistant too. You know, actually, one thing too is that Vexing Bolt also wrecks objectives still. That's something that could end up being changed.
Got Shiv and Lash going off to the right. Hayes, Victor off to the left, avoiding what otherwise could have been some ugly matchups. I assume this is Sinclair based, where they didn't necessarily want Lash to be up against Sinclair. Just Clone Death Slam is particularly obnoxious.
If I'm gonna be up close, I need to be ready.
Okay. Interesting lanes. Mirage Apollo mid. Pretty disgusting.
Yeah, that reminds me of back in the era where we'd always get like super strong poke lanes. Back when it'd be things like Yamato Holiday in mid lane, and you'd just see the other side running for cover. When back in the Gun Holiday patch in particular, so I think I remember seeing that. It's just like, oh boy. Long removed from that though. Gotta go back in time.
Dude, Holiday. She has been so missing from these games. That's a nice parry. I'm not committing too much damage off of it though, so that's good news for Fish Cake.
The general consensus of Holiday is just she's really good, up to 15 minutes, and then if you don't have the game won by then, you just lose. Like, her scaling into the late game is unfortunately one of the worst, and even Lasso, as impactful as it is, you get more answers to Lasso as the game goes on.
RIP. I'm sure they'll rework her. I still see people picking Holiday pretty frequently in matchmaking. I don't know if people are doing that at the tennis. I am not there.
I don't know if her pub win rate is all that good right now. I think she actually may be near the bottom. I haven't checked in a little bit, but that's usually where she's at. Like, it's a hero that if you want to do anything on Holiday, you actually have to be a bit of a Holiday specialist, generally speaking. But looking at the lane phase here, melee creeps. Again, I think the team under more pressure, particularly when you're adding a Sinclair into the mix, you need the early part of the game to go in your favor. So far, it's been a little bit sleepy, which is a little bit more in favor of Floormen, but it's pre 5 minutes. It's early.
Yeah. Opening round straight away for the Sinclair. The Scout. Sinclair does so much damage, man. It's like actually crazy.
There's actually more and more advocates for more gun-focused Sinclair builds. Like, it actually is a reasonable scaling gun.
Yeah.
It is not a meme, it is something you can do, but the damage poke coming out here, a little bit concerning for melee creeps. Like, that was Sinclair pushed this far back in the beginning is not ideal. Also, not ideal is what's happening in middle. Poppers going down off the rotation. Quick rotate into the mid lane. See if Floormen can get out unscathed. John able to take down DMB.
A little 250 bag. That's kind of sizable for this time in the game. Ooh, that is a great sleeve dagger. And then returns to the lane, and the pressure keeps continuing into the closet. We go 8 HP. Oh no! Sire.
When you're so greedy for that last hit and you actually get put in jail, that is kind of a bad swing. I mean, melee creeps was on the verge of starting to get ahead, and oh man, the greed was not good in that case. They're paused into low main. Poppers able to finish it off, and take the jump pad, drop like a rock. DMB not quite getting over to the buff time. Instead has to watch Mina maybe taking it from his face, and no. Ido protecting it for Poppers.
Yeah, Poppers going off. Yeah, honestly, when you get hit off the jump pads, it actually hurts so much. It really hurts so much. Not only do you lose position, but you take a chunk of damage as well. It's really nasty, to be honest. I actually wonder if they'll how that will be balanced as time goes on. If there'll be like less damage or more of a disable, or like if they'll keep it where it is.
I think it's perfect right now. I think the benefit of a jump pad is unreal in terms of escaping, so the risk of getting shot feels pretty well balanced at the moment. Like, I don't think it should have been the free escape that it was previously, because even if you took the HP damage, You still got distance, which is more important, but Silver, average, looking for any way out right now. Mirage in hot pursuit, 2 HP on the Silver. Not quite dead yet, wasting a lot of time and not quite able to see John finds him through the veil.
Oh, it's John on Mirage. You know what? I thought the Warden was Mirage and it's DMB obviously on a different team. I'm just like, in my head, it's just so baked into like the Warden's identity that Warden is John.
John has built a pretty good brand recognition on Warden and Van. Just kind of his thing is like, what, the hardest gun heroes imaginable? Yep, I'm gonna play that. John just has like a visceral reaction picking anything other than an orange item, but Ido getting caught off on the right. Floormen still finding picks here and there, which again, comp-wise, certainly to their favor here so far. Xeno, though, under a bit of pressure, has ult. Worst comes worst, AVG picking up fish cake in the melee.
Some free Guardian damage here for John. Oh, Demov and Average, just no HP. Combined, no HP.
Still get the rotation from Xeno, though, where everyone's sitting there going, okay, can we get them at low HP? It's like, well, here comes Victor instead.
I like Hayes' portrait when the HP is like the head goes all kind of like distorted and wavy.
Just Sandman fading out. A little bit more visceral, though, for DMB. Flawless Advance taking him out off in mid as this Apollo barrage lane. I mean, as expected, should be the lane to get mid Guardian down first. It is one of the absolute strongest lanes in the game. But John gives his life for the Guardian. I do sometimes question the worth of that in this situation, especially with solo that you probably would have gotten it next wave anyways.
Okay, so we got a really early slowing hex from Demov. So it's gonna be again really fun to see Demov playing Haze. I don't know if I've ever seen Demov play Haze. Have you?
I see the enemy.
If he played Haze, it was very, very far in the past. Like you have to go into the deep lore. But 3-on-2 for Floormen here on the left. Demov, one moving on in, looking for Sinclair, lands the dagger, scout, all sorts of low. This assistant wasn't very far away, not enough to get away from DMB, who's there on the finish. And in terms of people who want to get last hit, Warden has to be on the top of the charts.
Oh, last second transformation. And Fish Case gonna have to turn right around. Okay, Riposte trying to do its work as the sigil. You've got to respect it. And suddenly, a surround for low main, and he's not going to be able to get out of this one. There's no way. Oh, both players looking to go down here. Yeah, John finishes off AVG and low main. And oh my god, Victor's down here as well. Xeno's in trouble. Scarab to keep him up. Oh wow, that was a nasty series of kills there in favor of melee creeps.
I mean, John ends up being the world's best bait there and comes out handsomely with the reward. Fishcake, though, maybe wrong part of town. Leak. Not gonna be able to finish it. Instead, you got rotations here. This time, Poppers get some decent damage on the League. Probably should stop right there. 3 members of Floormen into the middle. Guardian is their target. Poppers getting all sorts of low, but here comes Saya from the back. Charge in on the Xeno, who does not have shocking reanimation at the moment. Low HP would be a good target. It's just Floormen have so many middle that the chase down is a little bit less likely. Melee creeps just mostly prioritize on defending the Guardian.
Really interesting game so far here with these comps. Oh my. Ido gets caught on the Mina. Ido, it's worth pointing out, Ido's having a shocker of a game so far. 7.1k on the Mina. Eunice, someone you probably would expect to be a bit more ahead. Demov's going in onto John. 88 health, and he will get finished off. Thanks to low main being in there too. And a casting buff as a reward.
Yeah, I think for Ido, though, you don't have to worry too much. Mina's about to enter the I take the entire map phase. Deathslam, though, on the scout. Scout! A little bit of tough spot. Ends up falling off the end of that. No, not satisfied. Leak. Seeing Poppers perhaps in a bit of danger. Poppers, I think, messes up the wall jump there. Under assault by 2, and as squirrely as Apollo can be, this may be the end. Not able to make enough clearance, and some really good scrappy kills from Floormen here on the left, and they may not be done yet. Ido could be next on the menu. Getting chased down. Lash over the top. Just needs a little bit more. Walker, though, playing defense. The stomp is out, and the dive on the Ido commences. Ido going down, and that's just one stagger after the other in favor of Floormen on the left.
Yeah, and especially after the well, hold that thought. We've got another engagement here. Goodbye, low main. Floormen looking pretty strong despite losing low main. But yeah, there was that series of kills in mids, around the mid boss pit, like the 3k that's melee creeps got. But since then, you know, Floormen taking over the map again.
It kind of ends up being a wash though, because melee creeps, while they're getting run down on left, they get the urn, and there was some benefit to all the fighting on left is that it doesn't lead to the wave getting pushed and losing a walker in exchange for the urn. Like between the two, you'd rather give up like 3 kills for the urn rather than give up the walker for the urn. So I mean, in a way, it works out for melee creeps. Scout though, off on the right, finding low main. Melee creeps look to reassert themselves on the map. John got very, very low in the exchange, but let's see if he's able to get out. Looks like that'll be the case. Scout,
oh my god,
off the parry into the clone. Last stand, double heavy melee, looking for DMB, who loses to his shadow. Oh boy, that was an impactful parry.
He didn't have to melee. He
no.
didn't have to melee.
Muscle memory's too strong, Dan. However, melee creeps might be giving up a walker nonetheless. Looking at Floormen here on the left. First walker of the game. Gonna be going to them. It's John trying to play interference, but only so much you can do here to prevent the walker from dying, but you can get kills on the back end.
Right now, you know, Floormen, good control over the map. All these lanes pretty pushed. Still have that left side Guardian back up. That's going to get pressured a little bit, because now John's on that left side lane as well. And that's got to be an objective here for melee creeps, to take down that Guardian. There's a few players nearby now as well. It's like Floormen feeling this too. They're going to reinforce the position.
Yeah, give that 13 minutes. I'd love to see the damage breakdown. You know, see who's been the most impactful early in the mid game. See if it's poppers with 1 million damage relatively at this point. Honestly, pretty competitive at a DMB. You talk about Apollo being an early game demon. DMB's been making the most out of Warden for sure, and almost on cue. Now John perhaps a little bit danger. Last stand out here from DMB, taking the fight to Saya, who's creating all sorts of room from John, who's otherwise going to get chased down. Pops a return fire, and okay, for Saya here, actual space created, Dan.
Yeah. And there we go, DMB looking to lend a hand. It's a pretty scrappy fight for both sides at the moment. There comes Poppers again, looking really dangerous. But he's quite cautious, although he doesn't really have the backup. He's got to try to find a way out of this engagement, but he's going to get slept there by Dimov. There's that value of the haze for the interrupts. And Poppers surely can't escape this situation. There's more players. It's getting pursued by Xeno. Poppers is critically low. We'll get some assistance. Ido's come in now, so Poppers might just get away. But no, there's Dimov out of the smoke bomb. Finds it with a dagger.
DB, though, getting low elsewhere on the map, taken down by Saya. As, you know, Saya, who had a tough start in the game, has been making some pretty intelligent plays on Abrams, whether it be the protection of John or find the pick off there. Now, though, getting chased, escape going to be a little bit more difficult. That jump pad is not a free out, and oh, fakes the jump pad, goes for the wall jump instead, down into the tunnel. I like that. You think you're going to go for the jump pad, instead you go, nah, I'm going to take this. Doesn't mean that Saya's out of the woods here yet, but he's made a large part of the distance, but instead, Warpstone into Bullet Dance, still looking for Saya, still somehow alive. The resilience of Abrams, how much further can it go? Diving. Where's Saya's team? Saya needs help. Okay, Saya gets away.
Dimov is proving to be quite the threat on haze. Like, I think showing you really how it's played. And okay, well, the real one is better than the fake one. And Scout gets eaten up. Okay. Urn is, I mean, the positioning around the urn is full control for Floormen right now. They've pushed melee creeps all the way back. Melee creeps slight edge on the overall souls, but then maybe that's about to turn around. There's the new egg urn that has been collected. Victor is going to get slapped in the face, drops the urn there, and it looks like melee creeps are going to take the fight right now on top of Floormen. But they actually have to disengage. They don't have the numbers, I don't think.
Yeah, that was Saya with the in and out, and this time he does not make the great escape. Urn going to be cradled by Xeno. It goes across the map. Also, can we get the death counter here? I don't think Dimov's died yet, but throw up the stats. We starting a new streak for Dimov. Potentially.
The only one.
The chase down's still happening here, though. Like, Xeno has a player behind him. That player is Scout on the Sinclair. Keeping the pressure up on Xeno, who does have shocking reanimation up, so even if you punish him here, gonna come right back up, and does. Reincarnation off the table. Death Slam up, grabs 2. League trying to make some room. Scout and Poppers both low post Death Slam. There's Earn Control being fought for. Atani Losan on the 2. League actually pretty low thereafter. Shocking reanimation. Rather, Riposte coming on in. Nox Nostra in from Ido. Over the top, immediately getting plucked out of the sky, though. Courtesy of League, who survived the last engagement. And when it's all said and done, Scout, he got the Earn there, Dan. Ran off with it, and it goes the way of melee creeps.
Huge find by Scout. That's so nice. Because Floormen, they're looking to win this fight. They're going to be maybe clean house. But hello, Fishcake. He's turned up to the fight. And, I mean, the return fire has been activated, but it doesn't seem like there's much to stop the oncoming Floormen players. Sadly, it's all spirit damage anyway. And the cleanup's pretty good for Floormen. They're still behind on overall souls, and Dimov is going to be able to escape, it looks like, here back to base. And in the meantime, Average able to re-engage with some assistance.
All right, Saya running round 2, running into low main, in on the escape. The grand adventure this time, though, shoulder charge into, just going to use Killing Blow for mobility. Low main did not like some of the scenarios that could have unfolded there. I don't think he had to do it, but from his perspective, it may have felt a bit necessary.
Okay, Surge of Power. That's always been a common item there for the hazes, but hang on a second. We're going to look at this fight now taking place around the mids. And it looks like Floormen in a pretty good spot here, although huge chain gang coming in from Fishcake there. That's a beautiful work, but the shocking reanimation is going to definitely disperse the fight. Ido back in again, this time getting off the full Nox Nostra. So much damage onto low main now, struggling to stay up here on this Shiv. And melee creeps, they turn the fight there in mid. Really nice from them.
Dan, you know how that started again, though? That was a, guys, we can kill Saya, into a, oh god, no, we can't kill Saya. Saya goes down to half HP, makes enough room to get away on the Abrams, and Fishcake walks up with the chain gang, pulls people in, and that's how they turn that fight into something favorable for them. I mean, the downside was that elsewhere on the map, they lose John, so it's not, you know, a full advantage, but what Saya's been doing on the Abrams in this game so far is actually unreal. Like, creating a bunch of space and actually at times baiting Floormen into bad engagements.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder how this game develops now. We're neck and neck. Anya's up in a minute, so you know you want to be getting lane priority again. You start thinking about that pretty shortly here. Both teams maybe thinking less about the farm and more about the positioning in the map.
Okay, look at the map. 4 yellow members up against Saya. Saya is just sitting here, grabbing all the aggro in the world. Death Slam up over the top, hits 2. Walks over, Scout ends up dying. Saya's still alive. Ido comes in, trying to punish those chasing Saya with the Nox Nostra. No one's particularly low here just yet. I don't know if Ido wants to be here either. So far, it's just been Saya gets beaten up, Scout dies. But John, okay. Elsewhere in that, John picks off 1. Ido ends up falling in the fray. Dimov's bullet dance on point. Poppers also super low as this goes down, but again, elsewhere, Fishcake able to pick up another with the aid of John. So John and Fishcake were taking care of business, even as that fight was going a bit against melee creeps. Also, Saya's back to full HP and didn't die.
True. And there we go, coming straight back on down to Xeno. And really causing a lot of disruption and problems. I don't know how he doesn't get a pin on that one. He does get parried as well, so Saya just still running around, and just, you know, it's the return fire cooldown waiting room at the moment for Saya. Oh my god, 3 pinned down, nice melee connection as well. Saya still really causing problems here, but Death Slam comes on through, and that's going to take care of several players back into the same spot. ZP.
The clone Death Slam setting up Saya for another 3-piece on the shoulder charge, not dying on this Abrams that may as well be immortal. Dimov goes for the parry, lands the parry. It took Dimov on the parry to finally put Saya down. Average getting a little bit earn control, drops in the moment now, looking for Ido. gets the E-shift out and is sitting here waiting, going, I'll go round 2. I don't know. Getting some stand back. And Tani Losan hits 3. Elsewhere on the map, Poppers, though, giving his life for it. Not turning into really the opportunity Melee Creeps was thinking. Wait, can Scout do it again? Scout has stolen the urn. But it's really far away from a dunk. So I don't think it's going to be the I'm going in and getting the dunk. In fact, Scout is going to have to drop the urn and drops his life in the end. So history not quite going to repeat.
This is problematic, ZP. You know, that was a 4v4 after all that good work from Saya. And then Melee Creeps just kept pushing straight into the Walker. And it seemed like they overcommitted, and the fight gets turned around. That equalizes things here on the Souls. The urn is trying to make his way across. It's Saya, who else but Saya, to come in and create problems with this Abrams. Such presence, such aura. He's forcing Average all the way back. And Saya, is there any help here to keep him in good stead? It doesn't look like he's going to be able to escape that one. So it was a small delay for the urn. Is that delay worth it? And his death here, ZP, because he's gotten his teammates in position.
I'm sure he's dead. Like, I think he's gonna come back up, but okay, Chain Gang pulls Victor away, buys time for the interrupt. The urn is dropped. Shocking animation, though, has to be respected. And while you're moving away, it gives the opportunity to just go for the urn, but instead, it's interrupted once more. Next person to pick it up dunks it automatically. Floormen all over the turn-in. It looks like they're gonna get it. 2 more members of Melee Creep's gonna fall. Urn dunked in by Floormen. The first serious advantage Floormen have had in this game so far.
Nox Nostro just barely not killing League. Okay, there we go. John will finish it off, and the fight under the Walker continues here. As Floormen look to push the issue, and Melee Creeps on the defense. And I don't know, Demon's behind enemy lines right now. They are all sorts of dispersed around this Walker, looking for these engagements. Average very, very low here. Saya, he is over 3k health. You know he wants it. But in comes the stun, surely. No, able to charge out of that one. Saya still causing lots of problems here in this position. Seismic Slam over the top here to catch a couple players.
His HP's back to full. HP's back to full. He brings Zeno for the ride. The Walker may be gone, but Saya at least getting some scraps here. More people going in our favorite game this match here so far. Chase the Saya, but in fact, it's Saya chasing you. Behind Lomain. 1000 HP. Apparently no fear gain, no matter how much the HP may go down.
Honestly, ZP, I feel like the branding's all wrong. You know, Victor's supposed to be the one that you can't kill, or he comes back from the dead, but it's actually Saya on Abrams. So
well, okay, so here's the problem with that you're not getting the branding. Victor coming back from the dead implies he can die. Abrams said nothing about wanting to die. Oh man, I mean, overall, the way this game's going, I mean, Melee Creeps are still on a slow decline. Floormen have been getting the better of some of these fights, but some of the shenanigans we've been seeing out of Saya to create space and create opportunities have been kind of unreal the last few fights. So honestly, still anyone's game. I do think when you consider the late game end here, though, I mean, Floormen probably still a little bit better if it goes super late. So, you know, a bit of pressure on Melee Creeps, but I don't think it's that binary relative to, you know, some other comps we've seen today.
Demo just picked up Curse as well. That's very interesting. The support haze does go pretty hard. It does go pretty hard in this meta, it seems.
All right, with a curse, is this going to be enough? The bullet dance behind Saya. Saya, though, gets the support from Scout. Imov as a bunny. Gonna be turning away for now. I wonder what the Floormen comms are right now, Dan, of just like, can we kill him? Can we kill Saya? Like, what's it gonna take?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I see the enemy.
Well, here come the buffs and the next urn as well. Felt like we just finished the last urn situation. There goes Fishcake in with the chain gang. And this is big problems for Lomain. He's getting chunked down. Oh, good work there from Fishcake to finish off the kill. And that's an opener for Melee Creeps.
You have to be thinking mid-boss, potentially, or at the very least, you know, getting an extra kill. Once more, Saya under assault, multiple players. Can Saya go down? You've seen the chase down. He's at 300 HP, and yes, this time around, Floormen have the answer. They take down Saya. This takes a little bit of Cursed Relic, but while this is going on, Melee Creeps are able to take possession of the urn, but this is a part of the time where sometimes you could go, maybe we don't go urn, maybe we go mid-boss. I don't know if this is one of those times the way that Floormen are rotating around the map, though. Nope, they're going mid-boss.
Makes sense. They have a good comp here to take it down. So, what a good gun damage. Especially with Demov on that haze.
Oh, this is so bad.
Down.
Scout had to be the one to dunk the urn, and that Scout's the one you want in here. Death Slam out, making room for the rejuves. All 3 rejuves away of Floormen, as it's going to be a Sinclair late into the fight. Melee creeps getting cleaned up and then some. You've gotten the urn, but you've also gotten the hands and turn down in the mid boss. And Dan, I don't know. Melee creeps, I think, were clearly caught off guard by this because the one player you wanted in there to contest mid boss was off doing urn.
Yeah, the Rabbit Hex, it does go particularly hard in the mid boss bit. That's like that's probably one of the best abilities that you could have to turn that fight, and it's not even an ultimate. So totally agree with you. I totally caught them off guard, and I mean that's just such a typical thing, right? It's just like you said, like you knew already, like you saw them pick up the urn, you're like, huh, this is a great spot to go for that mid boss. And now converting the Walker is Floormen looking really good now, going from strength to strength, looking for a 20k lead. Oh man, they're just cleaning up. Oh my god, they're cleaning up everything as an entire team. That's so funny.
It's the full team field trip directly through the jungle of melee creeps. And Dan, I think that's a great time to call up our golden statue buffs and see how much of a lead Floormen have started to solidify with the map control. And honestly, okay, funny enough, prior to this point, melee creeps has gotten a lot more of the buffs than Floormen has.
Yeah, that's going to be helpful because they're going to need every advantage they can get at this point. They're going to lose. I mean, they've lost the entire jungle, like side of their map that has jungle on it, has all been completely devoured. So, and because there's rejuves on the map, CP, you don't want to go out further than your own jungle in the first place. So they basically can't do anything for the next, couple minutes.
Also, just to hammer it home, the on fire has not disappeared the entire time, but let's see the death counter. See where Demov is as he's looking to restart a new streak. Oh, right. Demov at 0 deaths.
That's insane, actually. He has come pretty close to dying a couple of times. And he is also playing support haze, so...
And he's still playing on anywhere from like 130 to 150 ping.
Yeah.
Which I feel like you would feel a little bit more on haze than some other heroes, but in any case, melee creeps, still a rejuve to defend. No more walkers left to defend. It's going to be done at base guardians. And okay, Saya decides to be taking Victor on for a ride, but it's not something you can really commit on. Not outside your base, staring down the barrel of 3 rejuves.
I see the enemy.
Cute little bunnies. Okay, so just getting assaulted from every single side now. Every single side, every lane is getting pressured right now. We can take all the base guardians down, speed up those zips. Also, you get those reinforcements as well. Let's not forget.
I mean, they want to create the opportunity here to get at least one shrine. The first shrine does not have much HP, and even getting one shrine is a huge difference on the tempo of the game. Melee creeps have to try to survive this without giving up a shrine. Both 3 rejuves still available in a decent amount of time. It's easier said than done. Giving up base guardians, you're okay with that for melee creeps. You know that's going to be a thing. It's the right shrine right now that you want to keep, but it's so fragile. Nox Nostra coming on in. Maybe one rejuve down. Chain gang already been used and gone. And it's not enough to save the shrine. One shrine down. Can melee creeps punish Floormen, though, for some of the dive that's here? They've gotten one rejuve so far.
Look at this from Floormen, playing it really safe. Rejuves are going out in the next 20 seconds. So, yeah, very well done. They're not taking too much. Unlike the first game, where it felt like they were really playing with that advantage. In this second map, they're looking to really play as clean as they can and falling back onto a map that has an entire jungle available. So lots of extra cash to be gained.
You know what I want to see here is this urn is before it gets contested. What's the damage at? Who has started to take over as we've entered in the 30 minutes? Okay, John. Calm down, buddy. That is a higher number than expected relative to the rest of his team, but it's a little bit, not the strongest showing from Mina so far. But the fight here may be underway. John, who's been the threat melee creeps that we've seen, first under fire and This is turning out to be a bit of a split up fight in middle. One cage out, E-Shift going to be out in turn. So the focus fire is Bunny out. John trying to follow through. Knocks Astra in over the top. Saya goes down first. May have been making some space, but you don't have Saya's front line to rely on here as Floormen still in good spot. They take down Poppers on the end, and they've cleared the way here, Dan, to an easy earn.
Yeah, it's looking really good. And also just going to convert on all these players. That's going to be next shrine, surely. And that's really well played. Ida's getting chased down here by the Lash. Surely not into the base.
Oh,
Fountain.
He was so close, yet so far. And you think about the consequences of this now. You're going to lose your next shrine on top of losing Urn. And if you're not careful, I mean, it could even snowball in the stage 1 patron as Ida tried to strike the balance between getting healed by the base and getting some damage out at the same time. But the second shrine goes down as the rest of melee creeps here just waiting to get back up. And it's going to be their stage 1 patron, Dan.
Yeah, Noxus Nostra back up as well. Oh, the curse! And he's insta-deleted. And they will get the first stage, like you said, and they're playing it disciplined. Well, surely though, are they re-engaged? No, they got mid-boss coming up, so they can just keep playing it safe here and just not allow a single possibility to get back into the game.
Floormen have put themselves in a spot to claim the highest prize pool for a weekly show in Night Shift history here in North America. And all they have to do here, Dan, is just don't make any big mistakes. You have a gigantic stat advantage from here. You have massive advantage on map priority from getting down both shrines. For melee creeps to turn this around, honestly, I feel like part of you're looking to Saya and going, can you do it again? And Saya may just shake his head and go, have you seen Cursed Relic? Have you seen the disable that they've picked up? Minute 32 is a lot different than minute 20 as far as shutting down Abrams is concerned.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great point. Yeah, that Cursed Relic pickup was a huge power spike. Here we go, another engagement. Floormen taking the fight to melee creeps. And, I mean, melee creeps caught out a little bit. There's Demov as well, trying to take down Scout. He's going to get it. And in comes Saya, but it's a little bit too late. Already 2 players down. Nox Nostra's in there, and Demov is going to die! Demov, no! First death right at the end, and it's going to be Seismic Slam from Saya coming back in with a vengeance to see what else he can get done. Nice pin there, but is it going to be enough hit?
Might not be over. I mean, last day coming up for D and B, but it's Gummorden. It's not the biggest swing. Saya's still good HP, but all around him, his team is going down. Ido falling towards the end. It's only John and Saya left alive. Floormen, still everyone up aside from Demov. D&B, a little bit on the low end. John still a bit of a damage demon at this point. Like, John is a real threat. And here comes Saya from the back. Pins 3. John laying in damage from it. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but as far as making a try go, it does get better than that as the 2-man duo against the remainder of the Floormen. John picks up low main, but John inevitably is going to fall. And the second stage patron along with him. Floormen take the throne once more. They defend their title and take the highest prize in Night Shift history.
Oof. Good work, Floormen. I mean, they played really well here today, ZP. Great macro. I mean, the drafts were interesting, but they made them work confidently. And then coming and seeing that performance at the end, was really like remarkable. Especially getting the support haze coming in. We saw that in Europe. That's something that Europe has done for a long time, but I don't think we've generally seen it in NA as much. It's just so classic that it would be a European player to bring it into Night Shift NA. And it looks really good, ZP. I feel like that's a strong contender for Sidekick. I don't know if you've got any thoughts on that, but overall, amazing game from Floormen.
Yeah, and a big test too. Melee creeps came into this week, really hankering to break the curse, and for Floormen, they also had to do it with a sub. Rocker is one of the most important people on the team. I believe he's still the team captain, and someone that has been pivotal to their success. Lowmain came in as a sub, did his job marvelously. Not that Melee Creeps is at full strength either, obviously, and Popper's in the sub, but I mean, I think the key for me is that Floormen just played with extreme intelligence in both of these maps. Where, they got a little bit sloppy towards the end of map 1, but generally speaking, they knew their win conditions and, were able to play around them. I think the only thing that threw a wrench into their plans here is Saya just massively overperforming on the Abrams for, the middle part of this game.
Yeah, almost deserves the sidekick of the match, just even though they lost the match. So it's like, because it was a great story. So I mean, this double, this like part of the wall, man, is like, it's gonna need some attention because it's getting absolutely slammed.
Yeah, I do wonder, how much different. Not that it's the biggest flashpoint in the game, but geez, if Side doesn't throw that one hand towards the end towards D-Mob when, off the left fight that otherwise was, a pretty big turning point for melee creeps.
Yeah. I think one thing, you mentioned as well, we saw when we checked in on the damage, it seemed like a struggle for Ido to come online on Mina. I think he had a slow start, and I think it can be kind of hard to recover, especially with the pressure that Floormen were bringing into the game. So I think that was another good thing that Floormen were able to do, is just like shut Ido down and ensure that he wasn't too much of a problem on the Mina.
Into the highlights here. This is probably the part where the game fully went away and melee creeps made a pretty grave error in my mind. Getting Urn was not the downside here, but it should have been Scout to turn in the air. The Scout was their strongest mid-boss contest, and he just wasn't there when they needed him most. I mean, he was basically the Avatar. Like, he disappeared, and the 100-Year War happened off in mid.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. A good rabbit hex there could make all the difference, for a steal, and then after you get a steal, we've seen so many games get turned around there, but from that point. But here we go. Here's the finalized statistics, and John is at the top of the score, but as perhaps you'd expect. But what other stories are being told here by the stat page?
I feel like we have to acknowledge it. Like, I would just gloss over it because I think there's a lot of positive stories in the game, but the reality is, Dan, I look at the scoreboard and there's one thing that chat's gonna be spamming, unfortunately, and it is 0 and 11 on Mina. That's all I got. I'm not gonna twist the knife. I'm not gonna do anything more, but people are going to notice that. But to the left, you can focus on the upside here, which is nearly 60k damage on John, and even like Saya, for making so much space this entire game, was actually pumping on Abrams.
Yeah. I mean, Saya's participation in the fights was, he was in the fights for so long, you'd probably expect him to get some damage out there. But yeah, I think Saya's performance was one of the most entertaining of this series. And just the ability to stay up in these fights and be a disruption on Abrams, be unkillable, was really, really cool to follow. And just really decisive as well in terms of giving them opportunities to come away favorably in some of those fights. Especially because melee creeps are coming from behind in a lot of those spots. So yeah, definitely well played to Saya on the Abrams, making it look good when it's maybe not as high on the meta right now.
Yeah, I feel like maybe this is the wake-up call. Like, guys, Abrams is still good. Like, nothing about Abrams looked like, oh, this is a bad pick. Don't pick Abrams. He's not good here. I mean, also part of that, look, Saya's decision-making was unreal. There were multiple three-man pins, just absurd getaways, and all the rest. I mean, top-tier pilot, but also the potential clearly still effective. Also, one thing that's funny with Victor, last time around that Victor was super meta in comp, which you have to go way back, people weren't necessarily getting Refresher. Now people are just getting Refresher, saying, what's good on Victor? Not dying another time in a row.
Yeah. And also shout outs to League, having a phenomenal game on Lash. And I think Lash, I mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, the last couple of weeks, Lash just really overperforms my expectations pretty routinely in terms of damage output and also just the disruption in these fights. And obviously it's kind of hard to pin down a Lash as well, very disruptive. It's kind of like Apollo in that sense in these fights with the amount of time you can stay in the air. So really well played. And also, by the way, I would say that League was one of the reasons Ido didn't have a great game. League was, Lash is a good answer to Amina, and League was absolutely all over Ido with the flogs and so on. So just made the game really hard to succeed in because of League's play.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of observing the game, and I'm thinking it was such a team effort from Floormen overall. Who stood out to you? I mean, you could go at D-Mob in the not dying. You could look at, honestly, I think DMB's early game, when their early game was a little bit less, was actually pretty impressive. Or Lowkey subbing in, and honestly, even though this game was a little bit less good, I think still was a force in map 1, and came in when Floormen needed the most.
It's an argument to be made for D-Mob too. Playing Pocket in the first game, being in more of a low econ spot with that, doing a great job, and then also in this game playing the support Haze, I think was really, really also very cool as well to see.
Yeah. Interesting stats to break down here. I'm just thinking about things melee creeps could have done better, and it's weird because I don't think either of the melee creeps drafts were necessarily bad. I think there was just execution here, and again, I'm not gonna belabor the point, but in terms of the Mina end, like usually Mina's gonna get a little bit more. It was just a tough game from how Floormen were playing, and is there a game where maybe some lane deaths go away and Ido gets some time to actually farm up in the jungle? Maybe it goes a little bit differently. Also, even some of the things like that one parry, like it's just, I look at this here and I don't look at melee creeps and go, okay, it was your comp. It's more so, look, you had points of failure execution wise, and Floormen by comparison really didn't.
There was also one fight in particular where around the urn, it went to a 4v4, and where melee creeps are kind of coming out a bit on the better side of that. And then what they did was they continued to like just push into the walker, and they just kind of died under the walker, and it ended up being like a full team wipe when they could have sort of they had the option to disengage, at that point. So maybe there's something that I missed, but that was another, I think, moment for me where as an inflection point where that kind of was the point where their lead started to diminish, because they were actually in a sole lead at multiple points.
Well, it's time to talk about our Shopify sidekick of the match. And, as mentioned, a lot of factors to go through, but the sub factor kind of comes in supreme here, where you're missing Rocker, you need someone to step up, and Lowkey was that guy here, giving Floormen the stability they needed to still play a very, just solid game of Deadlock over 2 maps, not really making too many mistakes. And look, anytime you're playing with a sub, things get a little bit tricky. Team chemistry gets a little bit muddled, but Lowkey seemingly slid right in and things worked out well.
Yeah, and I think Lowkey is one of my favorite players from FPS Lounge. I think he's extremely versatile, can do a multitude of roles really, really effectively. So just a very good read on the game, as well as this proficiency on here is Shiv, where there's a very high skill ceiling to the Shiv movement, and so you have to have at some point tried your hand at being somewhat of a specialist, just to ensure that you have that level of familiarity to confidently do it in a grand finals where, let's not forget, $5,000 is online. How much it would suck if you were the sub and the team that was coming in kind of ahead would lose because you sucked on the Shiv pick or something, right? That would just be horrible.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things too where it's people take it for granted when someone comes in off a sub and they do well, but then if they don't do well, it's just oh God, it's the sub's fault. It's, if they had their normal person, it would have been good. So, if people are going to usually blame the sub when it happens, you also got to give credit when they do well.
There you go. Yeah. I'm can't wait to see Lowkey in action back with FPS Lounge next week. Obviously, FPS Lounge, if you guys don't know, they had to do a roster change. So they're just taking some time away to kind of figure out, find some comfort, I think, with their new roster before they come back, which I respect. But look forward to seeing them back, because they provide another great look at the NA competition that we've had now, ZP. Because for you and I, if we go back, towards the, 12 months ago, 18 months ago, when we were doing this show, the story was the struggle to have multiple competitive lineups in each region, and now we're spoiled for choice.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just cool to see things evolve here, and not that it wasn't cool to see melee creeps and Abrahams go off on just remarkable streaks and not give them up. It's also cool to see change, but also, for Floormen, maybe this is the start of a streak of their own. Keeping things up in NA clearly has been difficult, even with Demov being on the team, it hasn't been 100% win. But Dan, we got one more thing to break down. It's our Shopify team play of the day. Let's see what production has lined up. Oh, we're gone back here. It's directly back in the past here, Dan, where when you're doing mid-boss, you want to get Urn, but also you probably want your Sinclair back in here. But more importantly, take a look at what League does here, Dan, to make sure that they get the Rejuvenator.
Wow, also Demov, really nice repositioning there on top of the League. Death Slam is just actually so gorgeous.
Yeah, the Death Slam was properly timed. Demov made entry incredibly painful, and I don't know, it's interesting because given the game state, I feel like melee creeps probably should have expected the mid-boss while Urn was being thrown out. It's one more common reactions this deep into the game when a team is going Urn. And I'm not even saying they couldn't have gotten Urn. I just think, again, they probably chose the wrong person to deliver it, because this could have been a very different fight with Scout there. If Scout's there, you maybe get a Rabbit Hex. Scout doesn't necessarily get hit by Death Slam. You buy more time for the Rejuve Crystals. People could get in for a parry. Like, there's a lot of ways that this opens up if you have more control on the mid-boss pit. So, on one hand, it was a really good call from Floormen to decide, just slam mid. We have a window. And probably a not-so-good call on Melee Creep's end to make Scout the Urn Runner when this was an option on the table for Floormen.
Yeah, it's tough sometimes in the moments, but I think one of the things that we saw that Floormen did well was really good decision making in the moment, having the coordination in these fights to be able to come out on top. And I really loved, because I didn't catch that Demo's reposition as they were like coming into the pit. It was just like so sly. Just as they come in, he's the guy that sneaks into the front door, slams the door behind them, locks it, and then there's no way out. There's no way out.
Well, we got a few more matters of housekeeping to take care of before the show comes to a close here today. Not the least of which is what the pick priority was. Of course, something people always watch a show for, going, what hero should I play? What's powerful? And the number one story of the day by far off the last patch, it is the era of Doorman. Nothing but first picks, first bans all day long here, Dan. But also the fall of Venator.
Yeah. I'm trying to find him. Where is he? Like
number 2.
Where does he go? Oh, he's down to 2. Oh my god, that's crazy. I'm like literally scanning the entire screen. Okay, so also fall of Venator, but the rise of Pocket, the rise of Mirage. Mirage is coming back in. Viper and Haze. So we know the complexion of the high priority picks has completely shifted in pretty significant ways, I would say. And I also feel like Apollo's getting valued more appropriately, but he is also better since this last update too.
Also, actually, it was so undervalued and not a topic of conversation that I nearly forgot. The actual biggest drop is Infernus. The flame got extinguished. Infernus, I think, was 7 last week, or 6 at a minimum. And the changes have just sent Infernus, he was at heaven, now he's in hell. Like, he is not getting picked. And a week that otherwise, by the way, in terms of overall hero participation, this is probably one of the healthiest weeks we've had in a long time meta-wise, where most heroes were in play.
Yep. Yeah, I feel the same way. I think we're in a really good spot. Infernus, I do wonder if it's an undervaluing. We'll see. A large part was because the Flame Dash got nerfed pretty significantly when it's hitting buildings. So you can't just solo just wreck objectives anymore. But there are some other heroes that can kind of do that. Apollo can kind of do that. Sinclair can kind of do that with their abilities. So we'll see if Infernus stays down there. But it's probably a good chance he does for a while.
Also, we're getting fed some lines from production about win rates here. And some of chat, your eye test did pan out in terms of the heroes that had win rates on the lower end. Silver, 100% pick rate, 40% win rate. Lash, 100% pick rate, 22% win rate.
Oh my.
Sinclair, and this is one that chat was hitting on all day long, 60% pick rate, 17% win rate. And maybe the most surprising to me, I'm going to skip one and go back after, Dan, Mina was picked 40% of the times and won nothing today.
Wow, that's crazy. That's so interesting. So many people have Mina at like the S+ tier right now in terms of the value and the rankings in this meta. And Mina is really good. But I mean, at the pro level, there's more than just a very high value hero that matters. A lot more matters, in fact. So it's a cool day of Deadlock. I mean, we saw Victor also. He's made a reappearance, in fact, in multiple games. So I think we're getting kind of spoiled. I actually really like where the game is at right now.
Also, we got item priority to look at here, and not as many opening rounds as we may have thought. It's still, of course, in the top 5. I thought it was going to be up around 7. Instead, it's down at 4. But obviously, one of the biggest jumps we've seen. It was not in the top 10 before. Extra regen, being really highly valued for many reasons. Not the least of which is, again, people realize, wait, rejuvenating shot is fine, but I want to regen while doing my box runs. So extra regen, one of the biggest winners post-patch. Rusto Locket going on down, and there's a few other stories here, Dan.
Yeah, reactive barrier is an interesting one. Obviously, precursor to Indomitable. So I don't know if that's the reason it's being bought actually, because reactive actually has been nerfed a bit now that it's been made the precursor item to Indomitable. So we didn't really touch on that really at all. I don't even know. Did we even see Indomitables? We must have. I just didn't notice in the game.
I'm not sure if we did. I think we saw one earlier today in the R1 tournament. It was not a popular item. It was not the, oh, everyone has to grab it. In fact, the pro player sentiment on Indomitable seems to be pretty poor at the moment.
Yeah, it's very expensive. I did see a lot of them in EU, but I think in NA not as much. So maybe some of these stats are coming from EU, where we did see. I think I saw one map at least where there was maybe like 4 or 5 of them, and the conventional notion is that it's kind of like Lincoln Sphere versus Black King Bar if you're thinking about Unstoppable. So I don't know, do with that what you will if you're from Dota and know what those items are in Dota. But yeah, we'll see what the value is like as time goes on, because maybe ZP, maybe it's going to be something that does get valued more, and currently it's just being undervalued.
Well, Dan, we're coming to the end of the broadcast, but a few more notes to hit on. We talked about it a little bit in parts of the show here, but the Night Shift crew, most of us will be down at DreamHack Atlanta in the Intel booth. Gonna be doing some Street Brawl games at a very minimum as far as Deadlock related things go. So if you're at DreamHack Atlanta, drop by, say hi. We'll be there. It's not this weekend, it's the weekend after next. So, if it works out for you, definitely come out into the area. And, beyond that, a huge thanks to the sponsors I've made the last few shows. Really, really special. The prize pool today split between both regions, 5,340. We couldn't have done it without the support of Shopify, Intel, and Newegg that really came through for the players here tonight. So big ups to the sponsors for making what was a really, really awesome day of Deadlock. And, Dan, we're about to sign off. Any final thoughts before I send things to an end?
We love the sponsors, we love the fans, and we love Deadlock, and we'll see you guys next time.
You heard them. That's it. End the show. See you next time.